At midnight, the top-floor office of Linjiang City's tallest building was still brightly lit. Cen Yue, 22 years old, had a young, beautiful, and delicate face, but her brows were slightly frowned due to fatigue. She was lying on the rosewood desk. Her body wrapped in a suit was exquisite and charming. Her dreams were as horrible as hell. Tides of corpses surged, zombies screamed. The once prosperous city turned into ruins, and even her close lover Wu Tong coldly pushed her into the abyss of death. At that moment, she felt not only despair, but also burning pain and overwhelming hatred. She woke up from her dream with a scream, her head covered in cold sweat, and looked around in confusion. The familiar office came into view, with documents on the desk, a vibrating cell phone, and the brightly lit city night scene outside the window. It all seemed too real, yet it shouldn't be before her eyes. Ultimatum, Cen Yue muttered to herself, her eyes falling on the mobile phone on the table. The screen clearly showed October 11th. At this moment, her heart was suddenly shocked. She was reborn and returned to 2 months before the apocalypse. Cen Yue sat in a large office chair, her fingertips trembling slightly. She closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down, but she couldn't stop the memories of her past life from flooding back like a tide. 2 months later, the apocalypse broke out, and a sudden virus swept the world. The virus caused all living things to mutate, and no one was spared, including humans, animals, and plants. Humans infected with the virus will turn into zombies, and those seemingly harmless plants and animals will quickly evolve into terrifying predators. In her previous life, Cen Yue naively believed in family and love. Her family was the largest and most powerful family in Linjiang City, and she was a rich lady who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Despite this, she could not escape the infighting within her family and the betrayal of her lover. Before the apocalypse broke out, she was nominally the president of the Cen Group, but her actual power had long been usurped by her fiancé Wu Tong and her cousin Cen Yue. They designed her to sign an unequal agreement, handing over her shares and ownership. She was kicked out of the company without any preparation and was even completely abandoned by her family. After the end of the world, Cen Yue thought she could at least rely on Wu Tong and his team. However, in order to monopolize resources, Wu Tong pushed her out without hesitation in the tide of zombies to buy time for himself to escape. She watched with her own eyes the zombies rushing towards her and heard Wu Tong's cold voice with her own ears. "I'm sorry, it will be more meaningful for us if you stay here." In this life, Cen Yue's heart is as cold as ice. She knows very well that the coming of the end of the world will completely overturn the existing order, and the law, morality, and humanity will be replaced by the cruel law of survival. But now, she has hundreds of billions of assets, an independent farm, a well-stocked department store, and one important advantage. Her psychic abilities were awakened ahead of time after her rebirth. This ability allows her to control the minds of others and sense their psychological fluctuations. She clenched her fists, the flame of revenge burning in her eyes. In this life, she was no longer the little girl who was bullied by others. She would use her own power to take back everything and send those who betrayed her to hell. The phone rang, interrupting Cen Yue's thoughts. The caller on the screen was Wu Tong. "Yeah, I know you've been having a hard time lately." Wu Tong's voice was as gentle as water on the phone. "I have a document that needs your signature. Time is urgent. How about I bring it over now?" Cen Yue clenched her phone tightly, and the scene of her previous life emerged in her mind. It was because of this phone call that she was coaxed into signing a document while exhausted, and lost everything in the Cen Group. "Okay, bring it here," Cen Yue said softly, her tone gentle, but with a hint of coldness. Half an hour later, Wu Tong arrived as promised, but Cen Yue, contrary to her usual behavior, greeted him with red wine and a smile. Under her mental control, Wu Tong picked up the pen like a puppet, signed his name on the new contract, and stamped it personally. The moment the contract came into effect, Cen Yue said coldly, "Now go and end your worthless life." Wu Tong's eyes were dazed, and he walked to the window without resistance and jumped down. The sound of broken glass accompanied him falling from the sky, and he completely disappeared into the night. Cen Yue calmly locked the contract and put the document in the safe. She stood by the window, overlooking the entire city with a cold gaze. The end of the world is coming. My enemies don't even think about having an easy life. 24 hours have passed since Wu Tong passed away, and Cen Yue's life seems to have returned to normal, but undercurrents are surging. In the morning, the mall manager who had stood on Wu Tong's side suddenly handed the warehouse key to her in person. Cen Yue did not show any extra emotion about this, but just accepted it calmly. After the routine police questioning, Cen Yue left the city on the pretext of sudden illness and needing recuperation, and drove to the Cen's farm on the outskirts of Linjiang. It is an important part of her hundreds of billions of assets, and also her first stop for stockpiling doomsday supplies. Cen's farm is the largest agricultural asset under the Cen's group, covering thousands of acres and equipped with a fully automated planting and harvesting system. It not only supplies Linjiang City, but also exports a large amount of grain to other places. In her previous life, Cen Yue discovered that her storage space could not only accommodate almost infinite supplies, but also keep the supplies in their original state. She knew very well that when the end of the world came, no matter how precious gold and silver were, they would not be as valuable as a bite of food. The mutation of plants and animals will lead to famine becoming the norm. Food will become the most precious resource, and storage space will be her biggest trump card for survival. After arriving at the farm, Cen Yue instructed the staff to centrally transfer the goods on the pretext of having negotiated a large grain export order. Although the workers felt strange, they did not ask any questions and quickly carried out the order. By the evening, the warehouse was already filled with supplies. Food, 500 tons. Vegetables, 50 tons. Fruits, 20 tons. Fresh and frozen meat, 100 tons. After the inventory was completed, Cen Yue settled the workers' wages and bonuses on the spot, and the amount given was several times the usual amount. She also used the excuse of imminent heavy rain to remind everyone to return home as soon as possible to stock up on food to avoid disaster. However, most people just laughed off her reminder. Linjiang City experienced several rainstorms every year, and they were already accustomed to it. They even thought she was just a young and inexperienced lady. As the night deepened, the farm finally quieted down. Cen Yue turned off the surveillance system alone and walked into warehouse number 1. This was the largest warehouse on the farm, filled with more than 500 tons of grain. Facing this spectacular mountain of grain, Cen Yue walked to a bag of rice and gently placed her hand on it. The next moment, the food in the entire warehouse seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. In her storage space, a real mountain of food appeared. Then she transferred all the fruits and vegetables in warehouse number 2 and the fresh and frozen meat in the cold storage warehouse in the same way. After completing the transfer of all materials, Cen Yue sent a text message to the farm manager. "The partner has picked up the goods. Thank you for your hard work." Then she drove away from the farm. Cen Yue did not return to the city directly, but drove to a food processing factory on the other side of the suburbs. While driving, she completed her disguise in the car. She changed into a floral shirt, painted her face sallow, and looked old and tired, completely losing her former exquisite appearance. In addition, she also replaced the Porsche she was driving with a Hummer with fake license plates to ensure low-key safety. It was already late at night when they arrived near the food processing factory. Cen Yue decided to take a short rest in the car. However, not long after, a knock on the window woke her up from her light sleep. The person knocking on the window was a man with yellow teeth, a frivolous expression, and greed in his eyes. He seemed to be very interested in Cen Yue's Hummer and approached her with a shameless face. "Beauty, are you alone?" Cen Yue replied coldly. "What's up?" The man smiled and came closer, lowering his voice and saying, "I have a rare thing here, a rat with a human face. Do you want to come with me to take a look?" Cen Yue was startled, and her heart was stirred. A rat with a human face. Isn't this an animal mutation that appeared half a year after the end of the world? According to her memory, the mutation phenomena at the end of the world should be gradually intensified. Now there are still 2 months before the outbreak of the end of the world. How could animals mutate in advance? She observed the man calmly, then stepped on the accelerator indifferently and drove away. The man behind him choked on the exhaust fumes and yelled angrily, "You stinky bitch, you have no shame." At 7:30 in the morning, workers at the food processing factory started working. Cen Yue parked the car at the factory gate and honked the horn. When the security guard saw the $1 million Hummer, he immediately opened the roadblock to welcome it. "Ma'am, who are you looking for?" the security guard asked cautiously. Cen Yue wore sunglasses and said in a cold tone, "Let's talk to the factory manager about cooperation. There are orders worth several hundred million." The security guard was intimidated by this momentum. Although the woman in front of him was dressed simply and looked inconspicuous, her inner toughness made him dare not say much. He could only quickly run into the factory to report. After a while, the security guard hurried over with a middle-aged man with a big belly. Boss, this lady said she has a multi-billion-dollar deal to discuss. The factory owner looked at Cen Yue with suspicion in his eyes. How many hundreds of millions? Did you say a few extra zeros? Cen Yue took off her sunglasses, gave him a cold look, and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Let me ask you, does your factory have hundreds of millions of goods in stock?" The factory owner was a little nervous and was worried. He scratched his head and said uncertainly, "If it's 700 million or 800 million, there will definitely be no time to prepare." Cen Yue's eyes moved slightly downwards, and her voice was low. 300 million, is there? The boss swallowed, thought for a moment, and shook his head. 200 million? Upon hearing this figure, the boss's eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest and assured, "This will definitely be no problem." Cen Yue nodded calmly and took out her phone. "Okay, I'll transfer 20 million as a deposit first, and I'll pay the balance after the goods are ready." "What?" The boss's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, he heard a notification sound from his mobile phone, and the message that the deposit had arrived was clearly displayed. The boss was stunned for a moment, and the security guard quickly pushed him. "Boss, this is a big order. Arrange it quickly," Cen Yue said coldly. "The warehouse key will be kept by me after the goods are counted. I will send someone to pick up the goods, and you just need to cooperate." The boss finally came to his senses and smiled. "Okay, you are such a straightforward person. I will arrange for the workers to count the inventory now." The factory owner organized the staff to work all day long, neatly sorting out all kinds of food, from canned food, instant noodles, dumplings, to candies and small breads, in huge quantities. The price was the wholesale price, and after liquidation there were still several million left. The boss enthusiastically recommended a new product to Cen Yue, a self-heating food series, including self-heating hot pots, self-heating clay pot rice, etc. Cen Yue looked at the food, thought of the helplessness she felt when she was hungry in the end times, and recalled the scene when Wu Tong cruelly took away her food. Her eyes became even colder. Buy all. She added tens of millions without hesitation. The factory owner was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at the truckloads of goods piled neatly into the warehouse, and his bank card balance increased significantly, and he couldn't stop smiling. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, all the goods were properly stored in the warehouse, and the warehouse keys were handed over to them with both hands. The boss' attitude became more attentive, nodding repeatedly. "Mr. Chun, this warehouse is now in your hands. Whenever your fleet arrives, we will cooperate at any time." Cen Yue took the key and said calmly, "No need for the warehouse manager to count. I'll do it myself. You guys go first." The boss was stunned, looked at the pile of goods, and was puzzled. "Mr. Chin, there are so many things. You are alone? Is there a problem?" Cen Yue's tone was calm, but it carried an irresistible pressure. The boss was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other party didn't like to talk much, so he stopped asking questions and left with the worker. The warehouse was emptied, and Cen Yue stood alone in front of the pile of goods. She looked around, confirmed that there were no cameras, and locked the warehouse door from the inside. Walking towards the towering pile of goods, she stretched out her hand and lightly touched it. The supplies that originally filled the entire warehouse disappeared in an instant, and all entered her storage space. After all this was done, the warehouse was empty, as if it had never been loaded with goods. When Cen Yue left, it was already dark. After driving away from the processing plant, Cen Yue originally planned to go to the mall overnight to continue stocking up. However, in the past 2 days, she only took a short rest in the car and was extremely tired. The night was deep, and the bicycle lane in the suburbs was quiet and empty. Under the heating in the car, Cen Yue's eyelids became heavier. Bang! The violent crash woke her up suddenly. The Hummer stopped, and there was a dead silence all around. Cen Yue's heart tightened, and she subconsciously grasped the dagger and looked out through the car window cautiously. In the middle of the road, not far ahead, a blurry shadow was lying quietly on the ground, looking particularly strange. She did not act rashly, but slowly turned off the lights in the car and held the dagger tighter. His eyes were sharp, his nerves were tense, and the only sound he could hear was his own even but suppressed breathing. There were no street lights on either side of the road. In the complete darkness, the only source of light was the headlights on the front of the Hummer. Inside the car, Cen Yue was concentrating on moving forward. Suddenly, she saw nothing in her field of vision. Everything seemed to have returned to nothingness, as if the movement just now was just an illusion. At this moment, an ear-piercing scream suddenly rang out, and outside the glass window, A horrific face covered in blood and torn flesh appeared pressed against the car window, looking extremely hideous. Cen Yue was only separated from that face by a layer of glass, and they looked at each other unexpectedly. Even though she was used to seeing the ugly aliens in the end times, this sudden horror still made her stunned for a moment. That thing obviously couldn't be a human. Cen Yue almost instinctively drew out the dagger and pointed it at the monster. But the tip of the knife stopped just before it hit the glass. She suddenly remembered that her Hummer had been specially modified to be resistant to water, fire, and even bulletproof, and there was no way the alien could break through it. Outside the window, the thing seemed to realize that it couldn't get in, and it flapped its wings violently. Through the action of flapping the car window, Cen Yue saw its appearance clearly. It was actually a mutant bat. Her heart sank. It seemed that the end-of-the-world disaster had arrived ahead of schedule, and these mutated creatures were undoubtedly the main source of the virus. Cen Yue stared out the window calmly and prayed secretly. I hope this is the first mutated bat. I hope it has not harmed humans yet. While thinking, she quickly put on her gloves and slowly grasped an old Tang sword in her hand. This was a family heirloom weapon for suppressing evil spirits, and it was also one of Cen Yue's best weapons. The clear sound of a Tang sword being unsheathed rang out in the night. The blade light was sharp and sharp. Cen Yue's eyes were as sharp as knives, staring straight out the window. Sensing the pressure she exuded, the alien paused, seemed to hesitate, and then tried to escape. Cen Yue didn't give it a chance. She kicked open the car door, used the force to quickly step forward, and the knife flashed directly at the bat's wing joint. There was a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The alien howled in pain and opened its mouth to pounce towards Cen Yue. Cen Yue dodged the sharp teeth with a nimble movement, while adjusting the angle and holding the Tang sword tightly. Under the moonlight, her figure was like a messenger from the underworld, and the blade drew a swift arc. Blood gushed out, and the alien's head fell to the ground, broken into pieces. The wings still flapped instinctively in the air, but they broke into several pieces in an instant. The remaining limbs fell to the ground, making a clattering sound like hail, which was terrifying. Cen Yue looked at the wreckage on the ground with a frown on her face. The alien was not an ordinary creature, and even if its body was chopped into pieces, the virus was still highly contagious. She sighed, took out a sealed bag, a shovel, and a large bottle of disinfectant from the space, and cleaned up and sealed the bloody remains one by one. Although this kind of meticulous work made her feel troublesome, she knew very well that the slightest negligence could lead to a greater disaster. After finishing the cleaning, Cen Yue threw the tools back into the space. Just as she was about to get in the car, she stopped alertly, looked back, and quietly grasped the Tang sword in the car. Stop! Don't move! A crisp shout came from behind, and at the same time a dazzling laser shot straight towards them. Cen Yue slightly turned her head to avoid the beam, but her hand did not loosen the handle of the knife, and her brows were slightly furrowed. The other party was obviously using a high-brightness laser that should not be used at night. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. This is the end of the world. How can there still be people who don't know the rules? Turn off the laser light. A cold male voice sounded, and the man called Xiangzi quickly adjusted the light. The blinding light disappeared, and Cen Yue finally saw the other party clearly. Several fully armed men were imposing, and the leader was particularly conspicuous, with eyes as sharp as a knife. Cen Yue remained calm, her eyes indifferent. These people were obviously not ordinary people, but even if they were military elites, she had experienced more dangerous situations in her previous life, so the current situation was no problem. The leading man was also looking at Cen Yue. He found that this woman was not afraid of them at all, and was even too calm, so calm that he was vaguely suspicious. His finger quietly pulled the trigger. If the opponent was some kind of mutant, he must be eliminated immediately. Cen Yue was acutely aware of the danger, but remained calm. The air instantly became stagnant, and murderous intent filled the darkness. Cen Yue stood beside her Hummer, smiling, and spoke in a rural tone. Brother, are you lost? There is no bank in this area. Do you want us to help lead the way? She looked simple and honest with no flaws at all. However, the well-dressed Hummer behind her seemed a little out of place with this disguise. Although the group of fully armed men on the opposite side looked like a money transport team, Cen Yue knew that their equipment was much more sophisticated than a money transport truck. However, she was just a simple country girl. Now, so how could she understand these tricks? The leading man had sharp eyes and never looked away from examining Cen Yue. He asked coldly, Have you seen anything strange recently? Cen Yue looked confused and shook her head. No, I walk this road every day and have never encountered anything strange. The man frowned slightly and spoke in a slower tone. Are you sure? Cen Yue nodded, pretending to think about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh, right. I heard someone say yesterday that someone saw a rat with a human face in the village ahead. It was so scary. Brother, you have to close the door tightly. Otherwise, those little creatures will get in and ruin the money in the car. After hearing this, the few people exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became a little solemn. The man continued to ask, where did it appear? Can you take us to see it? Cen Yue's heart trembled. These people were indeed coming for the aliens. She continued to play dumb and shook her head. I'm timid and don't dare to join in the fun. I heard it's in the village. If you really want to see it, go straight to the big locust tree, turn left uphill, and then take the left fork in the road, and you will definitely find it. After saying that, she turned around and pretended to get in the car. Wait a minute, the man suddenly said. Cen Yue quietly grasped the Tang sword, turned around, and asked with a smile, what else is there? My daughter is waiting for me to go home and cook. I have a useless man who doesn't care about anything. If I don't go back, my daughter will go hungry. The man looked at her deeply, and when their eyes met, he actually felt a trance. This subtle feeling made him slightly absent-minded. After a few seconds, he finally stopped talking and waved his hand to signal his men to let them go. Cen Yue got in the car, started the engine, and drove away steadily. Looking at the dark figure gradually going away in the rear-view mirror, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but her heart was alert. In the convoy, Li Chang asked cautiously, Captain, are we going to that village? Ling Xiaoran didn't answer, but stared at the direction where Cen Yue left. After a few seconds, he suddenly came back to his senses and asked in a low voice, where is that woman just now? Li Chang looked innocent. Captain, you let them go personally. Ling Xiaoran was stunned, frowning. I let you go? Li Chang nodded. Yes, you were in a daze for a while after you were released. Dazed? Ling Xiaoran thought more and more that something was wrong, and his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists. He had never made such a mistake in a mission, and he would never hesitate to a stranger. Investigate. Dig out her identity and background for me. Ling Xiaoran ordered coldly. Yes. On the other side, Cen Yue drove the car to an unmonitored area, stopped the car, and gently placed her hand on the hood. The Hummer instantly disappeared into thin air. A moment later, a low-key Porsche appeared in the same place. She got into the car, took out a makeup remover wipe from the storage compartment, and slowly wiped off her disguised makeup, revealing her cold and delicate face. After changing into a simple but tasteful outfit, she calmly started the car and drove towards the city. After returning home, Cen Yue had a rare sleep. When she woke up, she opened the news and browsed the hot spots and found a striking piece of news. A rat injured a person in the suburbs. The patient was in a coma due to high temperature and is being rescued. She enlarged the picture of the injured and looked at the festering wounds. The last bit of hope in her heart was completely destroyed. The end of the world has come early. The media has not yet updated the follow-up reports, but Cen Yue knows clearly that these injured people will wake up soon, become spreaders of the virus, and frantically attack all living things. She suddenly understood why the zombie crisis started to spread from the hospital in the previous life. No one was prepared for the virus. She picked up her phone and was about to call the anonymous hotline, but she accidentally noticed a reflection in the news footage. The reflection on the hospital glass clearly showed the group of military personnel from last night. Cen Yue sighed and put down her phone. It seems that professional matters should be left to professionals. As for herself, stocking up is the top priority. Ling Xiaoran and his group stood outside the special ward, observing the victim lying on the bed through the glass. The patient was convulsing all over, with an abnormal body temperature, and in a critical condition. Outside the door, family members were arguing fiercely, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Captain, is there any news about the woman from last night? Li Chang asked in a low voice. Ling Xiaoran rubbed his brows and said in a heavy tone, No, the person is gone, and even the car disappeared completely. The surveillance camera can't find any trace. Ling Xiaoran frowned as he listened to the report. He had a vague feeling that the disappearance of this woman was no coincidence, and she was probably the key to connecting these mutation events. Keep investigating. We must find her no matter what, he said, his tone revealing unquestionable determination. The weather changed suddenly. It was still hot yesterday afternoon, but today the temperature suddenly dropped by 20 degrees due to a storm. The wind was biting cold, and there was still moisture in the air. Cen Yue opened the door and shivered in the cold wind. She turned back into the house and put on another coat. After getting dressed, she conveniently put all the clothes in the closet into her own storage space. God knows if the temperature will drop further. Cen Yue whispered to herself. The extreme temperature difference of 50 degrees in the apocalypse made her develop the habit of being prepared at all times. The original plan was to go to the department store to buy, but the wounding incident mentioned in the morning news made her change her mind. The car turned and drove straight to the pharmaceutical factory under the Cen Group. In the pharmaceutical factory, Cen Yue directly placed a huge order as the president of Cen Group. There was no complicated process or bargaining, and she readily paid a deposit of 1 billion. This is a special order. The medicine is temporarily stored in the warehouse. I will notify you of the specific pickup time separately, she said lightly. Faced with the president's strong demands, the factory director and deputy factory director dared not raise any objections and could only repeatedly guarantee their absolute cooperation. At 2 p.m., the medicines were counted. Cen Yue used the excuse of sorting out the list to send everyone away and put all the medicines into the space by herself. 10 minutes later, she walked out of the warehouse as if nothing had happened and put the key in her pocket. The factory manager asked cautiously, "President, when can the balance be settled?" Cen Yue smiled calmly. "No hurry. Wait until the customer comes to pick up the goods. I'll keep the keys first. By the way, the factory is doing well, and the performance bonuses will be raised uniformly. Also, the weather has been unpredictable recently, so give employees some cold medicine and antiviral drugs as benefits." The factory manager and deputy factory manager were stunned for a moment, then became very excited. Performance increase. For ordinary employees, this means that their annual income will double. Cen Yue didn't say anything more and turned away. She knew in her heart that these seemingly insignificant drugs would soon become scarce resources for saving lives. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cen Yue walked out of the pharmaceutical factory, wrapping her coat tightly around her. The temperature was lower than in the morning, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the street lights were on early. However, the pedestrians did not notice the unusual weather and were still leisurely taking photos and sharing them on the road. Sitting in the car, Cen Yue turned on the air conditioner, looked at the depressing sky outside the window, and frowned slightly. In the previous life, this kind of extreme weather did not appear so early, but now it is contrary to the norm. "We can't control extreme weather, but we can control aliens," she whispered, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the department store. Half an hour later, on the elevated highway, Cen Yue was driving her Porsche, her eyes inadvertently glancing at the rearview mirror. She was slightly startled, and then her expression turned cold. "Someone is following us?" She quickly captured the license plate number of the white car and quickly recalled the scene of the day in her mind. The car 100 meters away from the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory. Ever since she left the pharmaceutical factory, this car has been following her from behind. Cen Yue's eyes darkened and the corners of her lips curled slightly. "With this driving skill, you dare to follow me?" She stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche quickly shuttled through the traffic like a silver light. In just 10 seconds, she had shaken off the tail. Behind her, the white car over-accelerated and collided with a black car, rolling into the flower bed. Cen Yue glanced through the rearview mirror and sneered disdainfully. "You overestimate your abilities." The Porsche disappeared in the traffic. The white car flipped over, and the driver struggled to pull out the phone that was pressed under him, and immediately made a call. "Boss, I lost her. She might have gone to the department store." The voice on the other end of the phone was cold and low. "Got it." At that time, in a hotel room, a tall man was scattered in the room, holding weapons and looking solemn. The leading man had a stern face and sharp features. He stroked the phone, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. "Playing dumb to eat the tiger?" No wonder Wu Tong also fell into the trap. It seems that she is really a difficult woman to deal with. His eyes were deep and cold, and his fingertips tapped the table lightly. The atmosphere in the room was depressing, like the calm before a storm. After getting rid of the stalker, Cen Yue parked the car in a secluded place, put the Porsche into the space, and replaced it with a modified Ferrari with a fake license plate. Before hitting the road again, she tidied herself in the rearview mirror. With short hair, a gold necklace, a denim jacket, and motorcycle boots, she looked like a ruffian. Almost. She took out special insoles and put them in her shoes, looking at the handsome and heroic boyish face in the mirror with satisfaction. Perfect. Cen Yue smiled slightly, started the engine, and the low roar of the Ferrari cut through the night sky. Next stop, department store. The Ferrari came speeding and quietly stopped at the back door of the department store. Cen Yue got out of the car quietly, her eyes calm as she scanned the dark environment, holding the key to the warehouse tightly in her hand. She originally wanted to use her identity to smoothly transfer supplies like she did in the pharmaceutical factory. But the situation was complicated, so she quickly adjusted her plan and prepared to act alone. The wall at the back door is 3 meters high, but to Cen Yue, it is just a small obstacle. With the help of the tools she carried with her, she easily jumped onto the courtyard wall and used blind spots to avoid surveillance. A few seconds later, she landed steadily and secretly observed the surrounding environment. She had already memorized the layout of the surveillance cameras in the warehouse and the range of the blind spots, but what she saw now made her frown. All the cameras were turned off, and there was no sign of activity. There was no one patrolling here, and it was pitch black, which was seriously inconsistent with her memory. Cen Yue's doubts grew deeper and deeper. She walked quickly towards the warehouse, stroking the handle of the tang sword with her fingers, alertly capturing the movements around her. Creaky, the warehouse door was pushed open with a slight sound. Cen Yue leaned against the wall, holding the tang sword tightly, and did not enter immediately. Instead, he hid beside the door and observed carefully for several minutes. After making sure there was nothing unusual, she slipped in sideways through the crack in the door and locked it from the inside. Inside the warehouse, the shelves are neatly arranged and clearly classified, and all kinds of materials are available. Ready-made clothes, chemicals, sugar, and wine, all of which are dazzling. Cen Yue's eyes swept over these supplies with a calm expression. These were scarce resources for the future, and she had to stockpile them before the situation got completely out of control. Cen Yue observed and carefully collected supplies. She did not clear out all of them, but deliberately chose to reduce the number regularly to avoid being noticed immediately. After a full hour, nearly 2/3 of the supplies in the warehouse had quietly entered her space. Just as she was about to leave, footsteps were heard outside. "Mr. C, I'm really sorry. Mr. Wu suddenly had an accident. I have to trouble you to handle this batch of goods in person." A familiar voice sounded. It was the mall manager. Cen Yue's heart shuddered. Hearing the footsteps approaching, she quickly hid in the shadows behind the shelves and restrained all her breath. Through the gaps between the shelves, she saw several fully armed men following the manager, with guns in their hands. "It doesn't matter. As long as the transaction continues, it doesn't matter who the partner is." A low and hoarse voice responded, revealing a strong sense of oppression. When Cen Yue heard this voice, her heart was shocked. She felt vaguely familiar with it, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. "Strange. Why is the door open?" The manager's voice was a little puzzled. "I remember it was locked before." Cen Yue looked through the gaps between the shelves and saw the other party start to check the goods. The mall manager even took out a small key and turned it in a small hole on a shelf. As the key turned, the ground made a heavy sound. Cen Yue's eyes narrowed slightly. It turned out that there was a secret basement under the warehouse floor. Unexpected discovery made Cen Yue more alert. She stared at the basement and heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, I saw a sharp-edged face through the gaps between the shelves. He was a tall and handsome man with eagle-like eyes, steady steps, and a dangerous aura. "See you why?" Cen Yue's heart suddenly sank. The last life's apocalyptic arms overlord, a true beautiful face, vicious heart. Rumor has it that he is cold-blooded and ruthless, and even destroyed a base because the leader of the base rejected his conditions. At this moment, Cui had obviously not yet experienced the baptism of the end of the world, but the murderous aura on his body was already extremely terrifying. Cen Yue stared at his steps intently and began to mobilize her mental strength rapidly, holding her breath and reducing her breathing to the lowest level. Cui stopped and looked sharp, as if he had sensed something unusual. He looked straight in the direction where Cen Yue was hiding and approached step by step. "Mr. C, there is no problem with the batch of goods. It was the employee who was careless and forgot to lock the door." The voice of the mall manager came from the other side, breaking the brief silence. Cui did not respond, his eyes still fixed on the corner where Cen Yue was. His fingers tapped the gun lightly, like a snake smelling its prey, calm and focused. "Mr. C," the manager called out in confusion and approached tentatively. Cen Yue hid behind a shelf, sweating profusely. She clenched her tang sword slightly, straining her mental strength to the limit, secretly preparing for the worst. After a while, Cen Yue finally turned around and walked towards the basement. He did not continue to pursue the matter, but whispered, "The goods have been confirmed to be correct, and the transaction will continue." The mall manager breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up. But Cen Yue remained motionless until the footsteps gradually faded away. Then she slowly relaxed. She took a deep breath, her eyes hardened. Obviously, this discovery was far more complicated than she had imagined. Inside the warehouse, Cen Yue narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze falling on a dark corner. His bald subordinate sensed something was wrong and approached cautiously with weapons raised, the beam of light from his flashlight sweeping through every gap. However, when the beam of light froze, there was nothing. "Boss, it's nothing," the bald man said in a low voice and retreated back to Cen Yue. No one noticed that there was an inconspicuous jade ring lying on the floor under the shelf. At this time, Cen Yue had used the spatial power of the jade ring to hide her figure. She knew that no matter how the ring was moved, its true power was always bound to her. The external jade ring was just an illusion, and the real space core was always in her. The doubts on Cen Yue's face gradually faded, and he turned and walked towards the basement. "Go check the goods." Hearing the footsteps fading away, Cen Yue emerged from the space, stepped silently barefoot on the cold ground, held her breath, and carefully approached the basement. She had already guessed what the goods were. Why did Wu Tong rise so quickly and dominate in his previous life? The answer was obviously related to these advanced weapons. Cen Yue had to get these weapons, no matter what. She stuck to the wall, hiding in the shadows, as close to the basement entrance as possible. A few vague conversations came from the basement, although not clear enough, but confirmed her guess. Those weapons, worth more than tens of billions, are the most advanced light and medium weapons. No wonder Wu Tong was able to immediately build a team and equip his men with weapons after the apocalypse. What surprised Cen Yue even more was that Cen Yue actually needed to purchase arms from Wu Tong. Cen Yue sneered and became more alert in her heart. Cen Yue was a real arms giant in the end times. The transaction at this moment might be the key turning point for his rise in the end times. Half an hour later, Cen Yue and his group walked out of the basement. "Mr. C, this batch of goods is absolutely worth the money. Would you like to reconsider it?" The mall manager bargained humbly with an anxious look on his face. Cen Yue smiled, but there was a chill in his expression. 50%. The mall manager turned pale upon hearing this. 50% is too low. Cen Yue was too lazy to continue pestering, so he turned around and walked away, saying in a cold voice, "Give me an answer within 3 days, otherwise I'll find someone else." The mall manager hurriedly chased after him, unaware that the large warehouse was already half empty. When the warehouse fell into darkness again, Cen Yue moved quietly. She skillfully unlocked the basement door and walked down quickly. Rows of weapons were neatly laid out, emitting a cold metallic luster. Cen Yue was shocked for a moment, then sneered and put all the weapons into the space without hesitation. How can such a good thing be wasted? Without wasting a moment, she left quickly, disappearing into the night through the back door. In the hotel room, Cen Yue stood in front of the window with a cold look. "Are you sure Cen Yue will go to the mall today?" he asked in a deep voice, his sharp eyes sweeping towards the mall manager behind him. The president did say that she would inspect today, but she did not show up. The mall manager looked respectful, but his tone was uneasy. "Does Cen Yue know about that batch of goods?" Cen Yue continued to ask. "Absolutely impossible. The president is young and doesn't interfere in specific matters. We have never revealed anything." The mall manager answered immediately, speaking very quickly. Cen Yue did not ask any more questions and waved his hand to signal him to leave. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he obviously had a deeper interest in Cen Yue. At 5 o'clock in Linjiang City, strong winds and heavy rain were raging, and the sky was extremely low. The visibility on the elevated highway was less than 10 meters. Cen Yue drove the vehicle carefully, paying attention to every change in the road conditions. She looked at the river, where huge waves were surging, as if some unknown force was awakening. There was a suffocating tension in the air. Suddenly, an out-of-control truck came speeding from the front. Cen Yue subconsciously turned the steering wheel and narrowly avoided it. But the truck eventually crashed into the car next to it, triggering a series of accidents. Flames shot up into the sky, and the pungent smell of gasoline quickly spread. Cen Yue looked at the chaotic scene in the rearview mirror, alarm bells ringing in her heart. Just as she was about to speed away, there was a sudden loud bang, and a dark shadow hit her front window. Then, there were continuous crashing sounds outside and people screaming, "Monster!" In the darkness, Cen Yue raised her eyes and met the pair of scarlet eyes outside the glass. She didn't scream, but her hand holding the Tang sword tightened quietly. The alien outside the glass was huge, and the original piranha had been transformed beyond recognition by the virus. Their fins turned into huge wings, allowing them to fly out of the river, and there were more than just one of these monsters. Nearby, a large number of mutant piranhas were frantically attacking humans. Screams were heard one after another, and the air was filled with a suffocating smell of blood. Outside Cen Yue's car window, the alien tried to tear the modified bulletproof glass with its huge mouth, but it was always powerless. Its head hit the car window again, and the bang 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 sound made people's scalp numb. Gradually, Cen Yue discovered that more aliens were gathering from all directions, surrounding her car tightly. The screams, cries for help, and the sound of rain hitting the ground all merged into one, and the rain flowing outside the window was even dyed red. Cen Yue's expression remained calm and indifferent. She knew that she could just step on the accelerator and leave, but at this moment, she hesitated for a moment. To escape or to stay? Cen Yue narrowed her eyes slightly, placed her hand lightly on the hilt of the Tang sword, and raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. In her mind, there is no distinction between heroes and cowards. She just follows her heart and lives up to her actions. Zing! With a flash of sword light, the sharp Tang sword came out of its sheath. In an instant, the sword wind swept through, and the alien's roar came to an abrupt end. Cen Yue moved swiftly. As she swung her Tang sword, the aliens besieging her vehicle turned into pieces of flesh and blood, without even a chance to struggle. After cleaning up the area next to the car, Cen Yue walked towards the area where the aliens were most concentrated without hesitation. In the darkness, screams and cries for help were gradually replaced by the wails of aliens. No one knows who saved them in the darkness. 20 minutes later, the blood mist gradually dissipated. On the road, rain washed the ground, debris was scattered everywhere, and there was a dead silence. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by the sound of sirens. Police cars and military vehicles approached from afar, and the surviving humans left their vehicles one after another, dragging their injured bodies and running towards the sirens. "Help! Hurry and save us!" Ling Xiaoran and his team arrived as soon as they received the anonymous alarm. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, his face instantly became heavy. He quickly issued an order. All the injured were sent to isolated treatment centers, the roads were closed, and every corner was thoroughly disinfected. When the crowd heard the words isolation and treatment point, they immediately caused a commotion. They questioned why they were not sent to the hospital and even demanded that the uninjured people should not be separated from the injured. One couple was particularly excited. The husband was unconscious due to being bitten, and his wife cried and shouted that she wanted to stay with him. When she was refused, she punched and kicked the military personnel out of control, and the people around her also started to protest. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Xiaoran suddenly raised his hand and fired 3 shots into the air. He glanced around coldly, his voice icy. "If you cause trouble again, you will be punished for obstructing public service." The scene instantly became quiet, and people dared not to protest anymore, and could only cooperate obediently. Ling Xiaoran turned around and walked quickly to the deepest part of the scene. "Captain!" Li Chong followed closely behind, the beam of flashlight swaying in the darkness. As we went deeper, the blood on the ground became thicker and thicker, and the pungent smell of blood almost suffocated us. Li Chong suppressed his nausea all the way until they stopped in front of a small hill. "Captain, what are you looking for?" Li Chong asked curiously, raising the flashlight and shining it forward. The next second, Li Chong's face suddenly changed, and he turned around and started retching. "That's not a hill at all. It's clearly a pile of corpses made of alien debris." Ling Xiaoran looked stern as he squatted down to examine the wound carefully. He used a flashlight to scan the cut end of the alien and whispered to himself, "The cut is clean and sharp. The person who did it must be a master." After hearing this, Li Chong endured the discomfort and asked in surprise, "Captain, are you saying that someone helped us? There are so many aliens. Is he alone? Or a team?" Ling Xiaoran did not answer, but raised his head and looked deeply into the darkness. "Maybe." On the other side, Cen Yue had already finished her work simply and disappeared on the rainy road in her Ferrari. After driving down the elevated road, she vaguely felt someone staring at her. She smiled slightly, raised her hand, and gave the middle finger to the back, then stepped on the accelerator, and the silver Ferrari disappeared in the rain like a stream of light. Linjiang Hotel, in the presidential suite. Cen Yue half leaned on the sofa, listening to his subordinates' reports. His eyes were deep, his expression was indifferent, and his fingers tapped the table unconsciously. Not far away, a fat subordinate was observing the changes on the elevated highway through a telescope. He suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, that guy got off the elevated platform. Fuck, he seemed to have spotted me and gave me a middle finger." Cen Yue smiled instead of getting angry and said slowly, "Did you see his appearance clearly?" The fat man put down the telescope and said proudly, "Boss, you can doubt my weight, but you must not doubt my painting skills. I guarantee that my painting will be clearer than a camera." 10 minutes later, a vivid sketch was presented to everyone. The boy in the painting had handsome eyebrows and eyes, and a hint of cunning in his sharpness. The bald man stared at the portrait for a few seconds and smiled innocently. "She looks pretty good, he." But the next second, he felt a cold gaze falling on him, and when he turned around, he saw Cen Yue's cold eyes. He immediately shut up and stood aside awkwardly. Cen Yue stared at the portrait for a long time, narrowing his eyes slightly. No one knew that he had already started to think. Chapter 11. Suspected and almost robbed. When Cen Yue returned to the villa halfway up the mountain, she was exhausted. After washing up and lying on the soft big bed, I managed to regain some energy. I briefly reviewed the stockpiling situation over the past few days and reminded myself not to take it lightly, as there may be even greater challenges tomorrow. Today on the elevated road, Cen Yue initially thought about using thermal weapons to bombard the aliens, but once such a noise was made, it would be difficult for her to escape. After all, we haven't officially entered the end of the world yet. There are rules and order. Exposing yourself in advance is to put yourself in danger. Thinking of this, Cen Yue's eyelids became heavier and heavier. But before going to sleep, she remembered one thing. She had not yet tested the time limit of the one-time temporary shelter transformed by the Jade Ring. As he thought this, he disappeared with a thought, and then a furry toy bear fell on the big white bed. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Cen Yue, lying on the big bed in the space, suddenly opened her eyes. His eyes were clear, and his alertness gradually increased. Someone is coming in? The movements of the outside world can be clearly heard in this space. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. There was more than one person. The footsteps were very light and deliberate, but Cen Yue still caught them. Are those people outside the door, trying to open the combination lock of their bedroom? Cen Yue never liked having anyone living in her house, so after her rebirth, she dismissed all the servants in her house. But to be on the safe side, Cen Yue strengthened the password for her villa early on, and the password for her bedroom was extremely difficult. Just when Cen Yue thought she could rest assured, the next second, there was a slight creak sound, and the bedroom door was opened. Cen Yue's heart tightened instantly. The person coming is quite powerful. Why did they come to their bedroom? Could it be the group of people who have been following me recently? However, although she could hear sounds in the space, she could not see the images, so Cen Yue could only listen quietly to the movements outside. "Boss, no one!" A voice came from outside, followed by a rummaging noise, and the man spoke again in a low voice. "Boss, we found the photo." Cen Yue took the photo and saw the girl in the photo clearly in the moonlight and frowned slightly. "Not her." The thin man compared it with the portrait drawn by the fat man, and his tone was very affirmative. "Boss, these are clearly two people, and the fat guy is clearly drawing a man, and the CEO of Cen Corporation is clearly a woman. How can they be the same person?" Listening to the thin man's words, Cen Yue slowly clenched the portrait in his hand. He was just guessing. After all, too many things had happened recently. Cen Yue's whereabouts were suspicious, and the sudden appearance of the young man was even more suspicious. It is not ruled out that Cen Yue disguised herself for convenience. Cen Yue made a careful comparison and found that there was indeed a big difference between the two. Not only their face shapes, but even their facial features were obviously different. Only the eyes seemed somewhat similar, but upon closer inspection, the look in them is completely different. The photo is a family portrait of 3 members of the Cen family. Cen Yue looks at the camera with gentle and clear eyes, like a deer in the woods. The young man in the portrait has a calm demeanor and a cunning and arrogant look in his eyes. On the other side, the thin man suddenly exclaimed, "Bald, what are you doing?" At the same time, Cen Yue in the space felt a shake. Then the bald man replied, This little bear is so cute. Cen Yue, into space, widened her eyes when she heard this. This time her home was really stolen. But at the same time, she also understood what was happening outside. Based on the voice, Cen Yue determined that it was Cen Yue and his group. I also learned that they not only doubted themselves, but also doubted their disguised selves. The most terrifying thing is that they actually connected a young man of unknown origin with Cen Yue. I even started tracking myself early on. Cen Yue's fear of Cen Yue deepened even more. The next second, Cen Yue's low voice was heard outside. Restore everything to its original state, retreat. After saying this, he put the photo frame in his hand back to its original place, and then looked coldly at the bald man who was holding the teddy bear and was reluctant to let go. Photon, put it back. Upon hearing this, the bald man could only put the teddy bear back to its original place. Before closing the door, he looked at the little teddy bear several times with reluctance. He likes all cute little things, such as the boy and the little stuffed bear placed on the bedside. However, the boss's words were orders that could not be disobeyed by them. The group left quickly. The danger was over, but Cen Yue did not come out of the space immediately, because she wanted to test how long she could stay in the space. Besides, she hadn't slept peacefully and woke up naturally for a long time. Thinking of this, he fell into a deep sleep again. After waking up, Cen Yue did not come out of the space immediately. She was not forced to leave until 24 hours later. In other words, the time limit that space allows you to take refuge is a full day. Therefore, hiding in space is not a feasible approach. You still have to find a safe shelter. The most important thing is to find a safe shelter that is high in terrain and will not be flooded. The villa halfway up the mountain is located at a higher altitude and has never been flooded in the previous life. Thinking of this, Cen Yue looked out the window, where there was a villa that had been abandoned for a long time. The yard in front of the villa was overgrown with weeds, as if no one had ever lived there. In fact, that villa was a gift from Cen Yue's parents to her when she turned 18. The parents thought that their daughter would eventually grow up and start a family, but they didn't want her to be too far away from home, so they bought a house next door and moved there when she got married. The internal structure and decoration were checked by Cen's father himself. He once joked exaggeratedly that even if a bomb was dropped on the house, there would not be a single crack. The most important thing is that there is a basement under the villa, and there is an underground passage connecting the two villas. You can move there quietly without attracting suspicion or attention from others. Although Mr. Cen said that the villa was very sturdy, looking at the floor-to-ceiling windows that were very beautiful but also very risky, Cen Yue planned to continue reinforcing it and build a foolproof safe house. With this in mind, I immediately looked up information and reviewed and summarized my experience in the end times, and I had a rough plan in mind. In less than an hour, Cen Yue had already made a specific list of materials to be purchased. He sat up straight and stretched, glancing at the Linjiang City TV station which had been broadcasting the news. She needed to know the official explanation for yesterday's accident, but it now seemed that the official news did not explain the accident on the elevated highway. Even on various online platforms, there was no news about this accident, as if it had never happened. However, she had anticipated this result long ago, because such things could easily cause panic among the people. It will not be made public unless it is absolutely necessary. Linjiang Meteorological Observatory predicts that starting from tomorrow, a new wave of strong cold air will arrive, which will also be the strongest cold air since the second half of this year. Please keep warm and prevent colds. As the weather forecast sounded, Cen Yue looked out the window and saw it was pitch black. The indoor temperature is kept at 25 degrees, but she knows that the temperature outside should be below 10 degrees. The signs of the end of the world became more and more obvious, and Cen Yue gradually developed a sense of urgency. We have to speed up. Chapter 12, Love and Hate in the Material Processing Plant. As soon as the sky was getting light, Cen Yue packed up and prepared to go out. Considering that she and the previous image of a woman disguised as a man had been targeted by Cen Yue and his group, this time Cen Yue disguised herself as a middle-aged security guard working in the villa area. Cen Yue met a garbage collector on the way, and he greeted her familiarly. Cen Yue was not only able to disguise herself, but also to change her voice, so that the other party would not notice anything unusual when answering. It was pretty much as she expected. When she walked out of the gate of the villa area, in addition to the paparazzi who had been lurking there for several days, there was also a car with a license plate from another place. It was from the same district as the one that had followed Cen Yue last time. But Cen Yue, who had transformed himself into a security guard, swaggered out of the villa and got on the bus. Cen Yue got off the car halfway. then walked to a remote place and found a Mercedes with a fake license plate from the space. After some simple processing of the details on his face, he transformed himself into a mature and steady middle-aged man and headed straight for his destination. The target this time is the largest material processing plant in Linjiang City. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun finally came out and the temperature warmed up a little. The material manufacturing plant is not located in the city center, but on the outskirts of Linjiang City. Cen Yue drove for more than an hour before finding the location of the materials manufacturing plant. After parking the car, Cen Yue, wearing a jacket and leather shoes, holding a thermos cup in one hand and a business briefcase in the other, got out of the car slowly. I looked around and found that the roads were clear and there was no one following me. Knocked on the glass of the guard room. The dozing security guard suddenly woke up, raised his sleeve to wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and spoke in a daze. "The factory is closed today, so we are not working." Cen Yue took out a pack of high-end cigarettes from her bag with familiarity and spoke in a deep voice. "Brother, today is not a weekend, nor a holiday. Why are you guys on holiday? I still want to talk to your boss about business." When the security guard saw the high-end cigarettes, his eyes brightened instantly, and he took it immediately. Something happened to the boss last night, so we can't discuss business now. Such a large factory is likely to close down." Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. Something happened last night? What happened? The security guard looked around and then waved to Cen Yue. "Brother, I think you are an honest man. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone." Cen Yue immediately tucked her business bag under her arm and moved closer to the security guard. "Brother, don't worry. I'm keeping my mouth shut." After the security guard's vivid description, Cen Yue quickly understood the reason. It turned out that the owner of the materials factory had a car accident on the elevated road last night and fell into the river. His whereabouts are now unknown. Of course, this is the official explanation, but Cen Yue was on the overpass last night, so she naturally knew the truth of the matter. The so-called whereabouts unknown is most likely because it has been eaten by aliens. The security guard sighed at the end of his speech. "Oh, I hope God will be merciful and keep our boss safe. Our bosso is a good man, and he has children and parents to take care of. If he really passes away, what will happen to the whole family?" Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a burst of urgent horn sounds interrupted the security guard's sigh. I saw the car parked in front of the lifting pole suddenly lower its windows. The driver yelled at the security guard with an impatient look on his face. "Are you blind? Can't you see it's Mr. Sun's car? Why don't you let it pass?" The security guard turned pale when he was yelled at. He immediately raised the lifting bar and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention." But the driver refused to give in. "No idle chats allowed during work. Security guard, your performance bonus for this month is gone. And you, show me your ID card. Which department are you from?" After scaring the security guard, the driver pointed at Cen Yue and asked her to take out her work badge. Cen Yue was not panicked. Instead, she looked at the person who had been sitting in the back row without saying a word. "I'm looking for the boss of your factory. I'm not an employee of your factory." The driver subconsciously looked up at the rearview mirror and saw that the man in the back seat had his eyes closed and looked impatient, so he immediately waved his hand. "Get lost. You can't just go see our boss whenever you want." Seeing the car window about to close, Cen Yue muttered something casually. Since Bosso has breached the contract in advance, this 100 million yuan business deal is void. The sound is neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for people inside the car to hear. The driver was so startled that he almost stepped on the accelerator. Before he could react, Sun Yong, who was dozing in the back seat, immediately opened his eyes, opened the door, and got out of the car. Changing his previous indifferent look in the car, he strode up to Cen Yue and stretched out his hands to shake hands with her. "Hello, I'm Sun Yong, the vice president of the factory. Mr. Zhou had an accident last night and couldn't go to work, so I'm in charge of the factory's affairs during this period. Regarding the contract that Mr. Zhou signed with you earlier, would it be convenient for you to continue to communicate with me?" Cen Yue did not extend her hand to shake hands with the other party, but unscrewed the thermos and took a sip of hot water. "It's very cold today. Luckily, I brought hot water." How could Sun Yong not see that the other party was expressing his dissatisfaction with being neglected just now? He immediately opened the car door and made an inviting gesture. "Sir, it's cold outside. How about you get in the car first, and we go to the office to talk?" Cen Yue saw that she didn't want to waste any more time with Xiao, so she followed Sun Yong to the office. As soon as she entered the office, a warm breeze hit her in the face, and Cen Yue took a deep breath in comfort. The extreme cold weather at Doomsday will last for a long time, so you need to prepare some warm clothes. Sun Yong asked Cen Yue to sit down and immediately asked tentatively, "What kind of business did Mr. Zhou discuss with you? Is it really 100 million? My goodness, I really don't know anything at all. Could it be that Zhou Kai already knew that I had tampered with the account book and started to be on guard against me?" Thinking of this, Sun Yong's eyes turned cold, but when he remembered that Zhou Kai was already dead, he relaxed again. Of course, Cen Yue also knew that Zhou Kai was gone, so the content of this so-called contract was purely free to play. We just discussed an intention of 100 million. Originally, Mr. Zhou and I agreed to come to the factory for an on-site inspection today to check the product quality before signing the contract. However, since your President Zhou is not here, I will come another day. Sun Yong was surprised to hear that the contract had not been officially signed, which meant that Zhou Kai had not received a penny at all. If the 100 million is negotiated, won't it all be mine? Seeing that Cen Yue was about to get up and leave, Sun Yong immediately stepped forward to stop her. "Sir, I haven't asked your name yet." Cen Yue paused. "My surname is Chun, Erdong Chun." Sun Yong suddenly looked enlightened, as if he had thought of something. "Oh, yes. Mr. Chun, look at my brain, it's so busy. How could I forget you?" Seeing this, Cen Yue was puzzled. "Do you know me? I just made myself look like this casually. Could it be that there really is such a person?" Chapter 13. Surprise, I'm going to be a father. Of course, Sun Yong didn't know Cen Yue. He was just looking for a reason to keep the fat sheep in front of him. Even if you don't know him, you have to say you know him. "It's my fault. Yesterday, Mr. Zhou specifically told me that if Mr. Chen comes, we must entertain him well. I was authorized to handle the contract, but I have a bad memory. I forgot about it after one night's sleep." As expected of a businessman who has been in the business for decades, his acting is more realistic than that of an actor. If it wasn't for the reason that Cen Yue made up, she would have almost believed it herself. However, Cen Yue did not intend to expose Sun Yong, and in order to successfully obtain the materials, she cooperated with the performance. "In that case, please show me around, Mr. Sunday." Sun Yong was delighted when he heard this and immediately took the initiative to step forward and open the door. "Mr. Chun, please." The respectful tone and attitude were completely different from before. It really proves the saying money makes the world go round. But just as Sun Yong opened the office door, a voice came from the front. "Sun Yong, you're here." I saw a middle-aged woman with a haggard face standing in front of the door with her right hand raised, ready to knock, and in her left hand she was holding a young man with a dull expression. When Sun Yong saw the person coming, his face changed and he subconsciously took 2 steps forward, pushing the woman and the boy and walking to the other side of the corridor. And Cen Yue relied on her sensitive hearing to easily hear the conversation over there. Sun Yong suppressed his impatience and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, why did you bring Yang Yang to the factory?" The middle-aged woman was Fong Li, the wife of Zhou Kai, the owner of the materials factory. Although she looked haggard, it was not difficult to tell that she was also a beauty when she was young. At this moment, her face was full of begging and helplessness. "Sun Yong, can you lend me 1 million? Your brother Zhou is missing right now." Yang Yang's grandparents were so angry that they were admitted to the hospital last night. Yang Yang is also about to have surgery. All the money in the family was invested in the factory in the early stage, and even the house was mortgaged. I really have no choice. "Sun Yong, considering our friendship over the years, can you help me?" Faced with Fong Li's pleading, Sun Yong's face was full of worry and helplessness. "Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help you. There's nothing I could do about it. I have invested all my money, and the factory has been running at a loss over the years. Now Brother Zhou is in trouble again. Such a large factory has stopped production just like that. Brother Zhou loves you and never complains to you, so you don't know how much pressure it takes to run this factory. There are still millions of raw materials that have not been paid for, as well as the renewal fee, water, and electricity bills. The factory is actually already in debt. Brother Zhou is in trouble. If I hadn't taken the blame for you, the debt collectors would have come to you long ago. I'm afraid there's no place to live." As a full-time wife, Fong Li really doesn't understand the twists and turns of the business world. When I heard what Sun Yong said, I actually believed most of it. Then what should we do? The child's grandparents are still waiting for the life-saving money. As Fong Li was talking, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and started crying. Never before had I felt that living was so difficult. Cen Yue, who was originally standing far away, stood beside Fong Li without her knowing when. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Cen Yue took out a pack of tissues from her pocket pulled out one, and handed it to Fong Li. Fong Li didn't expect that a stranger saw her in such an ugly state. After taking the tissue, she whispered thank you, and then turned her back to wipe her tears. She had been holding her son's hand, but she didn't know when she let go. As for Sun Yong, his face changed when he saw Cen Yue coming over, fearing that Cen Yue would let slip the 100 million contract that had just been negotiated. He stepped forward immediately and separated Cen Yue and Fong Li. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Could you please go back to the office and wait for a while? I can take care of the housework right away. Sun Yong deliberately emphasized that it was a family matter in order to prevent Cen Yue from interfering. Cen Yue smiled, as if she really believed what Sun Yong said, and prepared to turn around and leave. The next second, his hand was held by a warm palm. I saw a thin young man, about 1.7 meters tall, with delicate features and porcelain-white skin, staring at me blankly. He held Cen Yue's hand tightly and then called out softly, "Dad." Cen Yue was shocked when she heard this. What the hell? Do you like being a father? Although this child looks like a fool, I can't give birth to such a fool. The boy's call of dad scared everyone present. Even Fong Li, who was immersed in sadness, immediately reached out to pull the boy. Yang, be good. This isn't dad. Come home with mom, okay. Sun Yong also stepped forward and coaxed the boy to let go, while keeping an eye on Cen Yue's expression. He was afraid that if Cen Yue was dissatisfied, a business worth 100 million yuan would be ruined. But the young man held Cen Yue's hand tightly, and no matter how others pulled, he just cried, "Daddy, Daddy," and refused to let go. During the shoving, Cen Yue suddenly yelled, "Stop." They were pulling and tugging at me. If I didn't speak up to stop them, I was afraid that my wig would be accidentally pulled off. Sure enough, this deep roar scared everyone so much that they stopped what they were doing immediately. In addition, Cen Yue disguised himself as a middle-aged man with a majestic square face, and his aura became even more terrifying when he had a cold face. Even the young boy was frightened and fell silent, but he still held Cen Yue's hand tightly. Tears flowed quietly like free pearls. It was quiet all around, with only the boy's suppressed sobs as his voice remained silent. Like a poor abandoned puppy, he looked at Cen Yue with wet eyes. Sun Yong was so angry when he saw the big client's face turn black that he wanted to kick Zhou Yang away. However, due to his image, he could only coax him again. Yang, I'm Uncle Sun. Let go. That's not your dad. Let mom take you to find your dad, okay? Zhou Yang didn't say anything, nor did he let go. Instead, he quietly hid behind Cen Yue. Sun Yong was so angry that his fists became harder. This damn kid. How could he be so blind? Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Cen Yue spoke. Forget it. Since we are all Mr. Sun's family, there is no need to be too shy about business matters. Let's go together. Based on what Sun Yong just said about family affairs, Cen Yue assumed that these two people were Sun Yong's family members. This action made Sun Yong not know how to refuse. But he absolutely couldn't let Fong Li know about the 100 million. Sister-in-law, aren't you going to the hospital to take care of the child's grandparents? Otherwise, why don't you go back first? I'll figure out the money issue later. Sun Yong used an excuse to get Fong Li and her son away. Fong Li currently doesn't know that Cen Yue is a client, and she is worried about the two elderly people at home, so she can't help but waver. However, when I thought of the collection notice from the hospital, my eyes became tearful again. Sun Yong, for the sake of our friendship over the years, I beg you to help me. Yang surgery can be postponed, but if the child's grandparents don't receive timely treatment, they will definitely not be able to survive for long. Please, can you help me? Fong Li's pleading did not soften Sun Yong's heart. Instead, it made him move closer and whisper threats. Fong Li, if you leave now, I might even lend you tens of thousands for emergency use. If you dare to continue making trouble, don't worry about me turning against you. Chapter 14, I'm really not your father. On weekdays, Sun Yong pretends to be honest and always calls Zhou Kai and Fong Li big brother and sister-in-law in a friendly manner. Now that Zhou Kai is in trouble, Sun Yong has revealed his true colors, and he is no longer pretending. Fong Li had never seen Sun Yong with such a look on his face before, and she was stunned with fear. Of course, those words still fell into Cen Yue's ears word for word. When Cen Yue heard this, she was delighted. This Mr. Sun is really not a good person. Cooperating with him may not be a good thing. Boss Sun, have you encountered any difficulties? Don't be afraid. Once this 100 million yuan deal is concluded, nothing will be a problem. Cen Yue seemed to be offering help, but in fact she exposed all of Sun Yong's past. As soon as these words were spoken, It was like a heavy bomb dropped into the water, and Fong Li's crying stopped abruptly. Sun Yong was also dumbfounded. Despite all the precautions, 100 million was still exposed. Although Fong Li has been a housewife for more than 10 years, she is at least a college graduate. I just couldn't understand why. Since they were able to negotiate a $100 million deal, they couldn't come up with $1 million to help out in an emergency? Unless Sun Yong wants to keep it all for himself. Sun Yong, you liar. Didn't you say the factory was going to go bankrupt? Didn't you say you owed money and couldn't come up with $1 million? Fong Li also has a hot temper and dares to love and hate. She was so angry that she slapped Sun Yong in the face. Bang! With a crisp sound, half of Sun Yong's face was swollen. Sun Yong couldn't stand this humiliation, so he reached out to hit Fong Li. The next second, his arms were clamped behind his back by the broom. Sun Yong looked at Cen Yue, who was holding a broom, with a mixture of astonishment and anger. Mr. Cen, what are you doing? Let me go. However, Cen Yue did not let him go, but just looked at him coldly. Are you a liar? It is clearly a question, but it sounds more like a firm affirmation. Sun Yong was tall and strong, but he was powerless in front of Cen Yue. With his hands clamped behind his back, he felt like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. Knowing that his evil intentions had been exposed, he began to struggle hard, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. In extreme anger, he began to curse. Fong Li, you vixen, you hooked up with another man so quickly? Sun Yong really couldn't understand why Mr. Cen attacked him. The reasons that a person with a dirty mind could think of were also dirty. That means Mr. Cen has taken a fancy to the middle-aged Lady Fong Li. Maybe they have been hooking up for a long time. Otherwise, why would that little fool Zhou Yang call Mr. Cen dad as soon as he saw him? The more Sun Yong thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he shouted loudly. Someone come quickly. The boss's wife betrayed the boss and had an affair with someone, but the next second he fell to his knees on the ground. Sun Yong was suppressed and screamed, calling for help. Help! Someone come quickly! Although the factory has stopped production, there are still some workers walking around in the factory. Hearing Sun Yong's cry for help, he immediately grabbed something and rushed over. They saw their boss's stupid son hiding behind a middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man was holding Sun Yong with a broom. More and more workers gathered, and each of them held steel as a weapon. But Cen Yue was not afraid at all. He looked at Sun Yong, who was lying on the ground wailing with an expressionless face, and spoke coldly. I'm not short of money, so I don't need to kill for money. I can't stand men beating women. The most important thing is that I hate it when people lie to me. The factory is almost bankrupt, and you still have the nerve to cheat me out of 100 million? The onlookers, who originally did not know the truth, became even more confused after hearing it. Murdered for the money? Who harmed whom? Man hitting women? Who hits whom? The factory went bankrupt? 100 million? The factory has been operating normally recently. Apart from the boss' sudden accident, you haven't heard any other negative news? Everyone can see the relationship between Zhou Kai and his wife Fong Li, and the couple are recognized as good people. On the contrary, Sun Yong, who was born a gangster, has always been very arrogant in the factory. He is obviously only a deputy factory director, but he usually acts more arrogantly than Zhou Kai, the factory director. Moreover, Sun Yong drank too much in private and repeatedly threatened that Zhou Kai was not as good as himself, and that he would definitely be better than him if he became the factory director. So when many key words were connected together, the workers who were originally confused were suddenly no longer confused. Isn't it that Vice President's son killed President Zhou for money, and then lied to President Zhou's wife that the factory had no money with the intention of taking over the factory? In the end, the truth was revealed, and Vice President's son was so angry that he turned the tables and even beat people in public. Good job. Mr. Zhou is letting a wolf into the house. Vice President's son repays kindness with enmity. The trip to the materials processing plant took much longer than Cen Yue had expected. She originally planned to stay here for half a day at most, but because Sun Yong had misappropriated factory property, she was delayed for most of the day cooperating with the investigation. There was solid evidence that Sun Yong had misappropriated property, and he was taken away in the afternoon. But after he left, there was really no one in charge in the factory. Although Fong Li is a top student, she has been a housewife for nearly a decade and has forgotten everything and can do nothing. When she was at her wit's end, she placed her last hope on this middle-aged man whom she had just met for less than a day. Her intuition told her that the man in front of her was very reliable, and I vaguely felt that there was an indescribable sense of familiarity between Mr. Cen's eyebrows. as if I had seen him somewhere before. Let's not talk about all these for now. The most important thing is that if he hadn't come to his aid, he and his widowed mother would have been deceived by Sun Yong long ago. At that time, Zoyang was still following Cen Yue closely, and except for squatting outside when she went to the toilet, he never left her side at all other times. It was as if he had determined that she was his father, and was afraid that this father would suddenly disappear. The hospital asked for payment again, and Fong Li shamelessly asked Mr. Chun to borrow hundreds of thousands of yuan. She originally thought that the other party would hesitate or make things difficult for her, but he transferred hundreds of thousands of yuan without saying a word. Fong Li sat down when she had time, secretly looking at Mr. Chun, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Her words and actions were very awkward. Cen Yue, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, was drinking hot water. Zoyang still sat close to her, watching Cen Yue drink the hot water. He followed suit and filled a paper cup with hot water, drinking it in small sips. After drinking, he still looked at Cen Yue eagerly and called Dad pitifully. It's like a kid in kindergarten who is obedient and asks for praise. Cen Yue held her forehead with her hand. She was too lazy to explain. I'm not your father. She couldn't just sit there all the time. She had just checked the factory's inventory, and the quality was indeed good. Is there anyone in your material factory who can contact me about the contract? If not, I'll leave first. Cen Yue was just bluffing. There was no way she could leave. This is the largest material factory in Linjiang City, with a complete range of products and advanced equipment. If it wasn't for purchasing materials, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business, let alone let an 18-year-old silly boy call me dad. And lending money to Fong Li just now was also a test of the waters. Fong Li spoke up quickly when she saw Mr. Chun getting up and preparing to leave. Mr. Chun, why don't you buy the materials factory? You can see that there is no way for us, an orphan and a widow, to run such a large factory. I can see that you, Mr. Chun, are capable of great things and have a righteous heart. The father and I will feel relieved to leave the factory to you. Cen Yue was shocked by the proposal, but inevitably tempted. Buy directly? It's not impossible. Anyway, I have storage space. Seeing that Cen Yue was moved, Fong Li tried again. Don't worry, it's a one-price deal. You don't have to worry about the factory's foreign debts. I'll make sure they're all taken care of. Cen Yue became more and more motivated, wondering whether it was feasible. Fong Li suddenly moved closer and whispered, Boss Chen, I'll tell you the truth. We have a set of equipment in our factory that can produce that, and even Sun Yong doesn't know about it. Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. That? Which one? Chapter 15, do you have a wife? Do you have children? Fong Li didn't dare to say it directly, but gestured with her hands. That! Cen Yue saw the gesture clearly and was very surprised after understanding it. How did you get it? Wow. If we had that equipment, wouldn't we be able to produce our own weapons? Fong Li continued to lower her voice. I don't know either. It was the child's father who made it. It is said to be the latest equipment. Cen Yue was a little confused. Why would a good material manufacturing factory buy that kind of equipment? However, this kind of thing is hard to come by, so to be on the safe side, Cen Yue confirmed it again. Is that thing delivered openly, or through other channels? Fong Li knew that the other party was worried about getting into trouble, so she explained immediately. Don't worry, the kid's dad said the source of that stuff is secret, and no one knows about it, so don't worry. In this case, Cen Yue did not hesitate and immediately made the decision. Okay, I'll buy the factory. It is definitely illegal to produce by yourself now, but at the end of the world, the rules will be overturned and everything will be determined by strength. That set of equipment alone is worth a lot of money. But Fong Li remembered the other party's kindness, so she sold that set of equipment at the same price as the other equipment. Cen Yue eventually spent billions to buy the materials factory. Looking at the signed contract and the amount of money that had been received, Fong Li felt happy but also extremely sad. I know, I probably won't be able to wait for him. She went to the scene of the accident last night. Although the scene had been cleaned up, she could still smell blood. It doesn't seem like a simple accident, but she has old people above her and young children to take care of. Those who are alive must continue to live. So, she couldn't fall down, nor could she be too sad. Cen Yue said nothing, but the young man next to her suddenly shook her hand with more force. Cen Yue frowned and turned slightly to look at the young man. Any reaction? Do you understand? Isn't it said that he only has the IQ of a 3-year-old? Fong Li wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand and waved to Zoyang, who had been sticking to Cen Yue all day. Yang, come to mommy. But Zoyang not only did not go over, but hid behind Cen Yue instead. While hiding, he said, Dad. Fong Li apologized helplessly when she saw this, I'm sorry. This child had a car accident when he was young, and this is what happened afterwards. Cen Yue had allowed the boy to act recklessly for most of the day, simply indulging a child with an IQ of only 3 years old. But after realizing that he might be acting, he used force without hesitation to shake off the boy's hand. She hates deception the most. But the next second, the boy blinked his amber eyes and was about to cry again. When Cen Yue saw the young man like this, she suddenly thought of the chow chow she had raised as a child. Every time you make a mistake and get scolded, it will look at you with its clear and lovely eyes, making you feel soft-hearted. In fact, a 3-year-old child can understand some words and can also feel sad and upset, so the reaction just now is normal. Thinking of this, Cen Yue decided not to bother with the fool for the time being. Fong Li's eyes wandered between Mr. Chun and Zhou Yang, and she suddenly asked a question. Mr. Chun, may I ask, are you married? Cen Yue suddenly became alert and asked back, do I look like I'm married or not? After hearing this, Fong Li looked at Cen Yue seriously, which made Cen Yue feel uneasy. Fong Li also noticed the wariness in the other person's eyes and immediately withdrew her gaze. Looking at Mr. Chen's neat and tidy appearance, I can guess that your wife must love you very much. She is also an excellent and virtuous wife who takes care of you in every detail of your life. Cen Yue did not refute her inference and reasoning, and nodded pretentiously. It's okay. It sounds like a humble admission. I thought Fong Li would give up, but she asked again. Mr. Chen, do you have children? Upon hearing this, Cen Yue had a complicated expression. Could it be that Fong Li had noticed something? The vigilance in his eyes became more and more intense. I can't stay here any longer. As a result, the next second, Fong Li said, how about let Yang Yang recognize you as his godfather? This child is destined to be with you. After he recovers from the surgery, I will make sure he is filial to you and your wife, as if he were his own parents. Cen Yue, who was standing up to leave, almost slipped. No need. It's really not necessary. I'm still a virgin, but suddenly I have an 18-year-old son. It's strange to think about it. Seeing Mr. Chen's resistance, Fong Li knew that if she continued to insist, she would be offending him, so she gave up. Thank you for your help today, Yang Yang, and I will remember your kindness. Thank you. Fong Li said this, holding Zhou Yang's head, and the mother and son bowed to Cen Yue in gratitude. After the ceremony, Fong Li gave Zhou Yang serious instructions. Although Uncle Chun is not your godfather, you must remember this love, respect him, be filial to him, and treat him like your father and mother. Do you understand? Zhou Yang nodded like a 3-year-old child, then held Cen Yue's hand again. He seemed not to understand the long sentence and only heard 2 words throughout, Godfather. So, he stopped calling Dad and kept calling Daddy Daddy. It's true, Daddy never stops. Cen Yue was too lazy to bother with a little fool. Before leaving the factory, Cen Yue gave a few reminders. The weather has changed a lot recently, so prepare some more food and supplies at home. If the elderly don't want to stay in the hospital, then take them home. The signs of the end of the world are becoming more and more obvious. Ordinary people who are unprepared are the first to suffer, and hospitals are the most dangerous places. Cen Yue said it casually. As for whether Fong Li would listen to this suggestion or not, it was up to her. Fong Li did not take these words to heart, but she was still very grateful for Mr. Chen's concern and advice. Here are the keys to the factory. If you need anything, just call me. Cen Yue took the key and took the initiative to inform. I will send someone to move all the things in the factory, so there is no need to renew the lease in the future. The hospital called again to urge them, but Fong Li didn't think much about it and told Cen Yue not to rush to move and to wait until the lease was over before moving. Then he forcefully dragged the crying and making a fussing Zhou Yang straight to the hospital. Cen Yue stayed alone in the factory office until 10 o'clock in the evening. It was not until it was pitch dark and there was no one around that she started to take action. 1 o'clock in the morning. The gate of the materials factory opened and then closed again, and the Mercedes-Benz that had been parked on the side of the road finally drove on the way home. Sure enough, the temperature dropped again at night. While driving, Cen Yue shook her head uncomfortably. I don't know why, but after coming out of the factory, my head started to feel dizzy and I felt nauseous and retching. Beep, beep, beep. There seemed to be an alarm sound in her ears, and her head became more and more dizzy. She seemed to start having auditory hallucinations, and even the road in front of her began to blur. Chapter 16. I've lived for 300 years, and I've never heard of any hauntings around here. Cen Yue rationally thought that she could not continue driving or walking, so she stopped the car immediately and took a few deep breaths to calm her physical discomfort. Warning, warning, insufficient capacity, insufficient capacity. The sound of the electronic alarm became clearer and clearer, and Cen Yue's eyes widened in shock, because she just realized that the warning sound came from her own mind. This is not an auditory hallucination, but a warning that the storage space is insufficient. She had always thought that the capacity of the storage space was unlimited, and she had never filled the space in her previous life, so she had no idea that the space also had a capacity limit. A whole material processing plant was stocked up today, so it's no wonder that the capacity is starting to be seriously insufficient. Listening to the urgent warning voice in her mind, Cen Yue just felt irritated. What to do? Could it be that some of the stored materials or equipment were spit out halfway? But everything she collected were carefully selected and would be used in the future, so she couldn't bear to give them up. Why should you spit out what you have eaten? Just when Cen Yue was unwilling to vomit and trying hard to endure the discomfort, an electronic sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the space system. What? Space system? Before Cen Yue could figure out what the space system was, an electronic sound rang out again the next second. The host space is currently a level 1 space, and the remaining space capacity is less than 10 tons. Please upgrade and expand the capacity in time. Tip: you can upgrade and expand the system by killing aliens. The moment the strange electronic sound rang out, Cen Yue was startled again. Why is the space in the previous life different from the space in this life? In the previous life, there was no system electronic sound prompt, nor was there any talk of first-level space, upgrade, and expansion. Could it be that he had reached the stockpile limit and activated the so-called space system? It can actually be operated like this. Therefore, the most important thing now is to kill the aliens and upgrade and expand your own space to alleviate the current predicament. Cen Yue has never wanted to meet the alien as much as she does now. My head is still a little dizzy, and the most uncomfortable thing is that my chest feels stuffy. I want to vomit but can't. It's more uncomfortable than motion sickness. Alien, alien. Cen Yue sat in the driver's seat, muttering her goal to divert her attention. Where to find aliens? How about trying your luck on the elevated road? Thinking so, Cen Yue didn't care that there might be military and CU-wise men guarding the elevated road, and she stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the elevated road. The elevated road is still closed, and people are not allowed to approach within a few kilometers. Cen Yue stopped the car far away, and her gaze, which was originally looking at the overpass, slowly moved and finally looked at the wide river in the darkness. Last night's alien came from under the water. Could there be any that have escaped? Normally, it was risky to go to the river alone, but at this moment the dizziness and discomfort were getting worse. Cen Yue even regretted wanting to throw something out of the space, but at the moment she couldn't throw anything out, as if the existence was forcing her to upgrade. He pursed his lips, his eyes darkened, and then he turned the steering wheel and drove towards the fork in the road by the river. A few minutes later, Cen Yue arrived at the riverside. There were some heavy rains in the past few days, and the water level has risen a lot, but it is still a long distance from the shore. Because the terrain is flat, the water flow does not seem to be fast. Looking up at the opposite side, the neon lights of the tall buildings are flickering in the black fog, and their reflections are on the surface of the river, sparkling. Everything was peaceful as a quiet dream. Cen Yue got out of the car and put on a black windbreaker to keep out the wind and keep warm. There was a light pistol on each side of the clothes. Easily cross the river embankment guardrail, and then stand firmly on the shore where the river has not yet flooded. Hey, who is it? A man in security uniform on the riverbank held a searchlight in his hand and shouted at Cen Yue. The searchlight shone on Cen Yue as bright as day. Cen Yue's figure was instantly exposed. The man just thought that Cen Yue was someone who was so depressed that she wanted to jump into the river, so he immediately tried to persuade her loudly. Brother, don't think too much in the middle of the night. Think about your parents, your wife, and children at home. You are the backbone of the family. Cen Yue tilted her body uncomfortably, avoiding the glaring light, and waved at the man. I'm not upset. I'm just blowing the wind. The man still didn't believe it and continued shouting. Who would come to the riverside to enjoy the breeze for no reason at this late hour? Take my advice and come up quickly. As he spoke, the man suddenly lowered his voice. I'm not trying to scare you. I heard that this riverside is haunted at night. If it weren't for the triple pay, who would be willing to patrol so late at night? Cen Yue suddenly took away the hands that were covering her face, allowing the searchlight to shine on her face, which was slightly pale due to discomfort, and said slowly, How dare you, a grown man, believe these nonsense? I've lived for 300 years, and I've never heard of any ghosts around here." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared. The man on the riverbank widened his eyes instantly. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, but still saw nothing. The next second, he came to his senses and realized what the man meant by 300 years. Can a normal person live for 300 years? Anyone who can live for 300 years must be a ghost. His hands and feet were shaking, and he ran away in a panic, shouting, "Ah, ghost! There really is a ghost. I met a ghost." The man's howling voice gradually faded away, and Cen Yue came out of the space. "With such little courage, you dare to patrol in the middle of the night?" Cen Yue deliberately scared the security guard because her intuition told her that there was indeed something under the water and it could come out at any time. Vomit. The discomfort made her feel like retching and vomiting. He pressed his chest to suppress the nausea, staring straight at the rippling surface of the river, but his hand involuntarily reached for his waist. "I can't contain my excitement any longer. Is it coming out?" Clatter, clatter. Different from the sound of flowing water, there was the sound of a huge object swimming under the water. Cen Yue listened attentively, trying to identify the location of that thing carefully. At 11 o'clock, 200 meters away. The next second, the distance is 100 meters. Very fast. The time is now. At this moment, Cen Yue was not afraid at all, but her face was full of anticipation and excitement. Kill aliens, expand capacity, and upgrade. Bang! A loud noise came from my ears. It wasn't the sound of bullets, but the sound of small bombs. Cen Yue watched helplessly as the huge alien that had just jumped out of the water was knocked back in a flash. At that moment, the excitement and anticipation on her face completely disappeared, and the feeling of nausea and discomfort intensified again. Damn it! Who stole my hat? Nowadays, even if you kill an alien, there will be people fighting for the kill. How can I not be angry? Cen Yue, who kept retching, was very angry. Who is it? I'm going to smash his head. Chapter 17 has plugins, and it is reasonable to pick up leaks. Isn't this scientific? The hurried footsteps were getting closer, and Cen Yue's hand touched the weapon at her waist. "Captain, there's another person here." A clear voice followed. Cen Yue looked up, frowned slightly, but slowly took her hand away from her waist, leaving nothing in it. She was familiar with the person who came. He was Li Chong, a military staff member. When Ling Xiaoran heard Li Chong's voice, he immediately rushed over. After they received the abnormal situation report from the security team, they rushed over as soon as possible. The security team claimed that they saw a ghost by the river. Of course, Ling Xiaoran didn't believe that he had really encountered a ghost. He believed that something in the water had mutated again. Sure enough, when they arrived, they saw an extremely huge alien preparing to jump out of the river. Fortunately, they were well prepared and immediately hit the alien with the small bombs they carried with them. Li Chong had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Cen Yue, who was leaning against the river bank and vomiting. Ling Xiaoran walked closer and found that it was a middle-aged man with a pale face who was holding onto the wall and retching. Thinking that the man was frightened by the scene just now, he immediately signaled Li Chong to come forward. "Send this uncle to an isolated treatment center." Upon hearing this, Cen Yue did not refute that she was not an uncle, but turned around and looked at the surging waves on the river surface. Ling Xiaoran and his group also noticed something unusual and immediately took out their weapons. "Quick, be on guard." Li Chong still remembered that there was an ordinary person on the shore, so he urged him immediately. "Uncle, come on. I'll take you upstairs." Cen Yue immediately shook her head and pretended to be terrified. "Ah, monster! The monster has come ashore. Go and help." A giant mutant alligator gar, about 10 meters long, jumped out of the river again. The bomb just now blew off its tail fin, and it became extremely furious, roaring angrily in the darkness, wishing it could tear all the humans in front of it to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets hit the alien's body, but failed to stop it. Li Chong also realized the difficulties faced by his teammates and immediately joined the battle, even rushing to the front. The ignored Cen Yue gradually disappeared into the darkness. At this time, everyone's attention was on the alien, and no one noticed Cen Yue's actions. In the darkness, Cen Yue could still watch the battle clearly, and gradually discovered that this group of military personnel did not seem to understand the aliens. Their current disorganized fighting style cannot destroy the aliens, but will only completely anger them. What's more, the scales of the alligator gar in front of him have mutated to be as strong as a wall of iron and steel, and bullets can't penetrate them at all. Cen Yue leaned against the riverbank, enduring the discomfort surging in her heart, while playing with a pair of alloy daggers that could cut through iron like mud that she had just taken out from the space. How can we pick up bargains reasonably? While thinking, he looked up and down at the alien. For some reason, Cen Yue always felt that the alligator gar's eyes were a little strange, as if they were flashing a strange light. The next second, the system's electronic voice prompt rang in my mind. Target scan completed, second-level alligator gar variant. Expandable to 100 tons. Weak point eyes. Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this, and then an eager expression appeared on her face. Weakness? Is this a weakness that can kill the alien with one strike? At that time, the battle between Ling Xiaoran and his group and the aliens was in a stalemate, and they were even on the verge of being weakened. Seeing that the bullets were almost used up, the alien was not only not beaten back, but continued to move forward, approaching Li Chong, who was in the front step by step. Roar! The alien opened its bloody mouth and roared at Li Chong. Li Chong was almost fainted on the spot by the foul smell coming towards him. Xiangzi retreat quickly. Seeing that Li Chong was still lying there motionless, Ling Xiaoran immediately reminded him. But at this moment, Li Chong was so frightened that he was shaking all over. His legs and feet were weak. How could he run? Seeing this, Ling Xiaoran took out the last small bomb he carried with him and aimed at the alien. Boom! The bomb hit the monster again, but this time, the monster not only did not sink to the bottom of the water, but instead stood there arrogantly, and its size doubled for no reason. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What kind of monster is this? The small bomb only blew up its tail fin and couldn't penetrate its body at all. It's even mutating. You guys cover me. I'm going to save Xiangzi. Ling Xiaoran rushed over to save people without saying a word. Li Chong's remaining sanity made him shout, "Captain, don't come over here." When Ling Xiaoran saw that the alien was approaching Li Chong, he did not hesitate or retreat, nor was he afraid because the monster in front of him was more terrifying than any he had encountered before. He only knew that Li Chong was his teammate. My teammates have been with me through thick and thin for so many years and have endured all the hardships together. Now, no one can be left behind. Jump! A pair of daggers with cold silver light flew past Li Chong's eyes so fast that he could even hear the sharp sound of the blades. Immediately afterwards, the huge monster in front of him suddenly fell to the ground with a loud bang and was no longer alive. Then something even more magical happened. The giant creature slowly shrank before their eyes, and finally shrank to the size of an ordinary alligator gar. At that moment, everyone who witnessed the whole process was stunned, and Cen Yue in the darkness was also stunned. The previous few aliens did not shrink back to their original form after being killed, and needed to be completely crushed to prevent further mutations. But this time, after he attacked the alien's weakness, it was completely killed. Does this mean that every alien has a fatal weakness? Some are eyes, some are heads, some are hearts, and some are... If you don't find its fatal weakness, you can't completely destroy the alien even if you beat it into a sieve. As long as we find the weakness, we can kill it with one blow. So, this is the benefit of activating the system space to open plugins. I didn't have the chance to develop the space properly in my previous life. What a loss. The capacity has been expanded successfully. The remaining capacity of the space is 110 tons, and the alarm has been lifted. The system sound gave a brief reminder and then fell into silence. At the same time, Cen Yue's discomfort disappeared instantly. While the others were still not aware of what was happening, Cen Yue immediately followed the riverbank and, taking advantage of the darkness, quickly fled the scene. Li Chong, who escaped death, looked in the direction where the dagger came from, and it was dark there. Ling Xiaoran looked at the alien that was completely dead and noticed that both of its eyes and fish skull were pierced. Obviously, he was pierced directly through by a sharp weapon. What kind of terrifying power is it that can directly pierce the alien that cannot be destroyed even by small bombs? Li Chong stood up tremblingly and stood beside Ling Xiaoran. "Captain, I just seem to see a pair of daggers flying past me. Captain, am I dazzled?" After saying that, he pointed in the direction where the middle-aged man had just stood, but there was no one there. "Captain, could there really be a ghost? And he's a good ghost. A good ghost who can save people." No, it shouldn't be a ghost, it should be a god, the river god." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoran slapped Li Chong on the back of the head. "Are you scared already? Why didn't you retreat when I told you to?" Li Chong pounded his still trembling legs. I lacked love since I was young, and I lacked calcium when I grew up, didn't I?" Ling Xiaoran patted Li Chong again after hearing this. Are you not afraid now? Do you dare to talk nonsense? He then signaled his men to pack up the alligator gar, muttering something. 3 people. Li Chong was still dizzy at the moment and looked puzzled when he heard this. Captain, what 3 people? Ling Xiaoran looked into the bottomless night. The aunt driving a Hummer in the countryside, the young man carrying a Tang sword recorded by the dashcam on the elevated vehicle, and the uncle using a flying knife today. The 3 people we know about now are most likely a gang. Chapter 18, The End of the World is Really Coming. Cen Yue had no idea that she was inexplicably misunderstood as a member of a gang crime, but she was alert in her heart and had decided not to go out for any activities in the near future. After returning home, he did not sleep, but quietly entered the villa next door under the cover of night. For a week, Cen Yue still did not attend any company activities, using the excuse of being unwell, and all matters were temporarily handled by the board of directors. I didn't go out much, and I had the things I needed delivered directly to a nearby temporary warehouse by a local courier. I would find time to go and get them under a fake identity. In addition to secretly stockpiling supplies, they also worked overtime to reinforce the safe house. After the last iron door was installed, Cen Yue looked at the unbreakable safe house and nodded with satisfaction. It looks unchanged from the outside, but the inside is already an iron wall. Now I'm really not afraid of bombs anymore. When it was time for dinner, he did as usual, sneaked back to his original villa, and then ordered about 100 dishes directly at the 5-star hotel owned by the Cen family. Earlier, due to Wu Tong's deliberate guidance, the outside world believed that Cen Yue, as the president of Cen Group, was spoiled, willful, and spent money like water. So I didn't think there was anything special about her way of eating the full banquet. In fact, Cen Yue didn't waste any food these days. Usually, she only eats 1 dish and packs up the rest and puts it in her space. There are 3 meals a day, with more than 100 dishes per meal. That's about 300 or 400 dishes a day, and more than 2,000 dishes a week. The space keeps the food fresh and warm, so she can take it out and eat it any time later. In order to blend the flavors, I basically ordered all the dishes from all the restaurants under my name in the past few days. As usual, Cen Yue ate her meal while watching the news on TV, thinking about other things in her mind. Everything that can be prepared in advance has been prepared. The original 110 tons of space was taken up by dozens of tons of purified water, batteries, portable gas, etc. that she subsequently stored. In the early hours of this morning, an underground oil pipeline in the country ruptured, causing a large amount of crude oil to leak into the nearby sea. It is reported that this accident is the 6th pipeline rupture accident this month. Cen Yue looked up suddenly when she heard the news report. The underground oil pipeline was underwater and was rupturing frequently and on a large scale. Was it a coincidence? Aside from the surprise itself, she also remembered that she forgot to stock up on petrol and diesel. In the apocalypse, means of transportation are very important. Driving requires gasoline and diesel, and a large amount of them needs to be stockpiled. In order to avoid the insufficient capacity warning, Cen Yue plans to go out again, first kill the aliens to expand the capacity, and then continue to stockpile supplies. I saw on the news earlier that the authorities were conducting a major cleanup of the river. Cen Yue guessed that this might be the military's excuse to clean up the aliens. After a week of cleaning, I think all the aliens in the river have been cleared out. Of course, she also hopes that the aliens will be completely eliminated, and perhaps the tragedy of the end of the world will not happen. Hope aside, Cen Yue still has to do a lot of preparation to stock up on supplies. After all, plans cannot keep up with changes, and who knows if there will be any unexpected events. Walking to the window and looking at the heavy rain that continued to fall, Cen Yue was a little hesitant. The safe house has been built, and the cars in the space have been filled with gas. I have no plans to run away for the time being, so gasoline and diesel are not necessities. The most important thing is that she has been working overtime during this period and is really exhausted. Rainy days are the best time to sleep. I need to have a good rest and get enough energy before continuing to stock up on supplies. Thinking so, Cen Yue walked slowly towards the TV. When she was about to turn it off, she saw the host who was doing a live broadcast on the riverside on the screen was suddenly knocked to the ground by something. The cameraman didn't even have time to react, and could only watch as the monster jumped out of the water and tore his colleague to pieces. But soon, the cameraman was also attacked. The camera flipped over and fell to the ground. The scream stopped abruptly, and the sound of chewing could be faintly heard coming from the other side of the camera. All this happened in less than 3 seconds. Soon, the TV station urgently turned off the channel. even though the authorities quickly made a clarification and explanation a few minutes later, reassuring the public not to panic without reason. But everything that the authorities had been hiding was eventually exposed to the public. The top 10 topics on various video hot search lists are all about monsters hurting people, and there is no shortage of video evidence. Monsters have sprung up on the shore like mushrooms after rain. The number of injured people has risen rapidly, and the situation has become difficult to control. Some residents living in buildings near the river hid in the high-rise buildings and live-streamed the terrible situation on the riverside. Dense black shadows quickly came ashore, and even though gunfire and explosions were heard one after another, they could not suppress the monster in the water. A few minutes later, Cen Yue put down her phone, took a deep breath, then slowly walked to the window and looked at the situation outside. In just a few minutes, dusk had fallen and the rainstorm continued to intensify. The alarm sounded continuously from far away to near. The end of the world has finally come. It's more than a month faster than my previous life. And in this life, the outbreak point was not the hospital, but the riverside. Everything seems to be different. Cen Yue originally thought that the apocalypse could be avoided by suppressing the aliens in advance, but all previous efforts seem to be in vain. What is supposed to happen will continue to happen in an even more tragic way. Cen Yue had no time to analyze why everything had changed. She quickly packed up her things and followed the tunnel to hide in the safe house she had built. In order to completely hide her whereabouts, Cen Yue also made an important decision in her heart. That is, from now on, there will no longer be its group president, Cen Yue, in the world. Soon, the single-family villa where Cen Yue originally lived had already turned into a sea of fire. But when the doomsday happened, everyone was concerned about surviving, and no one had the energy to put out the fire and save people. The fire burned for more than half an hour and was finally extinguished by the heavy rain. Cen Yue looked through the curtains at the villa not far away that had become a ruin. Her heart was in turmoil, but her face remained calm. Being alive is more important than anything else. At that time, there was a continuous low pressure in the presidential suite of the Riverside Hotel. So, the shipment just disappeared without a trace? The mall manager on the other end of the phone felt inexplicably frightened when he heard Cen Yue's flat voice. The mall manager, under tremendous psychological pressure, answered tremblingly, yes. Just when Cen Yue was about to explode, the fat man walked up respectfully and reported in a low voice. Boss, the people who went to the villa halfway up the mountain to keep an eye on it said that a fire suddenly broke out in the villa where Cen Yue lived, and Cen Yue herself was also buried in the flames. Cen Yue's brows furrowed even more when he heard this. Was all this too much of a coincidence? Cen Yue finished all the finishing work and was ready to live a peaceful life. I experienced the apocalypse for 3 years in my previous life. She was already very familiar with what the end of the world was like. I made all the preparations in advance and didn't feel panicked at all. It was raining heavily outside, and Cen Yue curled up in the soft big bed and fell into a deep sleep. I slept for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, the entire city has undergone earth-shaking changes. Because of the heavy rain for 3 consecutive days, the entire area along the river was flooded. No one survived in the areas flooded, and in areas not flooded, the danger is still spreading. The humans who were bitten by the aliens and fell in a coma became completely inhumane after waking up and bit anyone they saw. The hospital that was originally used to save lives and heal the wounded turned into a purgatory overnight. The unconscious zombies began to indiscriminately attack normal humans. In less than 3 days, the entire city fell. The last official message was released in the early morning, followed by a complete power outage and internet outage, completely cutting off communications. Cen Yue, who had just woken up, took out a 5-star lunchbox from the space with a calm face. There is no point in thinking about where to go. The city was dark under the rainstorm, and it was hard to tell the difference between day and night. Chapter 19, the rain has stopped. Do you think you can do it again? On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the rainstorm finally stopped. However, 10 consecutive days of heavy rain almost submerged half of the city. There was no water or electricity, and communication facilities were basically paralyzed. Cen Yue always eats, sleeps, and exercises on time according to her daily schedule. At 12 o'clock noon, he took out a 5-star lunchbox from the space and turned on the radio beside him. Close the doors and windows and try not to go out. If anyone around you is scratched or bitten, please tie them up and isolate them immediately. The rainstorm will stop, dawn will come, and we will definitely win. It was the same repetitive conversation as usual. and Cen Yue's ears were almost calloused from hearing it. I turned off the radio silently, then turned it on again and continued watching the melodramatic TV series. I enjoyed the meal with the melodramatic drama, but it was a pity that the videos downloaded locally did not have barrage for interaction. After dinner, I almost finished watching the TV series, which lasted half an hour per episode. In order to protect her eyesight, Cen Yue does not watch TV dramas or read novels all day long. Sometimes when I feel really bored, I will go to the second-floor window to see what's happening outside. Although the heavy rain had stopped, it was still dark all around, but this did not affect her vision. During the past few days of heavy rain, there has been no movement in the community, not even a single light. The heavy rain stopped today, and I finally saw some movement. In the building opposite, a man quietly opened the door of the villa. He waved gently to the woman inside the door with a comforting smile on his face. Although the distance was a bit far, Cen Yue still vaguely guessed something through the body language between the two. The man asked the woman to wait for him at home while he went to the neighborhood supermarket to buy some things and would be back soon. Cen Yue knew the man. His name was Wang Dawei. He was over 50 years old, successful in his career, and had been among the top 100 on the rich list for several consecutive years. When Wang Dawei's ex-wife was still alive, Cen Yue's mother often made appointments with his ex-wife to go shopping together, and the two families would also greet each other during the Chinese New Year. Later, his ex-wife died of illness, and less than half a year later he married a young wife who had just graduated from college. Perhaps it was because he had his beloved wife in his arms that he became complacent. Later, he schemed against Mr. Cen in business, and the two families cut off contact from then on. There was once entertainment gossip touting Wang Dawei as a real winner in life. At this time, the young wife inside the door nodded with tears in her eyes. As soon as Wang Dawei turned around, she immediately closed the door of the villa without hesitation. When Wang Dawei heard the door closing, he just turned his head and took a look. Without thinking much, he walked forward quickly, holding the flashlight tightly. Watching Wang Dawei's back disappear around the corner, Cen Yue also withdrew her gaze. Humans are good at following trends, and most families have run out of food after being suddenly trapped for 10 days. Gradually, more and more people came out of their homes with flashlights. The originally dim community gradually became brighter. Like rays of starlight, they all rushed towards the community supermarket. Cen Yue was not surprised that there were so many survivors in the community, because the protective measures in the community had always been very good. In order to prevent outsiders from sneaking into the community, the entire villa area is surrounded by a wall several meters high, and everyone can only enter through the community gate. Moreover, each villa is independent and comes with a fence several meters high, which provides an extra layer of security. According to her observations over the past few days, no traces of zombies have been found in the community. I guess for these living people now, zombies and monsters are not scary. Hunger is the scariest thing. Although Cen Yue had abundant supplies, it was impossible for her to take out the supplies she had stockpiled now, because human hearts cannot stand the test, let alone in the last days when survival is difficult. If possible, she just wanted to stay in the safe house and live out her life. Don't seek great achievement, but seek to avoid disaster. The only downside to staying in the safe house is that there is nothing else to entertain yourself except TV dramas and novels. Although one is used to loneliness, if a person stays in a closed space for a long time, he or she will still have some negative emotions psychologically. Thinking so, Cen Yue began to consider whether to take out a few eggs from the space to hatch chicks. Young chicks can be kept as pets, and older chicks can be used as food. It can serve as both spiritual food and material food. It's perfect. As Cen Yue thought about it, she felt that this was a good idea. Ah! Monster! Suddenly, screams and cries for help were heard outside. Cen Yue immediately looked out the window and saw a group of people holding flashlights running away frantically and banging on the tightly closed door of their villa. And behind this group of people, there's a large group of zombies with bared fangs and claws. When did so many zombies appear in the neighborhood? Cen Yue found a few people wearing security uniforms among the zombies, and then she realized that the community might have fallen a long time ago. Zombies always use sound to determine directions, and the sound of raindrops will affect their movements, so they have been hiding somewhere during these days of heavy rain. At this moment, the heavy rain stopped, the survivors began to look for food, and the zombies also began to look for food. As more and more zombies came closer, fewer and fewer villa doors were opened. Wang Dawei knocked on the door frantically and shouted, "Wife, open the door!" Because of his shout, the zombies that were originally chasing others came closer to him. As the zombies got closer and closer, and the door behind him remained closed, Despair began to show on Wang Daowei's wrinkled face. "Nyo Anchi, you bitch. I won't do that even if I become a ghost." Ah. The screams were eventually drowned out by the zombies' roars, and eventually there was no life. And that tightly closed door was never opened from beginning to end. It is obvious that this man in his 50s with a keen business sense has not yet fully understood human nature. But this kind of scene is not unfamiliar to Cen Yue, and as time goes by, being abandoned and betrayed will become the norm. Everyone wants to survive, even if it means using any means necessary, even if they are abandoned by their friends and relatives. If Cen Yue had not experienced those 3 years, she would have probably exploded with chastity and even firmly believed that truth, goodness, and beauty exist in the world. But past experiences have taught her that human nature cannot stand the test, and she should not hand over her life and death to others. As time went by, many people hiding in the villas could not bear the hunger and chose to take the risk to go out to the supermarket to find supplies. But it still cannot change the current situation where the number of zombies is increasing day by day and the number of survivors is decreasing day by day. After several more days, Cen Yue basically saw no survivors going out to forage for food. Instead, I often see a zombie wearing a security uniform with not a single piece of good meat on his body, and he's dragging his intestines, staggering around. The rainstorm stopped and relented, but someone kept reporting on the radio that the water level had risen a lot. When the rain stopped and the sky became a little brighter, Cen Yue leaned against the window, counting the number of zombies downstairs, and her face suddenly turned pale. Alarms kept ringing in my mind. Warning, insufficient capacity. Cen Yue was shocked. What the hell was that? I clearly had dozens of tons of reserve left. So how come the capacity was suddenly insufficient? System, stop howling and give me a reasonable explanation for why the capacity is suddenly insufficient. Is it because the rain has stopped and you feel like you could do it again? In the face of Cen Yue's condemnation, the system did not respond and continued to alarm. Warning, insufficient capacity. Please expand capacity in time. Along with the alarm, the feeling of nausea and dizziness intensified again. Chapter 20 with weapons in hand. The world is mine. You are so cool. I like you so much. Cen Yue had no idea why the system space was running out of capacity for no reason. It is still impossible to take things out of the space to release capacity. The voice in my head kept shouting that there was not enough capacity. Fuck! Stop yelling. I'm gonna kill monsters and expand my capacity right now, okay? Cen Yue's face was filled with impatience, and her hands were shaking with anger as she pretended. But the next second, the voice in my head stopped calling. Although the discomfort did not subside, the speed of camouflage was much faster without the disturbance of noisy sounds. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, an agile figure leaped into the darkness. Bang! There was a slight noise not far away. The zombies who were wandering around aimlessly all froze and looked in a certain direction. After a long while, there was no more sound. The zombies turned their heads away blankly again and continued to wander around, dragging their broken bodies. At the corner, Cen Yue kicked away the zombie whose head she had shot with a knife, with a look of disgust on her face. It was very strange that the system did not prompt that the expansion was successful, and the discomfort was aggravated instead. Cen Yue proved through personal experiments that killing zombies cannot expand capacity. Therefore, the only way to expand is by killing aliens. Thinking of this, Cen Yue began to feel troubled again. Where should I go to find aliens? How about going to the riverside and trying your luck? At that time, it was near the water. Ling Xiaoran and his team were surrounded by a group of aliens. They have been fighting for more than 10 days, and many people have sacrificed their lives during these days. There were nearly 1,000 people, including the support personnel and the special operations team. But now there are only a dozen people left. There is no follow-up support, and weapons and ammunition are about to run out. Exhausted, they had no time to retreat and could only watch as dense swarms of aliens blocked their retreat and continued to approach. Li Chong felt a chill on his back, and his voice trembled a little. Captain, there are so many. What should I do? No more bullets. Not only Li Chong, but the other dozen people also ran out of bullets. The only thing was Ling Xiaoran carrying a portable bomb on his back. This is their last hope. But it was obvious that this one bomb was not enough to destroy all the aliens that were swarming in. Ling Xiaoran looked at those resolute yet tender faces, feeling extremely sad in his heart. They're only in their 20s, and some are even college students. If it weren't for this disaster, their future would have been bright. I can't kill it anymore. Ling Xiaoran sighed softly. More than 10 days of sleepless fighting have exhausted all my strength. Hand-to-hand combat is undoubtedly an active way to provide food to the alien. Captain, I don't want to be eaten, and I don't want to turn into a monster. I'm going to plant the bomb. A young team member volunteered to drop the bomb. But then other team members raised their hands as well. Captain, let me go. I don't want to go either. Me too, Captain. Team leader. Ling Xiaoran gently pulled the corners of his cracked mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. But his eyes became more determined. It seems that we can only perish together. Upon hearing this, the team members approached Ling Xiaoran without any hesitation. Good. Rather than being eaten by the aliens or being bitten and turned into zombies, they would rather be blown to pieces together with the aliens. Make the most of your last bit of value, and it will be an honor to die. Oh! With a loud bang, the approaching group of aliens was dispersed. Ling Xiaoran, who was about to take action, immediately stopped and shouted, "Get down!" In an instant, everyone fell to the ground. For a moment, thick smoke rose and rocks flew everywhere. Even if you lie down on the ground, you will inevitably be accidentally injured by the gravel. But the team members who were hit by stones looked happy, even with tears in their eyes. Very good. Someone is here to rescue us. Reinforcements are coming. In the dim sky, they couldn't see the specific situation. They only knew that the support people's firepower was very strong. There were several more explosions immediately afterwards, and the ground shook a little. Only Ling Xiaoran had a solemn expression on his face, his eyes looking straight into the darkness. Because only he knew that the people above had abandoned the city long ago, so the people coming could not be supporters. Cen Yue, carrying a rocket launcher, listened to the voice prompt of capacity expansion successful, repeatedly ringing in his mind, his expression as if bathed in spring breeze. With weapons in hand, the world is mine. Although the alien group are all level 1 aliens, each one can only expand the capacity by 10 tons, but the number is large, and they are easy to be blown up, so the system quickly expanded the capacity by several hundred tons. The opportunity was rare, so Cen Yue immediately fired a few more shots. He didn't stop until there were no more aliens in sight. 518 level 1 aliens have been killed, and the capacity has been successfully expanded by 5,180 tons. The current remaining capacity of the space is 5,188 tons. After listening to the voice prompt, Cen Yue seemed to be lost in thought. How come her original surplus of dozens of tons suddenly became 8 tons? But now that the capacity has been expanded by 5,000 tons in one go, will the system start complaining about insufficient capacity again? Just as Cen Yue put away his weapon and prepared to leave, he heard a voice shouting from behind. Hello, which unit are you from? Ling Xiaoran ran closer and was stunned after seeing the other person's face clearly. It's you. The dozen or so team members who followed closely also had expressions of astonishment, admiration, and gratitude on their faces. After all, the young man in front of him had just saved all of them. Cen Yue looked calm, but she quickly became alert in her heart. Do you know me? She remembered that she was not in this disguise when she met the military before. Could it be that he saw through her disguise? Before Ling Xiaoran could answer, Li Chong spoke first, his tone filled with undisguised excitement. You are a beautiful boy carrying a Tang sword. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue became even more alert. What kind of beautiful boy is this who carries a Tang sword? What kind of weird nickname is this? Li Chong immediately explained. Last month, on the elevated platform, did you kill an alien with a Tang sword? Cen Yue did not answer when she heard this, but her hand hidden in her sleeve quietly grasped a pistol. Did they track me earlier? Is he like Si Yuhuai, who has already suspected himself? Cen Yue never considered herself a good person, especially someone who posed a threat to her. You can save him or kill him. Ling Xiaoran noticed the other party's vigilance and immediately started to explain. Last time we checked the dashcam, we found that you were very skilled. We have no ill will towards you. Thank you for your help just now. Excuse me. Cen Yue's face changed before the other party finished speaking. A large group of unidentified objects are approaching this side. If you want to stay here and wait for death, then keep dawdling. I will withdraw first. After saying that, he turned around and got on the motorcycle parked on the side of the road. The modified locomotive was extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Chong and other team members looked in the direction where the motorcycle disappeared with admiration. I feel like there are a lot of big guys on their team, and they're all so cool. Yeah, so cool, and doesn't even bother to be thanked. But I like it so much. Ling Xiaoran's expression paused when he heard this. Then he retracted his gaze and coughed softly. All right, retreat quickly. Chapter 21. After walking around the zombies and fighting the aliens, Cen Yue wins. Although the heavy rain has stopped temporarily, the number of aliens is still increasing and the water level is still rising. Cen Yue drove his motorcycle at lightning speed on the road. Zombies can be seen everywhere on the streets. They heard the roar of the locomotive and immediately chased after it. But he was soon left far behind by Cen Yue. Some zombies didn't even have time to react before the motorcycle passed by like a gust of wind, blowing their broken internal organs away in the wind. Cen Yue passed by a gas station on the way and bought a batch of oil and diesel for free. Finally, I parked the car on the top of the highest mountain in Linjiang City, overlooking the city where I had lived for more than 20 years. Surrounded by floods, it almost became an isolated island. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I vaguely feel that the whole city is sinking quietly. In the previous life, on the day when the apocalypse broke out, Cen Yue was not in Linjiang City at all. Because at that time, Wu Tong used the excuse of traveling to relax and took her to another place in advance. Later, the end of the world came, and Cen Yue had no way to return to Linjiang City and could only follow Wu Tong to escape. In the following 3 years, no one ever mentioned Linjiang City, as if this city had never existed. Cen Yue suddenly realized that is there a possibility that Linjiang City will be completely submerged in the near future? Therefore, I should now find a way to escape from this isolated island. Cen Yue has always believed in her intuition, because the so-called intuition is a well-founded judgment in the subconscious mind, not groundless. But now the city has been surrounded by floods, and the original cross-river bridge out of the city has long been submerged by water. It is also dangerous to travel by water because there are too many alien creatures in the water. The only way is to leave by plane. Looking up in the direction of the airport, it was already vast. Just when she was at her wit's end and thought she had no chance, she discovered rows of intact cruise ships docked at a certain port. Suddenly, I thought of something, immediately got on the motorcycle, and headed in a certain direction. There are actually survivors in the high-rise building. They were trapped at home for more than 10 days, not daring to go out easily or make any noise for fear of being discovered by the zombies wandering outside the door. I can only occasionally look through the window to see what's going on outside. In just a few days, the once prosperous city became a ghost town. Zombies can be seen everywhere, but there is not a single living person to be seen. But at a certain time on a certain day, they finally saw hope of life. Outside the window, the sound of horns and motorcycles came from far away. They thought the rescuers had arrived, but when they saw there was only one motorcycle, they immediately gave up calling for help. It was still dark, and I couldn't see what the man driving the motorcycle looked like, but I could see a large group of zombies chasing a beam of light. Moreover, the zombie swarm grew larger and denser, almost attracting all the zombies in the entire area. People hiding in high-rise buildings couldn't help but worry about the motorcyclist. But they soon witnessed the strength of the motorcyclist, and in a short while they left the zombies behind. When the beam of light saw that it had lost the zombies, it gradually slowed down and threw something at the tall lampposts on both sides. After the zombies caught up with it, it sped up again. It's like walking the dog. Someone saw this and frantically shouted at the motorcycle, "Help! I'm here! Help me!" The zombies locate the person by sound, so the person who made the sound soon dies. The locomotive never stopped for a moment from beginning to end. At the same time, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Cen Yue was looking down at the scene below with an expressionless look. It was not until he noticed the fast-moving light that his expression finally changed slightly. The fat man standing nearby couldn't hold back his surprise and said it out loud. "Fuck, who is so full that he actually walks around with zombies?" Cen Yue raised his lips slightly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. This man is quite smart. The fat man was stunned when he heard this, and asked tentatively, "Smart? Isn't this just asking for death?" At first glance, he is a young and reckless kid. The motorcycle fuel will run out sooner or later. How will he get rid of such a large group of zombies then? Cen Yue raised his chin slightly. "Look over there." The fat man followed the boss's gaze and looked towards the river. "Oh my god! So many aliens. This kid is trying to save his life. There are zombies behind him and aliens in front of him." Cen Yue raised his eyebrows. When the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, the locomotive that had been moving straight ahead suddenly made a sharp turn and headed in another direction. The zombies that were running and rushing all the way had not yet reacted and rushed straight towards the group of aliens in front that were making even louder noise. Then, a scene that had never been seen before appeared. The zombie group and the alien group started fighting, and the fight was fierce. Zombies bite aliens, aliens bite zombies, but they dislike each other's meat and spit it out while biting. The bald man laughed when he saw this scene. Ha! They are so stupid. The fat man widened his eyes in shock when he saw this, and looked downstairs in disbelief. He's not trying to be a hero, is he? How can one person save a city? Cen Yue smiled and shook his head. He doesn't want to be a hero. When the fat man saw the boss laughing, he was even more shocked. The boss rarely smiles so sincerely. It seems that the kid downstairs has indeed caught his attention. However, generally speaking, people who attract the boss's attention don't end up very well. Without waiting for Cen Yue to explain, the timed loudspeakers that Cen Yue had thrown on the lamppost earlier finally worked. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Linjiang City is sinking. Survivors, please rush to the port as soon as possible and organize your own group to take a cruise ship and leave as soon as possible. The horn has been turned up to the maximum volume just to let more people hear it. Moreover, there are still radio stations that continue to update the latest news, which has also expanded the scope of dissemination. Accompanied by the sound of the horn, Cen Yue pointed to the port on the other side. Because she wants to leave on a cruise ship. While she was saving people by doing this, she was also dragging others down with her. Even though the zombies on the shore have held back some of the aliens, there are still aliens in the water. As long as there are enough cruise ships, the probability of each one being attacked will be smaller. And this person is very skilled. As long as the cruise ship starts moving, he will be able to successfully get ashore. The bald man suddenly realized what was going on. Luckily, we have a plane. Otherwise, she would have used us as a scapegoat. As he finished speaking, the roar of an airplane approached, and a private plane landed on the roof. The fat man immediately urged, "Boss, get on the plane quickly." Cen Yue stretched out his hand calmly. "Give me a sniper rifle." The fat man and the bald man were stunned when they heard this, and hesitated a little. "Boss, are you going to kill him?" Cen Yue's eyes were fixed on a quietly moving black shadow on the ground, and he did not retract his hand. But the aura around him became more and more terrifying, with a hint of oppression that made people dare not disobey. Why? What I said is no longer effective. Chapter 22. Arrogant Greetings and Departure. Cen Yue, who was hiding in the corner, was on guard and watching. The word was out. She just had to wait. Wait for proactive people. The more people, the better, and it would be best if there is someone who can drive a boat. Because not only can she not fly a plane, she can't even fly a boat. Cen Yue suddenly realized that she still had a lot to learn. While thinking, Cen Yue suddenly found a moving infrared red dot on her body. Is it a sniper rifle? What hatred or grudge? I showed them a clear path, but they were so ignorant that they wanted to kill me. And on the rooftop, not far away, Cen Yue was not a person who just sat there to do nothing. She moved quickly to hide her body, then took out a sniper rifle using the wall as cover, and aimed back in the direction of the infrared ray. But the next second, she was stunned, because he had just been aiming a sniper rifle at his rooftop, and there was a laser flashing. The long and short frequencies keep alternating? Is it Morse code? Cen Yue was glad that she had learned a lot of skills in the 3 years of the apocalypse, and now she was putting them all to use. It was indeed Morse code. The other party first apologized for the way of greeting, and then told Cen Yue that they had a plane and could take her with them. Cen Yue had never seen anyone greet someone so arrogantly in her life. Say hello with the infrared of a sniper rifle? Are you okay? However, after knowing that the other party had a plane, I couldn't help but feel tempted. What a bad decision. I had stockpiled so many cars of all kinds at that time. Why not some planes? It doesn't matter if you don't know how to drive. You can learn it slowly in the future. However, Cen Yue quickly regained consciousness, because there will be no goodwill without reason, unless it's profitable. Cen Yue did not reply immediately and was still hesitating. It's not that she was reluctant to leave the safe house, because basically all her things were kept in the space. It was a habit I developed from the apocalyptic experience in my previous life. Every time I went out, I would use a space to carry all my belongings with me so that I could run away at any time. In order not to expose the space, she also carried a huge backpack with her. It was filled with light items, but it was bulging and gave the illusion of being filled with a lot of things. What she was most worried about was the other party's intentions. Just as Cen Yue was hesitating and watching, a huge roar of an airplane was heard overhead. Moreover, the roar of the plane was getting closer and closer, only a few dozen meters away from Cen Yue's head. As expected, such a loud roar immediately attracted the aliens and zombies who were fighting each other not far away. They smelled delicious food. For a moment, the two sides stopped fighting tacitly and ran towards Cen Yue together. Cen Yue's eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the dark shadows running towards her. "I'll go. People on the plane can't afford to have fun. He is so mean to himself." She was surrounded and had no time to drive away. Cen Yue was so angry that she wanted to drop a bomb and blow the plane down. But the next second, a rope was thrown down from the plane. "Quick, come up!" the bald man shouted at Cen Yue below. When he saw clearly that the boy below was the unforgettable handsome boy at first sight, his urging voice became more urgent. "Hurry up! Come up! I'll pull you up!" Seeing the aliens and zombies rushing towards her like a wave, Cen Yue no longer hesitated and dared not hesitate. He jumped up immediately and grabbed the rope tightly. The moment she grabbed the rope and left the ground, a dark mass quickly covered the place where she had just stood. The zombies and aliens reached a temporary reconciliation and roared at Cen Yue, who was rising higher and higher. Cen Yue lowered her eyes and looked at the ground, which was getting farther and farther away, her face turning a little dark. "I will remember this shock." Cen Yue was quickly pulled up by the bald man. Seeing that her face had turned dark, I thought she was frightened and immediately spoke to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. It's okay. You are safe now." Cen Yue's expression eased a little. Looking at the dark ground, she shook her head regretfully. "What a pity." The bald man immediately came over curiously. "What's the pity?" Cen Yue pulled out two sharp daggers from her waist, flashing with cold light. The slender fingertips casually turned the knife as if playing with a pen, creating a bunch of knife flowers that glowed with silver light. "What a pity for the motorcycle I spent so much effort to modify." Cen Yue said it was a pity for the motorcycle, but the two swords in her hands began to emit sparks as they collided, causing the bald man to step back repeatedly and break out in a cold sweat. "Well, why don't you put the knife away and don't hurt yourself?" What the bald guy feared most was that the knife would accidentally slip out of his hand and injure the boss in the back row. The boss's thoughts are the hardest to guess. You may be praising someone with a smile in the last second, and the next second this person's head is swaying in the wind. Just like at the beginning, when Cen Yue aimed the sniper rifle at Cen Yue, everyone thought he was planning to kill Cen Yue. Unexpectedly, when Cen Yue aimed back at him with the sniper rifle, Cen Yue actually laughed again. He also asked Fatty to use a laser pen to transmit Morse code so that he could take Cen Yue away with him. So, you really can't guess what the boss is thinking. As soon as Cen Yue got on the plane, she noticed that the person behind the curtain was the leader of this group. And as soon as I saw the bald head, I guessed it was Cen Yue and the others. It's true, enemies always meet. Whatever you fear will come to you. But since it's here, we might as well make the best of it. Cen Yue believes that Cen Yue would not be so kind as to save a worthless person. At least, he had something worth using. Thinking of this, Cen Yue became calmer and more confident. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the curtain. "Brothers in the back row, can you put away your weapons?" Don't think she doesn't know. There are several guns pointed at her in the back row. As he finished speaking, a light laugh came from behind the curtain. Cen Yue raised her eyebrows. This voice must be Cen Yue. The bald man on the side became more and more worried because he felt that the boy was too young and impetuous. Would the boss just throw him off the plane? But the next second, the curtain was lifted and a tall man walked out. Even though it was the end of the world, Cen Yue and his group were still clean and respectable. Cen Yue himself is still so handsome that he doesn't look like an ordinary person. He had a sly smile on his face, which made him look even more sinister. He strode up to Cen Yue and stretched out his big, bony hand. "My name is Cen Yue. Nice to meet you." Cen Yue did not reach out to shake it. "My hands are dirty, so I won't shake hands." "Chen Showdown, nice to meet you." Cen Yue raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and repeated meaningfully, "Chen Showdown." This name doesn't sound like a real name. Which one? When Cen Yue heard this, her heart skipped a beat, but she appeared calm on the surface. "Yes, Erdon Chen, what's wrong?" Cen Yue raised his eyebrows and slowly withdrew his hand. "Are you good at playing with knives?" Cen Yue saw that the other party was still doubting her, but she remained confident. "Yes, I've been able to play with swords since I was a child, especially the long and fast-hang swords. So cool, I am worthy of my name at all." There seemed to be stars twinkling in the boy's eyes, which was the certainty and confidence emanating from the depths of his heart. Cen Yue's eyes dimmed slightly, and he rubbed gently with his fingers placed at his side. What a funny kid. I really couldn't bear to kill him right away. The bald man on the side had already been fascinated by the young man, and his eyes were shining as he followed suit. Yes, yes, yes. It's the Tang sword. So cool. Cen Yue understood. How could it be wrong? I made the mistake of showing off my Tang sword that day, and you two almost exposed my past. What Cen Yue feared most was Cen Yue, but she didn't expect that she would take the initiative to fall into his trap this time. What else can I do? All I can say is, take it one step at a time. Cen Yue did not retract his gaze and said slowly, Kid, where is your sniper rifle? Chapter 23, 30-something with a wife and children. Child, Cen Yue murmured in a low voice the way Cen Yue addressed her just now, and it just sounded greasy. He said righteously, Mr. C, maybe I am much older than you, so please don't look down on me like that, okay? Cen Yue did not say anything when he heard this, but just looked Cen Yue up and down with a clear look of disbelief in his eyes. The bald man asked curiously, But you look like a child? How old are you? Cen Yue's eyes turned. She knew that Cen Yue was not yet 30 years old, so she answered without hesitation, He is already in his 30s. After these words were spoken, Cen Yue was stunned for a moment, and the bald man's reaction was even more obvious, and he exclaimed in surprise, You're already in your 30s? You're older than all of us. The oldest one isn't even 30 yet. Cen Yue nodded repeatedly and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Yes, yes, I just have a baby face and look young. To tell you the truth, my son is already an adult. As she spoke, Cen Yue's expression became sad and a little sentimental. Hey, the last time we met, the kid kept hugging my thighs and crying and shouting that he didn't want me to leave. Who knew that a disaster would happen and I would be separated from them? The story comes out of his mouth at will. There is no way to verify whether it is true or not. If he says it is true, then it is true. It's the end of the world. Who would still want to be an honest person with a short life? Seeing this, the bald man was skeptical. You have a son? Is it true? Cen Yue twisted her thigh hard. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she looked like she missed someone. Why would I use my own son to deceive others? I don't know if they have escaped or not, and I don't know if I will ever see them again in this life. Cen Yue's voice became lower and lower. Her head drooped lower and lower, and she seemed to be in a very low mood. Seeing this, the bald man wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. Looking at Cen Yue again, not only did he not have any emotions, but his face was even colder. Because all of them were abandoned by their relatives since childhood, they have no ties, have never felt the love of their family, and even sneer at the so-called family love. Cen Yue sighed again. Alas, my good son was very good and obedient, but unfortunately, he had a car accident when he was a child, and his head was damaged. If it wasn't for the purpose of saving money to treat his illness, why would I do such risky things? Just apply the template to enrich the plot and make it more realistic. The bald man obviously believed it and patted Cen Yue's shoulder gently. I didn't expect you to be such a good man. Not only the bald man, but everyone else was almost fooled by Cen Yue, except Cen Yue, who kept looking at Cen Yue coldly. So, where's your sniper rifle? Cen Yue tried hard to change the subject, but ultimately failed. I glanced at my backpack, and it couldn't hold anything, so I couldn't tell the lie that I had put in it. It's lost along with my motorcycle. Cen Yue raised his eyebrows and didn't say much, but finally shifted his gaze away from Cen Yue. When Cen Yue saw Cen Yue withdraw his gaze, her tense heart finally relaxed. The weapon definitely couldn't be thrown away. She just casually put it into the space. Realizing that Cen Yue had been observing her, Cen Yue did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, based on the rumors from the previous life and the current contacts, Cen Yue must not be allowed to know the secret of his own space. Because none of the endings Cen Yue could think of were good. Either he would kill herself and take away the space, or he would control herself and use her for his own purposes. Therefore, you must keep the secret of the space well. 2 hours later, the plane landed at the airport of the first base. The first base is located in Linjiang City, where troops have always been stationed. The first base was established as soon as possible after the outbreak of the apocalypse. As soon as Cen Yue got off the plane, military personnel came to greet him. It can be seen that Cen Yue also cooperates with the base military. Cen Yue left with the people in the base, while Cen Yue sneaked away while no one was paying attention. The base is not very large. In fact, It is the result of the merger and transformation of several large real estate projects. In order to block the zombies, a wall dozens of meters high was built overnight. In order to prevent flying birds and aliens, an electric fence was set up in the air. Basically, all the preventive measures that can be thought of have been put in place. Cen Yue withdrew her gaze thoughtfully and strode towards the residential area. Cen Yue had 3 years of experience in the apocalypse and knew that the base had a special management office that was responsible for daily management work, such as registering rentals. Here, what is circulated is not the paper money of the past, but contribution points. As for how to get contribution points, it can be through material exchange or work. Material exchange is to exchange contribution points for resources such as food. Working means participating in the base work organized by the official organization, and the official will distribute contribution points appropriately according to the difficulty of the work. The lobby of the management office was converted from the sales office. It is brightly lit, as if it has returned to the time before the end of the world. Cen Yue followed the instructions and arrived outside the management office. Just as he was about to step in, a woman blocked his way. The woman is slim, but not small at all where she should be. There are ups and downs while walking. Her hair was loose and wavy and her face was heavily made up, but it couldn't hide her tired look. By stopping the person, the scarf that was originally draped outside quietly slipped down, revealing the small suspenders inside, which was particularly cool. Winking at Cen Yue playfully. "Little brother, where are you from?" The temperature was less than 10 degrees Celsius now. Seeing the woman dressed so coolly, Cen Yue subconsciously wrapped her coat tightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the woman's sharp fingers painted with bright red nail polish reaching out towards him, and immediately took a few steps back. The woman stretched out her hand, but grabbed nothing, with a slightly unnatural expression on her face. But he quickly smiled again and continued to move closer. "Little brother, my name is Yu Ming. What's your name?" Cen Yue did not respond, but walked around Yu Ming and continued walking forward. But Yu Ming still didn't give up and followed Cen Yue closely. "Brother, what's in your bag?" "I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? My home is right over there. Why don't you just follow me home? You don't have to spend money looking for another place to live." Yu Ming pointed in the direction of the building, and when she put her hand down, the loose straps slid down a little bit, and things that shouldn't be seen became vaguely visible. Cen Yue quickly looked away, with no emotion in her heart. This was not the first time she had seen such a situation, but it was the first time she had experienced it as a party involved. In the previous life, many women offered themselves and flattered Wu Tong in order to gain his protection, and their tactics were even more outrageous than those of the woman in front of him. But Cen Yue herself is a woman. How could she be tempted by the beauty trap? But Yu Ming had no idea of the truth. She thought she understood men and felt that no man could resist such temptation. Before the end of the world, Yu Ming was a school beauty and was arrogant. But now, for supplies and to survive, we have to start thinking of other ways. Even if that method is used, I will despise myself infinitely. She wrapped herself tightly in a scarf these 2 days and then strolled around the residential area looking for a target. Just when she was about to fall into despair and prepare to give herself up, she saw a boy with a backpack walking past her. Yu Ming was attracted to the boy at first sight. Even though the boy was only carrying a backpack, he didn't look like someone with a lot of material possessions. But the boy had a tall and straight posture, and I was not even as tall as his shoulders, so I looked very manly. Moreover, he has a handsome face, neat clothes, and clear eyes. Especially after her repeated initiatives were rejected, Yu Ming became even happier. Because Yu Ming felt that the boy in front of her was a responsible gentleman. It's much better than those stinky men. I must get close to him, even if I have to follow him to dig wild vegetables to eat. I would be willing to do so. Chapter 24. Stealing women, driving them out of the base. Yu Ming bit her big red lips lightly, then pretended to sprain her ankle and tilted her body, then pounced towards Cen Yue. Ouch! The scene that Yu Ming imagined of a hero saving a beauty did not appear. She could only watch the boy walk straight ahead. But it was too late for her to retract her fake move, and she ended up falling hard to the ground. Ouch! This time, he really screamed out loud and fell with tears in his eyes. Looking at the boy's tall and straight back, Yu Ming cried with tears in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts so much. Give me a hand, please." However, Cen Yue herself didn't even turn her head, let alone help anyone, and walked straight into the hall of the management office. The woman almost popped her eyes out as she watched the boy's back getting farther and farther away. How is that possible? This is not a normal man. How could he ignore me like this? Yu Ming pounded the ground angrily, and when he was about to stand up, a big greasy palm came onto his back. Little sister, why don't you go to your brother's house and play? There's food and drinks at my brother's house. I guarantee you won't want to come out once you go there. Yu Ming's stomach made a gurgling sound at the right time. But after standing up straight, I found that the other person was half a head shorter than me. He also had a mouth full of yellow teeth and a head of yellow hair that was as messy as dead grass. His facial features are so distorted that he doesn't look like a normal person. As soon as I opened my mouth, a foul, fishy smell came out. Yu Ming immediately covered her mouth with her hand, suppressed the feeling of nausea, and quickly ran into the hall of the management office. Cen Yue had already reached the staff window and asked with her head slightly lowered, "Hello, how do I register and rent a room?" There are fewer and fewer new people registering recently, and the staff are sitting in the warm office cubicles, feeling sleepy and dozing off. Hearing the sound, he woke up immediately with a start. He raised his eyes to look at the person who came and was stunned again. Because the boy in front of me is so handsome. Even before the end of the world, I rarely saw such a handsome boy. "Hello, how do I register and rent a room?" Cen Yue frowned slightly and repeated her needs again. Faced with the infatuated eyes of the staff, Cen Yue had only one thought in her mind: to dress up ugly next time. The staff member immediately came back to his senses. "Oh, fill in the form first. 5 contribution points are required to register for residence, and 10 contribution points are required per day to rent a house." Cen Yue understood, then reached into her backpack to take something. Using the backpack as cover, he prepared to take some food out of the space in exchange for contribution points. "Little brother, save me. I am already yours. You can't abandon me." Yu Ming cried and struggled to break free from Huang Mao's pull, calling for help and running straight towards Cen Yue. Cen Yue frowned when she saw this. To be honest, she really didn't like the feeling of being stuck with a dogskin plaster. What's more, this woman was full of lies and approached him with obvious purposes. Who knows if her flirting with the man is a new trap? Cen Yue doesn't trust anyone. She only trusts herself. The yellow-haired man caught up with Yu Ming again and grabbed her curly hair. After hearing what she said, he became so angry that his already distorted facial features became even more distorted. He raised his head and looked at Cen Yue, who was standing by the window, with poison in his eyes. "You're the one who's trying to steal my woman? Why don't you ask who I am? Huang Fei." Upon hearing this, Cen Yue's brows furrowed even more. She didn't want to know who Huang Fei was, and she had no intention of stealing his woman. "Please help me with the registration and renting." Cen Yue ignored him and said towards the window with her head down. The staff member sitting inside the window was eating watermelon. Seeing that the person involved seemed to be keeping out of the matter, he was shocked and immediately started to print out the form in a hurry. Huang Fei became even angrier when he saw that the other party was ignoring him. He pulled Yu Ming out with force, cursing under his breath. Yu Ming struggled violently. "Ah, let me go. I don't know you. I don't want to go with you." She certainly didn't know Huang Mao before, but after hearing the name Huang Fei, she knew that he was the most arrogant resident in the base recently. Although fighting and looting are expressly prohibited in the base, Huang Fei relies on his connections to rob supplies, rape women, and drive out those who disobey him and force them into desperate situations. If I fell into Huang Fei's hands, I would really be dead. Yu Ming struggled so hard that her sharp red nails scratched Huang Fei. Next second, "Ah!" Yu Ming screamed and was pushed to the ground by Huang Fei. Huang Fei used 10 times the strength in this palm strike, but he still didn't feel satisfied. "You're a bitch who's even offered to you, but no one wants you. Why are you pretending to be so noble?" As he spoke, Huang Fei raised his foot and was about to kick Yu Ming in the face. But the next second, Huang Fei suddenly cried out in pain. "Ouch!" Then the whole person fell to the ground with a thud. A small stone rolled out beside his legs. On the other side, Cen Yue brushed off the dust on her fingertips, looking calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Huang Fei looked around angrily, and his eyes finally fell on Cen Yue. "Is it you? Is it you who hit me?" Cen Yue raised her eyebrows. "We are so far apart. How can I hit you? Do you have any evidence?" Huang Fei was so angry that he wanted to jump up, but in the end he could only stagger to his feet. "That's you. I'm talking about you being you. How dare you hurt someone in the base? You're done. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Huang Fei." Perhaps Huang Fei realized that Cen Yue had some skills, so he didn't dare to confront her head-on. He limped out, not forgetting to turn back and say something harsh. "I swear to kill this pretty boy. Yu Meng gradually came back to his senses, staggered to his feet, and timidly wanted to get closer to Cen Yue, but did not dare to take the initiative. Like a wounded kitten, he huddled in the corner, not daring to move forward. Cen Yue took the form from the staff, read it carefully, and filled it out slowly. The staff member sitting at the window saw Cen Yue's slow movements and couldn't help but kindly remind her, "Brother, you should write faster. There's no need to add unimportant information. Huang Fei has a backer. He will definitely come to cause trouble for you later." The staff member knew some inside information. She was not the type to meddle in other people's business, but when she thought about what Huang Fei had done, she couldn't help but worry. Looking at Ning Meng squatting in the corner, his brows furrowed even more. Cen Yue just nodded and continued to fill out the registration form carefully, as if she had ignored the staff lady's kind reminder. Sure enough, after a while, a group of people hurried to the lobby of the management office. Who was causing trouble at the base? A scolding voice came from the door. Cen Yue looked up and saw several men in security uniforms walking towards her, holding iron bars in their hands. Huang Fei was limping behind him. Cen Yue raised her eyebrows when she saw this. It came really quickly. Huang Fei covered his legs and pointed at Cen Yue with anger on his face. "Brother-in-law, it's him. It was this brat who beat me up." No fighting or disturbances are allowed in the base. Those who violate the rules will be kicked out of the base. Besides, there's a good chance he sneaked in. Who knows if he's carrying the virus? For the safety of the base, we must drive him out. Chapter 25. Cut the grass at its roots. The spring breeze will not let it grow. The accused Cen Yue remained calm, because she could tell at a glance that this group of people had no professional training at all and should be a temporary transfer from the community security team. Before the end of the world, community security guards were low-level workers with a humble status. But after the end of the world, they became regular staff members of the base, and their status instantly rose. Just the title of captain of a patrol team is enough to bring prosperity to everyone around him. Huang Fei relied on his brother-in-law, being the patrol captain, to bully the weak in the base, and did many evil things. But ordinary residents did not dare to resist, and could only endure it silently. The base hasn't been this lively in a long time, and even though the patrol team was present, they couldn't help but wonder. After a while, circles of people gathered outside the management office to watch the fun. Although everyone disdained Huang Mao's behavior in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. The timid ones didn't even dare to get close to watch the fun, for fear that the yellow-haired guy would hold a grudge against him. In the hall, the staff of the management office saw the patrol team coming and immediately stood up to greet them. "Captain Song, why are you here?" Song pointed at Cen Yue and looked at the staff. "Have you registered?" The staff nodded and shook his head. "I'm filling out the form." Song nodded when he heard this, and then signaled to the men following behind him. "Go, take him away." Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately strode towards Cen Yue. The onlookers saw this and thought that the newlyweds were doomed. After being taken away by the patrol team, there is probably no chance of survival. However, the few people who were originally walking towards Cen Yue suddenly twitched their mouths and then fell to the ground. Ah! What happened to them? Seeing this, Song Da's face changed, and he immediately looked at Cen Yue. "What did you do to them?" Cen Yue spread her hands and said, "Everyone saw it clearly in public. I didn't move at all just now." Cen Yue really didn't do anything, but she seemed to smell a rotten smell. He said coldly, "Have you come into contact with zombies?" Song Da's face darkened instantly when he heard this, as if he was feeling guilty and was anxious to cover up something. "What zombie? I think it's you. You brought the virus. Don't move, or I'll be rude to you." The yellow-haired man who had been shouting just now immediately stepped back and hid far away when he heard the word virus. The timing of several people falling to the ground was indeed coincidental. Even though everyone else saw with their own eyes that Cen Yue did nothing and did not touch anything, they all subconsciously moved away from her and regarded her as a virus. The yellow-haired man who was hiding far away suddenly shouted, "Get him out of the base quickly, or everyone will be infected by the virus." At that moment, everyone hurriedly left the management office hall, and everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance and fear. "Captain Song, get him out now." Some people even became Song Da supporters, clamoring to drive the newcomers out of the base. Cen Yue was not surprised by this. This was the end of the world, and the evil side would be infinitely expanded. Then she lowered her eyes to look at the people lying on the ground. Except for her, no one noticed that the exposed skin of those people had turned grayish-white. He raised his eyes again, and his cold gaze swept across the crowd, passing by those changeable faces, and finally stopped on the yellow-haired face. Hey, Huang Mao, do we have a grudge against each other? Cen Yue usually doesn't hold grudges because if there is a grudge, it will be taken back on the spot. Her previous plan was to rent a small house in the base and live a low-key life. But some people are just stupid and rush to get themselves killed. Of course, Cen Yue won't spoil it. Moreover, he deliberately stayed and waited for Huang Mao to find reinforcements in order to catch them all in one fell swoop. If you want to cut the grass, you must remove the roots, otherwise the spring breeze will not allow it to grow. Huang Mao didn't expect that Cen Yue was not only not panicked when facing the crowd's expulsion, but also directly shouted at him to provoke him. Look at Yu Ming hiding in the corner. His eyes are glued to the newlyweds. The anger and jealousy in my heart grew stronger. Watch your mouth, you pretty boy. My name is Huang Fei. Why don't you ask who I am? How dare you snatch a woman from me? Are you looking for death? Cen Yue sneered. Stealing a woman from you? I thought your tricks were useless before. Now it seems that thing on your neck is there to make you look taller? Oh, sorry. I'm taller than you if I pull a green onion out of the field, so that thing on your neck is useless. Did you force her to kidnap you? Or did you get angry and beat her up because she refused? And I am just a passerby who saw injustice and took action to stop it. You are confusing right and wrong and making false accusations. Huang Fei was speechless. Since he moved into the base, he had never met such a tough guy. He immediately walked quickly towards Yu Ming in the corner. Tell me, whose fault is it? That tone, that look, it seemed that if Yu Ming said the wrong thing, she would definitely be beaten to death by him. Yu Ming was frightened silly on the spot and backed away desperately. Don't come over here. Please, don't come over here. This look clearly shows that he is extremely frightened. In this way, it is easy to tell who bullied Yu Ming. Huang Fei didn't expect Yu Ming to be so uncooperative, and he was so angry that he wanted to beat her again. At the right time, Cen Yue spoke again. Look, Huang Mao is so angry that he is about to hit someone again. Isn't fighting prohibited in the base? TSK. The governor is allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Also, you said that I carry a very dangerous virus. Don't you know that I will mutate after being bitten by aliens and zombies? Oh, that proves that the thing on your neck is really useless because you really have no brains. Huang Fei was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Bullshit! Cen Yue continued to remain calm, making the opponent feel like he was punching cotton. Besides, I think it's you who have the problem, right? Cen Yue suddenly turned around and saw Song, holding an iron rod and preparing to attack her. Am I right, Captain Song? Did you break the rules and sneak out of the base to look for supplies? Upon hearing this, Song Da's eyes suddenly widened, filled with murderous intent. He did go secretly to look for supplies. The base was short of supplies right now, and having supplies could help accomplish a lot of things. For example, he gave several bags of rice and meat to his leader, and the leader personally promised to give him a raise at the end of the year. These are all against the rules, so Cen Yue, the person who guessed the secret, must die. The iron rod did not stop and swung towards Cen Yue with great force. It can be predicted that this blow will cause the head to be torn into pieces. The next second, Cen Yue dodged quickly. But the iron rod did not miss, but hit the other head hard, on the brain of a zombie that has just transformed into a zombie. Black blood sprayed all over Songda, and he was so scared that he stood there in a daze, and the iron rod in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The next second, he watched helplessly as his former teammates turned into zombies and all pounced towards him. Ay, zombies! Ayawa! For a moment, the crowd was in chaos and screams were heard everywhere. Cen Yue just stood not far from the accident scene with a calm face, watching Songda being knocked down and eaten. I just said so much nonsense because Cen Yue knows the nature of human gossip very well and deliberately used it to divert attention and delay time. Give the anomaly enough time to occur, and then use it to deal with the real villains who broke the rules. This is called reaping the fruits of one's own actions. Huang Mao was so frightened that his legs went limp and he tried to run outside, but was pushed and knocked down by the crowd. He was also trampled on by those who were fleeing in panic and eventually died. The hall of the management office was in a mess at that time. Several zombies who had just finished sharing their food smelled a wonderful scent and began to move towards Cen Yue. Bang! Chapter 26 officially moving into the base, the bald man showing his courtesy. A gunshot rang out, but it missed the target. I saw the previous staff hiding in the office cubicle, holding a pistol and aiming at the zombies in panic. There is a pistol in the storage room of the management office, and only the internal staff of the management office knows about it. It cannot be used unless it is an emergency, just to prevent accidents like the one in front of us from happening. Fang Yuan was originally just a salesperson in the sales office and had never received any professional training. I just fired a shot in a panic, but I was so scared that my hands were shaking and I couldn't aim. Seeing Cen Yue standing still, he shouted anxiously, "Hurry up! Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Zombies are able to locate their position by sound. So when they heard the sound, they immediately turned around and headed in the direction of the surrounding area. Cen Yue's originally calm expression gradually changed, especially after he saw Fang Yuan drop his pistol due to shaking hands due to excessive fear. His brows furrowed even more. Ah! When Fang Yuan saw the zombies rushing towards him, he instantly fell into despair and even forgot to breathe and dodge. But the next second, she heard a crunch sound like cutting radish, and a stream of black and red liquid sprayed towards her. But she forgot to close her eyes and forgot to breathe, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually dissipated, because she seemed to see a peerless hero coming from the sky and killing the zombies easily. "Hey, are you okay?" Cen Yue put away the dagger and spoke to remind Fang Yuan to come back to his senses. Fang Yuan then slowly stood up with the help of the wall, shaking his head with a red face. When I first saw this boy, I thought he was very handsome. After what just happened, Fang Yuan just felt more handsome. Similarly, Yu Ming, who was huddled in the corner, also felt that she had seen a superhero at this moment. You have to dig your own wild vegetables in this life. Fuck, there really are zombies. A familiar voice came from outside. Cen Yue raised her eyes and met the bald man's face. When the bald man saw that Cen Yue's body was covered in black blood, he immediately strode over and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Cen Yue raised her eyelids slightly. "It's all right." The bald man knew that Cen Yue was not a talkative person, so it was good enough that she could respond to him. Then he patted his chest and said, it's okay. If anything happens to you, I'll skin you alive." Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. "Why?" The bald man smiled innocently. "Because the boss thinks you are a rare talent." Cen Yue almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. Why didn't this sentence sound like a good thing? The bald man waved his hand without waiting for Cen Yue to respond. "Don't worry about the rest. We'll take care of it. Are you looking for a house? Otherwise, why don't you live with us? We have our own yard, which is big and spacious." Upon hearing this, Cen Yue immediately refused. "No need. I have already found a house." The bald man's eyes widened instantly when he heard that, and he scratched his bald head in confusion. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He actually guessed it right. Cen Yue had to be alert again. There was someone who knew her so well, and she couldn't tell whether he was an enemy or a friend. This situation was really dangerous. Cen Yue took the initiative to ask, "Then what else did he guess?" The bald man answered honestly. "The boss said that you will definitely find a way to handle the contribution point issue." Cen Yue raised her eyebrows. "What if I can't do anything?" The bald man's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he immediately took out a shiny black card from his pocket. "Swipe this card. Use the contribution points in the card." Cen Yue took the card and rubbed it gently. "Just swipe it? There's no limit?" The bald man nodded repeatedly. Yes. Cen Yue, then your boss must have guessed wrong this time." After saying that, he took the card and walked towards the service window. The bald man followed immediately, and when he saw Cen Yue filling out a form and preparing to swipe the black card, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. I admired silently in my heart. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He even guessed Xiaodao's psychological changes. The boss said that Xiaodao would definitely not accept help, but given Xiaodao's unwillingness to be manipulated, he would definitely not do things based on what others said. Therefore, as long as it is revealed that the boss guessed correctly, Xiaodao will definitely do the opposite. See, didn't Xiaodao accept the help in the end? Cen Yue quickly filled out the form and did not hand over the card given by the bald man. Fang Yuan took the form, but did not take his hand away immediately. Instead, he looked at the points card in Cen Yue's hand. She heard it clearly just now. The boy's friend gave him a card. Moreover, that card is a black card, and there are only 3 of them in the entire base. As for the upper limit of contribution points, no one knows it. It turns out that the boy is the one with a real background. Cen Yue lowered her head slightly and approached the window. "Excuse me, can I exchange food for contribution points?" Fang Yuan didn't react for a moment. Thinking that the boy was short of food, and wanted to use his contribution points to exchange for some food. Sure, what kind of food do you need to exchange? Cen Yue shook her head. You heard wrong. I said I exchanged food for contribution points, not contribution points for food. Fang Yuan was stunned and obviously didn't react. Yes, yes. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the boy's backpack. Although it looked bulging, how much could a backpack hold? Why doesn't he use that unlimited black card? But my admiration for the young man grew even stronger. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of a black card. If it were other people, they would probably not even let go of a points card with few contribution points. Cen Yue reached into her backpack and searched for a while. The bald man was also confused when he saw this. Showdown, didn't we agree to use my card? Why do you want to exchange for food? Supplies are in short supply right now. You should keep the little food you have for yourself. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked at the bald man, as if she wanted to see something from his eyes. Is it sincere or fake? However, the bald man's eyes were unexpectedly clear, like a pool of clear water. In the previous life, was there a bald man by Cen Yue's side? Showdown. The bald man saw Cen Yue looking straight at him and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm shy. As she spoke, she lowered her head, and two blushes appeared on her slightly dark cheeks. Seeing this, Cen Yue immediately retracted her gaze and said slowly, Does your boss still guess that I will eventually accept this black card? The bald man's eyes widened when he heard this. How do you know this is a black card? Of course, Cen Yue couldn't say that she had heard Wu Tong bragging about it in her previous life, so she just said, Isn't this a black card? It looks very different from other people's points cards. Is it similar to the old black gold card? The bald man was stunned for a moment, and then he had to speak the truth. Yes, this card was given to me by the boss. Cen Yue had already guessed when she saw Heika why she didn't accept Cen Yue's help. The reason was very simple. A man who eats someone's food should be grateful, and a man who takes someone's favor should be merciful. I am free and will not belong to any organization or team. Once you have too many ties with other people, you will inevitably be restricted and eventually even lose your freedom. Moreover, the weight of this black card should be quite high. Once I accept it, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that I belong to Cen Yue's team. If I don't accept this card, will you be punished? Cen Yue suddenly spoke. The bald man immediately shook his head. No. Our boss is actually a very nice person. Cen Yue said nothing when she heard this, because she didn't believe that Cen Yue was really a good person. Chapter 27 Shock. Another person is seeking his own death. The lobby of the management office quickly returned to its original cleanliness, and the bald man left without staying for long. Cen Yue exchanged 10 kilograms of rice for 100 contribution points, and 10 kilograms of bacon for 1,000 contribution points. The grain exchange value was not high in the early stage of the apocalypse. In the later stage, food became increasingly scarce, and a pound of rice could easily be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Half an hour later, Cen Yue walked out of the management office, holding a points card with her portrait printed on it and a key. After registering, Cen Yue paid 3 months' rent and currently has more than 100 contribution points left on her card. She didn't need to redeem contribution points for food, so the balance on the card was not important to her. Cen Yue chose the top floor because it was convenient for operating a simple safe house. Along the way, there were many people looking at me. After all, many people had just witnessed the conflict between the young man and Huang Fei Songda. But the ending ends with the boy successfully moving into the base, and Huang Fei and Songda fail to find such a person. One cannot help but start to wonder whether this seemingly gentle boy has any extraordinary qualities. Cen Yue didn't take these looks to heart at all, and I just walked forward following the road signs. At the stairs on the first floor, Cen Yue suddenly stopped. He said coldly, Don't follow me anymore. Yu Ming, who had been hiding stealthily behind the flower bed, slowly walked out. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked so pitiful. I live in this building too. Cen Yue frowned when she heard this. Then why are you sneaking around like that? Yu Ming looked timid when she heard this. He stammered and couldn't say anything, just like someone who was panicking and making excuses when telling a lie. Cen Yue turned around without hesitation and went upstairs. When Yu Ming saw Cen Yue going upstairs, she immediately wrapped her scarf tightly and quickly followed her. Yu Ming really didn't lie this time. She did live in this building. And what a coincidence! Cen Yue was on the top floor, and Yu Ming was on the floor below. Cen Yue remained vigilant until Yu Ming took out the key and opened the door. After Yu Ming entered the house, Cen Yue took out the key and opened the door. But just as she was about to enter the house, the door downstairs opened again. Wait! Yu Meng was seen holding a band-aid in his hand and walking quickly towards Cen Yue. Your hand is injured. I don't have any medicine at home. Please use this to apply it first. Cen Yue followed her gaze and discovered that a small wound had appeared on the back of her hand at some point. The wound was not big, and Cen Yue herself didn't even notice it. Seeing that Cen Yue didn't say anything, Yu Meng was afraid of being rejected, so he immediately put the band-aid on the railing beside him. I'm sorry about what happened today. And thank you. After saying that, he ran downstairs as if escaping, and soon heard the door closing. Cen Yue's eyes swept over the band-aid. A gust of wind blew, and the band-aid with a cute kitten pattern swayed on the edge of the railing. Tisk! Cen Yue pursed her lips, grabbed the band-aid that was about to be blown away by the wind, and went into the house. There are 2 households on the first floor. Ever since Cen Yue moved in, the doors of the houses opposite have been kept closed, as if no one was living there. To be on the safe side, it was decided to install the iron gate inside the door so that nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. Just as she was taking out the materials from the space, she heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Cen Yue frowned slightly and asked in a hoarse voice, Who is it? A child's tender voice came from outside the door. Brother, do you have anything to eat at home? Cen Yue did not let her guard down, just because there was a child outside the door, and she was even less likely to open the door easily. I looked out through the peephole, but didn't see anyone. No. Cen Yue rejected the other party's request without hesitation. The person outside the door seemed unwilling to be rejected and continued to knock on the door. Brother, my grandparents are sick and haven't eaten for several days. Can you give me something to eat? This time, Cen Yue was even more certain that the person outside the door was not a real child. Judging from the knocking and talking sounds, the man is about 1.8 meters tall. As for why the cats I can't see anyone, it is most likely because the person outside is hiding aside. Use children's fake voices to lower other people's vigilance, and use the excuse of being around elders at home to arouse other people's sympathy. The routine is very deep. Soon, there was a rustling sound outside the door, and the door lock, which had not been changed in time, turned slightly. Cen Yue's eyes became darker and darker. Is someone trying to commit suicide again? What are you doing? Suddenly, Yu Meng's exclamation was heard from outside. Yu Meng, who had been hiding in the house, heard the noise upstairs and quietly opened the door and stuck his head out. I just happened to see the couple living on the top floor. One of them was holding a sledgehammer, and the other was squatting outside Cen Yue's door, trying to pick the lock. It turned out that the house opposite Cen Yue was not uninhabited, but with the end of the world coming, many people tried to reduce their presence as much as possible for fear of being targeted by people with bad intentions. As for the couple on the top floor, reducing their presence is not out of fear, because they're the group of people with bad intentions. Lurk in the darkness, lock onto the next prey, and then deliver a fatal blow. They noticed it through the peephole when Cen Yue checked in, and also set their eyes on Cen Yue's huge backpack. There must be a lot of supplies hidden in there. They had hardly gone downstairs during this period, so naturally they had no idea what had happened in the management office downstairs, let alone that the boy was actually a dangerous person. I just thought that the boy looked weak, but he was still alone, so he should be easy to deal with. Faced with Yu Meng's sudden appearance, the 2 men immediately put on smiling faces and hid the sledgehammers in their hands behind their backs. Xiao Meng, do you have anything to eat at home now? As she was speaking, the woman with the sledgehammer hidden behind her slowly walked down the stairs and walked towards Yu Meng. Yu Meng had a wary look on his face. His impression of his upstairs neighbors still remained from the time before the apocalypse. They were a pair of very friendly older brothers and sisters. No, no more! After saying this, Yu Meng immediately retreated back into the house and closed the door with a bang. The woman standing in the corridor turned around and looked at her man. We've been discovered. Which one should we deal with first? The 2 decided to kill the person to silence him, and their words were as calm as if they were dealing with a trivial matter. The man with a face full of flesh stood up straight and resumed his original deep male voice. You take care of the downstairs, and I'll take care of the upstairs. The 2 had never made a clean living before the end of the world, and murder and robbery were commonplace for them. In the past, they usually acted at night, and in order not to arouse suspicion, they would not attack nearby neighbors. This is also the reason why a girl like Yu Meng can live safely under the noses of such a vicious couple. However, the couple thought that the newlyweds were unfamiliar with the place and no one would care if they disappeared, so they decided to do this contrary to their usual practice. Yu Meng, who was leaning against the door, heard the conversation outside. He clenched a kitchen knife tightly in his hand and began to tremble all over. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the knock on the door, a woman's hoarse voice came from outside. Xiao Ming, can you open the door for me? Did you misunderstand just now? Big brother and big sister were joking with the new neighbors. Chapter 28. No one can save you. You can only save yourself. Yu Ming is not a fool. She can tell whether it is a joke or whether he really has bad intentions. The knocking on the door gradually stopped. The woman and the man lost their patience and started smashing the door with sledgehammers. The anti-theft door of the old community was not strong and could not withstand the impact and began to deform. Yu Ming was so frightened that she let out a shrill scream, but the woman was not panicked at all. Because the lower floors are currently unoccupied, no one will notice what they are doing. The man was much stronger than the woman, and the damage to the door was more serious. Cen Yue in the house was not panicked. She also took out a lollipop from the space. The new durian flavor is surprisingly good. The weapon in his hand changed from a pistol to a dagger, and then from a dagger to a silver needle. Cen Yue shook the silver needles in her hand to try the feel. It's okay, not unfamiliar yet. Bang! The door was smashed open and fell to the ground. The house had not been cleaned yet, and the dust made the view in front of me gray. Hand it over. The man raised a sledgehammer and smashed it towards the figure in the dust. The next second, the man suddenly let out a short cry of surprise, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The dust kicked up again. The hammer in the man's hand fell straight onto his thick thigh. The man cried out in pain again and fainted completely. The woman who was still banging the door downstairs heard her husband scream and immediately ran up with a sledgehammer. Husband! The woman saw her husband lying straight on the ground, and the boy eating a lollipop leisurely, and her eyes instantly turned red with anger. He rushed towards Cen Yue swinging a sledgehammer. You killed my husband. I want you to pay for my husband's life. Cen Yue gently moved her fingers, and the silver needle on her fingertips turned into silver light and flew straight towards the woman. The next second, the woman's hands lost strength and the sledgehammer in her hands hit her own instep. The sound of the sledgehammer hitting the ground was mixed with screams, and all 10 of the woman's toes were crushed. At that moment, the woman almost fainted from the pain and fell to her knees on the ground. Cen Yue walked slowly towards the woman. Life for a life. The woman's face turned pale. She was used to doing evil things and felt scared for the first time. She spoke tremblingly. What are you going to do? Do you know that killing people in the base is against the law? Cen Yue leaned over slightly, took the silver needle, and looked straight into the woman's eyes. A faint light floats. I won't kill anyone. You killed your husband with your own hands. Today you and your husband had a fierce argument and even fought with each other. You hit your husband to death with a sledgehammer. After you sobered up, you jumped out of the window and committed suicide to wash away the sins of your life. Cen Yue's lips opened and closed, and her low voice was like a magic sound, deeply engraved in the woman's mind. The woman's face gradually turned darker, and she wanted to look away to avoid the evil sound. But for some reason, she couldn't look away or stand up. I wanted to open my mouth to refute, but no words came out, and even my thoughts fell into chaos. A minute later, the woman stood up in a daze, dragged the sledgehammer and the man's body, and went straight back to the house opposite. The woman's strength at that time was astonishingly great, as if she had lost consciousness. Her 10 toes had been hammered to pieces, but she still walked steadily. A few minutes later, the old men and women who were strolling in the park downstairs suddenly heard a loud noise. Someone's dead. The woman jumped off the building and landed on the concrete floor, her face completely disfigured. Only after there had been no noise outside or upstairs for a long time did Yu Ming quietly open the door a crack. Yu Ming saw a person standing outside and was so scared that she wanted to close the door immediately. It's me, Cen Yue said. When Yu Ming saw that Cen Yue was unharmed, her eyes suddenly turned red. Almost subconsciously, she rushed towards Cen Yue. You're okay, great, you're okay. Cen Yue was thrown into his arms, and the thick curly hair rubbed against her neck and cheeks, making her feel very uncomfortable. Go down. The tone was flat, even a little cold. Yu Ming reacted instantly and quickly retreated to the door. Sorry. I was just too scared. Cen Yue just said, go in. Yu Ming's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Cen Yue as if she was going to follow her into the house, feeling half nervous and half expectant. What is he going to do to himself? Is it what you think? Seeing Yu Ming standing there like a fool, Cen Yue frowned slightly and said, "Hurry up, don't waste time." When Yu Ming heard this, he became more and more convinced that it was as he had imagined, and immediately retreated back into the house. Cen Yue did enter the house, and not only did she enter, she also closed the door. When Yu Ming saw this action, his uneasy heart became even more excited. The room was a little dark, and Yu Ming could clearly hear his own heartbeat. "I don't want to die, and I don't want to become a plaything of people like Huang Fei. If possible, I hope to follow this man in front of me forever." After Cen Yue closed the door, she did not let go of it immediately, but turned the door handle. That's right, the purpose of her trip was to help Yu Ming check the gate. After all, the door was hit several times by the woman with a sledgehammer, and it was very likely broken. Fortunately, Yu Ming replaced the door with a more solid one when he bought the house and renovated it, so the damage is not serious at present. After making sure the door was clear, Cen Yue prepared to open the door and leave. The next second, Cen Yue was hugged tightly from behind. I like you." A voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz came from behind. Yu Ming hugged Cen Yue tightly from behind, as if she was hugging the drifting wood of her life. Cen Yue seemed to be struck by lightning, and immediately pried Yu Ming's hands apart. "What you do?" After turning around and pushing, I realized that Yu Ming had almost no cover. They were all women, and Cen Yue had no strange habits, so she immediately dodged a little. "It's so cold. Put on your clothes quickly." The scolding, which sounded almost like an order, frightened Yu Ming so much that her eyes instantly turned red. I hardly dared to disobey and immediately wrapped myself in the thickest cotton coat in the living room. Yu Ming also realized that his behavior just now was very shameful. Who doesn't want to live a decent life? But I am just a powerless girl. Moreover, she had just witnessed with her own eyes that not only zombies and aliens eat people, but even normal humans also eat people. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I'm scared. Well, I can't beat him, and I can't run away. If I don't cling to others, I can only wait for death." Well, Yu Ming covered her face with her hands, fell to the ground, and burst into tears. Cen Yue looked at the girl sitting on the ground, and in a trance she seemed to see many weak miniatures, being swept forward by the torrent of the end of the world, and eventually being swallowed up. "Don't be afraid." A deep voice sounded from above Yu Ming's head, and a warm hand covered her head. Yu Ming looked up with tearful eyes and stared blankly at the person in front of her. "Cen Yue, have you heard of this saying?" Yu Ming asked hesitantly. "What?" After saying that, he burped. Cen Yue lowered her eyes to look at the girl and slowly opened her lips. "I was born to be a mountain, not a stream. I want to look down at the mediocre valleys from the top of the peaks. I was born to be a hero, not a nobody. I stand on the shoulders of great men and look down on the humble cowards." Along with the low voice, Yu Ming's inner fear seemed to be gradually dispelled. Cen Yue saw that Yu Ming's eyes were gradually becoming clearer and knew that she must have heard what he said. These are the words of a great woman who inspired thousands of girls before the end of the world. You have to remember that you are not worthless as a human being. If you have no fear in your heart, you will be invincible. You shouldn't be someone's vassal. The only one who can save yourself is yourself. No one can save you. You can only save yourself. Chapter 29, The Devil Couple, Suffering the Sins of Their Own. Cen Yue did not stay in Yu Ming's house for too long. She had to replace the new door and clean up the room before the people from the base came to investigate. Because the woman who jumped from the building had facial damage that made her difficult to identify. And because the staff was limited in staff, it took the staff a lot of time to investigate and match the identity of the deceased. Besides, it is very common for people to die in the end times. However, the death caused some panic among other residents of the base, so the management office sent 2 staff members to investigate the matter. On Cen Yue's side, it only took her half an hour to replace the door with a new one she had taken out of the space. From the outside, it looks no different from an ordinary security door, but in fact it is 100 times more durable than an ordinary security door. That night, Cen Yue slept well. The next day, I ate a delicious 5-star lunchbox and curled up on the sofa to watch TV series. The whole day passed peacefully, and no one came to the top floor. Even Yu Ming, who always loved to show off her presence in front of Cen Yue, did not knock on the door to disturb her. On the third day, at about 6 in the morning, Cen Yue was awakened by a knock on the door. "Open the door. We are from the base management office." Cen Yue climbed out of the warm bed, wrapped herself in a thick cotton coat, and simply disguised herself. Then she closed the bedroom door and pretended to open the door dizzy. "What's up?" As soon as the door opened, Cen Yue saw a familiar face. Fang Yuan, the staff member who had registered Cen Yue earlier, stood next to the male colleague and winked at Cen Yue. The male colleague who was traveling with him noticed Fang Yuan's little action and his expression changed slightly. Do you two know each other? Fang Yuan smiled gently. His name is Chun Xiaodao, and I registered him. The male colleague frowned slightly. Are you two on good terms? If so, I need to avoid you. I will apply for another team member. Fang Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. Not very familiar, we just met. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Cen Yue again, and seeing that she looked normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xing nodded when he heard this, then took out a pen and paper and began to ask questions. Wang Sheng, when did you move in here? Cen Yue, the afternoon of the day before yesterday. Wang Sheng, did you see anyone coming in or out from the other side? Cen Yue, I didn't notice. Wang Sheng, did you hear any strange noises the afternoon before yesterday? Cen Yue, no noise. I didn't notice it. I just moved in and went to clean the house. Wang Sheng, would it be convenient for me to come in and take a look? Cen Yue frowned. Why? You knocked on the door and asked questions in the middle of the night, and now you want to go in and check. What happened? Fang Yuan quickly explained. It was your neighbor across the street who jumped off the building. Cen Yue pretended to be shocked. Jumped off the building? When did it happen? Why did he jump off the building? Fang Yuan was about to continue speaking when he was stopped by Wang Sheng, who was standing beside him. Fang Yuan, don't leak case information casually. And this resident, please cooperate with the investigation. We need to go into the house to take a look. Cen Yue slightly turned sideways with a calm expression. Look, just look at it. Wang Sheng and Fang Yuan both stepped into the house. The house was indeed very clean, and it looked like it had just been cleaned. Even Fang Yuan couldn't help but admire it. It's so clean. Cen Yue smiled shyly and scratched the back of her head, just like a young boy. It's okay. I used to have a serious mysophobia, but now I'm much better. Fang Yuan blushed slightly when he heard this, and his impression of Chun Xiaodao became even better. But this scene was particularly dazzling in Wang Sheng's eyes. Wang Sheng has a crush on Fang Yuan. Before the end of the world, they were colleagues in the sales department. Now that the end of the world has come, they are still colleagues. I originally thought that the one who is close to the water would get the moon first, but now it seems that Fang Yuan seems to be more interested in newcomers. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng gradually began to feel like causing trouble. Why is this room closed? Open it and let me see. Cen Yue frowned and stopped Wang Sheng from opening the door. I'm sorry, this is my bedroom. It's not convenient for outsiders to visit. Wang Sheng became more suspicious when he saw this. Then I have reason to suspect that you have hidden something in there. Fang Yuan noticed that Wang Sheng seemed to be targeting Cen Yue, and immediately tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve. Wang Sheng, why don't you just forget it? Wang Sheng shook Fang Yuan's hand away and said, Fang Yuan, you can't bring personal feelings into work. Fang Yuan blushed and immediately glared at Wang Sheng. What nonsense, what personal feelings? After saying that, he secretly glanced at Chun Xiaodao again. Cen Yue's gaze wandered between the two men, and she vaguely sensed that the male staff member seemed hostile towards her. If I had known that a handsome face would attract so much jealousy, I would have been safer disguising myself as a middle-aged uncle or aunt. However, Cen Yue has already checked in using the identity of Chun Xiaodao, and this face is also on her points card, so she can only use this identity for the short term. Cen Yue, wait a moment, I'll go in and pack my personal belongings. Is this okay? There must be personal belongings in the bedroom. They're all adults, and there's also a girl named Fang Yuan, so Wang Sheng reluctantly agreed. 1 minute, or we'll go right in. In less than half a minute, Cen Yue came out. Look! Wang Sheng pushed the door open. The next second his eyes widened. Wow, this family is truly penniless. There was nothing there, just a clean bed frame. Fang Yuan remembered that Chun Xiaodao really didn't have much belongings. Seeing that there was only a bed frame in his room, a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Fang Yuan knew that Wang Sheng liked her. In order to prevent Wang Sheng from continuing to target Chun Xiaodao, she said nothing. But she thought in her heart that she would find an opportunity to send some sheets and quilts to Xiaodao later. After all, Xiaodao is his savior. There was nothing found in the room. Although Wang Sheng wanted to find fault, he had no idea where to start. After Wang Sheng and Fang Yuan left, Cen Yue took out the things that she had just stored into the space. When I woke up, I heard footsteps and noise outside. Cen Yue looked at her watch, and it was only 8 o'clock. She had not planned to go out, but she vaguely heard a familiar voice. No one should get close. Everyone get off. What's so exciting and interesting here? Get out. Cen Yue gently opened the door a crack and saw that the corridor was crowded with people watching the fun. In the crowd, Cen Yue also saw a familiar figure. It's Li Chong, who follows Ling Xiaoran. It seems that Ling Xiaoran and the others should have escaped. Cen Yue didn't want to cause more trouble, so she closed the door silently so that she could hear roughly through the door. It turned out that not long after Wang Sheng and Fang Yuan learned about the situation from Cen Yue, they were notified that they had obtained the spare key to the deceased's house. The two went together to open the door of the deceased's house. It doesn't matter if you don't open it. Once you open it, Fang Yuan will be stunned, because there was an invisible corpse lying in the room, with two dark red sledgehammers beside it. It is not difficult to infer that the meatloaf-shaped body was beaten into this shape with a sledgehammer. And this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that many prohibited items were also found in the house. Some rotten human bodies, organs were also found in the freezer that had been powered off. Therefore, this couple used to engage in illegal transactions. Because the situation was complicated, Li Chong, who had just returned to the team, was sent to the scene. The onlookers who were driven away were still muttering to themselves. This is all retribution, all retribution. No one felt sorry for this pair of demons. Some even thought that it was God's will that the demons should suffer the consequences of their own actions. Chapter 30: Handsome Men and Beautiful Women. Double the beauty. As time went by, the food reserves of every household were almost exhausted. Good news finally came from the base. The officially organized hunting team brought back supplies from outside, and these supplies would be distributed to residents free of charge by the base. This was the first time that the public knew about the existence of the hunting team, and these supplies also allowed some survivors to finally see hope of survival. Some people fell into greater despair, because this meant that the base's food reserves were almost gone, and they could only rely on the supplies of the hunting team to survive. If the hunting team fails to find supplies, the survivors will starve to death. Cen Yue has not gone out during this period of time. While enjoying good food and drink, she also did not forget to exercise. Temporary security will not last forever, and the end of the world will only become more and more dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. The door was knocked again, and Cen Yue put all the things in the living room into the space. After checking that the disguise was correct, he stood up. Cen Yue opened the outer door, which was separated by an iron fence. What's up? When Cen Yue saw clearly that it was Yu Meng standing outside, the weapon hidden in her sleeve disappeared instantly. Yu Meng's face looked a little abnormal. Even though he was wearing a cotton coat, he was still shivering. He covered his mouth and coughed. It seems like they're distributing free supplies downstairs. Did you go get any? Cen Yue shook her head. Not yet. Yu Meng continued to shiver and wrapped his cotton coat tightly around him. Then let's go down and get it together, okay? She looked at Cen Yue with pleading eyes, because she knew that she was too weak to take any supplies. Even if she did, they would most likely be snatched away along the way. Cen Yue also noticed that there was something wrong with Yu Meng's expression and reached out her hand through the iron fence. The warm palm was placed on the smooth forehead, and Yu Meng was stunned. The already hot cheeks instantly turned into red apples. Cen Yue quickly withdrew her hand. You have a cold. Yu Meng bit her lips tightly, held back the discomfort, nodded slightly, and then took a few steps back. I'm sorry, I'll go back and put on a mask so I won't infect you. After saying that, he turned and went downstairs. Cen Yue frowned slightly and didn't say anything, but opened the door, walked out of the room, and went downstairs. As soon as Yu Meng got home, she hurriedly put on a mask, but when she opened the door, she saw Cen Yue standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and thought that Cen Yue agreed to accompany him downstairs to get supplies. So he said something shyly. Thanks. But Cen Yue did not give way, but took out a box of cold medicine from her pocket. At a time like this, people might die if they get sick. Give me your points card, and I'll help you get the supplies. Moreover, Cen Yue thought that if she did not go to collect the supplies, it would definitely arouse suspicion from others. Since I had to go down there anyway, I might as well help Yu Meng get it. Although Cen Yue hated trouble, considering that Yu Meng was obviously scared to death, but still took the initiative to speak out to stop the devil couple, Cen Yue reluctantly felt that Yu Meng was not too troublesome. And looking at Yu Meng now, Cen Yue vaguely saw herself struggling hard in the end times in her previous life. If I could have met someone who truly helped me in my previous life, it wouldn't have been so difficult. Yu Meng was stunned. Obviously, Yu Ming had not come to her senses at all until Cen Yue took the points card from her hand and replaced it with a box of cold medicine. Then she gradually came to her senses. Seeing the young man's unruly back disappear, Yu Ming's red eyes could no longer hold back the tears, and she cried silently. The cold medicine in her hand weighed as much as a ton of gold, causing her whole body to tremble. She had no intention of prying into the boy's secrets, and her mind became more and more determined to repay and follow him. Cen Yue had no idea that a small gesture of hers would move a girl so much that she would even swear to follow him till death. She walked briskly and soon found the place where supplies were distributed. The line was very long, but Cen Yue was not in a hurry and just followed the flow of people. There were many supplies in the bag, just a few potatoes, some cabbages, and a bowl of rice. But this can save many lives, which is very precious. Half an hour later, it was finally Cen Yue's turn. Chun Xiaodao and Yu Ming, 2 servings, thank you. Fang Yuan was busy registering, and when he heard the familiar voice, he immediately looked up. Knife! The tone became much lighter. Wang Sheng, who was in charge of supervising the distribution of supplies, looked displeased. You must collect it in person. No proxy is allowed. Cen Yue directly handed over the points card. This is Yu Ming's points card. She's sick. Can I collect it for her? Fang Yuan was about to say yes, but Wang Sheng immediately said, if I say no, it means no. You have to come in person. Are you still going to claim it? If not, the next one will come. The people behind also began to urge, and seeing this, Cen Yue could only take her own portion. Just as Cen Yue was about to leave, she heard Wang Sheng say with disdain, why are you pretending to be a gentleman? You're playing around like that behind the scenes, relying on your pretty face to hook up with a lot of girls, right? Wang Sheng's voice was not small. Almost everyone around him heard it, and they all knew that he was talking about Chen Xiaodao. Because Cen Yue's current appearance in men's clothing is really too outstanding. What nonsense are you talking about? I was sick and Xiaodao was just helping me. As staff, how can you just make up bad things about others? Yu Ming, wrapped in a cotton coat, trotted over, panting with an extremely angry tone, and her already rosy face became even redder. She felt better after taking cold medicine and had originally planned to wait at home, but after thinking it over she decided to go downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I witnessed the staff making things difficult for Xiaodao. Yu Ming had never been so brave and had never wanted to protect someone so much, even if the other party doesn't need your protection at all. When Cen Yue saw Yu Ming approaching, her expression changed slightly. Why did you come down? Yu Ming wouldn't reveal that I just gave her a box of cold medicine, right? It is said that wealth should not be shown off. Cen Yue suddenly felt that her act of delivering the medicine was a bit rash. Yu Ming thought Cen Yue was concerned about her, so she immediately walked to her side. Exercise and sweat. Maybe your cold will be cured. After saying that, he smiled at Cen Yue again, without mentioning the cold medicine at all. Yu Ming's smile immediately attracted more and more attention. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is so attractive that no one can resist taking a few more glances. Some of the gazes were particularly obvious, even a little hostile. I said Yu Ming is a shameless person, right? She pretends to be cool and aloof on weekdays, but I don't know how mean she is behind the scenes. Don't you guys like her indifferent attitude? Why are you itching for it now? Baby, what are you talking about? I love you the most. Those who made obscene remarks were Yu Ming's college classmates, and several of the men had been rejected by Yu Ming before. As for those who make sour remarks, they are naturally the boys' current girlfriends. They used to be jealous of Yu Ming because she could easily get the attention of boys, but now they are even more jealous because the man standing next to Yu Ming is more handsome than their boyfriends. Chapter 31. We meet again. It's so annoying. Cen Yue looked coldly at those gossipers. Those people instantly felt an inexplicable chill and swallowed back the words in their mouths. But Yu Ming seemed to have not heard anything at all. He took the points card from Cen Yue and walked straight to the material distribution area. Yu Ming, 1 copy, thank you. After receiving the supplies, Yu Ming said he was hungry again and wanted to go home quickly to make potato rice. Seeing that Yu Ming didn't take the gossip to heart, Cen Yue let it go. Yu Ming knew that Xiaodao didn't like being touched, so she kept a distance from her and followed behind her. By chance, a group of people in uniform carrying supplies passed by the 2 men. Cen Yue caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye and turned slightly. Yu Ming noticed Cen Yue's actions, as if she was hiding from someone. Although I was a little confused, I didn't ask anything. Stop! A voice suddenly sounded. Cen Yue pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. But the man came forward and stopped her. Beautiful boy, it's really you. Li Chang's honest voice was a little excited and almost out of tune. Cen Yue felt embarrassed when she heard the nickname Beautiful Boy. He glanced at the ground to see if there was a hole for him to crawl into. Unfortunately, even if there was a hole in the ground, she couldn't get into it. How did you get to the base? We came here by boat. This is all thanks to you. I heard from the people on the ship that it was a man on a motorcycle who led away the zombies and aliens. I guessed it was you. Our captain also had someone check for survivors on the ship, but they didn't see you and thought you didn't escape. Great, you're fine. The other team members were the ones that Cen Yue had rescued. When they heard that it was a handsome boy, they immediately surrounded them. His eyes were almost overflowing with gratitude and excitement. Cen Yue was surrounded by enthusiasm and was speechless for a while. Then she realized that more and more people were looking at her, so she lowered her voice and spoke. I live in the front. You guys go ahead and do your work. We'll talk when there's something else. Cen Yue knew that even if she didn't tell them, Li Chang and the others would definitely be able to find out her specific address. As for talk about it later, it just means that I hope they won't come to me whether they have something to do or not. But unfortunately, Li Chang didn't understand what she said and actually thought that Cen Yue was sincerely inviting him. He immediately said goodbye and then led the team members to continue working. When going upstairs, Cen Yue felt much heavier than when going downstairs, because she knew that she would not be able to keep a low profile since she was being targeted by Cui and Ling Sharon's teams. It's just very annoying. I don't know if it's too late to move house now. Where else to go besides first base? Yu Meng followed Cen Yue all the time and became more and more worried when he saw her sighing from time to time. What could make Xiaodao so upset? It should be a very tricky thing. I am so useless and can't help at all. Yu Meng felt conflicted and blamed himself. He opened his mouth several times but said nothing. Yu Meng, who is very self-aware, begins to be curious about Xiaodao's true identity again. When Xiaodao just moved into the base, he directly killed Huang Fei and Songde without being affected at all. Now I still know people from the hunting team. That was the hunting team just now. Cen Yue stayed at home these days and didn't know the situation at the base, but Yu Meng occasionally went downstairs to inquire about the news, so she knew more. For example, the hunting team is composed of carefully selected personnel from the base, with outstanding combat power and high status. And Xiaodao seems to be very familiar with the hunting team. When they reached the 12th floor, Cen Yue handed the bag of supplies in her hand to Yu Meng. This is for you too. Protect yourself and don't open the door easily if someone knocks. After giving the instructions, before Meng could respond, Cen Yue had already strode upstairs. Yu Meng's eyes became red again as she carried the heavy bag of supplies. Having seen many life and death robberies these past few days, the sudden concern caught her off guard. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, then picked up 2 bags of supplies and opened the door and went into the house. Even if you don't plan for the future, you will have immediate worries. However, Cen Yue always feels that tomorrow's affairs should be worried about tomorrow. After eating, I watched a comedy movie, did a few sets of boxing, and a few hundred push-ups, then went into the space and took a simple hot shower using the hot water that I had stored previously. After cleaning up, I lay down in the warm duvet and prepared to have a sweet sleep. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Cen Yue, who had just begun to feel sleepy, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The bear! It's late at night. Can't I sleep? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door continued, as if she would not give up until Cen Yue opened the door. Cen Yue got up with deep resentment, and after a simple disguise, she wrapped herself in a thick cotton coat. Through the peephole, I saw 2 men in uniform standing outside. One of them was Li Chang, who I just ran into today, and the other one was Ling Shaoran. Cen Yue's resentment grew even deeper. Bang! The knocking on the door stopped abruptly. Li Chang's hand fell into nothingness, and when he saw the iron gate open, a look of joy appeared on his face. Young Master Mei, Cen Yue immediately interrupted. Chen Xiaodao, Erdong Chun, this is my name. She didn't want to hear that nickname that made her toes tap on the ground again. The moment Ling Shaoran saw Cen Yue, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Haven't seen you for a long time. Cen Yue nodded when she heard this. What's the matter? Ling Shaoran nodded. Is it convenient for us to talk? Cen Yue stood across the iron fence, folding her arms and saying, What are you talking about? Ling Shaoran pointed at the iron fence and said, This is confidential. Can we come in and talk? After saying that, he looked up at the top of the building below, which a head popped out from time to time. Cen Yue also noticed Yu Meng's head and immediately scolded him. Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Go back to sleep. Yu Ming, who had just stuck half of his head out, closed the door aggrievedly and dared not look outside again. Cen Yue raised her chin slightly. Okay, now that there's no one around, go ahead and talk. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away, not to mention that there is no time to clean up the house yet. Cen Yue knew very well that Ling Xiaoran was much more difficult to deal with than someone like Wang Sheng. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let him into the house. Ling Xiaoran was somewhat helpless. Don't worry, I don't have any ill will towards you. You don't have to be so alert. Cen Yue spread her hands. The bad guy will never admit that he is a bad guy, and always says that he is a good guy. Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled silently. Well, it's indeed a bit abrupt to come to you so late. I just want to ask for your opinion. Cen Yue understood. It was true that one would not come to the temple for no reason. Seeing that Cen Yue looked unhappy, Li Chong immediately started to explain. Our captain is very good. He won't force you if you don't want to. Cen Yue raised an eyebrow. Really? After saying that, he looked at Ling Xiaoran. Ling Xiaoran, who was originally determined to win, now noticed Cen Yue's resistance. He smiled bitterly. Yes. Chapter 32, pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face so fast. We solemnly invite you to join the Wasteland Hunter team. Ling Xiaoran thought about it for a while and finally told his purpose. Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. What? She had some understanding of the hunting team in her previous life, which was usually directly under the charge of the highest leader of the base. In the late apocalypse in the previous life, the hunting teams were basically all people with special abilities, and joining the hunting teams was the dream of most of them. In his previous life, Wu Tong tried his best to join the scavenger hunting team, but failed. In the end, he organized a scavenger team on his own. So, in general, the requirements of the hunting team have always been quite high. No one has awakened their special powers yet, and the initial Wasteland Hunters are all selected by the official. But Cen Yue is just an ordinary person at the moment and doesn't think she is qualified yet. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to be constrained. I refuse. Cen Yue refused bluntly. Li Chong was very surprised, but Ling Xiaoran seemed to have anticipated this result, and his expression was very calm. Do you mind telling me the reason for your refusal? Cen Yue opened her mouth and said, It disturbed my sleep. Li Chong and Ling Xiaoran. A complete mess. Ling Xiaoran asked again, Is it just because it affects your ability to sleep in? Are there other reasons? This reason is not unsolvable. When you don't have any tasks, you can sleep as long as you want. Li Chong, who was standing aside, widened his eyes instantly when he heard this. Captain, can I sleep as long as I want in the future? Ling Xiaoran's face instantly turned cold, and he lowered his voice and said, Get lost. However, Cen Yue, who was treated specially, was not tempted at all. Anyway, I don't want to. You can't force people to join, right? Ling Xiaoran thought of the boast Li Chong had just made and gritted his teeth. That's not the case. Li Chong finally realized that his good intentions had led to bad consequences, and he quickly began to tempt them. Join us. We'll provide food and lodging, and plenty of meat. Are you really not tempted? Upon hearing this, Cen Yue swallowed her saliva and suddenly wanted to eat meat. My appetite seems to be not very good these days, so I eat light food. Now after hearing what Li Chong said, I suddenly felt a little greedy. Ling Xiaoran caught the change in Cen Yue's expression and thought she was moved, so he signaled Li Chong to keep trying. Li Chong rolled his eyes and spoke again. There's also a family allowance. You just got a girlfriend, so the organization will help you consider taking care of your family. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue glared at Li Chong. What the hell? Girlfriend? Is his imagination so powerful? Don't think about it. Please find someone else. Thank you. After Cen Yue finished speaking, she closed the iron door. The conditions just mentioned were really not attractive to Cen Yue at all, and she became even more afraid when she heard free food and accommodation. As a woman mixed with a bunch of men, you will be exposed sooner or later. Li Chong looked at the closed door in front of him, and then glanced at the captain standing beside him. As expected, Ling Xiaoran, who was locked outside the door, looked very unhappy. In the eyes of outsiders, Ling Xiaoran is considered a child of destiny. Now that he has arrived at the base and is leading the hunting team, he is even more majestic. I've never seen him being locked out or turned away. Just when Li Chong thought Ling Xiaoran would be angry, he turned around and went downstairs. Because Ling Xiaoran appreciates talent, he has witnessed Chen Xiaodao's strength with his own eyes, which is stronger than anyone else in the hunting team, even including myself. What's more, Chen Xiaodao had saved them before and was indebted to them for saving their lives. Even if Chen Xiaodao himself does not appreciate this favor, they cannot deny it. Ling Xiaoran, who was counting the stairs as he went down the stairs, had already made up his mind secretly. I won't be able to get it even if I visit him 3 times. Cen Yue never thought that one day she would be slapped in the face, and that the slap would come so quickly. Let's go back to last night when I rejected Ling Xiaoran's invitation to the hunting team. Cen Yue's craving for meat became more and more obvious, so she took out a prepared pork elbow with soy sauce from the space. The food placed in the space did not deteriorate at all. Even the temperature did not change. It was still warm, and the color, aroma, and taste all melted in the mouth. But unexpectedly, I woke up early in the morning because of feeling unwell. He vomited for nearly 10 minutes and almost vomited out bile before he finally stopped. Cen Yue felt a little panicked because she realized that this feeling was somewhat familiar. This happens the first few times when there is not enough space and memory. System? Is the system here? The system did not respond to Cen Yue's call. The nausea comes and goes. Just when Cen Yue was about to give up, the system suddenly spoke. Friendly reminder, the system space is less than 100 tons. Please expand it in time. Cen Yue's eyes widened when she heard this. Fuck, I still have more than 5,000 tons of space. Where did it go? Did you eat it? System, come out. Explain clearly. Where did my more than 5,000 tons of space go? There was no response from the system. Half an hour later, Cen Yue had to accept the fact that her system space had been inexplicably swallowed up. Fortunately, I felt unwell in advance at the critical point of 100 tons. If I had waited until 10 tons to be reminded, I would not have had enough time to kill the aliens and expand the capacity. And she could clearly feel that the speed at which the space disappeared began to accelerate. Before that, it took more than 10 days for dozens of tons of space to disappear inexplicably. And it only took about 10 days for these more than 5,000 tons of space to disappear inexplicably. So I can't just sit there and wait to be assigned tasks. I must kill the aliens as soon as possible to expand the capacity. Cen Yue felt melancholy. She decided to go find Ling Xiaoran and ask him if he could take her with him when he went out to look for supplies. Bang, bang, bang. There was another knock on the door. Cen Yue ruffled her hair and made sure she was dressed correctly before she stood up to open the door. Showdown. Good morning. There was a bald man standing outside the door, holding a black bag in his hand. Seeing this, Cen Yue silently opened the iron fence and slightly turned sideways. Come in. The bald man walked into the house with a happy look on his face, and then took out snacks from a black bag as if he was offering treasures. These are potato chips. This is 8 treasure porridge. This is a strawberry lollipop. This is chocolate. I don't like snacks, so I brought them all to you. Cen Yue did not reject the bald man's kindness. She took the thing in his hand and asked casually, where did you get these things? There shouldn't be any in the base, right? The bald man scratched his bald head. We went out for a while and thought you might like it, so we brought it back for you. Cen Yue did not deny that she liked them, but she was curious why he thought she liked these snacks. However, there are more important things to confirm right now. You went out? When? Will you go out again? Cen Yue suddenly thought, isn't this a good opportunity to go out and kill aliens to expand the capacity? The entry and exit of the base is strictly controlled, and currently no one except the hunting team is allowed to enter or leave. However, Cen Yue and his team are in a special situation. Not only can they enter and exit, but they can also carry supplies. Moreover, Cen Yue felt that Cen Yue and his team were not considered a formal official organization, so their degree of freedom should be relatively higher. So compared to the hunting team, Cen Yue is more inclined to go out with Baldy and the others. Of course, this is all based on the premise that Cen Yue will not be traveling with us. Chapter 33, I have a son and I have a sister. It was the first time that Baldy felt that Xiaodao was so curious about something, so he immediately opened his mouth to answer. I went out yesterday morning and came back in the afternoon. Cen Yue asked tentatively, how many people went out? Did you bring back enough supplies to share? The bald man did not hide it from Cen Yue. It's just me, Scar, and Fatty, the 3 of us. And we are not going out to get supplies, The bald man realized later that he almost let the cat out of the bag and stopped talking immediately. Cen Yue didn't care what they were going to do, but she cared whether Cen Yue would go with them. Judging from the current situation, Cen Yue should not risk going out. The bald man felt a little guilty, afraid that he had spoken without any control, so he hurried to the door. I have to go out again today. I have to leave at 9 o'clock. I'll leave first. Hearing this, Cen Yue looked at her watch. It was already past 8 o'clock. Where are you meeting? The bald man was a little surprised to see Cen Yue putting on combat boots, carrying a backpack, and looking like she was going out. What are you going to do? You don't have to see me off. We will be back in the afternoon. Cen Yue looked around the empty room and made sure nothing was missing before she began to explain. I'll go out with you guys. The bald man was stunned when he heard this. What? It's dangerous outside. What are you doing outside? Cen Yue picked up the bag of snacks and went out. She rummaged through it with her right hand, seemingly just a casual movement. The ship from Linjiang City has already docked. I want to go find my son. I always have to find a suitable excuse to go out, and now looking for my son is a good excuse. The bald man followed behind Cen Yue, looking stunned. Oh my God, you really have a son? Cen Yue stopped in front of Yu Ming's door, knocked gently, and responded to the bald man's words. Why would I lie to you? I really have a son? Yu Ming had just opened the door, and the happy expression on her face froze instantly because of Cen Yue's words. Is he married? And you already have a child? It only took Yu Ming 1 second to go from heaven to hell. Cen Yue handed the bag in her hand to Yu Ming as if she was unaware. I'm going out for a while. Please be careful. Live well. Yu Ming took the heavy bag in a daze. He had no time to say or ask anything. He watched the boy and the bald man go downstairs together. When I came to my senses, I felt hopeless. What qualifications do I have to question it? Showdown is a good man. He helped me out of kindness. I shouldn't repay his kindness with evil and annoy him. If he really has a wife and children, I should not interfere and become the despised third party. What's more, Showdown's attitude from beginning to end was to reject himself. It's just that I don't have that blessing. Yu Ming placed the bag on the sofa in a daze. Even though the bag contained extremely precious snacks and food in the apocalypse, she still felt very sad. I suddenly remembered what Showdown said. Live well? Yu Ming's eyes widened. Then he thought of something and collapsed to the ground. Because she suddenly realized that Showdown was not just going out for a simple trip. It is very likely that he is ready to leave here and never come back. On the other side, the bald man who followed Cen Yue downstairs looked unhappy. Showdown, those are the snacks I brought back specially for you. Why would you give them to other women? Seeing that Cen Yue didn't seem to care at all, the bald man finally lost his temper. Cen Yue paused and looked up at the bald man, who was slightly taller than her. To be honest, the bald guy looks pretty good with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even with a bald head, his appearance is still very good. But Cen Yue will not indulge in love in this life. To her, love is wrapped in poison and can kill people. What's more, I am currently disguised as a man. Bald, we are both grown men, and I have a son. The bald man looked confused. What does this have to do with you giving the things I gave you to others? Cen Yue sighed, not knowing whether the bald man really didn't know or was pretending not to know. Forget it, let's go. Cen Yue was about to move forward when the bald man spoke from behind her. I have a sister who is 6 years younger than me. If she were still alive now, she would be about the same age as the girl just now. She is very cute and looks like a doll. She follows me around all day long and calls me brother. Actually, I'm not her biological brother. I found her in a trash can. She's very well behaved. When I'm working, she'll sit by the side holding the teddy bear and wait for me without crying or making a fuss. We don't have a home. We help with odd jobs on the construction site during the day and occasionally pick up some mineral water bottles to sell. At night, we slept under the bridge wrapped in a torn quilt we found in the trash can. Although the days are tough, I'm not sad at all. I was thinking that when she was older and I saved more money, I would send her to school. I was born stupid and not good at studying. But my sister is very smart. She could count before she even went to school. That winter was very cold. It felt 10 or 100 times colder than it is now. It's all my fault. I had a stomachache late at night and went to the public toilet. After my sister woke up, she looked for me everywhere. Later, she was surrounded by a group of homeless people. Only then did she. The bald man's voice became lower and lower, and in the end, only sobs remained. Cen Yue didn't look back and bit her lips gently. Let's go. If we delay any longer, we'll be late. Cen Yue could basically guess the ending of the bald sister. Although she didn't know why the bald man thought of her as his sister, she finally realized that his feelings for her were not love. The bald man couldn't explain why he saw the shadow of his sister in Chen Xiaodao. They are clearly two completely different people, even of different genders. If we have to make a connection, they're probably just as good-looking and cute. Cen Yue followed the bald man to the meeting place. When she was almost there, she noticed a person standing on the other side of the front of the car. Someone Cen Yue doesn't really want to face. Didn't the bald guy say that Cen Yue wouldn't follow them out? So who is the man leaning against the car and smoking lazily? Is it too late to turn around and walk back now, pretending to be just passing by? The smoke was hazy, and Cen Yue's thoughts were also a little hazy. He caught a glimpse of the vaguely retreating figure out of the corner of his eye, and his eyebrows raised slightly. The fat and thin guys who were supposed to be checking the equipment had already surrounded them. "Oh my God, Baldy. Why did you bring him here too?" The bald man grabbed Cen Yue's backpack and pushed her towards Cen Yue. "Boss, Showdown wants to go out with us. He wants to find his son." Chapter 34. Breaking through, one person cannot feed two masters. Cen Yue put out the cigarette and looked at Cen Yue, who had remained silent. "Son? Are you really going to look for your son?" Cen Yue was in a dilemma at the moment. The nausea caused by the lack of space came over her again, and she could only agree to it. "When I think about my son still wandering around outside, living in fear all day, I can't sleep. Look at the dark circles under my eyes." After saying that, he pointed to the dark circles under his eyes caused by insomnia. Cen Yue did not continue to ask, but only said, "The world outside is not as stable as inside. Life and death will be determined by fate after you go out. Are you sure you want to go out?" Cen Yue nodded firmly. "Go. You must go. It's not like I haven't experienced the bloody storm of the end of the world before. And you can only fight monsters and level up if you go out of the base." The convoy was ready to go, but after 9 o'clock, there was no sign of departure. The discomfort came in waves, and Cen Yue felt a little uneasy. "Don't we leave at 9? I now wish I could rush out of the base and fight the aliens." The bald man nodded. "Yes, I remember we also set off at 9 o'clock. Boss, it's 9 o'clock. Aren't we leaving yet?" "Waiting for someone." Cen Yue's hoarse voice came from the front row. After that, a cloud of dust rose up ahead, and several special transport vehicles with logos printed on them drove over. Cen Yue looked at the transport truck that was gradually approaching and had a vague sense of foreboding. The transport vehicle leading the team stopped aside, and Cen Yue's ominous feeling became more and more obvious. A heroic officer suddenly walked down from the transport vehicle, and that person was Linjiang, who was ruthlessly rejected by Cen Yue yesterday. Cen Yue sat by the window and lowered her head subconsciously, fearing that Linjiang would see her sitting in Cen Yue's motorcade. I don't know why, but I just felt embarrassed. Cen Yue also got out of the car and started talking with Linjiang while standing not far away. Both of them are male god-level figures. Wherever they stand, they can easily attract everyone's attention. Even the fat guy and the thin guy sitting in the back row couldn't help but discuss who was more popular with girls, the boss or Captain Ling. Cen Yue had no interest in this and just wanted to minimize her presence. "Showdown, are you feeling uncomfortable?" The bald man kept holding up the car window with his arms to prevent the fat and thin people who were watching the fun from pressing down on Cen Yue, who was huddled by the window. It was as if he had formed a protective wall with his body, silently protecting Cen Yue. The bald man's voice was not loud, but it still caught the attention of Linjiang, who was standing nearby and talking. "Showdown? Chun Showdown." Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this, and the smile on his face faded a little. "Why? Captain Ling knows this person?" Linjiang did not answer, but walked straight towards the SUV. As for Cen Yue, she wished she could shut the bald man's mouth at this moment. Even though he clearly said that he was fine, the bald man still asked with a concerned look on his face. "Showdown, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Showdown, are you feeling unwell?" Cen Yue couldn't help it and was about to cover the bald man's mouth with her hand when a sinister voice sounded outside the car window. "Chun Showdown, don't you want to sleep in?" It can be heard that Linjiang is full of resentment, like a freshly baked female ghost. Cen Yue turned around awkwardly and pointed at the bright sky. "It's 9 o'clock. I've had enough sleep." At this moment, what can I say? It's just embarrassing. It's not inferior to the level of toe-holding villa. After all, Cen Yue had decisively rejected Linjiang's invitation the night before. In the blink of an eye, I met them in another team. Cen Yue walked over slowly and looked at Linjiang with a warm smile on his face. "What's wrong? Captain Ling, did this kid offend you? Then I'm here to apologize to you." From his words, it was vaguely revealed that Chun Showdown was on his side. Linjiang frowned slightly when he heard this, and suddenly realized why Chun Showdown rejected him last night. One person cannot support two masters. If Chun Showdown is Cen Yue's man, then he really can't win him over. The original excitement, and even vague anger gradually turned into regret. I'm still a step late. If we had met earlier, maybe we could have become teammates. However, Ling Xiaoran suddenly remembered the other two mysterious people who worked with Xiao Dao, an aunt and an uncle, and they seem to have never appeared around Cen Yue. Boss, aren't we setting off yet? Cen Yue suddenly spoke to Cen Yue. Cen Yue was slightly stunned. She called him boss? Then he thought that Xiao Dao was trying to please him in order to avoid Ling Xiaoran. For no reason, my mood improved and the smile on my face became more genuine. Let's go, Captain Ling. Although Ling Xiaoran felt regretful, he had to accept the reality and return to his team. Beep, beep. The two convoys honked their horns to greet each other, then headed towards the base gate one after the other. The gate of the base is made of thick iron sheets and is covered with an electric fence. As soon as the driver took out his pass, the gate opened immediately. The moment the vehicle drives out of the gate, a completely different scene comes into view. A cold wind whistled through the empty streets. Outside the high walls of the base, there were piles of dried zombie remains. Perhaps the high walls and electric fences have a certain deterrent effect, and no active zombies appeared nearby. We're going to the east of the city. The dock is in the west of the city. Do you want to follow us to the east of the city? Cen Yue suddenly asked Cen Yue. Obviously, the purpose of Cen Yue and his team's trip is very confidential, and he is now giving Cen Yue the opportunity to choose. If I continue to travel with them, I will learn their secret, and there will be only two outcomes. Either become your own person completely, or die. Now that Cen Yue was sitting in their motorcade, Cen Yue probably felt that he had her under control. After all, if he refused now, he would be abandoned halfway, unable to return to the base, and would have to face the tide of zombies and aliens alone. Refusing to go along is also a dead end. But Cen Yue quickly thought of a third method and pointed to Ling Xiaoran's convoy. What about them? Are they going to the east of the city too? Cen Yue followed the slender fingers and said in a deep voice, they are heading to the west of the city, but they won't go to the dock. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue immediately made the decision. Then I'll follow them. They also came here by boat, so I can ask them where my son is. In fact, Cen Yue wanted to act alone. If possible, she could take the opportunity to get rid of Ling Xiaoran and the others, and then start over again with a new look. This time, I must hide myself so secretly that no one can find out. Cen Yue suddenly remembered Ling Xiaoran's attitude towards Chen Xiaodao just now and frowned slightly. Are you familiar with Ling Xiaoran? There's no reason, but I don't want to let Chen Xiaodao go. This little guy is so cunning that he found a loophole in the trap I set up. I haven't completely won her over yet. What if Ling Xiaoran steals her away? Chapter 35, I was forced. How could Cen Yue not see that Cen Yue was afraid of her and Ling Xiaoran getting close? But it is understandable. After all, both sides have extended olive branches to me, and I must strike a balance so as not to be involved in any team's disputes. Cen Yue, not familiar. She only saved Ling Xiaoran a few times and rejected him once. Cen Yue, have you ever had a feud? Cen Yue nodded as if it was a matter of fact. It's not that he's particularly evil. It's just that I used to act a little boldly, and he tracked me down. Cen Yue just made up some nonsense, which was half true and half false, and there was no way to verify it. Cen Yue actually agreed with Cen Yue's self-awareness just now. Judging from her noisy behavior, it was probably not a trivial matter. Thinking that the criminal would not have too much trouble with the pursuers, Cen Yue signaled the driver to stop the car. Go ahead. As long as you say you are mine, Ling Xiaoran and the others won't dare to embarrass you. Listening to Cen Yue's words, Cen Yue nodded repeatedly, but did not take it to heart. Ling Xiaoran learned through the intercom that Chen Xiaodao was going to travel with his convoy, and immediately signaled to stop the car. Listening to Cen Yue repeatedly calling my people through the intercom, the hand holding the intercom turned pale. Li Chong, who was sitting next to him, said nervously, Captain, we only brought 2 walkie-talkies this time, which are scarce resources. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoran slowly released the string from his palms and looked solemnly at the slender figure running towards his convoy. In the SUV behind the figure, a bald man leaned out of the window, waved his hands vigorously, and shouted instructions to Cen Yue. Remember to stay with them. Don't act alone. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to the base. Seeing that the bald man cared so much about Chen Xiaodao, the fat man and the thin man couldn't help but make a joke. Hey, Baldy, you're not picky about flowers. The bald man immediately restrained his expression when he heard this. What nonsense? I just think Xiaodao is like my sister. Upon hearing this, the fat man and the thin man looked at each other, and laughed even louder. Bald, what's that look in your eyes? Cen Yue is a man. Oh, I understand. First a friend, then a sister, and finally a little baby. I can't believe you're so good at it. Unlike the previous relaxed atmosphere, as soon as Cen Yue got on the transport vehicle, several team members sitting opposite her looked at her in unison. Most of them are familiar faces, and they are the team members who ran away from Linjiang City. After they ran into Cen Yue yesterday, they were looking forward to him joining the hunting team, especially after they knew that the captain intended to recruit Cen Yue into the hunting team. Their expectations were even higher. When I saw her getting on the car, I thought we had successfully formed a team. Yue, from now on we are team members. Yue, please give me more guidance in the future. I had seen Yue and Cen Yue and his group walking quite close to each other before, so I was particularly worried that the team would fail. Now everyone is already in the car and no one is panicking. Strength is the most important thing. Of course, we should try our best to win over such a powerful person as Yue. Cen Yue opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, a sneer came from the front passenger seat. I didn't agree to be your teammate. They have found a higher place and looked down on our hunting team. Ling Xiaoran rarely acts so sarcastic. The team members' eyes widened when they heard this. Why does the captain sound so sour? Seems very angry? Then he realized that the captain said Yue refused to join the hunting team. Yue, why don't you join the hunting team? Yue, we are all from the same place. If we join the hunting team, we can take care of each other. And don't you have a girlfriend? Are you willing to let her suffer with you? When Cen Yue heard the word girlfriend, her eyes widened immediately. Don't talk nonsense. She's just a neighbor. Who said she was my girlfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, several people looked at Li Chong in the front row. Li Chong instantly sensed the murderous look in Cen Yue's eyes and coughed awkwardly. Well, we are all men? Ha! I can understand. After saying that, he noticed that the captain was looking at him coldly, so he quickly made a bitter face and laughed it off. Yue doesn't want to join. Maybe there is some difficulty? Right, Yue. After saying that, he looked at Cen Yue for help, desperately needing her to save him. Cen Yue slowly lowered her eyes, deliberately concealing her expression, and then responded in a low voice. I came to the base with Cen Yue and the others. I am just an ordinary person. How can I decide my own life? He spoke so loudly that it seemed to be true that Cen Yue almost believed it herself, and not feeling guilty at all. Anyway, it is Cen Yue who takes the blame, not me. Ling Xiaoran certainly knew that Cen Yue was a difficult person to deal with. Whether before or after the apocalypse, he was a feared existence. I also thought that even though Yue was powerful, he was just an ordinary person after all. How could he defeat someone like Cen Yue who had a strong backer? Finally, his eyes gradually warmed up and he coughed softly. If you have any difficulties, just tell us directly. With our hunting team backing you up, Cen Yue has nothing to fear. Cen Yue responded softly again, trying her best to suppress the smile on her face. Cen Yue is definitely going to take the blame for this. The main purpose of Ling Xiaoran and his crew was to get supplies. The nearby shopping malls and supermarkets had basically been cleared out, so they had to run a little further this time. Cen Yue's expression became increasingly ugly. Li Chong noticed her expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?" Cen Yue pounded her chest and said, "Nothing, just a little carsick." As he finished speaking, the speed of the transport vehicle slowly slowed down. When Cen Yue realized that the speed had slowed down, she immediately said, "It's okay, I can hold on, drive faster, and get out of here soon." As soon as these words were spoken, the speed of the transporter skyrocketed, and it took on the appearance of a sports car. Several team members sitting in the back held on to the railings of the car tightly to avoid being thrown out of the car. The hunting team's target this time was the largest shopping mall in the west of the city. At that time, it was only a few miles away from the mall, but still some distance from the pier. Cen Yue took the initiative to confess that she came here to find her son, and as expected, this statement caused a lot of shock. Who would have thought that Cen Yue, who looks younger than everyone else, is actually married and has children? Moreover, Cen Yue also took the initiative to ask to get off the bus early. Seeing this, Li Chong hurriedly tried to keep him. "Showdown, why don't you come with us to find supplies? It's been a few days. If your son is still alive, he must have reported to the base. If he hadn't reported it, he would have probably already." Although Li Chong didn't finish his words, his meaning was very clear. A child cannot survive alone in the end times. Either they were eaten or they became zombies. But Cen Yue didn't hesitate and jumped out of the car. "It's okay. I'm lucky. You guys go to the mall first. I'll go to the pier and take a look. I'll be back soon. Just when Cen Yue was about to leave, Ling Xiaoran stopped her. Wait a moment. Cen Yue turned around, and before she could say anything, she saw a black object thrown straight at her. Ling Xiaoran said calmly, "This is an intercom. Keep in touch at any time." Cen Yue took the walkie-talkie steadily, pursed her lips slightly, and when she looked up again, her face was already calm. "Thank you." Cen Yue turned around and was about to leave when she heard Ling Xiaoran say something again. "Be safe." Cen Yue didn't turn around, but waved with her back to everyone. The fog gradually rose, and the slender figure gradually disappeared into the fog. Li Chong withdrew his gaze, feeling very confused. If Xiaodao acts alone, isn't he courting death? And he really doesn't look like someone who is married and has children. Everything about Chun Xiaodao is like the fog before our eyes, making it hard to understand. Chapter 36. I will repay you for saving my life. Cen Yue did not leave rashly, but because the system detected the presence of aliens nearby. Although there was fog, Cen Yue's vision was still unobstructed. Roar! The alien's roar came from far away. Cen Yue slowly drew out the Tang sword. The knife fell with great efficiency. Listening to the system's continuous prompts that the space expansion was successful, the corners of his lips slightly raised. At the same time, the hunting team also drove into the area infested by zombies and aliens. At first, there was a large group of zombies chasing after the convoy. All the members of the hunting team held their weapons with determination on their faces, showing no fear at all. At present, the zombies' movements are still a little slow. They can't outrun the cars at all, and are soon left far behind. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they were ambushed by the bird alien. The speed and strength of the aliens far exceeded that of humans, and there were too many of them, so the convoy began to struggle. Especially for the new members who just joined the hunting team. When they saw the darkness above their heads, their legs couldn't help but become weak and tremble. Li Chong was also stunned for a few seconds, and in a trance he seemed to have returned to the days when the apocalypse had just broken out in Linjiang City. There are endless aliens and zombies that can't be killed. They evolve so fast. Ling Xiaoran remained calm throughout and made arrangements in an orderly manner. Concentrate your firepower and shoot into the sky to stop these aliens. The fog rising from the ruins of the city became thicker and thicker, and he immediately shouted to the driver. The mall entrance is ahead at 11 o'clock. Hurry! The fog grew thicker, hiding the shape of the alien, but more and more frequent roars could be heard. Chew! A voice that was obviously louder and sharper than the other alien voices came from the fog. Everyone in the hunting team was so frightened by the earth-shattering sound that they stood there in a daze. The fog was even dispersed a little by the huge wings. A crow alien, huge in size, even larger than the transport vehicle, was swooping towards the transport vehicle. Osh, what a huge alien! The new team member was so scared that his legs went limp and he fell to the ground. This alien is a bit ridiculously large. It seems that all the transport vehicles can be easily overturned with just one claw. Li Chong held the weapon, aimed at the alien, and asked anxiously, "Captain, what should we do? That monster is coming for us." Ling Xiaoran looked at the mall gate, which was getting closer and closer. "Concentrate your fire. We're almost into the mall." Bang! With a loud bang, several transport vehicles were hit by the huge alien and rolled over several times. The driver was stuck in the driving seat and shouted for help. "Save me! Save me!" But now, everyone is busy taking care of themselves. Ling Xiaoran's face turned pale, and he was wavering between saving people and providing supplies. Bang! There was another loud noise. But this time, there were no casualties in the convoy. Before everyone could even come to their senses, they saw the huge alien that had just flapped its huge wings and could easily tear a person into pieces suddenly fall to the ground with a bang. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of dense gunfire. The flying birds and alien shapes that were just densely packed together now fell to the ground with a crackling sound like hail. What's even more amazing is that the previously huge alien shrank to the size of an ordinary crow shortly after landing. Ling Xiaoran, who witnessed all this, suddenly widened his eyes. Because of this scene, he was reminded of the scene that once happened on the riverside in Linjiang City. "Captain, it's him. It's the..." Obviously, Li Chong also thought of the middle-aged man who once killed the alien with a flying knife by the river. The same special method not only killed the alien, but also successfully shrunk it back to its original size. No wonder Xiaodao, left alone, He must have gone to find the organization. The uncle and the aunt are all here. There must be hope. Seeing that the person who made the move was so powerful, everyone became full of confidence, and their fighting spirit was ignited. At that time, Cen Yue, who was mistaken for the real trio, had already started to move around like a snake, carrying the Gatling gun and dealing a lot of damage. Aim at the alien's fatal weakness and shoot it one by one without missing a single shot. Ding! Successfully killed the third-level Crow mutant and successfully expanded the capacity by 1,000 tons. Ding! Successfully killed the second-level Crow mutant and successfully expanded the capacity by 100 tons. Ding! Successfully killed the first-level Crow mutant and successfully expanded the capacity by 10 tons. Ding! Successfully killed the first-level Crow mutant. Success. About 10 minutes later, Cen Yue shook his sore arms and put the Gatling gun in his hand back into the space. He squatted in a secluded corner with his back against the wall while listening to the system report on the remaining space. He was recovering his strength. Ding! The capacity has been successfully expanded by 18,888 tons. The current remaining capacity of the space is 18,908 tons. The corners of Cen Yue's mouth, which were raised with joy, froze slightly. If she remembered correctly, there were still about 100 tons of space left in the morning, right? But the newly expanded space plus the original space margin only totals 18,908 tons, which means that up to the time of the expansion, my space margin was only 20 tons. It's only been half a day, and 80 tons of space margin has been consumed. Even if we make a conservative estimate, my space margin will disappear at a rate of more than 100 tons or even 200 tons every day. What on earth is in this space? How can it devour my own space reserves so much? Cen Yue's mood at the moment was not very good, because her intuition told her that the space margin would disappear faster and faster in the future. While thinking, Cen Yue slowly stood up and was about to leave when a voice came from the fog. "Uncle!" Cen Yue paused and was a little confused when she heard Li Chang's voice, but subconsciously prepared to use the fog to hide her body. But the next second, Li Chang had already run to her and looked left and right. "Where are the uncles?" Cen Yue looked calm, but she was actually confused inside. "What uncle? The most important thing is I hid myself quite well. How did they find me?" Cen Yue had no intention of returning to the base. She just walked around and found that the mall was quite quiet. There are no zombies or aliens around. But now that she was caught by Li Chang, Cen Yue could only pretend to be ignorant. "The fight was so intense just now that I didn't dare to make a sound. Did anyone help you?" Li Chang was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Chen Xiaodao hesitantly, wanting to say something. An expression as if one has seen through everything but doesn't know whether to say it out loud. Ling Xiaoran, who followed closely, also stared at Chen Xiaodao intently. "Where's the person you were with just now?" Cen Yue immediately denied. "Who? I'm the only one here. The noise just now was so scary that I was hiding the whole time." Cen Yue denied it too quickly, which made Ling Xiaoran and Li Chang think that she was deliberately concealing the truth. "Li Chang, Xiaodao, stop covering for me. The captain and I know everything." Cen Yue's inner thoughts. What kind of cover-up is this? I'm telling the truth. It's really just me. But Li Chang has already determined that the people who just took action also include the uncle and aunt who have not shown up. I originally thought that Chen Xiaodao was very powerful, but now I realize that the strength of the two elders can be said to be amazing. Ling Xiaoran looked at Li Chang, signaling him to be on guard with his eyes, and then slowly walked towards Cen Yue and stood beside her. "No matter which camp you are from, I will repay you for helping me today when we meet again." Chapter 37. Cheating both sides. Cheating one is one. Cen Yue didn't want to get too entangled with the hunting team and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I didn't help. It's getting late. You guys hurry up and find some supplies. I'll go look for my son." After saying this, Cen Yue handed the walkie-talkie in her hand to Ling Xiaoran. Because she had just gone through the system scan, she noticed that there was a location on the walkie-talkie. Wow, no wonder he found me so quickly. But after Ling Xiaoran took the intercom, he did not give in. "No, it's too late for you to go to the dock now. It will be 100 times more dangerous at night than during the day. Since the uncle and the others have already left without taking you, there must be a reason. I can understand that you don't want to reveal any information about them. Since you are staying now, you must follow us to protect your safety." Cen Yue looked at Ling Xiaoran's righteous expression, saying this is for your own good, and slowly asked, "Uncle, who is this?" From the beginning, they insisted that they had accomplices, and later she heard them talking about uncle and something like that, as if they had seen it with their own eyes, which made her, the person involved, a little confused. But in Ling Xiaoran's eyes, her confused look seemed to be an attempt to hide something. He thought that the commotion just now did not seem like something that could be done by one person, but at least it was a team effort. At least all the uncles and aunts I met before participated. Ling Xiaoran smiled helplessly. Actually, the real backer behind you three isn't Cen Yue, right? You surrendered to Cen Yue, but it wasn't really surrendering, right? Don't rush to deny it. Xiangzi and I are the only ones who know about this. We will also pretend we don't know about the uncle and aunt's affairs. After hearing this, Cen Yue suddenly realized something and asked tentatively, "Does the aunt you were talking about speak a dialect?" Li Chong nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Cen Yue asked again, "Does that uncle look sturdy and kind, and can he play with flying knives?" Li Chong continued to nod. Yes, yes, yes. Cen Yue was speechless. This was truly a beautiful misunderstanding. Ling Xiaoran noticed that Cen Yue's expression was a little unnatural and thought that she was afraid that he would reveal the secret, which further confirmed all his guesses. He quickly assured, "Don't worry, we won't leak what happened today." Cen Yue's heart moved, and she suddenly thought of a way to pass the blame, and immediately put on a wry smile. "Then I'll have to trouble you to keep it a secret. If Cen Yue knew about this, he would definitely cut me into pieces." Ling Xiaoran felt more and more that Cen Yue was forced to join Cen Yue's organization, and immediately made a proposal. "After we go back this time, I will ask my superiors to let you join the hunting team, and I will ensure that Cen Yue will not hurt you." Cen Yue originally didn't want to join any organization, so she used the method of cheating on both ends to maintain balance and immediately spoke out to stop it. No, 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 absolutely not. For the sake of us being friends, just help me keep the secret. If Cen Yue knew that I had been asking him to take the blame, wouldn't he really cut me into pieces? Don't doubt it. Cen Yue is a vengeful person, and he can really do it. Seeing the genuine anxiety on Cen Yue's face, Ling Xiaoran had no choice but to agree. But I felt inexplicably happy in my heart, because he and Showdown have a secret that others don't know. This is a treatment that Cen Yue cannot enjoy. Thanks to Ling Xiaoran and Li Chong's gentle persuasion, forcing and complaining, Cen Yue was not bothered and finally followed them into the mall. Strangely enough, the entire shopping mall was intact. Even the desserts in the dessert shop on the first floor were neatly placed in the cupboards and had not been damaged or looted. Aliens and zombies were wandering outside the mall, seemingly afraid of something and not daring to come in. Ling Xiaoran led the group forward, keeping his voice low and cautious. "There's something wrong with this place. Everyone, follow closely and don't fall behind." Following the sign, the group walked straight to the large supermarket on the third floor. Seeing the dazzling array of supplies, even the well-organized and disciplined hunting team had a gleam of surprise in their eyes. Very good. With so many supplies, the base will be able to eat for a long time. Cen Yue had no interest in the supplies, so she sneaked away when everyone was paying attention to the supplies and no one was paying attention to her. There was something strange about the mall. This was Cen Yue's first instinct after entering the mall. Based on the experience of the previous life, there should be something in here that both zombies and aliens are afraid of. What could it be? If there really is something tricky, then she would need to reconsider her plan to use this as a hideout. Crack! Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening in front. The entire mall was out of power at that time, and there were no windows for ventilation, so there was no possibility of wind blowing the door open. So there is only one possibility left. There is something over there. Cen Yue quietly tightened the weapon in her hand and slowly walked towards the source of the sound. As we got closer to where the sound came from, we could vaguely see a half-open door. Squeak! There was a sound of plastic bags rubbing against each other coming from the door. Crack! Then the sound of chewing was heard again. Crunch, crunch, as if eating bones. It echoed in the dark and empty corridor, seeming particularly creepy. Cen Yue had experienced the apocalypse for 3 years and had already developed a strong courage and was not afraid at all. Crack! Cen Yue gently pushed open the corridor door, then turned on the flashlight, and the light instantly illuminated the dark corridor. The situation in the aisle is clearly visible. It was a figure from behind, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. He was tall, with short light chestnut hair, and it was obvious that he was a man. Sitting on the stairs with his back to Cen Yue, he was raising his arms and stuffing something into his mouth. Crack! The chewing noises did not stop, but became more pronounced. Cen Yue stood there, her slender fingers on the trigger, and slowly said, Raise your hands. Crack. The other person did not turn around or raise his hands, but continued chewing. Cen Yue's eyes gradually darkened, and she couldn't understand what the people were saying. It seemed that it was not a human, but a zombie. Although she was wondering why this zombie looked so clean, Cen Yue did not show any mercy. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the chewing sound finally stopped, and then Cen Yue saw the other party slowly raise his hands. But those hands were covered in bright red, and there was a faint broken finger pinched and dangling slightly in the air. Don't move. Is it a human? Cen Yue did not relax because the other party cooperated with her words, but became even more nervous. If the other person can understand what you are saying, it means he is not a zombie. But the other party is now obviously eating things that are not for normal humans to eat. If he is a survivor, he must have gone crazy. There is a large supermarket next door, but instead of eating the good food, they choose to harm their own kind. Such a comparison is even scarier than zombies. Chapter 38. Finding the long-lost son. Cen Yue slightly exerted force on the finger that was holding the trigger, but stopped the next second. I saw the figure who had his back to Cen Yue slowly turned around. His movements were very slow, like a sloth at 0x speed. After waiting for nearly a minute, the man turned around completely and stood face to face with Cen Yue. He was a young man with a clean and delicate face, but the corners of his mouth were red, and he was holding a severed finger in his hand, which made his cleanliness reveal a sense of weirdness. He slowly swallowed what he was chewing and stared at Cen Yue blankly. Cen Yue met those amber eyes and felt vaguely familiar. The other party also looked at Cen Yue, then tilted his head hesitantly. The upturned nose twitched slightly, as if it was sniffing and distinguishing something. Cen Yue looked at him, licking his nose to smell something, and inexplicably thought of him as a police dog. Looking at the broken finger in his hand again, he always felt that there was something wrong with the finger. She waved her weapon in a ferocious manner. Are you a human being or not? Stop playing tricks, or I'll shoot you. The other party was probably frightened, or he hadn't seen a normal human being for a long time, so his communication skills were slow. The young man slowly opened his mouth and called softly, Daddy. Cen Yue thought she had misheard, so she tilted her head slightly and was about to open her mouth to confirm. Suddenly, there was a voice behind me. Showdown, be careful. Ling Xiaoran, who followed closely, saw Chen Xiaodao confronting a cannibalistic zombie. He thought Xiaodao was in danger and immediately warned him. However, the young man whose identity was in doubt seemed to be greatly frightened and rushed towards Cen Yue with a look of horror on his face. Before Cen Yue could make the next move, Ling Xiaoran had already reacted as quickly as possible. Ah! The boy who was hit let out a scream, fell to the ground with a thud, and lay motionless. Cen Yue's face changed, and she immediately walked towards the young man. She remembered this was Zhou Yang, the prototype character of the story that I used as the template for finding my son. It has only been a few dozen days, but he seems to have grown a lot taller, and his appearance has changed slightly. No wonder Cen Yue didn't recognize him immediately. However, although his appearance has changed, his IQ seems to remain at the same age as his previous age. Ling Xiaoran's move just now was too fast. Cen Yue saw with her own eyes that the bullet hit the boy's chest and thought that he was definitely dead. When Ling Xiaoran saw Cen Yue approaching the boy, he immediately spoke out to stop her. Xiaodao, don't go over there. Ling Xiaoran was worried that the zombies just now were zombies. Some zombies would continue to attack humans even if their hearts were smashed. But Cen Yue didn't pay any attention to the words of stopping her. She slowly squatted down and carefully observed the motionless boy who had no signs of life. Cen Yue didn't think the boy was a zombie because he could speak and recognized herself, which meant he had consciousness. The biggest difference between zombies and humans is that zombies have no consciousness. They're just aggressive walking shells. Cen Yue's disguise has always been very realistic, and no one has ever seen through it. Then how did Zhou Yang recognize that the middle-aged godfather he insisted on recognizing was his own? While Cen Yue was thinking, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Yang's fingers suddenly moving. At first I thought I was seeing things. The next second, the boy opened his amber eyes and stared blankly at Cen Yue, who was observing him. Cen Yue had a blank expression on her face, but she was actually very surprised inside. She stared at the young man in silence. He actually survived? Ling Xiaoran strode over and saw the boy open his eyes. He thought it was a resurrected zombie and immediately prepared to grab him. Cen Yue stopped him in time. Stop. The young man who had just woken up looked at Cen Yue in a daze, his nose twitching slightly again. After confirming that it was that familiar smell, he called out softly, Daddy. When he caught a glimpse of Ling Xiaoran pointing a pistol at him, he immediately stood up and shrank back little by little to hide behind Cen Yue. Ling Xiaoran raised his gun and aimed at the suspicious boy. "Showdown, come here quickly." Cen Yue did not walk away, but opened her arms slightly and protected the young man behind her. "Captain Ling, you can't shoot." Ling Xiaoran looked shocked and confused. Why is Chen Xiaodao protecting this boy? Why does this kid call Chen Xiaodao daddy? The most important thing is that the shot I just fired clearly hit that boy's heart. But how come he is still fine? Cen Yue was very close to Zhou Yang, so close that she could smell the bright red at the corner of Zhou Yang's mouth, which was ketchup. Looking down, he saw that the severed finger in his hand turned out to be a spoof cookie. Looking at his chest again, there was a hole in the blue and white hospital gown, but the skin underneath was intact. Cen Yue saw with her own eyes that Ling Xiaoran's gun hit Zhou Yang in the chest. But now, the wound has completely healed. He actually awakened the ability to heal himself. It belongs to the healing category. As long as the fatal weaknesses are not damaged, it can not only heal itself, but also heal others with one click. It is like a walking life-saving artifact. Zhou Yang's wound healed very quickly, taking no more than a minute. Cen Yue had never seen such a fast healing speed in her previous life. It can be said that his self-healing ability is almost against the sky. Is this why he has been safe and sound? Cen Yue suppressed the shock in her heart and stood in front of Zhou Yang, barely blocking Ling Xiaoran's sight. "He is my long-lost son. It was just a misunderstanding." This child kept calling daddy and always believed in his heart that Cen Yue was his dad. There was no need to waste time on giving a confession. Ling Xiaoran didn't believe it and kept pointing the gun at Zhou Yang. "Showdown, get out of the way. There's something wrong with this kid. He was eating someone just now, didn't you see it? And he didn't die even though he was hit in the heart." Cen Yue slightly turned sideways and gently touched Zhou Yang's lips with her slender fingers. "It's ketchup." He took the broken finger from Zhou Yang's hand. "This is a joke cookie that kids love to eat." Then she spread out her hands, and a special amulet with bullet marks on it was held in her palm. What you just hit was a talisman. This child had a lot of misfortunes when he was young, so his parents specially asked for a talisman for him. I didn't expect it to actually save his life. Cen Yue's amulet was not fake, and neither were the bullet marks. Because this was what Cen Yue's parents asked for her, and it actually saved her life in a kidnapping case. She always carried this amulet with her, and she didn't expect it to come in handy again today. Ling Xiaoran still remained suspicious and looked up at Zhou Yang, who had been hiding behind Cen Yue. "Are you sure he is your son?" Not to mention that Ling Xiaoran didn't believe that Chen Xiaodao had an adult son in his 30s. At this moment, the two of them standing together looked more like brothers than father and son. Moreover, because Chen Xiaodao is shorter and thinner, it is difficult to tell who is the older brother and who is the younger brother. Zhou Yang, who had been hiding behind Cen Yue, gently tugged at the corner of Cen Yue's clothes and muttered softly, "Daddy, I'm scared." Cen Yue clearly noticed that Zhou Yang's mobility and language organization ability were better than before. I continued to be shocked at his recovery ability. Most people's bodies would become weaker after using their supernatural powers once. The degree of weakness is proportional to the degree of supernatural power released previously. In other words, if you release too much supernatural power at one time, your body will immediately become weak, and it will take some time to cool down and recover. Based on Cen Yue's experience of the apocalypse in her previous life, she determined that the amount of supernatural power needed to bring the dead back to life was no less than a perfect level power-up. But I didn't expect that Zhou Yang could recover so quickly after using his advanced supernatural power. At present, people with special abilities have not yet awakened in large numbers, so energy measuring machines that can specifically detect their ability levels have not yet been developed. Cen Yue could only continue to judge based on her experience from her previous life. Generally speaking, after a high-level psychic releases low-level or same-level psychics, their bodies will not be greatly affected. So what does Zhou Yang's current situation indicate? This means that his ability level is extremely high, possibly even level 5 or above. Cen Yue lowered her eyes to hide her joy. Even in the last 3 years of the last world and the previous life, there were still only a handful of people with supernatural powers of that level. She really had found a treasure. Suddenly, I don't dislike the silly Zhou Yang anymore. I have to be the father myself. Just in time, the story of finding the son can be concluded successfully. Cen Yue gently held Zhou Yang's uneasy hand and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." Cen Yue seemed to be trying to comfort Zhou Yang, but her fingers actually touched Zhou Yang's wrist to check his pulse, doing the final confirmation. The heartbeat is very weak, but it is still there upon careful examination, and the body temperature is also very low. The above doubts can be temporarily considered as the reason for insufficient blood supply after the animal has just been revived. Zoyang currently has basic human characteristics, can eat human food, can speak, has consciousness, and can communicate, and it is preliminarily determined that he is not a zombie. Cen Yue put aside her last bit of worry and remained calm from beginning to end. She took Zhou Yang's hand and walked out of the dark corridor. Ling Xiaoran followed the two of them not too far away, staring at Zhou Yang vigilantly. Team leader. Li Chong walked over with a happy face and was stunned when he saw Xiaodao holding the hand of a young boy. Xiaodao, who is this? Chapter 39, I don't like being passive. I prefer being active. The boy was wearing a blue and white hospital gown, and his face was pale and bloodless. His thick chestnut hair gleamed dimly in the light of the flashlight. Her facial features are very delicate, a level between that of a boy and a girl. It's different from Chen Xiaodao's good looks, but there's an inexplicable sense of similarity between them. Li Chong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Maybe beauty is all the same, while ugliness is all weird and strange. Zhou Yang is very shy. When he sees a stranger, he immediately shrinks and hides behind Cen Yue. Daddy, I'm scared. His words and actions are like those of a 3-year-old child. Zhou Yang, a tall man of over 1.8 meters, hid behind Cen Yue, and he couldn't hide his body even if he lowered his head. Li Chong seemed to have heard some funny joke. Ha, Xiaodao, why is this kid calling you dad? Can you give birth to a son this big? Cen Yue frowned slightly, and before she could explain, she heard Ling Xiaoran say, This is Xiaodao's son. Ling Xiaoran would definitely not tell lies. Li Chong's mouth, which was open to laugh, was dislocated because he was too shocked. Hi, Xiaodao, is this really your son? As expected, no one believed that Cen Yue had a son this old. Of course, Ling Xiaoran didn't believe it, and he followed the two of them the whole time. It was the first time he saw Chen Xiaodao protecting someone like this. As for the young man, he also seemed to be overly dependent on Chen Xiaodao. If there is really no relationship, it would be difficult to do this. Cen Yue's trip was to find her son, and now that her son has been found, everyone is relieved. Cen Yue herself did not dare to relax because she knew very well that Zhou Yang, who possessed healing abilities, was like a walking treasure and could easily be coveted by others. Moreover, people who awaken healing abilities are generally weak in strength and speed and are easily captured and exploited. In his previous life, Wu Tong had planned to capture a person with healing powers. The man was locked up in an iron cage every day, his hands and feet were tied with iron chains, and he was not given food or water. He was only given food when he needed healing powers. Cen Yue had never seen anyone in the cage, but one time, she secretly followed Wu Tong and saw from afar that Wu Tong and his men were feeding the person in the cage raw meat. Having seen too much filth and cruelty in her previous life, Cen Yue didn't want Zhou Yang to experience such a misfortune one day. After all, this child is stupid, dull, and slow in his movements. It's a treasure of a high level. If it is discovered by other people, won't they be tortured to death? Cen Yue thought about it and decided to sneak away with Zhou Yang when no one was paying attention. Cen Yue felt that she was not a good person and had the intention of taking advantage of the young man around her. But she could guarantee that as long as she had something to eat, she would not let him starve, let alone hurt him. But Ling Xiaoran seemed to have noticed something and kept a close eye on the two of them, and even the task of directing the return journey was temporarily handed over to Li Chong. Cen Yue used the excuse of going to the bathroom to escape, but was rejected by Ling Xiaoran, who did not give her any chance to escape with her men. About an hour later, all of the transport team's dozen or so trucks were loaded. This time, we can say that we returned with a full load. The previous fight left a certain psychological trauma on everyone. After leaving the mall, everyone's heart was in their throat. He held his weapon tightly, looking up at the sky and then down at the ground, fearing that a large group of zombies and aliens would suddenly jump out. But it was strange that the journey was extremely quiet. Even in the zombie area that I had passed through before, there was no sign of a single zombie. Cen Yue, who originally planned to live in a shopping mall, finally got on the return truck under Ling Xiaoran's constant care. Zhou Yang always followed Cen Yue closely, fearing that he would fall behind by even a single point. His movements were much faster than before, and he had returned to the speed that a normal person should have. At first, he only dared to hold the corner of Cen Yue's clothes. But after Cen Yue shook hands with him, he learned how to shake hands. Even after getting in the car, he was reluctant to let go and held Cen Yue's hand tightly. Perhaps he felt safe next to Cen Yue. He leaned his head gently on Cen Yue's shoulder and then fell asleep while rocking back and forth. He slept soundly, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. Cen Yue could even hear his soft snoring in her ear. It's a bit like the little cat my mom used to raise, which would snoring when it fell asleep. The vehicle suddenly jolted, and Zhou Yang, who was sleeping, was immediately awakened with a look of fear. The next second, he saw Cen Yue right next to him and immediately nudged Cen Yue's neck with his big head. It looked just like a little kid begging for a hug. Of course, Cen Yue couldn't hug him, so she could only pat Zhou Yang gently on the back. It's okay, go back to sleep. With a low cooing, Zhou Yang soon fell asleep again. His cheek touched the ends of Cen Yue's hair. He reached out to scratch it and continued to sleep soundly. Ling Xiaoran sat aside, watching all the scenes with an expressionless face. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaodao actually has such a gentle side. Is this the power of fatherly love? For some reason, I felt an inexplicable envy for this young man who suddenly appeared. I envy him for not being abandoned by his family, and I envy him for being able to snuggle up on his father's shoulder and take a peaceful nap. The team member sitting opposite looked at Chen Xiaodao and the boy curiously. Halfway through the journey, I couldn't help it and asked in a low voice, "Xiaodao, how old are you this year? How old is your son?" Cen Yue opened her mouth and said, "I am 36 years old, and my son is 18. The person opposite looked envious. "You're 18, and that's awesome. You took preservatives, didn't you? If you go out and say you're only 18, no one will believe you." Cen Yue, not bad, my parents gave me good genes. Some people just wanted to watch the fun and continued joking. If you take your son back now, won't your girlfriend be jealous? As soon as Cen Yue heard the word girlfriend, she looked at Li Chong, who was sitting in the front row with sharp eyes. It would be more appropriate for him to change his name to Li Does Wikiang in the future. "Cen Yue, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend." Li Chong, who was standing across the railing, noticed Chen Xiaodao's gaze and grinned awkwardly. His newly dislocated jaw was pulled, and he immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth. Later, the group heard that Xiaodao's son had been in a car accident when he was a child and had damaged his brain. Only then did they understand why a child of such a big age was still so clingy. The journey back was too smooth, so smooth that it made me doubt myself. It was not until they entered the base that the group finally felt relieved. "Thank you for your hard work this time. This is your share." Ling Xiaoran brought a large bag of supplies to Cen Yue. The bag was almost as big as she was and contained a lot of supplies. Cen Yue did not pretend to be rich and shirk the responsibility, but accepted it happily. "Thank you, Captain Ling. This amount of supplies is enough for the two of us to eat for a month." Ling Xiaoran looked at Xiaodao's thin arms and legs, but did not let go. "Forget it. I'll help you carry it back." As soon as he finished speaking, another pair of white hands took the bag and carried it on their shoulders. "Daddy." Zhou Yang carried the bag and looked at Cen Yue with an extremely bright smile, as if asking for praise. Cen Yue was not angry, but explained to Ling Xiaoran. "Although this child is not very smart, he has been very well behaved and sensible since he was young." Ling Xiaoran looked at Zhou Yang, who looked like a fool, and agreed with what Xiaodao said. "Your brain is not working well. Everyone will get 500 points for today's mission, and they will be added to your card tomorrow." Cen Yue still agreed happily. Okay. Thank you, Captain Ling. If there is such a good opportunity next time, remember to call me." Cen Yue had already thought it through. Along the way, she estimated her space reserve and swallowing progress. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before she would run out of space again. She has always disliked being passive and prefers to take the initiative to control the overall situation. Therefore, continuing to go out with Ling Xiaoran and the others in the future is also a good idea. While they were looking for supplies, I followed them to fight monsters and expand the space. It can be said that the division of labor was very appropriate. Ling Xiaoran's eyes lit up, thinking he had heard another meaning. "Xiaodao, have you agreed to join the hunting team?" Upon hearing this, Cen Yue waved her hands repeatedly. No, don't get me wrong, I'm just helping out. If you force me to join the Wasteland Hunters, I'm going to start playing badly." Ling Xiaoran saw that Cen Yue was really reluctant to join the hunting team, so he finally gave up. "This is the badge of the Wasteland Hunting Team. Take it and think of yourself as a special external employee of the Wasteland Hunting Team." Ling Xiaoran took out a badge and placed it in her hand. Without waiting for her to refuse, he turned and left. Cen Yue actually didn't think of refusing and put the badge into the space while putting it back into her pocket. But Zhou Yang, who was carrying a bag of supplies, frowned when he saw Cen Yue accept the badge given to her by Ling Xiaoran. Daddy. Cen Yue got goosebumps all over her body when she heard Zhou Yang called her daddy again and again, and she immediately pulled Zhou Yang to a corner. Come, let's discuss something. Please don't call me daddy in private, okay? Although he lied and said they were father and son, Cen Yue felt embarrassed when such a big boy called her daddy in a fancy way. Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard this, thinking that Cen Yue didn't want him anymore, and his eyes immediately misted over. Daddy. Cen Yue was most afraid of children crying. Seeing Zhou Yang's eyes full of tears, she immediately took her hands out of her pockets. Cen Yue was holding a grape-flavored lollipop in her hand and waving it in front of him. Be good. Don't cry. I'll give you a lollipop. Don't call me daddy from now on, and you'll have a lollipop. Okay. Zhou Yang seemed to really like the lollipop. He immediately stopped crying and nodded vigorously, his voice filled with joy. Okay, Daddy. Chapter 40. Brave and not afraid of difficulties. Due to the shortage of supplies, Yu Ming did not dare to go out for a walk alone. Although he guessed that Showdown had the idea of leaving the base, Yu Ming still had a glimmer of hope. I hope I was wrong and Showdown is just out for a while and we'll be back soon. Da-da-da. There were footsteps outside the door, and Yu Ming, who had been sitting behind the door, immediately stood up and looked through the peephole. After seeing Xiaodao's familiar figure, Yu Ming was overjoyed and opened the door immediately without thinking. Knife! But realizing that Xiaodao didn't like others touching him, he immediately stopped at the door. But the next second, Yu Ming's expression froze when she noticed that there was an overly delicate and handsome man following Chen Xiaodao. For some reason, Yu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of fear and crisis the first time she saw the man. Cen Yue nodded at Yu Ming, paused as she was about to go upstairs, then turned to look at Zhou Yang and spread out her hands. Come on, put your stuff down. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Ming warily, but still put down the bag of supplies obediently. Cen Yue opened the bag, found some food and daily necessities from it, and placed it at Yu Ming's door. The base should be distributing more supplies later. Remember to collect them. Leaving the supplies and words behind, Cen Yue took Zhou Yang and went upstairs without looking back. Yu Ming stared blankly at the two figures going up the stairs, and in the end had to swallow back all the words she wanted to say. Where did so many supplies come from? Who was the man following Xiaodao? Why did the man look at me with a hint of disgust and wariness? Cen Yue brought Zhou Yang back home. As soon as she put her things down, the corner of her clothes was grabbed by a big hand. Hungry. After Cen Yue's teachings, Zhou Yang finally learned not to call him daddy in private. Cen Yue was also hungry, so she took out 2 watermelon-flavored lollipops from her pocket. One for himself and one for Zhou Yang. Go sit on the bench, I'll go cook. Zhou Yang obediently took the lollipop and slowly walked towards the bench. After seeing Zhou Yang sitting on the bench obediently, Cen Yue simply washed up and walked towards the kitchen. Faced with the clean pots and pans in the kitchen and the unopened gas tank, Cen Yue was a little troubled. Before the end of the world, she was the eldest daughter of the Cen family who had never done housework. Even during the 3 years of the end of the world in her previous life, she had to eat whatever she could get in order to survive, and she was still not good at cooking. Although there are delicious lunch boxes in the space, taking them out now will definitely arouse Zhou Yang's suspicion. Cen Yue still remains skeptical as to whether Zhou Yang is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. And even if he is really stupid, he can talk, so there is no guarantee that he won't accidentally let something slip. What's more, there are so many fresh supplies in the space. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't know how to cook? What's so difficult about cooking? Can it be harder than killing aliens and zombies? Cen Yue does what she says and does it with full confidence. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, 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 bang. There were constant sounds of clanging and clanging coming from the kitchen. If you don't know, you would think there is a war going on inside. Even Zhou Yang, who had been sitting obediently on the bench, couldn't help but stretch his neck to look towards the kitchen. Cough, cough, cough. Cen Yue, who was choked by the thick smoke, walked out of the kitchen quickly. As a result, as soon as I went out, I almost bumped into Zhou Yang, who had moved a small stool to the kitchen door. Zhou Yang tilted his head and looked at the gloomy face Cen Yue with a puzzled look. Daddy, is this still the clean daddy who just brought me home? My nose twitched, and I smelled a familiar sweet fragrance. It was Daddy. Cen Yue stopped in time to avoid stepping on Zhou Yang. She raised her eyes to look at the full-length mirror opposite her. She looked very embarrassed in the mirror. But Zhou Yang thought that Cen Yue was hiding from him and playing some interesting game, so he sat on a small stool and pulled Cen Yue's trouser legs. "Daddy, play." Seeing that Zhou Yang was acting like a naughty child, Cen Yue was about to vent her anger on him when there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Xiaodao, are you home?" Fang Yuan's voice came from outside the door. Cen Yue tapped Zhou Yang's forehead with her hand and pushed him away a little. "Let go, I'll go open the door." Zhou Yang's skin was very white as snow, which made Cen Yue's hands covered with pot ash look even darker. Cen Yue shook her hands in disgust, decided to wash up before seeing people, and went to the bathroom. Zhou Yang, who was pushed away by Cen Yue, had a black handprint on his forehead. He wanted to sit back on the bench in a daze, but ended up sitting on the ground. "I'm so hungry that I feel dizzy and have no strength left." Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door continued, and Cen Yue, who was washing her hands, responded, "Wait a minute." Zhou Yang weakly got up from the ground, then moved his steps towards the gate. No one knew that his amber eyes gradually turned red as he walked. The originally innocent face was now filled with ferocious expressions, like a wild beast that smelled the fragrance of delicious food. Fang Yuan, who was standing outside the door, vaguely heard some noise inside the house, but couldn't hear it clearly. She placed the quilt in her arms on the clean floor, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to continue knocking on the door. Roar! Suddenly, a monster's roar was heard from inside the door, followed by the sound of banging on the door and fighting. Fang Yuan was frightened for a moment, and his first reaction was, something happened to Xiaodao. Fang Yuan, who was weak and helpless, was very self-aware and knew that he could not help much. So he immediately turned around and went downstairs to find someone for help. But the next second, the door opened from the inside. Cen Yue, whose hair was a little messy, called out to Fang Yuan, who was about to go downstairs. "Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan looked back, his face full of shock. "Are you okay?" Cen Yue's eyes darkened. Looking at Fang Yuan's expression, she knew that she must have heard the noise in the house. Cen Yue needs to explain to Fang Yuan so that she can dispel all her doubts. If Fang Yuan doesn't cooperate, then I can only be the bad guy for once. "Cen Yue, it's okay." Fang Yuan asked hesitantly. "Are you really okay? What was the noise at your house just now?" Cen Yue smiled bitterly, looking like she had something to hide. "Come in, and I'll explain it to you." Fang Yuan's usual vigilance reminded her not to go in, because there might be unknown dangers hidden inside. But when he met Chen Xiaodao's eyes, he calmed down for some reason and walked slowly into the house. After Fang Yuan entered the room, Cen Yue closed the door. At that time, Zhou Yang was sitting obediently on a small stool, eating instant chicken legs. He didn't even raise his head when he heard the noise. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the room, he saw a man with a delicate profile, his legs and feet tied with ropes, sitting on a bench, gnawing on a chicken leg. Shocked and confused. "Who is he? Why did you tie him up?" The ropes that bound his hands and feet were tied into extremely complicated knots, making them difficult to break free, but not completely restricting his movements. The person involved, Zhou Yang, finished the chicken leg in front of him in just a few bites, then looked up at Cen Yue eagerly. "Spread your hands." Hungry, Cen Yue tore into pieces several instant chicken legs in one breath and placed them within Zhou Yang's reach. "Eat it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang immediately picked up the chicken leg and started eating it. But the moment Fang Yuan saw Zhou Yang's face clearly, his expression almost froze, and there were even tears in his eyes. Cen Yue, who had been observing Zhou Yang, did not turn around, nor did she notice Fang Yuan's abnormality. She just opened her mouth to explain. "He is my son, Chen Yang. I left the base this time just to find him. Fortunately, I brought him back. But this child was in a car accident when he was young and his brain was damaged. If he gets hungry, he will become ill and crazy. I was starving while living outside for a while, and I just got sick again. I made quite a noise and I scared you, didn't I? But he's obedient most of the time, so you don't have to be afraid." Chapter 41. Don't listen to Xiaodao's advice. You will suffer. Fang Yuan's attention was all on Zhou Yang, and he only felt that Chen Xiaodao's voice was sometimes far away and sometimes near. "Is the boy in front of me Yang?" Fang Yuan was not sure at first glance, because she had not been to her sister's house for many years and had not seen her eldest nephew Zhou Yang for several years. However, when Fang Yuan heard the name Chen Yang, combined with the fact that his brain was damaged in a car accident and that they were both from Linjiang City, he was basically certain that Chen Yang was Zhou Yang. She could hardly contain her excitement. Her eyes were slightly red. There were actually relatives still alive in this world. But Fang Yuan calmed down extremely quickly and tried hard to hold back his tears. because she realized that Chen Xiaodao had been lying. Yang Yang can't be Xiaodao's son. Why did Xiaodao lie? Cen Yue noticed Fang Yuan's gaze towards her, so she turned around and saw Fang Yuan quickly looked away. At this moment, Cen Yue didn't think much about it, just thought that Fang Yuan still doubted her words. Cen Yue asked tentatively, "Don't you also believe that I have such a big son?" In fact, Cen Yue didn't expect that she could really find the so-called son, and she picked up Zhou Yang just on a whim. The situation today is nothing but lies piled up one after another. 10 minutes ago, Cen Yue thought she had really picked up a healing-level treasure. But after the fight just now, Cen Yue discovered that Zhou Yang was abnormal and once again suspected that he was not a normal human being. Hunger and blood seemed to drive him crazy. His state of madness was somewhat similar to that of a zombie, and even his heartbeat had completely stopped. If Zhou Yang was a zombie, then his resurrection in the mall was just a routine operation of zombies, not a level of healing ability. Cen Yue was somewhat disappointed that the person she picked up might not be a healing genius. It's like thinking you have picked up a piece of beautiful jade, but after identification you find out it's just a piece of broken stone. The psychological gap caused by the difference before and after can be imagined. However, Cen Yue had lived in the apocalypse for 3 years in her previous life, and she had never heard of zombies being able to speak, be obedient, or have consciousness. These situations are very special, so Cen Yue does not intend to give up Zhou Yang immediately, but plans to continue observing. Now, we need to confirm whether Fang Yuan has any suspicions. Fang Yuan saw that Xiaodao was clearly smiling, but there was no warmth in his smile, only vigilance. She knew that Chen Xiaodao was very wary and thought that her questioning had offended him, so she smiled apologetically. "It's true that you don't look like me. After all, you look younger than me. Who would have thought that you would have such a big son? This child is so pitiful. It must be very difficult for you to take care of him, right?" Fang Yuan knew that Zhou Yang was just stupid, but he would not go crazy, so the noise in the room just now must have other reasons. Looking at Zhou Yang again, he was clean, with no signs of abuse, and he was even very dependent on Xiaodao, which showed that Xiaodao had never hurt him. Fang Yuan also knew that although Xiaodao was not a good person, he would never kill innocent people or bully the weak. No matter what, she must now trust Chen Xiaodao without reservation. For myself, and for the only relative I have in this world. Fang Yuan did not expose Xiaodao's lie, and even quickly restrained all his emotions, pretending not to know Zhou Yang. She was very worried that if she revealed the fact that she had seen through Xiaodao's secret, he would misunderstand and feel resentful and give up on Zhou Yang. Fang Yuan has always been very self-aware. In this difficult doomsday, he cannot take care of this little fool, Zhou Yang, alone. Looking at Xiaodao's attitude towards Zhou Yang, it seems casual, but in fact it is a rough but detailed concern. It was Chen Xiaodao who saved Zhou Yang's life and brought him to a safe base. No matter what, Chen Xiaodao is their savior. Fang Yuan was grateful to Chen Xiaodao and did not intend to delve into the purpose of the lie. Who doesn't lie in order to survive? As long as Yang Yang can live well, I will always remember Chen Xiaodao's kindness. Fang Yuan made a secret decision in his heart, put on a warm smile on his face, and handed the quilt in his arms to Cen Yue. "This is the quilt I saved specially for you. I originally thought that you only needed one quilt, but now it seems that you have to save up another one." Cen Yue did not expect that Fang Yuan actually believed the story she made up and reached out to take the quilt. "Thank you very much." After delivering the bedding, Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but walked slowly towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang kept his head down while eating. Perhaps he was really hungry. He was so hungry that he ate the chicken leg without spitting out the bone. Cen Yue strongly supports Zhou Yang's behavior of not wasting and protecting the environment. Fang Yuan felt a little distressed when he saw this, and said softly, "Silly child, you can't eat bones." Zhou Yang had no reaction to this. Fang Yuan did not give up, but continued to move closer, sat next to Zhou Yang, and slowly raised his hand. When Cen Yue saw Fang Yuan raising his hand, she subconsciously wanted to stop him. But before he could stop him, Fang Yuan had already put his hand on Zhou Yang's head. Zhou Yang still didn't react. He was chewing the chicken bones in his mouth, making a crisp sound. Fang Yuan's hand trembled slightly when it touched the soft chestnut hair. He restrained his emotions and dared not reveal too much. "My child, you have suffered." Zhou Yang, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, paused for a second and twitched his nose at the same time. The next second, he continued to eat the chicken leg. Only after he had finished eating all the chicken legs did he look up and stare at Cen Yue eagerly. Daddy, I'm hungry. Cen Yue frowned when she heard this. How can this child eat so much? Fang Yuan stood up and looked at Cen Yue. The child is in the growth stage. He can't keep eating this kind of fast food. Seeing that Fang Yuan looked experienced in parenting, Cen Yue nodded in agreement. Yes, no fast food. What I really think, it's good to have food. Why would I complain about fast food? Look at that 1.80 meter tall guy. Does he need to grow any taller? Seeing Xiaodao's perfunctory attitude, Fang Yuan doubted whether he had really heard it, so he asked tentatively, "Can you cook?" Cen Yue was about to nod, but a gust of wind blew in, carrying with it a burnt smell. Fang Yuan subconsciously walked towards the kitchen and pushed open the door. The thick smoke had not yet completely dissipated, and Fang Yuan couldn't help coughing several times. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaodao, you don't know how to cook? Now Cen Yue had no choice but to say that she could cook. Not much, just a little. A little bit is actually her beautified way of saying it. She has only one principle in cooking. As long as it's edible, it's fine. It was the first time that Fang Yuan saw a guilty expression on Xiaodao's face, and he couldn't help but smile sincerely. Fang Yuan's beauty is not just about appearance, it's more about temperament. It's the kind of gentle and virtuous beauty that makes people want to get close to her, just like the girl next door. A sincere smile adds a sense of friendliness. Roll up your sleeves and tie up your long hair. What's the big deal? If you can't do it, then don't do it. There's no rule that everyone must be able to cook. There's nothing shameful about not being able to cook. As they were talking, Fang Yuan had already started cleaning up the kitchen and preparing to cook. When Cen Yue saw that Fang Yuan was really preparing to cook, she immediately stepped forward to stop him. No, I'll learn slowly. I can do it. After all, no one should suffer, and a child should not be left hungry in the future. Although Cen Yue said this, she was thinking in her heart that the child was so old now. It was not impossible to let him be self-reliant. It is not impossible to train your child to be an all-rounder so that you can enjoy a leisurely life in the future. Fang Yuan gently pushed Cen Yue out of the kitchen. Go away. What are you going to learn? How can I let you and your son starve? Don't worry, the food I cook is delicious. Half an hour later, one meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup were placed on the small table in the living room. The fragrance was lingering in the air, and Cen Yue subconsciously closed the doors and windows, fearing that the fragrance would drift out and cause complaints from the neighbors. Before the end of the world, this was not considered a big meal, but after the end of the world, it was a delicious meal that you could not even imagine. Look at this tender slice of meat, paired with the spicy red oil. It will make your mouth water. Fang Yuan took off her apron and wiped the water stains off her hands. What are you standing there for? Eat quickly. Seeing the genuine reactions of the other 2 people who were surprised by his cooking skills, he felt very satisfied. Fang Yuan's cooking skills are indeed good, not inferior to those of a 5-star chef. Not to mention Zhou Yang, who was so greedy that his eyes were wide open. Even Cen Yue was also very greedy. But before Fang Yuan sat down, the other 2 didn't even start eating. Cen Yue caught a glimpse of Fang Yuan preparing to untie Zhou Yang's rope and immediately spoke out to stop him. Don't untie him. He's been upset today and might hurt someone. After saying this, Zhou Yang seemed very aggrieved and looked at Cen Yue eagerly. Daddy, I'm hungry. She was clearly acting coquettishly towards Cen Yue, but Fang Yuan's heart softened immediately when he saw that. No, Yang is so well-behaved. How could he hurt anyone? Right, Yang? Zhou Yang, who had been looking at Cen Yue, finally moved his gaze away and looked at Fang Yuan beside him. He no longer looked at Cen Yue with the dependence he had before, and was even a little wary, but he nodded stiffly towards Fang Yuan's loving eyes. Fang Yuan saw the strangeness and wariness in Zhou Yang's eyes and felt sad, but he still smiled and touched Zhou Yang's head. So good. When Cen Yue saw Fang Yuan treating Zhou Yang with extraordinary patience and gentleness, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. But in the presence of delicious food, eating is the most important thing. The second before Fang Yuan untied the rope, Cen Yue quickly put some food into the bowl. Huff, huff. Clang, clang. Fang Yuan didn't even have time to come to his senses before he saw Zhou Yang pouncing on the dining table like a wolf. In the blink of an eye, the food on the table was in a mess, and Zhou Yang was holding the last pot of soup, gulping it down. Cen Yue seemed to have anticipated the scene before her. Looking at Fang Yuan's shocked expression, she ate the food in the bowl leisurely. If you don't listen to Xiaodao's advice, you will suffer the consequences. I told her not to untie it, but she refused to believe it. Now it's her turn to go hungry, right? In just a few minutes, all the food and drinks on the table went into Zhou Yang's stomach. He leaned back on the small stool and burped contentedly. Belch, Chapter 42, playing a little exciting. After having a full meal, Zhou Yang wanted to sleep. After he had eaten, he began to feel sleepy. He moved little by little to Cen Yue's legs, then leaned against her thigh, drowsy. Cen Yue ate the food in the bowl slowly and leisurely, and deliberately waved the delicious dishes in front of Zhou Yang a few times. The silly boy smacked his lips as he smelled the fragrance, secretly glanced at Cen Yue's expression out of the corner of his eye, and then closed his mouth again. Cen Yue was relieved to see that Zhou Yang was not completely unruly. At least he would not go crazy when he was full, nor would he snatch the food from her hands. Fang Yuan has not yet recovered from his shock. Although Yang Yang used to be demented, he has always been very well-behaved and well-behaved. But when he was eating just now, he was like a wolf that had been hungry for several lifetimes, and he didn't even recognize himself. What's wrong with him? The next second, a bowl of fresh food appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Cen Yue, eat it. I saved it for you. Fang Yuan raised his eyes to look at Cen Yue, who had a calm face. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Instead, he picked up the food in front of him and slowly began to eat. Fang Yuan took the initiative to wash the dishes after dinner. Cen Yue originally wanted to help, but Zhou Yang kept following her, so Cen Yue could only coax the baby while watching Fang Yuan busy in and out. Fang Yuan had packed up everything, and it was already completely dark outside. When he was about to discuss Yang Yang's settlement with Chen Xiaodao, he turned around and found that the father and son were sleeping in each other's arms. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and felt warm and soft-hearted. This looks exactly like the home I imagined before the end of the world. I will marry a man of great ability and have a lovely child. But the end of the world has come, and those ordinary and normal days have become an unattainable dream. Fang Yuan tiptoed towards the two men, spread out the quilt, and covered them with it, then tiptoedly opened the door and left. The moment the door was gently closed, Cen Yue, who had been asleep, opened her eyes. His eyes were clear, and he didn't look like he had just woken up at all. Cen Yue had been pretending to be asleep, wanting to see if Fang Yuan would do anything behind her back. But strangely, Fang Yuan did nothing and left quietly. Cen Yue could see that Fang Yuan was not the so-called kind-hearted saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a girl like her to live safely and decently in such a difficult end times. She might take some care of him because of the life-saving grace she gave him, but her attitude towards Zhou Yang was too concerned. Cen Yue didn't believe that Fang Yuan didn't notice the threat from her when he first entered the room. But she came in anyway, and he even took the initiative to stay and cook. Cen Yue clutched the warm quilt on her body and looked thoughtfully at Zhou Yang, who was leaning against her. The key point, could it be Zhou Yang? Cen Yue likes to sleep alone, and she takes off her disguise when she sleeps. The most important thing is that she had a fight with the crazy Zhou Yang today. Zhou Yang is very powerful in his manic state, and she doesn't want to be attacked while she is sleeping. Zhou Yang seems to be an outlier among the healing ability users, with extraordinary strength and speed. However, Cen Yue did not regret bringing Zhou Yang back, because life keeps moving forward and there is no regret. Besides, no matter how crazy Zhou Yang is, can he be crazier than me? Even if he was in a state of madness, couldn't he still be beaten into submission? At night, she let Zhou Yang sleep in the living room, and even built an iron cage for him overnight. The cage is big enough for Zhou Yang to stand, lie down, or lie horizontally or vertically. Although he had no body temperature and could not feel cold or heat, Cen Yue still covered him with a thick blanket. Cen Yue looked at the perfect iron cage and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's time to go to sleep. Don't make any noise to disturb my sleep, or I'll beat you up. Cen Yue pretended to be fierce and waved her fist at Zhou Yang in the cage. Zhou Yang hugged the small pillow aggrievedly, his amber eyes filled with tears, as if hiding sparkling diamonds. Daddy, I'm scared. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue smiled, showing some kindness. What are you afraid of? Just punch the monster in the head? Go to sleep quickly. If you keep crying, I won't want you anymore, and will leave you to Ma Lao Hu. Cen Yue recalled the threatening words she had heard when she was a child and recited them at random. Zhou Yang seemed really frightened and immediately hid under the quilt. No, no. Seeing that she had frightened him enough, Cen Yue turned around and prepared to turn off the energy-saving nightlight. But there was a faint sobbing sound coming from inside the cage again. But upon hearing this, Cen Yue stopped what she was doing and went into the bedroom. In the living room, The night light emits a faint light in the darkness. Zhou Yang, who had previously hidden himself in the quilt, slowly stuck his head out. His eyes were shining with a faint light as he stared at the closed door. It was not until she locked the bedroom door and reinforced it with a removable thickened iron door that Cen Yue finally let go of her tiredness and became her true self again. At this time on weekdays, she would have some midnight snack and watch some comedy dramas to relax. But she was so tired that day that she fell asleep as soon as she washed up and lay on the bed. Crack, crack. A sharp and piercing scraping sound woke Cen Yue up. I opened my eyes, and it was already bright outside. Crack, crack. The scraping sound continued, followed by knocking on the door and shouting. Bang, bang, bang. Knife. Showdown, are you up? Cen Yue reached for the watch on the bedside table and looked at it. It was only 8 o'clock, early in the morning, calling the soul. Can't you just let yourself sleep in? So annoying. Cen Yue, who was in a bad mood after waking up, quickly disguised herself and retracted the removable iron door into the space. As soon as she opened the bedroom door, she was almost knocked down. Hungry. Zhou Yang leaned weakly on Cen Yue's shoulder, smelled the sweetness lingering around his nose, and couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth, his eyes gradually turning red. Before he could get close to the source of the sweetness, Cen Yue tied his hands and pressed him down on the sofa. Cen Yue noticed that Zhou Yang seemed to be having a seizure, so she took out a piece of spicy duck neck from her pocket and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Just bear with it. If you dare to get sick, I'll beat you up. In an instant, the red in Zhou Yang's eyes quickly faded away and returned to its original amber color. But the duck neck in his mouth was so spicy that his eyes were instantly filled with tears. It's so spicy that I'm crying. Cen Yue stood up and clapped her hands, then looked at the completely dismantled iron cage in the corner and felt a headache. I slept too deeply last night. Why didn't I hear the noise of Zhou Yang demolishing the house? He kicked the pile of rotten iron into the corner, covered it with bedding, and then walked towards the door. Outside the door, the bald man carrying a bag scratched his head, and when he saw no one opening the door, he muttered to himself, "Is Showdown not at home?" Feng Yuan, who was also carrying a bag, was also a little confused. That's impossible. It's only 8 o'clock. He should be at home so early. The next second, the door opened. Cen Yue scratched his messy hair, revealing a dark and handsome face. Why are you here? The bald man immediately carried the things into the house, talking as he walked. I came back too late yesterday and didn't have time to send anything over. The next second, I saw a tied-up beautiful boy lying on the sofa and was shocked. Showdown, who is this? The young man had a handsome appearance, his hands were tied, and he was lying on the sofa at an angle. My eyes are filled with tears, and my mouth is still. It looks like it has been squeezed. The bald man had to think about it a little more. Showdown, he actually likes men? And it's so exciting. Chapter 43, Disobedient? Just give me a beating. Before Cen Yue could explain, Feng Yuan, who was carrying something, immediately ran to the sofa. With a look of heartache, he helped Zhou Yang sit up straight and looked up at Cen Yue. Is he ill again? Cen Yue nodded. I get sick when I'm hungry. As soon as Feng Yuan got closer, he smelled the pungent, spicy smell of the duck neck and wanted to take the duck neck away with a distressed look on his face. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yang refused to give in. He cried because of the spiciness and chewed the duck neck crunch crunch. After he had finished eating all the duck neck, he raised his eyes to look at Cen Yue. Daddy, I'm hungry. The bald man thought he had heard it wrong and continued to be shocked. He calls you dad? He's your son? Cen Yue nodded. Yes, it's my poor fool. I just found him yesterday. Noticing Feng Yuan was about to untie the rope, he immediately stopped him. Feng Yuan, don't move. Because the bald guy is here, if Zhou Yang goes crazy and attacks on the spot, he will definitely not be able to hide it. Feng Yuan also realized that he was too concerned and confused, so he hurriedly moved his hand away, opened the breakfast, and then handed Yang Yang's favorite bun to him. Are you hungry? Look, what did your aunt bring you? Feng Yuan is about 10 years older than Zhou Yang. Regardless of whether they are real relatives or following Chun Xiaodao's generational relationship, Zhou Yang has to call Feng Yuan auntie. Zhou Yang looked at Feng Yuan warily and did not open his mouth to eat, but looked at Cen Yue. Seeing Cen Yue nodded, he opened his mouth and ate. The potatoes and cabbages wrapped in the buns are mixed with a little minced meat that is invisible to the naked eye. It is a rare delicacy in the end times. Feng Yuan looked at Yang Yang eating one bun at a time and couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his head. Yang Yang is so good. Cen Yue saw that Fang Yuan had fed Zhou Yang several buns in succession, and there were only a few left in the bag, so she spoke out to stop him. You can eat the rest yourself, he's already full. Zhou Yang, who was about to open his mouth to continue eating, immediately closed his mouth when he heard this and refused to eat no matter how Fang Yuan coaxed him, because he knew that he had to listen to his father. If you don't listen, your dad will give you a fancy education. The bald man stood aside, always with a shocked look on his face. The second before entering the room, the bald man still thought that the son that Cen Yue kept muttering was an excuse. Just like a man is unwilling to admit that he is incompetent, Showdown uses his son to prove that he is a real man. But now seeing with his own eyes that the young man obeyed Cen Yue's words very well, he had to start doubting the authenticity of the son. From the greetings to the departure, the bald man was in shock. When passing the 12th floor, the door that had been closed suddenly opened. The bald man was startled by Yu Meng, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Yu Meng's eyes were swollen like walnuts. Listening to the laughter coming from upstairs, he slowly clenched his hands. I have lived upstairs and downstairs with Chen Xiaodao for such a long time, but I have never seen Chen Xiaodao be so close to any woman. Yu Meng noticed it when Fang Yuan came yesterday. She watched Chen Xiaodao lead Fang Yuan into the house. I originally thought Fang Yuan would leave soon, but Fang Yuan didn't come downstairs until late at night. They were in the room for hours. What were they doing? What would a single man and a single woman do? Yu Meng didn't dare to think about it too much. Once she thought about it, she couldn't help feeling sad and couldn't help crying. She couldn't sleep and cried all night. Hearing the footsteps, Yu Meng immediately opened the door. When he saw it was the bald man, the expression on his face froze. That woman, is she here again? The bald man almost bumped into Yu Meng head-on and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. What woman? Yu Meng gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. It's the woman who works in the base management office. Is Chen Xiaodao dating her? The bald man saw strong jealousy in Yu Meng's eyes and spoke in a cold voice. It's Xiaodao's freedom to date anyone he wants. You have no right to interfere with him. Yu Meng was stunned for a second when he heard this. Then he smiled and pretended not to care. You misunderstood. I don't like Chen Xiaodao. He's the kind of person who has no sense of humor and is particularly philandering. He's married and has kids, but he's still having affairs with other women, staying alone in a room, and he has no sense of self-discipline. The bald man's face darkened when he heard this, and he took out the pistol from his waist and pressed it against Yu Meng's forehead. Watch your mouth. If you dare to gossip about Xiaodao, I will kill you. Do you believe it? The bald man was not a good person to begin with, but he was much more restrained in front of Cen Yue. With his bald head, he looks a bit like a Buddhist when he is gentle. However, no one ever thought he was a good person. At this moment, he looked more like a devil than a Buddha. Yu Meng had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that his hands and feet were shaking. Trying hard to remain calm, he tentatively pushed the muzzle of the gun away with his fingers. It was also at this moment that Yu Meng took a wrong step. Her inner unwillingness clouded her reason, and she blinked at the bald man with a bright smile. Little brother, you really misunderstood. I have such good conditions. If I want to like someone, I will definitely like someone like you, brother. Little brother, are you lonely? After saying that, he slowly unzipped his clothes, revealing the scenery inside. Yu Meng cried for a long time last night and thought a lot. She couldn't face the end of the world alone, couldn't be her own mountain and hero. She also didn't believe that in this difficult apocalypse, there would be a woman who could be self-reliant and strong, as Chen Xiaodao had said. She still holds on to the hope of dependence and hopes to become a humble parasite. Since there is no chance at all with Chen Xiaodao, let's look for another chance. The bald man in front of me was tall and handsome, and he carried a gun with him. It was obvious that he was a powerful man. So, she set her sights on the bald man. The bald man's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly went downstairs as if he had seen something dirty. What a psycho! Yu Meng's face turned pale instantly after being scolded. How so? Before the end of the world, I was a great beauty. I look at myself in the mirror every day, and although I look a little haggard, I am still one of the most beautiful women in the base. At least she is much prettier than that old woman Fang Yuan. After watching the bald man's fleeing figure disappear, Yu Meng slowly withdrew his gaze and looked upstairs again. The laughter from upstairs continued, cutting her eardrums like a knife. Why? I am obviously younger and more beautiful than Fang Yuan. So why does Chen Xiaodao choose Fang Yuan instead of me? Even the rough, bald guy was not tempted by my invitation. Why is this happening? Yu Ming was filled with resentment and anger. Is it because I don't have the ability to provide convenience like Fang Yuan as a base staff member? Is it because I have no use value that I am destined to be abandoned? Yu Ming slowly clenched his fists, and even though his sharp nails scratched his palms, he did not loosen his hands. Mumbling to himself, "You will regret this. You will definitely regret this." Chapter 44. A slap in the face, followed by a sweet date. Do you want the blessing of having both a wife and children? The days passed slowly one by one. Fang Yuan registered Zhou Yang, and his name was Cen Yue. In order to take care of the father and son more conveniently, she actually moved into the former haunted house and became face-to-face neighbors with Xiaodao. Every time it's dinner time, you can always see a slender figure busy in the kitchen. In the end times, food is precious and uncontaminated meat is even scarcer. However, every meal Fang Yuan prepared included both meat and vegetables, and never let Cen Yue, a big eater, go hungry. Fang Yuan had no idea where the food and meat Cen Xiaodao brought back came from, and he never asked. All I know is that Xiaodao would go out every once in a while, and every time he came back he would carry a big black bag. She would just silently take the black bag that Cen Xiaodao brought back and then make delicious dishes out of it. One bag can provide food for 3 people for many days, and occasionally there will be some snacks that Cen Yue likes. Fang Yuan took care of the father and son with all his heart, and even had the illusion that life was peaceful and tranquil. In fact, Cen Yue hasn't left the base to fight monsters for some time. However, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from suspecting the source of the supplies, Cen Yue would periodically disappear for most of the day, and when she returned home, she would carry the things she had taken out of the space. This was done several times, and Fang Yuan never became suspicious. However, the supplies brought back by the hunting team were soon consumed. Early in the morning, Ling Xiaoran took the initiative to come to the door again. Bang! 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 Ling Xiaoran knocked on the door, and soon the door opened from the inside, and he met Fang Yuan, who was holding a spatula. Fang Yuan recognized Ling Xiaoran and knew that he was the captain of the hunting team, so he felt a little nervous. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Ling Xiaoran looked at the floor to make sure he was in the right place. "I'm looking for Cen Xiaodao." Fang Yuan immediately shouted into the house. "Xiaodao, someone is looking for you." Soon, Cen Xiaodao came out of the house, followed by Cen Yue, who was still shouting that he was hungry. "Hungry? I'm hungry. Off." Cen Yue swiftly pushed away Cen Yue, who was acting coquettishly and shouting that he was hungry. "If you're hungry, go find your Aunt Fang." Fang Yuan immediately stepped forward and pulled Cen Yue to the kitchen. But Cen Yue refused to leave no matter what, and even yelled at Ling Xiaoran. "Bad guy, bad guy." He looked so angry and mad that he wanted to hit someone. Cen Yue thought that the child still remembered the revenge of Ling Xiaoran shooting him in the mall. He peeled a lollipop neatly and stuffed it into Cen Yue's mouth. "Okay, be obedient. If you don't, I'll spank you." Cen Yue was frightened for a moment and followed Fang Yuan to the kitchen obediently. But he kept looking back every few steps, and his expression was still angry when he looked at Ling Xiaoran. Fang Yuan never interfered with Cen Yue's educational method of giving a slap and then a sweet date, because it was really effective for naughty children like Cen Yue. Ling Xiaoran knew that Cen Yue was a fool and didn't take his childish behavior to heart at all. Is there anything wrong with this child recently? After all, the area around the mall was full of zombies and aliens, and only Cen Yue, a fool, stayed inside the mall safe and sound. It seemed a little unreasonable no matter how you thought about it. Cen Yue smiled and said, "Children hold grudges, so don't take it to heart. As long as he doesn't get sick, there's nothing serious wrong with him." Ling Xiaoran nodded, glanced at Fang Yuan, who was busy in the kitchen, and quickly looked away. No further questions were asked about the presence of a woman in Cen Xiaodao's home. But there was a vague feeling of discomfort in my heart that I couldn't explain. I always feel that Cen Xiaodao doesn't look like a man with a wife and son. Seeing Ling Xiaoran suddenly silent, Cen Yue reminded him, "Captain Ling, is there something wrong?" Ling Xiaoran came back to his senses instantly. "Xiaodao, we are going out to look for supplies tomorrow. Do you want to go?" Cen Yue responded quickly. "Go. What time do we meet?" Ling Xiaoran. 9 o'clock. Go to bed early tonight and don't be late." Cen Yue nodded. "Don't worry. I'll be there on time tomorrow." Ling Xiaoran didn't stay long and left after saying that. 12:45 p.m. Fang Yuan's lunch break is from 12 to 2 o'clock. Usually by this time, Fang Yuan has gone home to prepare dinner. But more than half an hour had passed since she got off work, and there was still no sign of her. Cen Yang's stomach is like a fixed alarm clock. No matter how much he ate at the last meal, he will be hungry at mealtime, and he will go crazy when he is hungry. Cen Yue kept pestering Cen Yue and complaining that he was hungry for half an hour, and Cen Yue took out a bag of snacks from her pocket. Eat some snacks if you're hungry. Your Aunt Fong hasn't come home yet. I'll go downstairs to check. Cen Yue was worried that something might happen to Fong Yuan. Recently, due to the shortage of supplies, several vicious incidents had occurred in the base, and some people had disappeared inexplicably. Cen Yue took the snack, opened it neatly, and started eating it with a chuckle. But as soon as Cen Yue stepped out of the room, he followed her. Let's go, let's go. He looked curious about the outside world. After returning to the base, Cen Yue never took Cen Yue out for a walk. At first, she was afraid that Cen Yue might suddenly go crazy and arouse suspicion from others. But after getting to know him, I found that he was just a little fool who had grown up. At first, he would go crazy when he was hungry, but after Cen Yue scared him repeatedly, he would no longer go crazy when he was hungry. There is no difference between them and normal humans, and they're even a little silly and simple. Cen Yue closed the door and let Cen Yue pull at the corner of her clothes. Let's go, let's go. After Cen Yue went downstairs, the door of the room on the 12th floor, which had been tightly closed, quietly opened a crack. Through the gap, a pair of resentful eyes stared straight in the direction of the stairs. The sun came out today and the temperature rose slightly. After going downstairs, you can see many people basking in the sun downstairs. This quiet and peaceful scene makes it seem as if the end of the world has never come. Walking in the sunshine, I felt warm all over and even a little sleepy. Cen Yue raised her hands slightly and squinted her eyes to look at the mottled sunlight leaking through her fingers. As the breeze blew by, I felt as if I was in another world. Cen Yue followed suit, raising his hands and looking up, staring at the sunlight leaking through his fingers, grinning foolishly. It was his simple and silly laughter that brought Cen Yue back to her thoughts. Cen Yue paid attention to Cen Yang's condition and was relieved to see that he was walking in the sunshine without any discomfort and was even smiling foolishly. The two soon arrived at the base management office. Because it was lunchtime, the door of the management office was closed. Cen Yue took Cen Yue for a walk outside the management office, but did not see Fong Yuan. Cen Yue, who had been obedient all along, suddenly froze in expression, then showed some ferocity and ran straight to the back door. Like a husky that has broken free from its leash. Cen Yue thought that Cen Yue was sick again because he was too hungry, so she immediately chased after him. Cen Yue stopped. But Cen Yue did not stop calling Cen Yue. He twitched his nose slightly and then banged his shoulder frantically against the closed back door. Cen Yue caught up with Cen Yue and was about to teach him a lesson when she suddenly stopped. Whoa, let go, help, intermittent. Faint cries for help and struggles came from the back door. It was Fong Yuan's voice. Cen Yue took a few steps back in an instant, then took a run-up and kicked towards the back door. Although the back door was made of steel, it could not withstand the strength of Cen Yue and Cen Yue and was quickly kicked open. The sound of the iron door smashing down raised a cloud of dust. Cen Yue waved her hand to disperse the dust. Before she could see what was going on inside, she saw Cen Yue beside her, like a powerful hound, rushing straight into the storage room in the corner. Ah! Then, a short, terrified scream was heard. Chapter 45. Some people cried, some laughed, and some people were beaten and screamed. Cen Yue rushed into the utility room, knocked the evil Wang Sheng to the ground, and then quickly bit his neck. Fortunately, Cen Yue rushed in time, and Wang Sheng failed. But Fong Yuan had no time to breathe a sigh of relief after surviving the disaster. He was frightened after seeing Cen Yang's behavior and immediately spoke out to stop him. Yang, let go. Onchi is fine. But the mad Cen Yue could not hear Fong Yuan's voice and bit off Wang Sheng's neck in an instant. Wang Sheng died before he even had time to call for help. Cen Yue, who had bitten someone, was dazed and staring blankly ahead. The smell of blood gradually made him lose his mind. The amber eyes slowly turned red. Roar! A long, wild beast-like roar broke the silence. The fair-skinned boy turned into a ferocious man-eating demon. Fong Yuan saw with his own eyes Cen Yang's mad look, which was even more terrifying than the zombies outside. At that moment, he even forgot to breathe. Cen Yue, who followed closely, had no time to explain and took out a rope to tie up Cen Yue, who was about to eat. However, Cen Yue, who accidentally sucked human blood, became like a wild beast out of control and started fighting with Cen Yue. In fact, it was not really a fight. It was obvious with the naked eye that the situation gradually evolved into Cen Yue being the only one being beaten. He was beaten so hard that he cried out. Fang Yuan was completely frightened. Just when she didn't know what to do, she heard voices outside. Fang Yuan didn't know how she got up. She had only one thought in her mind. I must help Xiao Dao keep the secret. I must protect my nephew. Fang Yuan hurriedly walked out of the back door and met Li Chong and his group head-on. Li Chong, who was in charge of patrol, noticed the noise coming from the management office and immediately led his men over. Of course, he knew that Fang Yuan, a staff member of the base, was Xiao Dao's current lover. If nothing unexpected happens, she might even be the stepmother of Xiao Dao's son. For Xiao Dao's sake, we must take more care of Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan looking nervous and disheveled, he thought she was being bullied. Miss Fang, what happened? Fang Yuan shook his head repeatedly. Nothing, nothing. The more she tried to hide it, the more panicked she became, so much so that Li Chong also noticed something unusual inside the back door. Li Chong and his companions quietly touched the weapons on their waists and asked, what happened in there? When Fang Yuan saw Li Chong trying to enter the back door, he immediately stepped forward to stop him. You can't just go in through the back door of the management office. Li Chong originally wanted to help Fang Yuan, but seeing her nervous expression, he thought there was something shameful hidden inside. Could it be that this woman is supporting a man with a knife on her back? Li Chong regards Xiao Dao as his good brother. So how could he bear to see his good brother being cuckolded? Get out of the way! Have you done anything dirty to let my brother Xiao Dao down? Fang Yuan was speechless at this moment. Just when she thought she couldn't stop him, Cen Yue came out with Cen Yue tied up. Li Chong, why are you here? Li Chong had long known that Xiao Dao's son was mentally ill and often went crazy, so it was not surprising to see him tied up. Is your son sick again? Cen Yue nodded. Yes, the weather is good today, so I wanted to take him out to bask in the sun, but the child suddenly became ill again, and Aunt Fang was really scared. Li Chong nodded, as if he believed what Xiao Dao said. When he was about to leave, he pulled Cen Yue aside to talk. Xiao Dao, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you. He had an expression as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant, as if what he wanted to say was difficult to say. Cen Yue nodded while keeping an eye on Chun Yang's situation. Just say what you want to say. Who are we talking to? Li Chong moved closer and said, it seems your ex-girlfriend is dating another man in the base. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Li Chong could vaguely smell a sweet fragrance at the tip of his nose. Just when he was about to find the source, Cen Yue subconsciously distanced themselves from each other. Exquisite? Oh. After saying that, she seemed to realize something and said speechlessly, Yu Ming? Li Chong did not smell the sweet fragrance again and thought it was just an illusion. Yes, he seems to be a staff member of the base. His name is Wang. Cen Yue said coldly. Wang Sheng. Li Chong nodded. Yes. It's Wang Sheng. I saw them hiding in the woods yesterday. Cen Yue didn't care who Yu Ming was dating, but she was concerned that Wang Sheng had hurt Fang Yuan today and what role Yu Ming had played in it. Okay, I understand. Also, please stop making up rumors about me and other girls. It has a bad influence on them. I'll emphasize this one last time. Yu Ming and I are honest and clear. If you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Xiao Dao really minded, Li Chong defended himself with a guilty conscience. How can there be any adverse effects? Don't you know how popular wasteland hunters are now? How many girls dream of being associated with wasteland hunters? Cen Yue, that was you, not me. If you continue to make up rumors about me and other girls, you will blame me for turning my back on you. Li Chong didn't dare to say anything more, but he was somewhat puzzled as to why Xiao Dao didn't want to have a scandal with girls. Could it be because Fang Yuan minds? Thinking of this, Li Chong felt that he had finally understood. Because of the patrol mission, he quickly led his men out of the management office. After everyone left, Fang Yuan quickly walked towards the utility room in the corner. When I opened the window, there was only a puddle of water inside. Even the blood had been washed away. And Wang Sheng seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. What about him? Fang Yuan's tone trembled a little, and his frightened gaze fell on Cen Yue beside him. Could it be that it was eaten by Cen Yue? Although Fang Yuan didn't say anything, Cen Yue had already seen something from her gaze. Don't worry, I won't let my children eat dirty things. The garbage has been cleared away. Just pretend you know nothing. No matter who asks you about Wang Sheng, you must insist that you don't know. Is that clear? Cen Yue looked at Fang Yuan calmly, as if she was giving instructions for 3 meals a day. Fang Yuan's originally frightened heart gradually calmed down, and he nodded vigorously. Good. After being beaten and tied up, Cen Yue gradually regained his consciousness after eating all the food that Fang Yuan had stored in the office. Seeing that he was awake, Cen Yue hit him hard on the head again. Are you born in the year of the dog? Do you eat shit? Cen Yue covered his head pitifully and shook his head repeatedly. No, it's stinky. Fang Yuan saw that Cen Yue used some force, and a bump immediately appeared on Cen Yue's fair forehead. He felt so distressed that he immediately protected him. Well, you can educate her if you want, but why are you doing it yourself? Children have thin skin. It must be painful for them to have such a big bump. Cen Yue said nothing, but her eyes were always on Fang Yuan. Her gaze was like light, seemingly able to penetrate everything and see through her disguise. Fang Yuan had been frightened before, and now he was being scrutinized by Cen Yue. He felt guilty and withdrew his hand that was protecting Cen Yue. Cen Yue smiled coldly, but did not retract her gaze. Fang Yuan became more and more worried. Showdown. Does she already know? Chapter 46, We Will Always Belong to You, and Only You. Fang Yuan felt uneasy as Showdown looked at him. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to confess everything. Cen Yue finally spoke. Fang Yuan, you actually recognized who he is a long time ago, right? It is self-evident who the he in Cen Yue's words is. You already know the true relationship between him and me, right? Fang Yuan's face turned pale when he heard this, as if his secret had been exposed on the spot. Cen Yue said again, Aren't you curious about who I am? Why am I hiding this? Fang Yuan quickly said, I'm sorry. I promise I won't reveal any secrets. I'm just worried that if I confess that I know Yang Yang, will you? But now I'm not worried at all, because I know you don't kill innocent people. You're a good person. Cen Yue sneered again. Fang Yuan, I'm not a good person. You should know that it's easy for me to deal with anyone I want. Although Cen Yue had a smile on her face, her eyes were cold. Everything that had just happened in the utility room proved once again that what she said was not a joke. When Fang Yuan thought of Wang Sheng, who had disappeared inexplicably, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back, as if life and death depended on this moment. I promise I won't reveal your secrets. What's more, Yang Yang is my sister's child. I am grateful for your rescue and protection. You saved my life several times and saved my nephew. I won't force you to trust me, but Yang Yang and I trust you completely. Please, don't chase us away. Cen Yue lowered her eyes and looked at the woman in front of her, who was so confident. She was thin and strong. It would be easy for me to kill her. But she always protected the half-human nephew behind her. At this moment, Cen Yue began to envy Cen Yue, the little fool, for no reason. It turns out that pure family love still exists in the end times. Cen Yue never thought of herself as a good person, but she wasn't a murderer either. As long as Fang Yuan really has no ulterior motives, she can give her and her nephew a chance to live. However, not everyone can follow you. If you want to follow me, the bottom line is never to betray me. Other than that, you are qualified only if you are useful. Fang Yuan, can you and your silly nephew do this? Fang Yuan had been staring at Showdown, paying attention to his expression. When he heard what he said, he thought that he still didn't believe him. She bit her thin lips, and her legs began to tremble and gradually bent. If I kneel down and swear devoutly, will he be able to believe in my determination? But under Cen Yue's gaze, Fang Yuan was unable to kneel down in one breath. Especially when his knees were slightly bent, he noticed that Cen Yue's eyes became even colder. Fang Yuan kept repeating to himself, Only those who are useful are qualified, and suddenly came to his senses. Only the incompetent and weak would kneel down and beg for mercy. They are not qualified. Therefore, if I really kneel down and beg Showdown, not only will it not make him soften his heart, but it will make him look down on me even more. In an instant, Fang Yuan stood up straight with his legs and back. I can cook and take care of people. I can make sure you live a comfortable life in the apocalypse as you did before the apocalypse. Although Yang Yang occasionally gets sick, he is big and can watch over the house and protect people. I know you're very strong, but we're not bad either. Give us some time, and I promise we too will grow and become stronger. We all belong to you forever, and only you. Fang Yuan was nervous, but determined as he carefully held the knife in his hand and gently kissed the back of his hand. Cen Yue did not stop Fang Yuan from swearing. She waited for her lips to pass behind her hand and then gently shook it off. The other hand that had been in his pocket took it out and slowly unfolded it. Two 5-centimeter reddish-brown reagents lay in Cen Yue's fair palms. During this period, Cen Yue occasionally disappeared for most of the day, but it was not to fool around, but to enter the storage space and conduct pharmaceutical experiments in the medical classification area. Fortunately, I stocked up in time and put all the equipment my mother had used for experiments into the space in advance. Before the end of the world, people only knew that Cen Yue, as the eldest daughter of the Cen family, was spoiled and willful, but they didn't know that she was actually extremely talented in medicine and had completely inherited the medical talent of Bai Jingli, the wife of the mysterious president of the Cen group. The world never knew who the wife of the president of the Cen group was, and even the initial report on the plane crash did not report her specific name. Just like, in the eyes of the world, Cen Yue has always been a useless waste, being played around by her fiancé Wu Tong. In her previous life, Cen Yue accidentally discovered during a fight for supplies that her blood could inspire ordinary humans who had never awakened their superpowers to do so. Unfortunately, she discovered it too late and was pushed into the zombie tide by Wu Tong and died the next day. If it had been discovered earlier, Cen Yue would have had the opportunity to conduct research on her own blood and even build her own team of psychics. As she had been busy for some time and there was no suitable person around for the experiment, Cen Yue put this research on hold. Her initial research direction was to study ordinary people who had not awakened a few years after the apocalypse, that is, humans who lack certain genes. However, there are still 2 years before humans awaken naturally. Cen Yue changed her research direction and planned to test whether her reagents could promote the awakening of superpowers in advance. Moreover, there are suitable research candidates at hand. Drink it. If you drink it, I will believe in you forever. It will make you stronger, but it will also make you lose your freedom. Think it over carefully. It's not too late for you to regret now. As long as you keep my secret, I won't take any revenge. Fang Yuan took the potion and drank it in one gulp without any hesitation. She was gambling, betting whether Showdown would watch her die, also betting on the future. Fang Yuan knew very well that the end of the world would only become more and more difficult. It is not easy to live alone, and you may meet more Wang Sheng, Li Sheng, Zhao Sheng in the future. What's more, Qin Yang would easily get sick. If Showdown didn't suppress him, I'm afraid that before tonight, Qin Yang would be taken away by the hunting team, and his life or death would be unknown. Only by following Qin Showdown can the future be truly safe and bright. Fang Yuan knew even more clearly that although Showdown seemed cold and ruthless, he was very respectful to him during the time they had been together and had never had any bad intentions. Even when he pretended to approach her casually on weekdays, Showdown would immediately distance himself from her. Today's kiss on the back of the hand was the first time Fang Yuan had touched Showdown's skin in such a long time. Even though the origin of this potion is unknown, Fang Yuan never regrets, nor is he afraid. Even if my freedom is restricted, I do it willingly. I even hope that I will become stronger. Chun Yang, who had been ignored, saw Fang Yuan drink the potion and thought she was eating something delicious, so he struggled to get closer to Cen Yue's palm. Chapter 47 Fall. Respect everyone's choice. When Cen Yue saw Qin Yang approaching, she frowned slightly and hesitated whether to take back the reagent in her hand. Fang Yuan is an ordinary human being, and her own reagents may be able to allow her to awaken her superpowers earlier. However, Qin Yang's category is unknown, and the consequences of this drug are unknown. Cen Yue didn't want a situation to get out of control, so she finally decided to take back the reagents. But Fang Yuan thought that Cen Yue was still doubting his and his nephew's determination, so he immediately took the reagent and stuffed it directly into Chun Yang's mouth. Stop! Cen Yue's voice to stop her was still a step too late. Qin Yang not only drank up the reagent, but also licked the remaining reagent at the filling tube mouth. He likes this taste. It has the taste of his daddy. Feeling dizzy, as if being drunk, Cen Yue was paying attention to Qin Yang's changes and saw that he seemed to be drunk. His originally pale cheeks actually had a little blush, becoming more and more like a human. Seeing that Cen Yue's expression was gradually relaxing, Fang Yuan quickly apologized for his quick action. I'm sorry, I was afraid you wouldn't want us anymore. The two are indeed relatives. Their aggrieved expressions are exactly the same. Even though Qin Yang was stupid, he followed Fang Yuan in staring at Showdown, as if he was really going to be abandoned. Cen Yue sighed barely audibly. Fang Yuan, remember one thing. You will always belong to yourself, and you are the only one who can truly change your destiny. Don't rely too much on others. These people are just passersby to you, just like me to you. When the time comes, I will give you freedom. Besides, I don't like women, so you don't have to act smart just to please me. Fang Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Although a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, he quickly returned to normal. I will remember this in the future. Besides, I have always treated you as my little brother. If you mind, I will keep my distance from you in the future. Cen Yue did not refute her calling him brother. Let's go home and cook. We are hungry. After saying this, Cen Yue untied Chen Yang's rope and strode out of the hall. Naturally, Chen Yang followed quickly. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, but soon followed. On the 12th floor, Yu Meng had been hiding in the bathroom, scrubbing the marks on his body with a towel. But it still feels so dirty. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw the images of those stinky men venting their sexual desires on me. I am so dirty. So dirty. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, and Yu Meng suddenly woke up, and the kitchen knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Cen Yue, who was standing outside the door, frowned slightly. Yu Meng, are you home? Soon, the door opened from the inside. Yu Meng was wrapped in a thick cotton coat and looked extremely pale. What's up? Her voice was a little hoarse, and her expression was listless, no longer as enthusiastic as before. Although Cen Yue noticed Yu Meng's change, she didn't want to interfere too much in other people's decisions, so she just asked one question. Did you meet Wang Xing yesterday? When Yu Meng heard the name, he shuddered all over and then shook his head. No, I don't know him. Cen Yue could tell at a glance that Yu Meng was lying, and noticing the other party's evasion, she suddenly gave up the idea of continuing to ask. Anyway, Wang Xing had turned into a pool of water and disappeared down the sewer. Fang Yuan, who had already prepared the meal, stood at the door and shouted downstairs. Shout out, go home and have dinner. Cen Yue responded, Okay, I'll be right back. Then he put the bag in his hand at the door. These are the supplies distributed by the base. Fang Yuan said you never went to claim them. Yu Meng's face changed when he heard this, and then he sneered. No need for your fake kindness. I have food and drink. I don't care about the garbage distributed by the base. Cen Yue frowned slightly when she heard this, and before she could say anything, Yu Meng slammed the door shut. Soon, the voices of a man and a woman talking were heard in the house. Baby, who was looking for you just now? Suitors, I'm so beautiful. I have a lot of suitors. You have to behave well. Little goblin, wasn't my performance good enough last night? Oh my, you are too gentle. Cen Yue looked at the supplies at the door and finally turned around and went upstairs. People with different ideals cannot work together. Respect everyone's choice. When he got home, Fang Yuan noticed that Cen Yue, who had just been carrying something, now had nothing in her hands. Jokingly said, Xiaodao, do you like Xiaoyu downstairs? Cen Yue paused while holding the bowl, her expression becoming somewhat serious. Fang Yuan, this joke is not funny at all. I said I don't like women. Fang Yuan's face froze when he heard this, and then he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Cen Yue sighed barely audibly. I used to think she was a bit like me. Therefore, Cen Yue never thought of taking advantage of Yu Meng. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. After all, in her eyes, although Chen Xiaodao was exceptionally handsome, his personal charm and abilities outweighed his appearance. If we have to point out the similarities between Xiaodao and Yu Meng, it's probably that they are both extremely good-looking. Cen Yue didn't expect Fang Yuan to understand the similarities she was talking about. After all, only she herself knew that in her previous life, she had also longed for redemption and struggled in suffering. Fortunately, I finally stuck to myself, even at the cost of my life. If Yu Meng can persevere and pass the test, Cen Yue can consider providing reagent assistance after the research results stabilize. But unfortunately, Yu Meng eventually lost himself. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Fang Yuan was clearing the table and carefully instructing Xiaodao as he prepared to leave. Be safe and don't be stubborn. If you can't beat them, run away. Yang Yang and I will be waiting for you to come back home. Just like the hostess of the house, giving careful instructions to the host who is about to go out. Cen Yue responded softly, then walked towards Chen Yang, whose hands and feet were tied, and checked the firmness of the handcuffs and shackles. Remember to feed him on time. If he gets sick while I'm away, no one will be able to take care of him. Chen Yang had become accustomed to this way of restricting his freedom and looked at Cen Yue aggrievedly. Daddy. He looked like he was struggling to get up and follow along. Cen Yue's face immediately turned cold. Be obedient, or I'll beat you up. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang immediately tightened his expression and dared not move. But as soon as Cen Yue walked out of the door with her backpack, a child's heart-wrenching cry was heard from inside the house. Whoa! Fang Yuan immediately wiped his hands clean, tore off a bag of snacks, and stuffed it in a Chun Yang's still movable hand. Be good, Yang Yang. Daddy is out looking for food. He'll be back soon. Look, there are so many delicious foods here. They are all yours. Eat as much as you want. Maybe the temptation of snacks was really effective. Chun Yang soon stopped crying, pinched the packaging bag, and put the whole thing into his mouth. Not long after Cen Yue left, Fang Yuan also went out to work. Chun Yang was the only one left in the room. He stopped crying and complaining as before and silently lowered his eyes to look at the handcuffs and leg irons with an unclear expression. A few seconds later, the sound of an iron object falling to the ground was heard in the room. The sofa where Chun Yang was originally sitting was now empty. Chapter 48 True Identity, Not Simple. Cen Yue arrived at the meeting place very quickly at exactly 9 o'clock. When Li Chong saw Showdown, he immediately waved enthusiastically, but the joy on his face quickly faded away, and he looked worriedly at Ling Xiaoran, who was silent beside him. Captain, Showdown is here. Ling Xiaoran seemed to come back to his senses and looked up at Cen Yue, who was approaching. Yeti come. Cen Yue nodded. Well, let's go. Seeing that no one got on the bus, Cen Yue thought everyone was waiting for her. But when she was ready to get on the bus, the others still had no intention of getting on. Aren't we supposed to leave at 9 o'clock? Everyone is here. Why are we leaving yet? Ling Xiaoran looked forward with a serious look, waiting for someone. Cen Yue's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and she subconsciously asked, Are Cui and the others going this time too? Ling Xiaoran shook his head, but before he could say anything, a loud noise interrupted their conversation. Beep, beep, beep. The deafening sound of the horns made people feel upset. Then several modified large transport convoys drove over at high speed, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing that the group of people coming was quite large, Cen Yue frowned slightly. Who are these people? The ones you're waiting for? Ling Xiaoran did not answer, but Li Chong at the side spoke in a low voice. Ling Penghui, the base commander's son. Cen Yue. The base commander's surname is also Ling? As soon as these words came out, Ling Xiaoran and Li Chong looked at her. There was obvious surprise in his eyes. Li Chong. Shout out, come on, you've been in the base for so long, and you don't even know the base commander's name? Don't you pay attention to these things? This is too heartless. Cen Yue was speechless. I don't deal with them, so why should I care about these things? Will knowing them keep me well fed and clothed? Li Chong was speechless for a moment. No wonder Xiao Dao was so rude to the captain. It turned out he had no idea of the captain's true identity. Cen Yue really didn't pay attention to these things, and there were many people like her who were carefree in the base. Currently, due to the lack of communication tools, the spread of information is greatly hindered. Few ordinary residents in the base know the specific names of higher-level leaders. There seems to be a barrier between the two. Ordinary people can only look up to those at the top, and even when mentioning those at the top, they are very secretive and dare not elaborate. Cen Yue had never been here in her previous life, and the bases were far apart, so information transmission was limited. The establishment of bases was also very casual. Some were established by the military, some were established by chaebol, and some were established spontaneously by a group of ordinary people, giving the impression of occupying a mountain and establishing themselves as king. But generally speaking, in the late stage of the end of the world, the bases that can be ranked are basically those established by the military and chaebol. Many small-scale bases could not last long and gradually disappeared or were swallowed up by other bases. Cen Yue still remembered that in her previous life, she had been to a small base deep in the mountains with less than 100 people. The people in the base were very surprised to see outsiders. Because the people in that base haven't seen other normal humans for a long time, they always thought they were the only humans left in the world. They even see themselves as the last hope of mankind, and pass on the flame of human civilization as the only belief of the base. As for how to pass on the fire, I won't explain the process in detail, but it is both sad and ridiculous. Recalling her memories, Cen Yue slowly looked at Ling Xiaoran beside her. Is he related to the base commander? After all, the surname Ling is not common. In the late apocalypse, I did hear Wu Tong mention a base commander named Ling, and he sounded very fearful in his words. Now think about it. If Ling Xiaoran was an ordinary person, how could he set up a hunting team as soon as he arrived at the base? In this case, Ling Xiaoran does have some identity. But what does that matter? Isn't it because you can't beat yourself? The convoy stopped not far away, and a fat man got out of the car surrounded by a large group of people. Cen Yue looked at the person who came, then looked at Ling Xiaoran, who was silent beside her. Fat and ugly, far worse than you. Ling Xiaoran, who was in a bad mood, almost laughed out loud when he heard this, and his mood was not so bad anymore. Thanks for the compliment. Ling Panghui was fat to begin with, and he was wearing extremely heavy clothes, making him look like a walking ball. Cen Yue was very skeptical. Could this person survive more than 3 seconds after walking out of the base? We're lucky with the zombies and aliens today. We should be able to have a good meal. Ling Xiaoran whispered, don't underestimate him. Their equipment is not simple. Find a chance to sneak away later. Don't go on a mission with him this time. Cen Yue was a little surprised. Was Ling Xiaoran suggesting that she escape at the critical moment? But what does he mean by equipment? When I was about to continue asking questions, those people had already walked up to me. Ling Xiaoran seemed to take an unintentional step forward and blocked Cen Yue's figure. When Ling Panghui saw Ling Xiaoran taking the initiative to step forward, he thought he was greeting him, and the disdain in his eyes became more and more obvious. Deputy Captain, are all the people here? Ling Panghui looked arrogant, especially when he called Ling Xiaoran Deputy Captain, and he emphasized the 3 words Deputy Captain with special emphasis. Cen Yue frowned slightly. How did Ling Xiaoran become the deputy? Li Chong on the side clenched his fists in anger. We only recognize Captain Ling as our captain. Not everyone can be the captain of our hunting team. Li Chong felt angry just thinking about it. What kind of words are these? Everyone went through life and death and survived many close calls for supplies. Among them, Ling Xiaoran, as the team leader, made an indispensable contribution. What's the result? It's not even as good as some people's casual words, and all the credit is taken away. Even in the middle of the night before departure, a so-called captain was parachuted in, and Ling Xiaoran was demoted to deputy captain. How ridiculous! Ling Panghui glanced at the members of the hunting team and saw that they all had dissatisfaction on their faces, so he sneered. Since you won't obey my orders, I won't worry about it. I'll bring the men and equipment myself. You guys can take care of yourself. There was complete confidence in his words, and even a hint of threat, as if these people would die if they did not obey. Li Chong immediately retorted, it's not like we haven't been out before. The food and supplies in the base were all brought back by our hunting team. How dare you guys shamelessly take the credit? Ling Panghui looked coldly at the badge with his name printed on Li Chong's chest, and his eyes, squeezed into a thin slit by his fat, revealed a hint of cruelty. Li Chong? Okay, very good. Please move forward a few steps so that I can have a better look. It is obvious that Ling Panghui remembered Li Chong. If you dare to shout at me in person, I will certainly not let you go. Take a few more steps forward and shoot him. When Ling Xiaoran saw Li Qiangjin rushing forward, he immediately protected him behind him, then looked at Ling Panghui. Ling Panghui, that's enough. We are all serving the base. Don't make things too awkward. Of course, Ling Panghui was unwilling to end it like that. Today, he wanted to save Ling Xiaoran's face in front of everyone in the hunting team, and let those team members who were chasing Ling Xiaoran see that no matter how powerful Ling Xiaoran was in front of him and the Ling family, he was still a serval dog. He waved to the men behind him. Go count the points. 10,000 points will be deducted for every person late. 5,000 points will be deducted for not dressing properly. 10,000 points are like a drop in the bucket for a young master like Ling Panghui, who has lived a life of luxury both before and after the apocalypse. But for ordinary people, it is more than enough, and can even support a family's expenses for a whole year. Ling Panghui's men quickly reported the number of people. Report to the captain, the hunting team should have 28 people, but there are only 29 people. One person is not wearing a uniform. Chapter 49 Mystery. The End of Provocation. Ling Panghui's slit-like eyes flashed with a sharp light for a moment. He originally wanted to criticize Ling Xiaoran's appearance to make him lose a lot of points, but who knew that he would find a bigger problem? Deputy Captain, what's going on? Did you miss the registration? Or are you planning to smuggle some contraband out of the base? You should know that privately transporting people in and out of the base is against regulations. You are breaking the law knowingly, and the circumstances are particularly serious. I will report this to the base commander right now and have him deal with it personally. After saying that, Ling Panghui rummaged through his heavy clothes for a long time and finally took out a walkie-talkie. Li Chong knew that Ling Panghui deliberately targeted the captain, and he also knew that this matter could be made a big deal or a small matter. If Ling Panghui insists on making a big fuss, then it is very likely that he will use this opportunity to kick Ling Xiaoran out of the wilderness hunting team completely. The hunting team cannot be without Ling Xiaoran. Li Chang immediately spoke out to stop them. What do you mean by actual attendance and uniform? Do you have a roster? Look at how messy you are all dressed. Did you unify yourselves? Why do you only supervise and punish us? Ling Penghui. Because I am the captain. I am the boss of this operation, and my words have the final say. Li Chang. Not fair. Ling Penghui. You want fairness? Okay, I'll give feedback to the base commander right away, and you can tell him in person what fairness is. The few hunting team members who had been standing at the back couldn't help it anymore. We have a specially hired player who has not yet completed the process and is not on the roster for the time being. You can't convict our captain for this. Ling Xiaoran, who was standing in front, suddenly turned around and looked at the person who spoke with obvious disapproval in his eyes. The team member, who was originally full of confidence, was frightened into silence by Ling Xiaoran's look. He inexplicably felt as if he had done something wrong, but he didn't know what he had done wrong and was very frightened. Cen Yue herself remained calm throughout, as if she was not the one being exposed. In fact, from the moment Ling Xiaoran reminded her to slip away and deliberately hide her figure, Cen Yue roughly understood that Ling Xiaoran didn't want Ling Penghui to discover him. However, Cen Yue never thought of escaping from beginning to end. Just by looking at the unsteady steps of those people, you can tell that they are a bunch of good-for-nothings. To put it simply, there is no one who can withstand the blow. What is there to be afraid of? Once we get out of the base, you can beat us however you want, right? But no one knew what Cen Yue was thinking. Ling Xiaoran even signaled with his eyes that Li Chang and he should cover the knife more tightly. Ling Penghui became even more excited, like a cat that smelled blood. Deputy Captain, I have never heard of the term specially hired team members. You are leading the way in favoritism and fraud. There are only 28 people registered on the roster, so only 28 people can walk out of the base. If someone with bad intentions sneaks into the team and leaves the base with the convoy, who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? Soon, two voices sounded at the same time. I'm responsible. I'm responsible for it myself. Cen Yue and Ling Xiaoran spoke at the same time. When Ling Xiaoran saw Xiao Dao trying to move forward, he subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he was still a step too late. Cen Yue walked slowly to the front of the team and gave Ling Xiaoran a reassuring look. Ling Xiaoran's heart, which had been tense, suddenly dropped the moment he met Xiao Dao's eyes. I'm really worried and confused. Who is Xiao Dao? Xiao Dao is a heroic boy who can easily handle a city of zombies and aliens by himself. How could he be afraid of Ling Penghui, a loser who can only rely on external forces? At that time, Cen Yue was wearing a black sports suit, black motorcycle boots, and carrying a backpack on her back. The fine hair on her forehead could not hide her delicate features and sharp eyes. Without the uniform and the protection of her teammates, she stood out and was eye-catching. Ling Penghui was stunned the moment he saw the young man. I even swallowed subconsciously. This guy is so androgynous and so beautiful. It's just to my taste. Ling Penghui initially planned to find an excuse to prevent the Wasteland hunting team from going on a mission, because he wanted to completely kick out Ling Xiaoran and the Wasteland hunting team that he had personally formed. But now, Ling Penghui has changed his mind. This young boy should taste good, right? It will definitely be boring on the way out to find supplies, so getting this boy to serve me can help to relieve my boredom. Hee, what's your name? How old are you? His eyes fell on the boy's chest, seeing no name badge, and turned to look at Ling Xiaoran. What's wrong with you? Even if you are a specially hired team member, even if the procedures have not been completed, you should prepare a special badge in advance. Ling Xiaoran knew some of Ling Penghui's bad habits and hated them, so he didn't want to involve Xiao Dao from the beginning to the end. Seeing Ling Penghui looking at Xiao Dao with lustful eyes, Ling Xiaoran couldn't bear it at all. He immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Xiao Dao, blocking Ling Penghui's gaze. They heard it wrong. There is no special team member. This person is not from the hunting team. He just happened to pass by and say hello to me. Then he looked at Cen Yue. If there's nothing else, you can go now. We're also going to get ready to leave. But Ling Penghui had taken a liking to the young man. So how could he be willing to let him go easily? Wait, did I say we can go now? Ling Xiaoran, I am the captain now. You have no say over everything. You must follow my orders. Whether they are specially hired members or ordinary members, they are all official members of the wilderness hunting team and should be registered. Since I have a mission today, I won't pursue this with you for now. Then he turned and looked at Cen Yue, who was standing beside him. Team member, follow me. I have some information that I need to discuss with you. Let's have a good chat. Ling Penghui looked at the boy's slender figure and delicate face, and thought he was a clay figure that was easy to control, the kind that would be obedient if he was scared. But Cen Yue refused without hesitation. I only recognize Ling Xiaoran as the captain, and I won't go with you. Ling Penghui narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned very ugly because he was rejected in public. Your opinion is useless. Even Ling Xiaoran himself has no right to reject me. Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to provoke me like this? Cen Yue glanced at him casually. Then do you know what happened to the last person who provoked me? He wiped the special badge on his palm as he spoke. Do you know why I became a special member of the team and am not bound by anyone? The arrogance in the boy's eyes makes people tremble, and his disdainful look is full of aggression. Ling Penghui, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly felt guilty for some reason. Because he himself knew very well that Ling Xiaoran would not choose useless people. This young man is treated so well. Could it be that he really has some special skills? On the other side, a man holding a walkie-talkie hurriedly approached Ling Penghui and whispered something in his ear. Ling Penghui's expression changed again, and he turned to look at Ling Xiaoran. Ling Xiaoran, how dare you trick me? Chapter 50, Who would refuse a super cool mecha? Ling Xiaoran had a puzzled expression, as if he had no idea what was going on. What did I do to you? It's you who has no brains. Who can you blame? You have already been delayed for half an hour. If you delay any further, you will not be able to successfully complete the material supply mission today. Ling Penghui, can you bear the consequences of delaying the mission? Ling Xiaoran called Ling Penghui by his given name, which made Ling Penghui's face, which was already as red as pig liver, even darker. Okay, you wait, let's go. Ling Penghui walked away quickly with his men, feeling even angrier towards Ling Xiaoran. I don't like the captain of the hunting team. Once we leave the base, there will be plenty of opportunities to wipe out the hunting team. Then use your own people to completely replace the hunting team and form the strongest team. On the transport vehicle, Cen Yue gently pulled Ling Xiaoran, who was sitting beside her in a daze. What did you do to him? Look how angry that fat guy is. Ling Xiaoran rubbed his aching temple. If you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. He has done a lot of bad things and offended a lot of people. I'm just helping him out. Ling Xiaoran is not someone who will suffer any loss. I received the order late last night, and I knew who was behind it. So he took revenge overnight. Although it cannot damage its roots, it can still give Ling Penghui a headache for a while. Cen Yue was confused by what she heard. She knew that some things were not convenient to say openly, so she nodded as if she understood something. After a brief silence, Ling Xiaoran took the initiative to speak. Why don't you leave? Didn't I tell you to find a chance to slip away? They don't even know you exist. Cen Yue smiled, a very frank smile. We are all from the same hometown. Can I just watch you get bullied? Don't worry. I'll teach him a lesson for you later. Of course, Cen Yue couldn't tell the truth that she went out not for supplies, but to fight monsters and upgrade the space. As for that fat pig, he actually dared to set his sights on me. The villain in my heart has already started sharpening his knife to kill the pig and sheep. I will kill him today. After all, she doesn't have as many concerns as Ling Xiaoran, so she will just think of a way to solve it quietly when the time comes. As Cen Yue thought about it, she gradually leaned against the window, closed her eyes, and gathered her strength. When Ling Xiaoran heard Xiaodao say that he wanted to help him teach Ling Penghui a lesson, although he did not agree, he was still grateful. He knew that he could not change Xiaodao's decision. When he was about to give him some advice, he found that Xiaodao had fallen asleep, so he could only swallow his words. But he did not immediately look away from Xiaodao, and there was even a hint of worry in his eyes. If I had known that Ling Penghui would get involved in this mission, I would definitely not have invited Xiaodao to participate yesterday. Although Ling Penghui himself lacks ability and brains, he has a consortium behind him, which makes him much luckier than Ling Xiaoran, the illegitimate child. Moreover, the equipment they carried this time was said to be a weapon carefully crafted by the Gene Group, with extremely strong lethality and defensive capabilities. If he were to target me, I'd be afraid. Ling Xiaoran finally withdrew his gaze, raised his eyes to look out the smoke-filled window with an unclear expression. The convoy headed east, driving past the once prosperous skyscrapers, crossing broken bridges and abandoned roads. All we saw was a desolate scene. Cen Yue, who had been paying attention to the road conditions, withdrew her gaze. The road has been cleared. More than an hour has passed since we set out, and not a single zombie or alien has been seen. The place is so empty that it makes people suspicious. Yes, Cen Yue and his men had been active in the east of the city in the early stages, and this time Ling Penghui got a good advantage. Ling Xiaoran sat up straight, and when he mentioned the three words Ling Penghui, the disgust in his eyes could hardly be contained. Cen Yue nodded, but thought to herself that she seemed to have not seen a bald man for a long time. The last time Cen Yue and his friends went out, they headed straight to the east of the city. Now the road is clean, which makes people suspect that they often take this road. Ling Xiaoran also knew about this situation. Could it be an activity in cooperation with the base? The convoy drove for about another half an hour and stopped in front of a shopping mall. This time the mall was in a shabby state, not at all as clean and intact as the last Jingxi Mall. Not only did we not encounter any zombies along the way, we didn't even encounter any aliens. After getting off the car, the members of the hunting team gathered together with Ling Xiaoran as the center, holding weapons and always keeping alert. But looking at Ling Penghui and his group, no one was on guard, and they all surrounded Ling Penghui and flattered him. "Master, you are amazing. Master, is that really what's in your car? Master, look, I'm doing so well. Do I have a chance to feel that thing?" Ling Penghui also regards himself as the eldest master of the Ling family, and completely brings the style of a playboy from a wealthy family into the team. In addition, behind him there is not only the Ling family, but also the Jin family, and everyone is eager to promote him. Cen Yue watched from afar and whispered something to Ling Xiaoran. "That thing, what is it? It sounds like a fun thing." Ling Xiaoran. "It is said to be a multifunctional combat mecha with strong combat power. The Jin Consortium has invested a huge amount of money in researching it. I don't know the details." Cen Yue's eyes lit up instantly when she heard that. The Jin group? Is it the Jin family who was famous for their mechas in the previous life? Wu Tong once consulted Cen Yue and wanted to buy a mecha through Cen Yue, but was rejected by Cen Yue. It is said that the mecha technology is Jin's unique patented technology, which is not sold to outsiders and has extremely high combat power. It has its own small missile system, which allows it to perform long-range combat. Its entire body is covered with the strongest metal for protection, so it can fight without worries in close combat. It can be said to be capable of both offense and defense. If Ling Penghui really brought a mecha out this time, then Cen Yue might be able to fulfill her little wish from her previous life. Who would resist owning a super cool mech? Ling Xiaoran noticed that Cen Yue's eyes were looking at the transport vehicle behind Ling Penghui, and thought that he was just curious, so he reminded him again. "Follow me closely, don't provoke Ling Penghui and the others, and don't be curious about the mecha. It is said that the current mecha is still in the testing stage, and it is possible that it may get out of control. The mecha is huge, and it's easy to get hurt accidentally if it loses control. Remember to stand farther away." Cen Yue nodded when she heard this, but her eyes became even brighter. "The trial phase is good. The trial phase is especially good. Isn't it normal for the mecha to lose control during the experimental stage? Isn't it normal that people lose control and die? Wouldn't it be normal if they accidentally killed Fatty Pig's group of people? Besides, Cen Yue had only assembled and modified cars in his 2 lifetimes, and had never assembled and modified a mecha. The more Cen Yue thought about it, the more excited she felt. The way she looked at Ling Penghui was as if she was looking at a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. On the other side, Ling Penghui, who was surrounded by people, almost lost himself in the waves of praise and flattery. Suddenly, I noticed a burning gaze, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the young man I had my eyes on. Ling Penghui thought that the boy finally realized how powerful he was and was impressed by his charm. So he pretended to be elegant and wiped his sparse, greasy hair. Ahem. All right, everyone work hard and you will definitely get some benefits. Chapter 51, Watch Your Back. After Ling Penghui finished speaking, he looked again in the direction where the boy was standing, only to see that the boy and Ling Xiaoran and his group had already walked to the entrance of the mall. The joyful mood just now suddenly dropped again. These people have no eyes. When all the supplies are packed up, I'll pack them all up one by one. When the time comes, I can just make up an excuse about being attacked by zombies and aliens. Who would doubt it? After all, the world outside the base is like hell. As for the young man just now, Ling Xiaoyi licked his thick lips, and the light in his eyes became more obscene. Lock him up and torture him slowly. No matter how fierce his temper is, won't he become obedient in the end? Be careful, Ling Penghui. He's got his eyes on you. Ling Xiaoran reminded Xiaodao again before entering the mall. Cen Yue nodded, as if she didn't take it to heart. In fact, she had been wondering When would the mecha come out? System. How much space is left now? Cen Yue remembered that she had checked the space reserve a few days ago, and there were still several thousand tons left. The system currently has a surplus of 2,866 tons of space. It is recommended to expand the capacity in a timely manner to avoid insufficient surplus. When Cen Yue heard the system's answer, she almost crushed the weapon in her hand. I have such a large margin of several thousand, and only a few days have passed. Only 2,866 tons left. Fortunately, I asked in advance. If I hadn't, the space would have run out in a blink of an eye, and I wouldn't have had time to expand the capacity. System. Can I apply for regular space margin notifications? System. After the system space reaches 1 million tons, it can be upgraded and relevant permissions can be opened. Kindly remind you that the system still needs to expand 870,000 tons before upgrading. Cen Yue was so shocked when she heard this that she almost fell to the ground. What the hell? 10,000 tons? Did you miss a decimal point? And now the space consumption is getting more and more exaggerated. This is bullying an honest man like me. But the system was so cold that no matter how Cen Yue called out to it, it was unwilling to respond or communicate. Ling Xiaoran noticed that Chen Xiaodao's face looked a little ugly and asked in a low voice. Xiaodao, what's wrong? Cen Yue put the gun behind his waist and pulled out the Tang sword from his backpack. His eyes were staring straight into the dark maw, his gaze scorching. Captain Ling, the situation inside is unknown and may be dangerous. I'll apply to explore the way ahead. You can come in after it's safe. Ling Xiaoran's first reaction was to refuse. After all, in such an unknown situation, it is most taboo to fight alone. But he knew Xiaodao's strength very well, and Xiaodao's expectant expression made Ling Xiaoran unable to refuse. Okay, go ahead, be careful. If there is any danger, come out immediately. Before Ling Xiaoran could finish his instructions, Cen Yue had already walked quickly forward and soon disappeared into the darkness of the mall. Ling Penghui, who had been paying attention to this side, stepped forward quickly. Didn't we agree to act together? You let your people go in first. Do you plan to eat alone? Ling Xiaoran's face darkened. You can also arrange for someone to go in and explore the way. What a pig brain still thinking about eating alone at this time. Ling Penghui was afraid that Ling Xiaoran would steal his credit. Moreover, he clearly saw that it was the young man who went in to explore the way. You two, come here. Ling Penghui waved to the two people behind him, whispered some instructions, and signaled them to go in and explore the way first. Not only was he exploring the way, he was also trying to get the young man. As long as the boy falls into his hands, there is no way Ling Xiaoran will take him back. Because the distance was not far and Ling Xiaoran had excellent hearing, he heard everything Ling Penghui planned. The cold light in his eyes was mixed with murderous intent. How dare you set your sights on Xiaodao? Then we'll see who has a harder life or whose knife is sharper. Cen Yue carried a Tang sword and moved around in the dark shopping mall as if she was walking in the light without any obstacles. She now urgently needs to kill the aliens to expand her capacity. If there are no aliens in this mall, then I will have to look outside. It's not easy to come out here. I absolutely can't leave empty-handed. Squeak! In the empty and dark mall, faint animal sounds could be heard. Cen Yue gradually slowed down her pace and looked around with some anticipation. There are animals. As long as there are animals, there is a high probability that aliens exist. Ouch, you stepped on my foot. Did you hear anything? What kind of noise could there be? Don't scare yourself. The young master and the others are still waiting for us outside. Hey, is that the guy in front? The two stumbling people held up the flashlight and shone it forward. There stood a slender figure at the edge of the light. The figure had its back to the two of them. The two men thought they were discussing this in low voices. You go up and say hello to him and try to get close to him. I'll sneak up from behind and kidnap him. Why don't you go and say hello and get close to me? Why should I listen to your arrangements? Okay then, I'll go and say hello and get close to him, and you sneak up from behind and kidnap him. No, why did I have to sneak attack and kidnap someone? As they talked, their voices grew louder and louder, and they were about to start a quarrel. Cen Yue, who was standing in front, finally lost her patience and turned to look at the two of them. Why are you following me? The two immediately stopped arguing and refuted without confidence. Who followed you? We are here to explore the way and just happen to be on the same road as you. Cen Yue smiled and said, Okay, let's go together. The boy smiled faintly, seemingly non-aggressive. The two looked at each other, thinking that the opportunity had come, and immediately walked quickly towards the boy. Cen Yue's eyes passed over the two people and noticed a figure flashing quickly in the darkness, not far away. 1, 2. It was so fast that it was almost invisible. There were so many that Cen Yue could hardly count them. Even so, the aliens did not make any sound. So much so that Ling Penghui's two followers didn't even notice that in the darkness behind them, there were countless pairs of scarlet eyes flashing. Cen Yue looked behind the two men and slowly tightened the Tang sword in her hand. The two men thought the boy was suspicious, so they stopped and explained. Don't get me wrong, we are all good people. Please don't do anything. Although he had a gun in his hand, he didn't dare to shoot because he remembered that the young master said he wanted the goods intact. Cen Yue smiled, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. How can my knife be as fast as your gun? Do you want to turn around and look behind you? The two ignored the advice and continued forward. The flashlight in his hand illuminated the entire boy, and he could also see a strange smile on his face. The two were timid to begin with, and they pretended to be calm even after being frightened. What are you looking at behind? What's so scary behind? I'm telling you not to scare us, or I'll make things difficult for you when you get out. Cen Yue gently wiped the sharp blade. Really? They're getting closer and closer. Maybe it was the psychological suggestion that worked, but the two suddenly seemed to hear rustling footsteps. The two men looked at each other and then gripped their pistols tightly. I'll keep an eye on him. You turn around and take a look. Turn around and look. I'll keep an eye on him. The two spoke almost at the same time, but because they were afraid of death, their opinions diverged again. After a few seconds of stalemate, they both spoke again. Don't pull my pants. Don't pull my clothes. I didn't pull your pants. I didn't pull your clothes. Chapter 52, Those Who Can't Beat Me Are All Garbage. The two men noticed that each other was holding guns in their hands, and then they realized that there was really something pulling on them from behind. Ah! Ah! Squeak, squeak, squeak. The human scream quickly ended in a mutant rat's bloody mouth. The flashlight fell to the ground, still illuminating the front. Cen Yue, who was in the light, witnessed everything, and at the same moment the system scan was completed. Ding! Level 3 mutant rat, weak spot is the eyes. Cen Yue observed the densely packed, scarlet eyes in the darkness. Instead of being afraid, she looked expectant. This is not a monster. It is clearly a rat who is contributing himself to the cause of expanding his own space. The first-level mutant rats generally grew 10 times larger, and the leading one was as big as an elephant. It was the third-level mutant rat that had just swallowed the two men alive. Cen Yue quickly scanned the area and found that except for the leading one, which was a level 3 alien, the others were all level 1. Although the level is small, the quantity is large, and Cen Yue doesn't mind it at all, considering that mice do not have armor as hard as iron. Using a Tang sword is inefficient and laborious. Cen Yue plans to try a new weapon. As for why they didn't use guns, it was naturally because the sound of gunfire would attract the attention of people outside. How could they quickly kill the rats then? That's perfect. Let's try the rainstorm pear blossom needle that I recently researched. Cen Yue now feels that it was a great idea to store the entire steel material factory into the space, because she found that many of the equipment in the steel plant were beyond the understanding of ordinary private enterprise owners, especially the equipment for making weapons. It is great value for money. It also has its own generator, so if Cen Yue needs, she can generate electricity directly in space for related manufacturing. The mutant rat seemed to be afraid of light. It roared at Cen Yue outside the aperture, as if it wanted to pounce on her and tear her to pieces. But when Cen Yue carried a steel cylinder on his shoulder, the leading level 3 mutant rat actually slowly retreated and disappeared into the darkness. After the third-level mutant rats retreated, the other first-level rats went crazy and started to attack. The flashlight was trampled by the swarm of rats, and the light disappeared. At this moment, Cen Yue in the darkness was like a delicious dessert to the mutant rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dense figures rushed towards the direction where Cen Yue was standing. Cen Yue did not hesitate at all and pressed the button immediately. In an instant, thousands of steel needles pierced the mutant rat's eyes like a rainstorm. Cen Yue strengthened and modified the original Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle according to the weapon manufacturing manual. The modified Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Spear has higher power and hit rate. With just one shot, hundreds of mutant rats were successfully killed. After firing more than 10 rounds in a row, he ran out of needles. When he was about to switch to another gun to continue picking up kills, the remaining mutant rats suddenly fled frantically. Everything happened in a few seconds. The mutant rats that were standing there densely and provocatively just now were now gone. Cen Yue was carrying another unopened storm pear blossom spear on her shoulder, feeling a little regretful. Why are you running? Keep devoting yourself. Roar! A roar that shook the mall suddenly rang out. In the darkness, a black shadow gradually grew larger and strode towards the direction where Cen Yue was. Boom! Boom! Every time the huge figure took a step, the entire ground shook. It was the first time that Cen Yue witnessed the entire process of the alien upgrading, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! Who dares to believe it?" In just a short while, the third-level mutant rat actually evolved into a fourth-level mutant rat. The body, which was originally as big as an elephant, now actually pierced through the ceiling of the floor directly. As it walked, the entire mall vibrated with its steps. At this moment, in an abandoned research institute somewhere in the east of the city, "Boss, there is a huge energy fluctuation within 2 kilometers. At the same time, at the entrance of the shopping mall. What's going on? Oh no, Xiaodao is in trouble." Ling Xiaoran put on his weapon without hesitation and ran straight into the darkness. The other members of the hunting team followed closely behind. Ling Penghui, who was being served by everyone, also heard the noise in the mall, but walked slowly towards the transport truck. It seems that I still have to do it myself. This is the first time that Cen Yue has encountered a level 4 alien since her rebirth. The alien doesn't look like an alien, but more like a walking 10,000-ton monster. I'm so greedy. Xiaodao, are you okay? Ling Xiaoran and his group came running over holding giant flashlights, instantly illuminating the entire mall hall. Roar! The alien rat that was about to fight with Cen Yue became more and more manic. The members of the hunting team were stunned on the spot. Oh my God! This is too big and scary. The experienced hunting team was frightened by this. If they were timid, they would probably have fainted from fright. Perhaps the level 4 rat realized that Cen Yue was a tough guy, so it changed its target of attack on the spot. When Cen Yue saw the alien rat change direction and was about to attack Ling Xiaoran and his group, she immediately scolded it. "Don't come over here, run!" The members of the hunting team came to their senses in an instant, but instead of turning around and running away, they raised their weapons without hesitation and faced the alien together. In the hunting team, there is no one who is afraid of death. Xiaodao, don't be afraid. We will help you. Let's fight together. Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this, and just when the level 4 rat was about to pounce on the hunting team, she stopped it in time. Perhaps the human scent was too strong, so the first-level alien rats that had been hiding began to pop their heads out again. Cen Yue roared, "Get out now!" If they hadn't come to cause trouble, Cen Yue would have killed the level 4 with one sword by now. It is difficult to hit the weak spot of the extremely manic level 4 alien at once. But in the eyes of Ling Xiaoran and his group, the 4th-level alien is comparable to a giant beast. They have never seen it before, so how can they watch Xiaodao take risks alone? Xiaodao, hold on. We are here to rescue you. While dealing with the 4th-level alien, Cen Yue was also busy rescuing people from the mouth of a 1st-level alien rat. She was so angry that she kept cursing. This is not to save people. This is to cause trouble. However, no matter what she said, the people in the hunting team were unwilling to let her face the terrible alien alone. Cen Yue was angry and helpless. "If you don't rush to die, I will really thank you." Boom, boom, boom. Loud, dull noises came from the entrance. The 1st-level alien that had been attacking humans seemed to have sensed the unknown danger and immediately hid itself. In an instant, the 1st-level alien disappeared, and only the 4th-level alien was still fighting with Cen Yue. Seeing that Ling Xiaoran and his group were no longer in danger, Cen Yue focused on harvesting the level 4 helmets. Because of the geographical disadvantage, the mall is full of twists and turns, and although the 4th level is huge, its limbs are obviously more agile than previous aliens, so the difficulty is slightly increased. But for Cen Yue, it was not too difficult. With the help of the roadblock, the 4th-level alien has been stopped. Now all we need is the final blow. Cen Yue used the momentum of her running, start to leap into the air, and stabbed the 2 swords straight into the eyes of the level 4 alien. Bang! With a loud bang, Cen Yue's 2 swords missed the target the next second. The level 4 alien was knocked away by a punch from a shiny mecha. Chapter 53 Hunting Time, being pressed to the ground and rubbed. Fortunately, Cen Yue reacted very quickly and flipped over to the ground quickly without hurting herself. After standing still, Cen Yue looked at the mecha that suddenly appeared, and her eyes lit up. Is this the rumored Gene mecha? The power was indeed great enough to send a level 4 alien flying with just one punch. However, the flexibility between the joints seems to be insufficient, and the reaction speed is not fast enough. There's a lot of room for improvement. As expected, the mecha, which originally had the upper hand, gradually fell into a disadvantage. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the mecha fell straight to the ground. The level 4 alien was pressing down on the mecha, biting and beating it madly. Although the alien could not cause any harm to Ling Penghui due to the strongest metal between them, Ling Penghui, who was trapped in the mecha, was still scared and screamed, "Ah! Help! Hurry up and save me! My father is the commander of the base, and my mother is the eldest daughter of the Gene group. I will reward anyone who rescues me." Ling Penghui's cry for help was heard by everyone through the mecha, but no one dared to approach the center of the fight. The first-level aliens that had been hiding before emerged again and began to besiege humans. Upon seeing this, Ling Penghui's men immediately ran away, and not even a trace of them could be seen. But the hunting team members still did not back down and worked together to deal with the aliens. Of course, at this time, they had no time to care about Ling Penghui, who was desperately calling for help. Even if they had the energy, they wouldn't want to save him. Looking at Ling Penghui's miserable appearance at this moment, he even felt extremely relieved. Don't think they don't know. These people just watched them being besieged by aliens and didn't offer any help. Isn't it obvious that they want them to die outside? As for Ling Penghui wearing a mecha to attack, it was not out of kindness at all, but just to show off. Ling Penghui watched through the transparent panel as all his men ran away, feeling angry and scared. "You bastards, when I get out, I'm going to kill you." Perhaps it was the deep fear that stimulated his potential, and Ling Penghui, who had fallen to the ground, actually commanded the mecha to stand up. But his potential was short-lived. He just stood up and hadn't done anything when he was pushed back by the level 4 alien. Bang! This time it fell to the ground faster, causing some damage to the mecha itself. The attack power of the 4th level alien has become stronger, and the reinforced transparent mask has even shown some cracks. Ling Penghui, trapped in the mecha, fell into despair. How so? I am a strong man who possesses genes from both the Ling family and the Gene family. How could I die here? Everyone come and help. Ling Xiaoran was actually the first person to lend a helping hand to Ling Penghui. The other members of the hunting team were all shocked and didn't understand why the captain would help a bad guy. Ling Xiaoran was unable to confess to them that he had sworn in front of someone that he would absolutely ensure Ling Penghui's life. If Ling Penghui dies outside the base, everyone will be buried with him this time. Just because I am an illegitimate child, because of this identity that I cannot choose, I can only accept everything that is arranged, and am I destined to be abandoned? Ling Xiaoran was also unwilling, but this unwillingness seemed insignificant in the face of the life and death of his brothers. Because Ling Xiaoran led the attack on the level 4 alien, the other team members had to work together to attack. Soon, the attention of the level 4 aliens was attracted by the hunting team, and they temporarily let go of Ling Penghui, who was hiding in the mecha and crying for his parents. Cen Yue witnessed all this and was puzzled by Ling Xiaoran's act of saving people. Ling Penghui planned to let the hunting team die in the wilderness from the very beginning. As the captain of the hunting team, why did Ling Xiaoran save him? Ling Penghui is protected by a mecha, so he can withstand the attacks of the 4 poles. But Ling Xiaoran and his friends are just humans who are slightly stronger than ordinary people, and they cannot withstand the attack of a level 4 alien at all, and their bullets were unable to cause fatal damage to the aliens. Soon, they were completely trapped. The level 4 alien in front opened its bloody mouth and roared at the hunting team. Roar! A fishy wind blew in his face, and Ling Xiaoran, who was standing in the front, could even see the rags of clothes between the alien's teeth. Get out of the way! Along with a sharp shout, a slender figure crossed the intersection of light and shadow and landed on the back of the 4th level alien. The level 4 alien also let out a long howl towards the sky because of the severe pain in his back. Roar! It's Chun Xiaodao. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned with shock. Everyone's heart was lifted at this moment. Cen Yue had no time to pay attention to other people's reactions. She held the 2 knives again, grabbed the alien's hair, and quickly climbed up the 4th level alien's wildly bumpy back. He leaped up, aimed at both eyes, and stabbed down hard. Roar! The roar of the level 4 alien stopped abruptly the moment the double knives pierced into its eyes. Cen Yue, who was holding 2 swords, showed no desire to fight. He pulled out the swords and quickly used the force to land on the clean ground beside him. Just as Cen Yue stood firm, the level 4 alien fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Dust was flying in the light, and the boy's hair was flying too. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Too shocking. It can't even be described in words. Even though the people in the hunting team had long known that Cen Yue was extremely powerful, they were still shocked again. As for Linjiang, who was inside the mecha, he was so frightened that he dared not move, because he was afraid that the boy would stab him with a knife. Even the group of people hiding far away had their legs trembling. It was so horrifying. Wherever the light reached, everyone watched as the level 4 alien shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally shrunk to the size of a normal rat. Finally, someone noticed that there were many dead rats lying in the darkness, and their eyes were poked out. When he looked at Cen Yue again, there was shock and fear in his eyes. The same hunting method, these densely packed, tens of thousands of rats were all killed by Cen Yue alone. Cen Yue herself remained standing, seemingly thinking about something. Ding! The capacity has been successfully expanded by 98,660 tons. The current remaining capacity of the space is 101,160 tons. Cen Yue listened to the system prompt and silently estimated that she was still 770,000 tons away from the upgrade. I was quite happy at first, but when I thought that there were still 770,000 tons left, I suddenly became unhappy. Cen Yue didn't really have to upgrade, but she was too curious about what was going on that was devouring her remaining space. Moreover, if you don't take the initiative to expand the capacity, you will be the one who suffers if there is insufficient reserve later. After all, I found out that I was the biggest victim. Why? While Cen Yue was deep in thought, no one dared to disturb her. Even Ling Xiaoran just stood beside her, helping her keep an eye out for aliens or people approaching. Everyone in the hunting team was proud of Cen Yue, so they naturally gathered around Cen Yue and the captain. Linjiang climbed out of the mecha and pushed away one of his own who came forward to show his courtesy. "Get out of here! A bunch of grandsons! Get out of here!" But just after he pushed the person away, he stumbled and fell because his legs were weak. Ah! Come back, everyone, come back. Chapter 54, A Mysterious Person Appears. A group of people did not dare to refute when being scolded, and even knelt down to apologize. "Master, we were wrong. We are so scared. We are so scared. Master, are you okay? Let me carry you downstairs." The man who took the initiative to recruit someone to carry him was not even half the height of Linjiang. Linjiang only leaned over half of his body, and the man couldn't bear it and fell to the ground with a thump. Linjiang, who was almost thrown to the ground, was so furious that he kicked the person who fell to the ground away. "Get out of here!" Linjiang, who was helped to stand up by everyone, kept an eye on the movements of the hunting team while directing others. Hurry, hurry, carry the mecha back to the car." Everyone looked at the mecha that was as big as a truck, but they dared not say anything. They could only work together silently to lift the mecha out. After the mecha was moved away, Linjiang did not leave. Instead, he looked at the motionless hunting team with an hesitant look. Xiaoran, why are you still standing there? Should we go back quickly? If we delay any longer, it might be too late and dangerous." He couldn't bear to fight another alien and just wanted to get back to the base immediately. His attitude towards Ling Xiaoran became more than 10 times more polite. Ling Xiaoran raised his eyes and looked at Linjiang. "You can go back if you want. We still need to find supplies." Linjiang felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the alien he had just seen. But it was even more chilling to let him go back alone with his friends. After the battle, he finally understood that the people under his command were all made of paper. None of them were useful. No, I'll wait for you guys to come together." As he spoke, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the boy who had remained silent. Oh my God! No wonder he became a specially recruited player. If I really get caught by myself, I'll chop off my head in a minute, right? When Linjiang thought of his previous stupid thoughts, not only did his back feel cold, but his neck was even colder. Run away. Run away. I have no chance to enjoy the company of such a terrifying young man. After all, compared to enjoying life, being alive is more important. Ling Xiaoran never forgot the purpose of this trip, and the group searched the mall from top to bottom. Although there were not as many supplies as last time, it still filled up several trucks. Because there are too many rats in this shopping mall, many supplies have been destroyed by them. After loading the goods, they returned immediately without stopping. At that time, on the top floor of the shopping mall, two tall men watched the convoy go farther and farther away. The strong wind made the two men's windbreakers, one black and one white, rustle. That person's name is Xiaodao? Yes, Xiaodao, Chen Xiaodao. Chun? Ortson? Didn't they say that the child had died in the fire? Why, do you suspect that she is still alive? It's hard to say. After all, her parents are very good at escaping. Oh, that's very interesting. What do you think? Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. Cen Yue, who was sitting in the car, seemed to sense something and looked back in the direction of the shopping mall. At that time, smoke was rising and the shopping mall became hazy in the smoke. Cen Yue frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that someone was watching her somewhere. Xiaodao, what's wrong? Seeing Xiaodao looking back, Li Chong immediately picked up the sniper rifle. The eyes of the knife are the ruler. If she stares in a certain direction, there must be something wrong. Cen Yue withdrew her gaze. It's nothing, don't be nervous. As soon as these words fell, not only Li Chong, but everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. After the battle just now, Chen Xiaodao's image in the team is now more prominent than that of the Captain Ling Xiaoran. Although he looks young, he can kill the aliens that are suppressing the mecha. Looking around the entire base, there is no other one like it. In other words, Xiaodao is more powerful than the mecha. It's so terrifying. Ling Xiaoran was still unwilling to give up on recruiting Chen Xiaodao into the team, and said softly, Xiaodao, you still don't want to be officially enlisted? Cen Yue, not really. Ling Xiaoran, okay, I'll take care of this for you first. Tell me why you would mind joining us. Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked forward, as if she was thinking about something. In fact, the so-called fear of trouble and wanting to sleep in were indeed just excuses. What Cen Yue was really afraid of was the blood test before officially joining the army. Your identity cannot be revealed at the moment. If the test matches your real identity, there will definitely be more trouble later. Cen Yue stroked the amulet in her palm and made up an excuse. I promised my parents that I would be an ordinary and inconspicuous person and live a smooth life. Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this. But being born in the end times, a capable person like you is destined to be extraordinary and have an eventful future. Xiaodao, do you understand? I know you don't want to, but everyone has seen your strength today. Ling Penghui is likely to make trouble behind your back. If you don't join the hunting team, you will most likely be forced to work for someone else, such as Ling Penghui. If you join the hunting team, don't worry, I will fight for the best rights and interests for you, and I will never treat you unfairly. Think about it carefully, and don't rush to give me an answer now. Cen Yue thought about it and didn't say whether she agreed or not. At that time, Ling Penghui was lying on a specially made large bed in the car and had no idea that Ling Xiaoran said he wanted to snatch the person from him. Ling Penghui no longer dared to snatch people away. He felt a chill on his neck when he saw Chen Xiaodao. So scary. It's so scary that if you see such a beautiful boy in a short period of time, you will be scared to death. The convoy arrived at the base quickly, and Cen Yue got off the car in advance with the supplies. This period was the experimental observation stage for Fang Yuan and Chen Yang, and they could not stay outside for too long. As soon as I got off the bus, I heard a lot of discussions. Have you heard? It seems that zombies have appeared in the base. What? Zombies? Upon hearing this, Cen Yue quickened her pace to go home. I have only been away for half a day, so I hope Chen Yang doesn't cause any trouble for me. Chen Yang, what did I say when you left? Didn't I tell you to stay at home, obediently? Look at what you have done to our home. Daddy will... It's no use calling you Dad. I'm telling you, if I don't beat you to death today, I won't be named Fang. Even though she was several floors away, Cen Yue could still hear Fang Yuan scolding. She subconsciously slowed down her pace, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Who would have thought that Fang Yuan, who is so gentle and patient, would also have such a fierce side? When Cen Yue passed by the 12th floor, the door, which was originally open a crack, closed completely with a bang. Cen Yue didn't hesitate at all and went upstairs quickly. Fang Yuan's preaching continued. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Look at what you've done to this sofa. And this floor, didn't I clean it up this morning? Look at it now, it's so dirty. Can't you be a little more obedient and let Annie save some trouble? Fang Yuan waved the feather duster in his hand, scaring Chen Yang so much that he cried even louder. Now she could finally understand the helplessness and anger of mothers in the world when facing naughty children. When I was single and had no children, I thought children were extremely cute. Now that I have a baby of my own, I realize that when he is cute, he is indeed cute, but when he is annoying, I want to put him back into the furnace and reset him. Chapter 55, I support my son. Cen Yue pushed the door open at the right time. What's going on? I heard your voices from far away. When Cen Yang saw Cen Yue, he rushed over as if he had seen a savior. Ooh. The crying sounded like a bellows, making Cen Yue's ears and head ache. Stop. If you cry again, I'll beat you up. As expected, Cen Yue's threat was the most effective. Cen Yang immediately shut up and dared not cry anymore. When Cen Yue entered the room, Fang Yuan immediately restrained his stern expression and put on a gentle smile, as if the noises he had just heard outside the door were just an illusion. He reached out to take the supply bag that Xiaodao was carrying. I'm back. Did everything go well today? Cen Yue did not let go. This is quite heavy. I will put it down myself. In addition to the distributed supplies, there were also some weapons, knives, etc., which were not put into the space in front of outsiders. Fang Yuan took the backpack directly and weighed it in his hand. It's not heavy, it feels quite light. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue looked Fang Yuan up and down and said, Do you know how heavy that backpack is? Fang Yuan waited and said, It's only about 10 pounds, right? What's the matter? Are you worried about not having enough supplies? It doesn't matter. I still have points here. If my family is short of food, I can exchange them when the time comes. Cen Yue said nothing, but went into the bedroom. When she came out, she had an electronic scale in her hand. Put it up. Fang Yuan put the backpack on it with confusion. I saw the numbers on the electronic scale, kept changing, and finally stopped at 105. Fang Yuan's eyes widened when he saw this. 105 grams. Cen Yue, 105 kilograms. How is that possible? I can lift 105 kilograms with one hand? It means the medicine you took earlier has taken effect. How? How is it possible? These few days are the most critical time. It's best to take a few days off and stay at home. I won't go out these few days, and will just stay with you too. Humans who awaken superpowers in the previous life will experience an extremely difficult period of high fever. If they cannot survive it, their awakening will fail. If they can survive it, they will be reborn in the fire of nirvana. Fang Yuan has not shown any symptoms of discomfort yet, but has already begun to show signs of supernatural powers. Cen Yue didn't know whether this was good or bad, so she could only continue to observe. Fang Yuan didn't know whether it was true or not, but she believed Xiaodao. Okay, I'll go to the management office and ask for leave. As soon as Fang Yuan left, only Cen Yue and Cen Yang were left in the room. Cen Yang had just been crying so hard that he was now hiccuping and had fallen asleep leaning on Cen Yue's shoulder. Cen Yue smiled silently and helped Cen Yang sit on the torn sofa beside him. Just as he was about to get up and pack up, he caught a glimpse of the soles of Cen Yang's shoes and was slightly stunned. Is there mud? It rained today and it was drizzling on the road. But Cen Yang had never been out of the house, and his home was clean, so how could there be mud on the soles of his shoes? His eyes fell on the torn handcuffs and leg cuffs. Cen Yang. Cen Yue gently patted Cen Yang's face, awakening him. Cen Yang was sleeping in a daze, staring at Cen Yue blankly. Daddy woo woo woo. When Cen Yue saw that he looked like he was about to cry again, she immediately waved her fist. Speak nicely, or I'll punch you if you keep crying. The effect was immediate and the crying stopped immediately. Cen Yue, you went out today? Cen Yang nodded guiltily, looking for Daddy. He admitted that he went out to look for Cen Yue. Cen Yue's heart tightened. Did you have a seizure when you went out? Did you do anything bad? Did anyone see you? How did you get home? Could it be that the zombie those people were talking about before was Cen Yang? Cen Yang was like a child. After hearing so many questions, he had no idea which one to answer. Cen Yue, did you bite anyone? Cen Yang, stinky, doesn't bite. Very good. If you dislike others for being too smelly, you won't bite. Cen Yue, is there anyone talking to you? Cen Yang, yes, bad guys. Cen Yue, bad guy? What did you do to him? Cen Yang, go home, go home. Cen Yue was instantly frightened and thought that Cen Yang had taken the person home. He immediately checked the house carefully inside and out, and felt relieved only after confirming that there were no signs of living people or dead bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Someone is knocking on the door outside. Cen Yue opened the peephole and saw Yu Ming and a strange man standing outside the door. Open the door. I know someone is home. Come out quickly. The man knocked on the door louder and louder. Cen Yue frowned and opened the door, looking through the iron fence. Who are you looking for? When Yu Ming saw Chen Xiaodao, her face changed and she pulled the man hard. Forget it, let's go home. The man pushed Yu Ming away. Why are you replying? Then he looked at Cen Yue fiercely. Are you the head of this household? Cen Yue nodded. What's wrong? The man pointed to his bruised forehead and said, What's wrong? Your child hit someone. Pay for the supplies. Cen Yue heard the man's movements and shouted through the iron fence. Bad guy, you're a bad guy. The man had long seen that Cen Yue was a fool who couldn't even speak clearly, and when he saw that Chen Xiaodao brought back a large bag of supplies this time, he had already become interested. We must extort 10 or 20 kilograms of supplies. How did you teach your son? Not only did he bully my girlfriend, but he also beat me up. You must compensate me. Although Cen Yue couldn't speak, he understood that the other party was blackmailing him and became more and more excited. Bad guys beat the bad guys. Cen Yue grabbed the excited Cen Yue and then looked at Yu Ming, who had been avoiding her gaze. Yu Ming, is what your boyfriend said true? Yu Ming didn't even dare to look up at Chen Xiaodao, but just nodded silently. Yu Ming, you should know that I hate lies the most. Although Yang Yang is stupid, I won't let you fabricate and frame him. Although he is my son, if he really did something wrong, I will be impartial. I will punish him if he deserves it, and I will compensate him if he deserves it. But if I knew that you were lying on purpose, could you bear the consequences? Let me ask you again, did he really bully you? How did he bully you? Why did he hit your boyfriend? Yu Ming was almost unable to breathe due to the constant questioning. Seeing that Yu Ming kept his head down and didn't dare to answer, the man got so angry that he slapped him. Speak! You are mute! The corners of Yu Ming's mouth instantly turned bright red, but he never raised his head to answer. Seeing that his plan to blackmail Yu Ming had failed, the man was so angry that he raised his hand to slap Yu Ming a few times. But as soon as he raised his hand, it was blocked by a scabbard. The scabbard of the Tang sword passed through the iron fence and blocked the man's hand. Cen Yue, who was holding one end of the scabbard, spoke coldly. If you want to clean up someone, go home and clean up the mess. Don't dirty my place. The man was about to retort, but when he saw a hunting team badge stuck on the scabbard, he was instantly stunned. Hunting Wilderness Team? Chapter 56, Never Give Up. Cen Yue lowered her eyes and realized that she had accidentally stuck the badge on the scabbard. Roll! The man finally realized that he had hit a brick wall. He was so scared that he ran away immediately. He even forgot to take his accomplice Yu Ming away. Yu Ming has always known that Chen Xiaodao is a promising person, but she didn't expect that he is so promising now. Now I'm like an ugly ant in front of him. Yu Ming suddenly apologized and hurried downstairs. Cen Yue turned around, closed the door, and looked at Cen Yue, who looked aggrieved. Are they the bad guys you just mentioned? Cen Yue nodded repeatedly. Yes. Bad guy, liar. Go downstairs, find daddy. Grab food. I'm scared, go home. They were bad guys. They tricked me into going downstairs to find my dad and took away my food. I was scared, so I ran back home. Cen Yue nodded. It's okay, dear. There's food at home. Don't be sad. In this way, the suspicion about the mud on the soles of Chun Yang's shoes was temporarily dispelled. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already pitch dark and the temperature dropped sharply to around 0 degrees. According to Cen Yue's usual schedule, it's time for her to go back to her bedroom and sleep. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door again. Bang, bang, bang. Cen Yue, who was woken up, didn't dare to move at all. He didn't walk out of the iron cage bed until Cen Yue came out of the bedroom. He stuck close behind Cen Yue, looking extremely frightened. Cen Yue opened the door and saw Li Chong with an anxious look on his face. Xiaodao, something's happened to the captain. Come with me quickly. Cen Yue, what happened? Li Chong was so angry that he cursed. Ling Penghui, that bastard. He falsely accused the captain of deliberately retaliating against the mecha. The mecha was clearly broken by him, but he said that the captain was jealous of him and deliberately destroyed it. He wants the captain to compensate for the mecha. The mecha is so expensive that even if all of us in the hunting team go bankrupt, we still can't afford it. Besides, this was not done by us, so we can't take responsibility for it. Cen Yue, for this kind of thing, you can't find me. I don't have that many points. Li Chong, I'm not asking you to lend me points. The captain knows you don't like being recruited, so he never mentioned you. Ling Penghui saw that the captain would not expose you as his trump card, so he took the credit for hunting down the 4th level alien. Cen Yue, why don't you take the credit for it too? You can say that you killed the level 4 alien. Anyway, there is no evidence, so whoever says it can be right. Li Chong grabbed his messy hair anxiously. Yes, that's what we thought. They said they killed the level 4 alien, and we also said it was our hunting team that killed the level 4 alien. Then Ling Penghui clamored to compete with the captain. He also said that whoever wins will be the one who killed it, and the loser will be the one who lied. Captain, how can an ordinary human being beat a mecha? And a mecha that is brand new and upgraded. Come with me and fight the mechas. Let these people who look down on others see who is the stronger one. Cen Yue pondered for a moment, and when she heard the words new upgraded version of the mecha, her eyes lit up slightly. Shout out, seriously, Li Chong, have never begged anyone in my life. This time, I beg you to help the captain. It's my own fault that I don't have the ability. If I could beat it, I would have gone up and fought the mecha a long time ago. If you have any concerns, just tell us and we will try our best to satisfy you. Cen Yue lowered her eyes and turned slightly to the side. Come in and talk. 10 minutes later, Cen Yue knocked on the door of Fang Yuan's house opposite and pushed the dazed Qin Yang into her house. I'm going to be out for a while. Could you please help look after the child? Fang Yuan was surprised and quickly wrapped Qin Yang, who was wearing thin pajamas, with a quilt. Go, come back soon. When going downstairs, Li Chong couldn't help but joke. Shout out, look, your son has already acknowledged this stepmother. Are you still not going to acknowledge her? Cen Yue's face darkened. Gossip costs money. Li Chong immediately covered his mouth when he heard this. No, I won't say it again. I won't say it again. The class divisions in the base are now taking shape. The base is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The inner city is inhabited by upper-class people with a certain status, while the outer city is inhabited by poor lower-class people. The community where Cen Yue currently lives is at the junction of Shangmin and Xiamin. After Li Chong showed the badge of the hunting team, he passed through a high wall and officially entered the inner city. The inner city is much more prosperous than the outer city, and it is still brightly lit even at night. We continued forward past several checkpoints and finally arrived at an indoor gymnasium. The gymnasium was as bright as day, and the temperature was around 20 degrees. There were some spectators from the upper class sitting sparsely on the square platform, while the parties involved, Ling Penghui and Ling Xiaoran, were in the center of the stadium below. Li Chong and Cen Yue were stopped by the guards at the periphery, but they could hear the exciting fighting sounds inside. Li Chong slapped his thigh and said, "Oh no, the fight has already started. Mecha must win. Mecha must win." Deafening cheers rose one after another, echoing continuously in the stadium. It is obvious that Ling Penghui has an absolute advantage at this time. All members of the hunting team, except for the team leader Ling Xiaoran and Li Chong, who escaped early, were forcibly kept aside, and no one cheered for Ling Xiaoran, who was fighting alone. Haha, Ling Xiaoran, give up. You can't beat me. Ling Penghui, wearing the latest mecha, easily suppressed Ling Xiaoran, and then continuously hit Ling Xiaoran's head with his iron fists. He punched with all his might, and every time Ling Xiaoran dodged a punch, a small hole would appear on the ground. Obviously, Ling Penghui intended to kill Ling Xiaoran. By that time, Ling Xiaoran had already been beaten black and blue. He tried his best to dodge the mecha's fists, but was unwilling to say the word surrender. Shout out. What should we do? The captain is going to be beaten to death. Li Chong was so anxious that he wanted to jump directly into the fighting area and help the captain to bear the punches himself. Cen Yue remained calm. A feint to the east and attack in the west, eh? Li Chong was stunned at first, and then he and Xiao Dao looked at each other and looked at the guard. After understanding the meaning, they nodded silently. Li Chong forced his way into the inner field and revealed that he was a member of the hunting team, but he was quickly suppressed by the guards who caught up with him. But Cen Yue had already taken the opportunity to jump into the stadium below. Why did someone go down there? The people on the platform saw a slender figure jump into the fighting area and were shocked and scared. But the members of the hunting team who were detained and awaiting trial knew the moment they saw Xiao Dao's figure that their captain was saved. The hunting team was saved. The wilderness hunting team will win. The wilderness hunting team will win. The extinguished flame in my heart began to burn fiercely. The belief in victory piles up into a huge flame. Swallow all darkness. Break all injustice. Never give up. Must win. Chapter 57, The Art of Speaking. Accompanied by enthusiastic cheers, the boy took a run-up and jumped, then kicked hard at a certain spot on the mecha's head. Ling Penghui, who was hiding in the mecha and beating someone hard, suddenly felt numb all over, as if he had been electrocuted. Then there was a swaying motion, and the whole person and the mecha fell upside down on the ground, unable to get up. Oh my god, this guy kicked the mecha over. A young man in a white uniform with gold edges, sitting on the main seat on the podium, changed his previous lazy posture of watching the show and gradually sat up straight. His deep eyes were fixed on the boy who suddenly appeared, and he watched his every move from afar with an unclear expression. The appearance of the young man completely reversed the situation. Exclamations rang out one after another, but Cen Yue slowly walked towards Ling Xiaoran and stretched out a hand. Can you still stand up? Ling Xiaoran looked at the boy in front of him in astonishment, muttering to himself, Am I dead? Or am I dreaming? Upon hearing this, Cen Yue immediately grabbed Ling Xiaoran's dislocated arm. Crack! Hiss! The pain of joint reduction made Ling Xiaoran gasp, and he realized that this was real. Chun Xiaodao actually came to save him. Doesn't he know that after exposing his abilities like this, it will be impossible to refuse to be recruited? Because the base cannot allow a person with such strong fighting power not to be used by the base, the risk factor is too high. Cen Yue reached out to Ling Xiaoran again. I'll pull you up. The boy's hands were white and firm. His fingers were slender as white as scallions, and each one was beautiful. But those who know the boy well know that these hands are very fast when it comes to hitting people on the head. Ling Xiaoran clenched his teeth and placed his slightly clean right hand in Cen Yue's palm. As soon as Ling Xiaoran stood up, a group of fully armed military personnel surrounded them. The spectators on the platform were also forced to leave early. There were only 2 men and 1 woman left, sitting in the main seats, looking down upon everything that was happening in the stadium. Ling Penghui, who was trapped inside the mecha, staggered out of the mecha with the help of others. When he saw Chun Xiaodao, he felt sick all over. Ling Xiaoran, you have no moral principles. Didn't you ask me to keep this person's existence a secret? Why did you bring him here now? Ling Penghui felt a little scared when he saw Chun Xiaodao, and now he still feels pain all over his body. Ling Xiaoran looked at the young man beside him and gradually revealed a relieved smile. The fact that Xiaodao came at this time shows that he still cares about me very much. Of course, he was not just fighting for himself, but also for the hunting team. Suddenly, I felt that I should be grateful to the fat guy. Otherwise, how would I know how much Xiaodao cares about me and the hunting team? When Ling Penghui saw Ling Xiaoran, who was covered in blood, still smiling, he thought he was mentally ill. Ling Xiaoran, you are about to die and you still can laugh? Can you afford to pay for the damage to 2 mechas? Ling Xiaoran, just wait to collect the bodies of your specially hired team members. The 3 were brought to the platform, but because they had witnessed Cen Yue's strength with their own eyes, the 3 people on the platform were surrounded by circles of bodyguards who were on standby at all times. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle was the base commander, Ling Shan. He had a stern expression on his face and glanced at the 3 people with a certain sense of oppression. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Ling Penghui was so frightened that he lowered his head and dared not speak. Ling Xiaoran wiped the red from the corner of his mouth, raised his eyes, and looked at Ling Shan, neither humble nor arrogant. This is a new member of our hunting team who is going through the process. In order to test him, we took him out on a mission in advance. He was the one who hunted down the 4th level alien alone. Just now, this player has demonstrated his strength. If you still have doubts about the strength of this new team member, you can let young Master Ling put on the mecha and compete with the new team member. What are you still competing for? You damaged 2 mechas in one go. Ling Xiaoran, can you afford the compensation? A sharp female voice sounded, and her words were full of targeting. The person who spoke was standing next to the base commander. She was the base commander's wife, Jin Huan, who was also Ling Penghui's mother. She already hated Ling Xiaoran, the illegitimate son. Ling Xiaoran's existence was undoubtedly a huge mockery of her self-proclaimed happy marriage, and also a mockery of her as the eldest daughter of the Jin family, marrying Ling Shan in pursuit of true love. It was originally thought that Ling Xiaoran would disappear along with Linjiang City, but unexpectedly, he came to the base alive and was training his own team with Ling Shan's tacit approval. How could Jin Huan not be angry? If something happens to my son, can you take responsibility? After saying that, he touched Ling Penghui's forehead with heartache and glared at Ling Xiaoran and Cen Yue fiercely. The young man sitting on the other side, wearing a white uniform with gold edges, was none other than Cen Yue, chairman of the Jin group. His eyes were always on Cen Yue, like a light scan, trying to see through her. Cen Yue noticed his gaze early on, but didn't take it to heart at all, as if she didn't notice it at all. Ling Shan's expression was serious from beginning to end. He glanced at Cen Yue and Ling Xiaoran and spoke again. What time did you leave today? And what time did you return? Has this new member been with the team all along? Ling Xiaoran didn't understand why Ling Shan suddenly asked this, but he still answered truthfully. We were originally scheduled to leave at 9 o'clock, but because Ling Penghui deliberately made trouble and delayed us for half an hour, we actually left at 9:30 and return around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ling Shan lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, an assassin attacked Ling Shan and Cen Yue on their way to their office. The assassin was very skilled. After the assassination attempt failed, he broke through the siege and escaped successfully. In order to catch the assassin, Ling Shan and Cen Yue discussed it and used the excuse that zombies had entered the base to check all suspicious persons in the base. Because Cen Yue had sufficient alibi, Ling Shan ruled her out as a suspect. If he is not an assassin, someone of this strength must be won over. In the last days, everything depends on strength. Ling Shan. Have the new members passed the assessment now? Ling Xiaoran. In the early stage, the new team members were tested for their sense of responsibility by going on missions for free. Today, the new team members took the risk to help me in my critical moment, which tested their loyalty. As you can see, the new team members have completed both types of tests very well. I think he has become an excellent member of the hunting team. Cen Yue was stunned as she listened to this. It is said that speaking is an art, but she didn't expect that someone could demonstrate this art so vividly. If Ling Xiaoran revealed that Chen Xiaodao had repeatedly refused to join the hunting team, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. But if we classify all the reasons as inspection, everything becomes reasonable. In this case, Ling Xiaoran is indeed quite nice. Chapter 58, Mysterious Scent. Ling Penghui frowned slightly when he heard what Ling Xiaoran said. He was about to open his mouth to refute, but when he met Chen Xiaodao's cold eyes, he instantly lost his temper. Forget it, say whatever you want as long as Chen Xiaodao and I have nothing in common. Just when Ling Xiaoran thought that everything was over, Cen Yue, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. It's not convenient for me to interfere in the internal affairs of the hunting team. You don't have to be responsible for the mecha that was damaged during the last mission. But this new version of the mecha was kicked and broken by this kid from the Wasteland hunting team right under everyone's noses. Little friend, do you want to take responsibility for it yourself? Or do you want the people from the hunting team to help you shoulder the responsibility? Cen Yue resumed his lazy sitting posture, resting his chin with one hand, looking at Cen Yue, who was standing a few steps down with a half-smile. Cen Yue has deep facial features that give him a mixed-race look, and his smile is extremely deceptive. Those who are on guard will become more guarded, while those who are unguarded will fall completely into his trap. Cen Yue completely ignored the charm that Cen Yue deliberately exuded because she hated being looked down upon the most and raised her eyes to look at the man standing tall. Sir, don't bully others who don't know anything about mechas. The place I kicked was just a matter of replacing a part. Besides, you should thank me for helping you find out the unreasonable design problems of the mecha in advance through actual combat. Just remember to adjust and reinforce the relevant plates for later improvements. This should be considered a big help to you, right? Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed again, and this time his smile was more genuine. Interesting. Little boy, are you interested in mechas? After these words were spoken, Ling Xiaoran became alert. Cen Yue wants to snatch someone. Cen Yue was of course interested in mechas, but she felt uncomfortable when she heard the word little friend. Just barely. I play with mecha toys with my son. Sir, you keep calling me a kid. My son is already an adult. How old are you, sir? Calling a child one by one? Are you polite? Cen Yue was stunned again when he heard this, and then he reacted. Excuse me, please let me introduce myself first. My name is Cen Yue, the chairman of the Gene Group and the person in charge of mecha design. You can barely spot the mecha's shortcomings at a glance, which means you are very talented. What's your name? Cen Yue was almost hanging the word robbery on his forehead. How could Ling Xiaoran tolerate it? President Jean, this is the player I picked first. His application is also being reviewed. You are the president of a financial group. You can't snatch this person from me, right? Cen Yue didn't expect Ling Xiaoran to care so much about this new team member. His eyes moved between the two of them, and finally he smiled. Don't be nervous, Captain Ling. I never force anyone to do anything. Ling Xiaoran was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Cen Yue say again. The most important thing is to see the gentleman's own opinion. Do you want to choose the dangerous and hard-hunting team, or the safe and easy mecha team? What do you think, sir? Cen Yue once again set his sights on Cen Yue. At the same time, Ling Xiaoran also looked at Cen Yue. Although Ling Xiaoran was confident that Xiao Dao would choose the wilderness hunting team, the conditions of the wilderness hunting team were indeed much worse than those of the mecha team. For no reason, I felt a little uneasy. He even thought in his heart that if Xiao Dao chose the mecha team, he would have no choice but to accept it. Cen Yue suddenly became the focus of the whole audience, but she still looked calm. Do I even need to think about this? I will definitely choose the wilderness hunting team. Since the captain has said that this early stage will test my sense of responsibility and loyalty, you should know that my choice will not change from beginning to end. If I suddenly choose the mecha team now, it means that not only do I have no sense of responsibility, but I am also a villain who is easily tempted to rebel. Thank you, President Jean, for your kindness. I am not so lucky. After Cen Yue made her choice, Ling Xiaoran breathed a sigh of relief. As the president of the consortium, Cen Yue took the initiative to invite him once, which was enough to give him face. Since the other party doesn't accept it, he will definitely not bring trouble or embarrassment to himself. Ling Shan, who had everything in view, glanced at Ling Xiaoran and Cen Yue, who were standing together, and a complex emotion that was difficult to detect flashed in his eyes, and it disappeared in an instant. On the way back, Cen Yue remained silent, and Ling Xiaoran, who was bandaged, was also silent all the way. He didn't speak slowly until he got close to the downstairs. Thank you for today. Thanks to Chun Xiaodao's appearance. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the mecha. I also thank Chun Xiaodao for his firm choice and for always standing with the hunting team. Ling Xiaoran had a hunch that the hunting team would get better and better with the addition of Xiaodao. Cen Yue didn't feel that she had done anything remarkable today. Instead, she was feeling sleepy and just wanted to go back to sleep. As I was walking, I suddenly remembered something. Did anything happen at the base during the day? The base commander asked me about my mission and return time. Was it to confirm whether I had time to commit the crime? Ling Xiaoran did not deny. It is true that there is a problem, but it is not a big problem and has nothing to do with us, so don't worry. Cen Yue recalled what she had heard when she got off the car. Could it be that zombies really appeared in the base? Ling Xiaoran shook his head, then moved closer and whispered, "Zombies are just an excuse. In fact, someone is trying to assassinate the base commander and the president. We are now investigating all suspicious persons in the base." Upon hearing this, Cen Yue nodded as if she suddenly understood something. Just as she was about to step back, she heard Ling Xiaoran's puzzled voice coming from above her head. "Xiaodao, why do you have a scent?" As if to confirm the source of the fragrance, Ling Xiaoran planned to move closer to identify it. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue immediately stepped back to a safe distance and pretended to pull at her collar and smell it. Is there? Maybe the laundry detergent Fan Yuan bought is more fragrant? Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this. His intuition told him that the fragrance was not the smell of laundry detergent, nor was it the smell that could be created by any chemical product. Instead, it was a very natural and very comfortable fragrance. Seeing Xiao Dao quickly avoid it and his expression a little unnatural, Ling Xiaoran realized that he had been a little too much when he squinted his eyes to smell the smell just now. I quickly asked awkwardly, "Really? What brand of laundry detergent is it? Is it still sold in the supermarket at the base?" "Cen Yue, you'll have to ask Fan Yuan about this. She helps take care of all these things at home. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." "I will go back and rest too." Ling Xiaoran watched Xiao Dao turn around and go upstairs and was ready to see her off. "Let me take you upstairs." Chapter 59, High Fever Before Awakening. Cen Yue was confused. "Okay, you should go back quickly. There's no need to send two grown men back and forth. Besides, I'm much better than you. You're still injured, so it's easier for you to be attacked by surprise. How about I send you back first?" After saying that, the two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Ling Xiaoran's wound almost split open due to laughing so hard, and he waved his hand quickly before the blood seeped through his clothes. "Xiao Dao, see you tomorrow." Cen Yue also replied, "See you tomorrow. We'll talk about whether we'll meet tomorrow or not tomorrow." Ah! Cen Yue, who was feeling sleepy, couldn't help but yawn. The most important thing now was to have a good sleep. Just as she reached the corner of the second-floor corridor, a tall figure blocked her way. Because the other party didn't make any breathing sounds, and Cen Yue was a little sleepy, she didn't notice it at first and almost bumped into him. After reacting, Cen Yue immediately picked up the weapon in her hand. The black shadow had a very low aura, but after Cen Yue appeared, the oppressive aura suddenly dissipated. "Daddy!" The tall black shadow called out softly, sounding aggrieved. When Cen Yue heard this, she was like, "Isn't this Qingyang? Why didn't you say anything? Are you planning on scaring your dad to death and finding a new dad later?" Cen Yue said she was disgusted, but she let Qingyang pull at her clothes and go upstairs together. As Ling Xiaoran was walking on the road, he felt that there was a very unfriendly gaze staring at him from behind. He turned around and looked at the building behind him. It was pitch black. Suddenly, he felt a little worried about Xiao Dao going home alone. When he turned around and was about to chase Chen Xiao Dao, he saw a pair of figures leaning against each other at the stairs on the third floor and continuing to walk up. Even though the light was extremely dim and there was some distance between them, Ling Xiaoran still recognized at a glance that it was Chen Xiao Dao and his son Qinyang. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but when he looked at the two of them, Qinyang became more and more attached to Chen Xiao Dao and even deliberately sniffed around Xiao Dao's neck. This made Ling Xiaoran suddenly recall the sweet fragrance he had smelled earlier. For some reason, a strange feeling arose deep in my heart. Ling Xiaoran couldn't tell what he was feeling, but he classified it all as gratitude. If Xiao Dao hadn't come to his rescue today, he would have died under the iron fist of the mecha. Ling Xiaoran has always been a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Chen Xiaodao has been kind to him and the hunting team many times, but he did not stick to Xiaodao's only request. In fact, he should feel ashamed. However, when he thought about being able to advance and retreat together with Xiaodao in the future, Ling Xiaoran seemed to be more and more full of expectations and enthusiasm for the future. When Cen Yue saw Qinyang going out alone, she originally wanted to lecture him, but when she heard him say that Fang Yuan was sick, the two of them immediately quickened their pace and returned home. When Cen Yue just arrived at the top floor, she saw Yu Meng's boyfriend lying outside Fang Yuan's house, looking sneaky. "Are you looking for death?" Cen Yue didn't hesitate at all. She walked up and kicked the man down the stairs. "Ouch, ouch!" The man wailed continuously, but when he saw that it was Chen Xiaodao who kicked him, he immediately opened the door and hid. Qinyang obediently took out the key and opened the door of Fang Yuan's house, and Cen Yue immediately entered the house. This is the first time that Cen Yue has come to Fang Yuan's house. On weekdays, Fang Yuan took very good care of Chen Xiaodao and his son, even taking into account their bed sheets and quilts. But no one expected that Fang Yuan's own home was very simple. Because this house was haunted, all the previous belongings were moved out and thrown away. Now it's empty, there's nothing. In the past, when Fang Yuan delivered things to Cen Yue's house, she always muttered that she bought too much, prepared too much, and that these were all too much. Who would have thought that it was not a lot of money at all, but the money she saved by living frugally? One of the windows was broken and was creaking in the wind. The temperature at night was already below zero, and the temperature inside and outside the house was basically the same. At that time, Fang Yuan was lying on the cold wooden board, wrapped in a quilt, and shivering all over. "Fang Yuan." Cen Yue approached and called softly. Fang Yuan heard the voice and opened his eyes with difficulty. The high fever made her consciousness begin to become confused, and she vaguely heard the sound of a knife. "Knife!" When I opened my mouth to speak, my throat felt like it was cut by a knife. Her lips became cracked and chapped due to lack of water and high fever. Cen Yue knew that Fang Yuan was probably going through the high fever stage of awakening his superpowers. "It's okay. I'm back." Cen Yue gently stroked Fang Yuan's forehead and soothed him softly. After Fang Yuan confirmed that it was not an illusion, he closed his eyes with peace of mind. Cen Yue didn't think it was suitable for her to continue sleeping here, so she immediately looked at Qinyang. "Qinyang, take your aunt's keys and clothes." Qinyang looked frightened, and upon hearing that, he immediately took his keys and clothes. Cen Yue leaned over and picked up Fang Yuan, who was wrapped in a quilt by the waist. "Wah!" After Cen Yue gave the order, Qinyang immediately followed. The three of them returned to Cen Yue's home together. Cen Yue temporarily placed Fang Yuan on the large sofa, then went back to the bedroom and took a thick quilt to cover Fang Yuan, who had been shivering. The house that Cen Yue lives in seems to be unchanged. In fact, she has done some special treatment on the walls, which has a remarkable thermal insulation effect. Even without any heating equipment, the temperature inside the house is always more than 10 degrees warmer than outside. Now that Fang Yuan was in a much warmer environment, she finally no longer shivered from the cold, but began to sweat all over her body. She was sweating profusely and wanted to push away the quilt covering her body. Cen Yue, who was pouring hot water, immediately put down the water glass and suppressed Fang Yuan's erratic hand. "Don't move around, just cover your sweat, and it'll be fine." Fang Yuan couldn't struggle free and looked at Cen Yue with tears in his eyes. "Xiao Dao, I feel so uncomfortable. Am I going to die?" Cen Yue smiled, tested the hot water, and confirmed it was no longer boiling hot, then handed it to her mouth. "With me here, Nothing will happen. Come, drink some hot water to moisten your throat. When Fang Yuan heard Xiao say, I'm here, his heart instantly calmed down. I drank the warm water in small sips. It tasted bitter, but in my heart it felt as sweet as honey. After drinking the water, Fang Yuan continued to lie down and sweat. Knife! Fang Yuan, who was wrapped in the quilt and couldn't see the knife, suddenly lost his sense of security and called out in a hoarse voice. Cen Yue did not walk away, but turned her back and continued to take out a few cold medicines from the space and mix them into the hot water, and casually responded, What's wrong? Hearing the sound of the knife, Fang Yuan felt very safe. It's okay. Fang Yuan closed his eyes peacefully. The high fever gradually subsided, and his mind became much clearer. How long has it been since I had such a peaceful sleep? There is no need to worry about someone breaking into your house in the middle of the night, nor do you have to worry about sudden changes in the middle of the night. It seemed that as long as I was with Xiao, nothing was scary anymore. There is the fragrance of flowers and the sound of children reciting in my dreams. Wait until the weather is fine. I'm going to take my quilt out to dry in the sun. Sunbathe on the left. Let it dry on the right side. Like a wavering heart, was properly placed. Chapter 60, Cen Yue arose. Fang Yuan had a fever for most of the night, and Cen Yue also stayed with her for most of the night. Cen Yue was already exhausted after a day of running around, and had to take care of a patient at night. When Fang Yuan's fever finally subsided, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the sofa. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. When Cen Yue opened her eyes, she subconsciously reached out to touch Fang Yuan's forehead. The temperature is back to normal. Cen Yue breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly. Fang Yuan, who was curled up in a quilt, looked at Xiao, who had just woken up and was still dazed, and subconsciously took his temperature. He felt indescribable feeling in his heart. Xiao, Fang Yuan called softly. Cen Yue stood up and twisted her neck. What's wrong? Fang Yuan took out a bright red rose from the quilt. Give it for you. Cen Yue was stunned at first, then she was delighted. Where are you from? Fang Yuan stretched out his hand nervously, then looked at his palm intently. Slowly, green sprouts emerged from between her fingers. The green bud grew tremblingly, and finally grew a leaf, then 2 leaves. A minute later, instead of a rose blooming as expected, the small bud with 2 leaves on top stopped growing. Huh? Why can't you grow up? Fang Yuan wanted to create a rose in one breath just like he did just now. But this time she failed. Even if she used up all her strength, it was useless. Even the green buds between the fingers drooped instantly. Fang Yuan's face also turned pale. Upon seeing this, Cen Yue immediately stopped Fang Yuan from continuing to use his supernatural powers. Don't worry. Take your time. Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up, feeling a little depressed. After all, he missed an opportunity to show off in front of Xiao. Cen Yue continued to ask, Do you know where the roses and green buds just now came from? What do they mean? Fang Yuan shook his head blankly. I don't know, I just wanted to thank you. And then the rose appeared in my hand. Cen Yue, wood-related abilities, although they are just flowers and plants now, but with diligent practice, there will be endless possibilities. You have just awakened your superpowers. Don't rush things. Take your time. Cen Yue picked up the gorgeous red rose and leaned in to smell it. Very beautiful. I haven't seen such beautiful roses in a long time. When Fang Yuan heard this, his cheeks turned red and he covered his head with the quilt. A muffled voice soon came from under the quilt. As long as you like it. Cen Yue smiled and stopped when she was about to walk towards the bathroom. She suddenly realized that Yang, who had always been very noisy, was very quiet and obedient that night. Isn't he awakened too? Cen Yue turned and walked towards the large iron cage bed. Yang. Cen Yue stood at the cage door and called softly. There was no movement in the cage. Yang was seen wrapped in a quilt. Cen Yue was worried and thought that his medicine had worked, so he immediately walked into the cage. Yang. Cen Yue reached out to touch Yang's forehead, but before she could touch it, Yang counterattacked. Yang was tall and had incredible strength at this time, so he was able to press Cen Yue underneath through the quilt. Not only did he hold Cen Yue down, he also used his hands and feet to hold her, causing her to temporarily lose the ability to move. How could Cen Yue accept being suppressed? Yang, I'll count to 3 and you let go. Fang Yuan also heard the noise coming from the cage and was so scared that he immediately ran over to pull Yang. Cen Yue noticed Fang Yuan's actions and immediately spoke up to stop her. Don't come over here. Yang is in a bad condition now. Stand further away to avoid being hurt by mistake. Although Fang Yuan has awakened her superpowers, she knows that her current powers are too weak. At the same time, he also secretly made up his mind that he must work hard to become stronger and strive to become someone who is qualified to stand by Xiaodao's side. Cen Yue calmed down a little, and after regaining her strength, she no longer indulged Qinyang. She pushed Qinyang away with force, and then punched him in the abdomen. Ouch! Qinyang suddenly let out a scream and was forced to let go of his hands and feet. Fang Yuan, who was standing on the other side, felt pain just by watching it. Cen Yue's punch seemed to work. Qinyang gradually regained consciousness and looked at Cen Yue aggrievedly. Daddy, I'm hungry. Cen Yue loosened her clenched fists and stared at Qinyang, who was acting coquettishly in front of her, without saying a word. Besides being hungry, what else do you feel? Qinyang blinked and touched his belly. My stomach hurts. Although Cen Yue's punch avoided the internal organs, it did hit the target. Cen Yue continued with a cold face. Do you know why your stomach hurts? Qinyang shook his head blankly. I don't know, hungry. Cen Yue did not continue to ask, but walked out of the cage thoughtfully. Qinyang didn't have a fever, but he had just lost consciousness, and while he was unconscious, he was very powerful. It has been a long time since Qinyang had a hunger attack, and this time his condition was obviously completely different from his previous state of illness and madness. The power has increased, and although it suppresses myself, it is not aggressive. Could it be that the medicine worked? Cen Yue walked into the bathroom while thinking about it, but when she looked in the mirror, she found that some of the makeup on her face seemed to have been rubbed off. If you don't look closely, you can't see anything, but if you look closer, you can definitely see some clues. Further down was the shirt underneath. The top button had been buttoned, but two of them had come undone at some point. When I bend down slightly, I can vaguely see the bra binder inside. I'll go. Cen Yue cursed softly and then looked towards the iron cage. Fang Yuan was already dressed and was gently coaxing the depressed Qinyang. It seems like no one has noticed these abnormalities in myself. Fang Yuan recovered quickly. She took the initiative to clean the sofa and went to the kitchen. Qinyang, who had been in a bad mood, said nothing and just followed Cen Yue around. When Cen Yue entered the bedroom, he moved a small stool and sat outside the bedroom door. Fang Yuan, who had just prepared breakfast, saw Qinyang behaving like this and joked happily. What's wrong with you, Yang Yang? You're so clingy to your dad. Are you afraid that he'll run away? Coincidentally, the bedroom door opened from the inside at this time, and Cen Yue came out. Qinyang immediately walked away, holding the small stool. He sat on a small stool and looked out the window, with his back to Fang Yuan and Cen Yue, looking like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Cen Yue looked confused. What's wrong? Fang Yuan also shook his head. I don't know, he's been like this all morning, and he won't say anything when I ask him. Even when eating, Qinyang was still sitting on a small stool, with his back to the two of them, motionless. Fang Yuan felt distressed and immediately called out. Yang Yang, come quickly, I made your favorite buns today. Chun Yang's ears moved, but he still didn't turn around. Fang Yuan gently pushed Cen Yue and said, Xiaodao, how about you coax her? Chapter 61. Showing off and provoking when having your abdominal muscles touched. Cen Yue has never been good at coaxing children, and usually speaks with her fists. Considering that he had already punched Qinyang early in the morning, he decided not to consider using force to resolve the situation for the time being. He finished half of the bun in his hand in one bite, and turned to look at Qinyang. Didn't you just say you were hungry? Your Aunt Fang and I will be out doing some errands later. If you don't eat now, you'll starve. Sure enough, after Cen Yue spoke, Qinyang finally responded. But he still had a reluctant expression on his face and walked towards the dining table, carrying a small stool. Fang Yuan knew at a glance that Qinyang was indeed sulking with Cen Yue. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. He is really a child, so petty. Qinyang paused with his hand holding the chopsticks, looking like he was about to be stingy again. Seeing this, Cen Yue just said, If you keep being naughty, you'll go hungry today. Qinyang immediately clenched his chopsticks and started eating with a chuckle. Fang Yuan was paying attention to Chun Yang's eating while talking to Xiaodao. Are you going out today too? What are you going out for? Cen Yue had almost finished eating, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and wiped her mouth elegantly with a tissue. I may be out more often in the future, because I have officially become a member of the hunting team. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan looked at Xiaodao with admiration. Hunting team? Xiaodao, you are so awesome. Cen Yue smiled, but did not say that this was not a difficult task for her. But in order not to discourage Fang Yuan's enthusiasm for hard work and progress, Cen Yue nodded and said, Keep it up. You will be great in the future. When Fang Yuan thought about the fact that he had awakened his special powers, he was suddenly filled with confidence. Cen Yue finished her breakfast and took out a key from her pocket when she stood up. Here's the key to the utility room. If you don't mind, you can clean up the utility room and live in that room from now on. The utility room is not big, about 10 to 20 square meters, just enough for a bed. Cen Yue had never thought of using the utility room before, so she never cleaned it up. Now, considering that the house Fang Yuan lives in is too simple, it would be better for him to move into the utility room. Of course, Fang Yuan didn't mind and took the key immediately. Okay, I'll clean it up in a minute. The hand holding the key exerted slight force, as if it was holding the key to the door of happiness. From now on, I can sleep soundly every night. I am so happy. Cen Yue is particularly clingy today. When Cen Yue went out, he followed closely behind her. Cen Yue waved her fist to scare him as usual, but he refused to stay at home obediently. He had to keep an eye on Cen Yue, as if he was afraid that Cen Yue would be snatched away by someone else. Cen Yue, why are you so disobedient today? I'm going to work, not to play. Just stay at home, and I'll bring you something delicious when I come back, okay? Cen Yue hugged Cen Yue's arm tightly and shook his head vigorously. Not good. Cen Yue's fist hardened again. Soon, footsteps were heard downstairs. Cen Yue looked up and happened to meet Ling Xiaoran's eyes as he was going upstairs. Somehow, Ling Xiaoran quickly shifted his gaze and turned to look at Cen Yue, who was still holding the knife, and continued to move forward. Why are you here? Cen Yue looked at Ling Xiaoran, who was standing in front of her, and pushed Cen Yue, who was acting coquettishly and clingy. He casually asked, How are your injuries? Ling Xiaoran withdrew his gaze from Cen Yue and immediately replied, It's okay. I'm in good health and will recover quickly. This is the breakfast I just got in the cafeteria. You guys? Fang Yuan, who was tidying up the house, heard the noise and stuck his head out. Seeing Ling Xiaoran carrying a bag of breakfast, he smiled and said, Captain Ling, we just had breakfast. Ling Xiaoran saw Fang Yuan at Xiaodao's house early in the morning, acting like a hostess. She paused with the bag in her hand and smiled awkwardly. Eat it, forget it then. Cen Yue frowned in confusion. Captain Ling, you came to me just to deliver breakfast? Don't say that this is true. That would be too weird. Ling Xiaoran immediately suppressed his inexplicable feeling of loss and began to explain. We went out to look for too few supplies yesterday, so we have to go out again today. Do you want to go? Cen Yue smiled and said, Of course I'll go. Kill monsters and level up. I can't wait to see what it will look like when it is upgraded to 1 million tons of space. Ling Xiaoran didn't expect Xiaodao to be so cooperative and was a little flattered. Then, shall we set off now? Ling Xiaoran turned around and was about to go downstairs. But Cen Yue did not follow immediately because she was stopped by the big and clingy guy Cen Yue. Cen Yue, I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I'll be really angry. Cen Yue said aggrievedly. Daddy, my stomach hurts. It hurts. Cen Yue thought it was the after effect of the punch in the morning, so she immediately reached out and rubbed it, rubbing and coaxing in a low voice. Be good. Rub it, and it won't hurt. As I was rubbing him, I found that Cen Yue actually had abdominal muscles, and I couldn't help but pinch them gently. Real abdominal muscles. I really didn't realize that this guy was exercising behind my back. Thinking of this, Cen Yue couldn't help but pinch it a few more times. Cen Yue obediently let his belly be rubbed through his clothes, just like a cuddly little kitten having its belly rubbed. His eyes were slightly narrowed, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he looked very satisfied and enjoying it. At an angle that Cen Yue couldn't see, Cen Yue's gaze slowly met Ling Xiaoran's. He didn't dodge, but just pretended to be stupid and showed off. Look, she only does this to herself. Ling Xiaoran, who was standing aside, witnessed everything. As if it was an illusion, he actually saw showing off and provocation in the eyes of the fool. It was as if he was showing off that only he could have his belly rubbed by Xiaodao, and no one else was qualified. Ling Xiaoran's eyes turned slightly cold. There was indeed something wrong with this kid. Okay, let's go. Cen Yue interrupted Ling Xiaoran, who was in a trance. After being comforted, Cen Yue finally went back to the house obediently, and Cen Yue also put on his backpack and was ready to go. When she reached the 12th floor, Cen Yue paused slightly. There seemed to be a smell of blood in the air, and the source of the smell was Yu Meng's house. Cen Yue frowned slightly, but finally knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and Yu Meng was seen soaking wet, as if he had just been soaked in water. As the door opened, the smell of blood became stronger. Ling Xiaoran also frowned and looked at Yu Ming. What happened? Yu Ming was trembling as he held the door. His eyes were frightened and evasive. He didn't dare to look Cen Yue in the eye. Seeing that Yu Ming was not in any danger, Cen Yue did not ask any further questions, but just pointed to the accumulated water that had seeped from the door into the corridor. Save water. Yu Ming was slightly stunned, then nodded and said okay. Ling Xiaoran thought Showdown knocked on the door because she found something unusual, but she didn't expect that she just said save water and left. Yu Ming, who watched Showdown leave, squatted on the ground helplessly, covered her face with her hands, and cried silently and suppressedly. He killed someone himself. That stinky man eats his own food, lives in his own house, sleeps with himself every day, and still calls himself a bitch and a nymphomaniac. The man got beaten outside last night and tortured Yu Ming ruthlessly when he got home. Yu Ming couldn't stand it anymore, so while the man was asleep, she used a kitchen knife to end his dirty and smelly life. Yu Ming was also very clear that Xiaodao should have guessed that someone had died in the house. Xiaodao knocked on the door. Actually, he wanted to confirm whether he was the one who had the accident in the house, right? Yu Ming even wondered if he was the one who got into trouble in the house. Would Xiaodao avenge him? Whoa, the knife is so good, but it is getting dirtier and dirtier. There's no going back. Everything can't be undone. Chapter 62. Attack on the south side of the city. All members of the hunting team have gathered. This time, without Ling Penghui holding them back, the group set off quickly. Everyone felt relieved because of Chun Xiaodao's joining, and they were full of confidence in today's supplies trip. The car's usual dull atmosphere was gone, with jokes ringing in the air all the way, especially when people were talking about how Ling Penghui got humiliated last night, which was very satisfying. The focal character, Chun Xiaodao, sat in the corner, leaning gently against the railing, closing his eyes and resting. Ling Xiaoran sat next to Xiaodao. Seeing that she seemed extremely sleepy, he turned to the noisy crowd and said, "Stop talking. Be alert." The crowd who were laughing just now thought that the captain had discovered a dangerous situation, so they immediately shut up and looked around with weapons in hand and a wary look on their faces. Because there was no more noise, Cen Yue slept even more soundly. In a daze, she leaned on a warm pillow. The pillow seemed a little high, so she adjusted her sitting position in a daze and continued to catch up on her sleep. She never opened her eyes from beginning to end. Ling Xiaoran, whose shoulder was used as a pillow, froze half of his body instantly. After he came to his senses, he still maintained the original posture without moving. Noticing that Xiaodao was sleeping more soundly, Ling Xiaoran's stiff mouth corners slowly rose a little. At a close distance, Ling Xiaoran seemed to smell that familiar and comfortable fragrance again. He tried hard to resist the urge to get closer to smell it, and stared straight ahead with an expressionless face. Everyone in the car was so nervous that they didn't notice the situation in the corner, but Li Chong was the only one who noticed the captain's abnormality. Is Xiaodao feeling unwell? Why is he leaning on the captain's shoulder? Why does the captain feel weird, with an unnatural expression, as if he is guilty? But Li Chong didn't think much about it. After all, in his eyes, the captain and Xiaodao were both grown men. What else could he think about? The transport team headed south and took more than an hour to enter the residential area. Cen Yue woke up in time when she was about to get off the bus. Ling Xiaoran's shoulders suddenly felt lighter, and his heart inexplicably lightened as well. Cen Yue realized that she had just fallen asleep on Ling Xiaoran's shoulder and immediately reached out and patted his shoulder, seemingly helping him to straighten out the wrinkles, but actually checking whether she had drooled on his shoulder. Only after making sure that she was not drooling did Cen Yue breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you." He patted Ling Xiaoran's shoulder hard again, expressing his gratitude like brothers. Ling Xiaoran felt pain on the shoulder from being hit by the knife, but he gritted his teeth and didn't show any pain. He smiled calmly and replied, "You're welcome." After Cen Yue got off the car, he grinned and rubbed his shoulders. This kid, are his hands made of iron? Why is it so heavy? Even the inexplicable feeling deep in my heart just now was gradually dissipated by these slaps. The south of the city is the old town. There are no bustling shopping centers nearby, but there is a retro commercial street where the buildings are basically only 2 or 3 stories high. The dusty sign at the door of the store hung at an angle, looking shaky. The streets were empty at that time, and the shops on both sides had suffered varying degrees of damage. Ling Xiaoran's intuition told him that he might not gain anything this time. But since we are here, we cannot return empty-handed. We must search carefully no matter what. Because there were many shops, More than 20 people planned to act separately, in groups of 2, and then search the shops for supplies one by one. There were exactly 28 people in the hunting team, plus Chen Xiaodao, which made it 29 people in total. She just happened to be the only one sent out. Xiaodao, how about you follow me and Li Chang? We'll form a team of 3. Ling Xiaoran took the initiative to suggest. Cen Yue's goal was to kill monsters and level up, so she immediately rejected the proposal. No, you 2 can team up, I can do it alone. Ling Xiaoran was still a little worried and continued to remind Xiaodao before he got off the car. Xiaodao, be careful. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue turned to look at Ling Xiaoran and glanced at him casually. She said nothing at this moment, but it seemed like she had said nothing. Her strength is much stronger than Ling Xiaoran, but Ling Xiaoran is worried about her. This forced Cen Yue to signal with her eyes that she should worry about herself. Ling Xiaoran instantly understood the meaning of Xiaodao's eyes, coughed awkwardly, and then led Li Chang straight towards the store. After everyone got off the car and ran towards the store, Cen Yue also got off the car but ran in the opposite direction. Cen Yue didn't find any trace of the alien for the time being, so she could only continue to move forward. By the time she reacted, she had already walked out of the commercial street and was 2 kilometers away from where she had just got off the bus. Cen Yue felt a little strange. How come she didn't notice any aliens? There are many residential buildings around here, and many humans must have lived there before the end of the world. Even if there are no aliens, there should be traces of zombies. But so far, not only have no aliens been seen, not even a single zombie has been seen. Walking on the empty street, Cen Yue felt that something was wrong everywhere. She didn't go any further. Her instinct made her turn around and walk back. Although my main purpose is to kill monsters and level up, I currently have enough space, and there is no need to rush. It is better to take it slow. Thinking so, Cen Yue quickened her pace on the return journey. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunshots were heard from the direction of the commercial street. Not good, Cen Yue said to herself, and quickened her pace. Inside the commercial street, the previously empty streets were now filled with zombies. They seemed to appear out of nowhere, and their numbers increased and became denser. When the gunshots rang out, all the zombies began to rush frantically in a certain direction. The team members who had just dispersed to look for supplies were attacked by a sudden surge of zombies and immediately responded defensively. Quick, everyone get in! Ling Xiaoran found a convenience store that wasn't too badly damaged. While dealing with the approaching zombie horde, he covered his team members and hid inside. After moving the last injured team member in, Ling Xiaoran closed the door forcefully, temporarily blocking the zombies outside. However, the noise they made earlier was too loud, and a large number of zombies had already gathered outside the convenience store and had not left. The situation inside convenience stores is also very bad. Captain, what should we do? Xiao Wu has been bitten. Li Chang pressed hard on Xiao Wu, who had lost his mind after being bitten on the back of his hand by a zombie. Kill me. Xiao Wu begged with a somewhat ferocious look on his face. He was clearly aware that he had begun to change. If I don't kill myself completely now, I will become a zombie that is neither human nor ghost, and I will also hurt my teammates. Kill me, Captain. Xiao Wu looked at Ling Xiaoran with a painful expression. He hoped that he could die with dignity. This was his last wish. Chapter 63, A Very Good Guy. When we arrived, everyone was in good spirits, talking and laughing. But this is the end of the world. Life and death are just a matter of a moment. No one wants to die. If it really comes to that, they just want to choose a decent way to die. Team leader. When Li Chang saw Ling Xiaoran pointing his gun at Xiao Wu, he immediately screamed and tried to stop him. Xiao Wu. He is our comrade who has been through thick and thin with us. Ling Xiaoran clenched the pistol tightly. How could he bring himself to do it? But in a few minutes, Xiao Wu is no longer the human Xiao Wu, but a man-eating zombie. The other 20 or so team members in the room were silent because they all knew that they would be infected and become zombies after being bitten by zombies. Captain, he did nothing wrong. The injured Xiao Wu began to mutate officially, and Ling Xiaoran pointed the gun at Xiao Wu again. I am sorry, Xiao Wu. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it missed the target. The pistol in Ling Xiaoran's hand was knocked to the ground by a stone. Pooh! Everyone looked in the direction where the flying rocks came from with a wary look on their faces. There was a skylight the size of a book there. The fan blades shook slightly, proving that someone had just been there. Ling Xiaoran did not chase the mysterious man, but walked quickly towards the flying stone and took off the tube of reagent tied to the flying stone. Captain, what is this? Li Chang looked at the reagent in Ling Xiaoran's hand with astonishment. Why did you suddenly give us the reagent? Ling Xiaoran did not answer, but his eyes slowly turned to Xiaowu, who was undergoing a strange change. His intuition told him that this reagent did not appear by chance, but was specially prepared for the mutated Xiaowu. Li Chong saw Ling Xiaoran walking toward Xiaowu with the reagent and tried to stop him again. "Captain, this reagent is of unknown origin. We can't take any risks." Ling Xiaoran did not hesitate. "Hurry up and hold Xiaowu down." The other two team members immediately held down Xiaowu, who was undergoing a transformation. Ling Xiaoran pinched Xiaowu's chin hard and made him drink all the medicine. Facing the incomprehensible looks from the other team members, Ling Xiaoran explained in a cold voice. "Xiaowu was bitten by a zombie. We completely lost an excellent teammate. This is the worst result. Even if there is a problem with this reagent, it won't be worse than the worst result." What Ling Xiaoran said made a lot of sense. Doing nothing would be the worst outcome. Give it a try, maybe you'll get better results. Soon, it was proved that Ling Xiaoran's decision was correct. After Xiaowu drank the potion, the mutation stopped immediately, and his pale skin began to return to its normal color. The hideous wounds caused by zombie bites were healed visibly. The unconscious Xiaowu stopped struggling and fell into a peaceful sleep. "It really works. Captain, it really works." The two teammates who had been suppressing Xiaowu for fear that he would mutate and hurt others witnessed Xiaowu's changes up close and were surprised and delighted. "So amazing. What kind of magic medicine is that reagent that can actually prevent mutations?" Ling Xiaoran spread out his hands in a daze, looking at the reagent shell in his hand, becoming more and more shocked. There was clearly some residual medicine in the reagent shell just now. How come it has evaporated completely now? Looking at the clean reagent shell, Ling Xiaoran finally gave up the idea of taking it back to have the base's medical experts study it. Presumably, the mysterious person who provided the potion did not want to reveal the secret of the potion. Ling Xiaoran looked towards the skylight, then looked away. No one is allowed to leak any information about today's reagents. After saying that, he looked towards the skylight again, hoping that the mysterious man would understand that he had no ill intentions. Ling Xiaoran could understand the other party's caution, because that was a potion to prevent mutations. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of uproar would be caused if the existence of a drug that could prevent mutations was revealed. It is also impossible to guess what the real purpose of the people who studied this reagent was. However, judging from the other party's current behavior of taking medicine to save people, it can be seen that the other party should be a good person. At that time, the good guy, Cen Yue, was sitting in the corner of the roof of the convenience store, witnessing the whole process that the reagent he had researched successfully prevented the bitten humans from mutating. "I took out a notebook from the space and wrote down the experimental data, experimental subjects, and experimental results. This potion is different from the one given to Fang Yuan and the others last time. The main difference is that the proportion of the potion ingredients has changed. In particular, the proportion of her blood is much smaller because other alternative ingredients are used. It turns out that the role of one's own blood in the reagent, although it cannot be completely replaced, can be partially replaced. Next, we need to observe whether this reagent can stimulate Xiaowu to awaken his superpowers ahead of time. Although it was a bit unfair to use teammates as experimental subjects, at least he saved his life. Moreover, Cen Yue feels that it doesn't matter whether it is honest or not. It is good enough to be alive. Why bother with so many things?" After sorting out the data, Cen Yue looked at the zombies gathered downstairs who still had no intention of leaving, and she felt a headache again. "We have to find a way to lure the zombies away. Otherwise, it won't be long before they break into the convenience store and kill Ling Xiaoran and the others." Cen Yue did not intend to kill zombies, not only because zombies were smelly and ugly, but also because killing zombies would not expand her space and was a pure waste of energy. Cen Yue supported her chin with one hand, wondering how to operate. While looking for the target location, she saw a fireworks store at the end of the commercial street in the distance. "How about a fireworks show today?" A few minutes later, bang, 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 a deafening explosion came from the end of the commercial street. The zombies gathered outside the convenience store were indeed misled by the sound of the fireworks and began to rush towards the fireworks shop. Under the gray sky, brilliant fireworks bloomed one after another. The dark masses of zombies on the ground surged towards the fireworks like waves. A ghostly, nimble, and light figure was leaping between the rooftops, going against the tide of zombies. The other people hiding in the convenience store heard the noise outside and immediately guessed who did it. "Oh my God, was it Xiaodao who did it?" Li Chong pointed at the gorgeous fireworks outside the window and smiled a little foolishly. The fireworks are like the new year. Bang! The next second, the door of the convenience store was kicked open by Cen Yue. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Ling Xiaoran was the first to come to his senses and immediately directed everyone to get on the transport vehicle. When Cen Yue saw the unconscious Xiao Wu, she asked curiously, "What happened to him? Is he injured?" The others looked at each other in confusion and did not answer. Ling Xiaoran explained, "He fainted from shock. It's not a big deal." Upon hearing this, Cen Yue nodded, but thought in her heart that this young man Ling Xiaoran was really getting better and better. I was worried that this kid would report the matter of the medicine to the base. Although the reagent evaporates quickly after opening the lid and leaves no residue, others can't find anything at all. However, Ling Xiaoran took the initiative to conceal the matter of the reagent, which means that he was not going to report it, and even took the initiative to conceal the fact to reduce the number of people who knew about it. Such cooperation made Cen Yue feel that she could give priority to the hunting team when doing pharmaceutical experiments in the future. Chapter 64. I think I've seen this sister somewhere before. The transport team's vehicles drove away from the commercial street at a rapid speed. The fireworks were still blooming at the other end, and a white figure appeared in the brilliant fireworks. The originally manic zombies gradually calmed down after the man in white appeared and looked in a certain direction as if worshipping a god. The man watched the convoy going farther and farther away, his lips moving slightly. We'll see each other soon. At the same time, Cen Yue, who was sitting in the car, suddenly looked in the direction where the fireworks were blooming, with an extremely solemn expression. Ling Xiaoran noticed the change in Cen Yue's expression and looked towards the fireworks together, asking, "What's wrong?" Cen Yue looked straight in a certain direction and said slowly, "Someone." Ling Xiaoran was shocked when he heard this. "Who is he? Where is he? Do you know him?" Cen Yue continued to look in the unknown direction. "I don't know." Ever since the last time, Cen Yue had the illusion that someone was spying on her. Maybe it wasn't an illusion. Ling Xiaoran immediately noticed something unusual when he heard this. "Is that person coming for you?" Cen Yue's expression became more serious. "Maybe." Ling Xiaoran was even more shocked when he heard this. He had never seen such a solemn expression on Xiao Dao's face. This means Xiao Dao has really encountered a tough situation this time. Don't be afraid. The hunting team and I have always been your strongest support. Cen Yue shook her head. "If that day really comes, leave me alone. If I can't solve it myself, you guys are just throwing your heads away for nothing. Don't make a fearless sacrifice." Cen Yue slowly clenched the amulet in her hand. Faced with Cen Yue's rejection, Ling Xiaoran did not really give up. Xiao Dao has saved everyone from the brink of life and death many times. But this time when Xiao Dao encountered trouble, he wanted them to desert? This is neither reasonable nor logical. Ling Xiaoran also knew very well that Xiao Dao refused to help because he was too weak. Although the members of the hunting team are much stronger than ordinary people in the base, these experiences have taught him that the zombies and aliens outside the base are constantly evolving and becoming stronger. But they are still very weak as ants that can be crushed to death at any time in front of powerful enemies. You must become strong to have enough ability to protect the people you want to protect. Before the convoy returned to the base, Xiao Wu, who had been sleeping, woke up. "Captain, Xiao Wu is awake." Li Chong reported to Ling Xiaoran the moment Xiao Wu woke up. Ling Xiaoran quickly walked towards Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, how do you feel now?" Xiao Wu woke up slowly. His eyes swept across the familiar and concerned faces in front of him, and finally looked at Ling Xiaoran. "Captain, am I not dead yet?" Hearing this, Ling Xiaoran gently pushed his shoulder and said, "Silly boy, you are still alive." Xiao Wu seemed unable to believe it and pinched his face hard. "Ouch, ouch." Xiao Wu pinched himself so hard that he kept screaming, and only then did he believe that he was still alive. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Xiao Wu was so excited that he stood up and jumped several times. "Xiao Wu, take it easy." Li Chong immediately spoke up to stop his overly excited behavior. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu stopped dancing and looked straight towards the corner of the carriage. In the corner, Cen Yue was wiping his Tang sword from time to time, thinking about other things in his mind. There were footsteps approaching. Cen Yue looked up and met Xiao Wu's curious gaze. "Xiao Wu, I think I've seen this sister somewhere before." "Cen Yue, I'm a man. Are you scared, silly? Can't you tell the difference between a man and a woman?" The Tang sword suddenly appeared between the two of them. Not only was Xiao Wu not frightened, but he sat directly next to Cen Yue. "Brother, where have I seen you before?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiaoran grabbed him and pulled him up. Xiao Wu, this is Chen Xiaodao. Don't you recognize him? Xiao Wu looked at Ling Xiaoran with a puzzled look on his face. Chen Xiaodao? Who is Chen Xiaodao? But I feel that he is so familiar, as if we have known each other for a long time. As Xiao Wu was talking, he was about to sit down next to Cen Yue. But Ling Xiaoran was faster and sat down next to Xiaodao in advance, so Xiao Wu had to sit next to him. There was Ling Xiaoran between Xiao Wu and Cen Yue, but he still didn't give up and stretched his neck to look at Xiaodao. Did we really not know each other before? Why do I feel so familiar with you the first time I see you? There is also an indescribable feeling of intimacy. I really want to talk to you in person. Ling Xiaoran listened to Xiao Wu's increasingly outrageous words. Seeing that Xiaodao's face was becoming more and more ugly, he sharpened the knife faster and faster, and immediately knocked Xiao Wu unconscious with one hand. Li Chong helped Xiao Wu to rest for a while. After Li Chong took Xiao Wu away, Ling Xiaoran spoke tentatively. Xiao Wu must have been really frightened, and there must be something wrong with his brain. If what I said just now offends you, please don't take it to heart. Cen Yue shook her head and said nonchalantly, "It's okay." But I felt a little guilty. Could Xiao Wu's abnormality be caused by the failure of the reagent? Did it cause some damage to Xiao Wu's brain nerves? It seems that replacing some blood components with other components is not a good idea. This was the first time Cen Yue returned home empty-handed. However, when going upstairs, he put his hands into the backpack, and soon the backpack was filled with supplies. As usual, Chen Yang came to greet me before I even entered the house. "Daddy." He took the backpack from Cen Yue's hand and sniffed around Cen Yue like a puppy. "Stinky, stinky." Chen Yang angrily threw his backpack on the ground because his daddy smelled like other men. Cen Yue raised her hand and sniffed. "It doesn't stink. There's quite a lot of dust on his body." She didn't take Chen Yang's complaints to heart and walked towards the bathroom while asking, "Is your aunt not home yet?" At this time of day, Fang Yuan should have already finished get-off work. The main reason is that Fang Yuan's superpowers have just awakened and are not stable yet. Once Fang Yuan's superpowers become stronger, Cen Yue won't have to worry about her safety. Chen Yang did not answer Cen Yue's question. He just sat by the window and looked out gloomily. Cen Yue didn't think much about it. After washing and packing, she prepared to go downstairs to pick up Fang Yuan and take him home. Just as I walked to the door and was about to go out, Chen Yang hugged me from behind. "Daddy." Chen Yang hugged Cen Yue's slender waist tightly, as if he wanted to embed her into his bones and blood. Cen Yue felt her breath was choked and was about to explode, but Chen Yang immediately let go of her hand the next second and rubbed her neck aggrievedly. "It hurts, it hurts." As he spoke, Cen Yue felt an abnormally high temperature at the side of her neck. "You have a high fever?" Chapter 65, Differences Between People. Do zombies have high fevers? This question is obviously beyond the scope. Cen Yue didn't know the answer either. Just before this, Cen Yue still suspected that Chen Yang was a zombie. But now, touching Chen Yang's hot forehead, Cen Yue fell into confusion. Will zombies have a high fever? When Fang Yuan came back, he was stunned to see Chen Yang's face flushed with fever. When she was about to take the cup of water from Cen Yue and continue taking care of Chen Yang, who had been squinting and humming, suddenly opened his eyes. "Daddy." He held Cen Yue's arm tightly and refused to let go. Fang Yuan always knew that Chen Yang was sticking to Xiaodao, so he finally gave up taking care of him and went into the kitchen. When Cen Yue was the only one left by his side, Chen Yang closed his eyes obediently and continued to hum softly. Cen Yue stayed with Chen Yang all night. He could see Cen Yue as soon as he opened his eyes, and he felt the air around him was sweet when he closed his eyes. But Cen Yue is not an Iron Man. She took care of Fang Yuan all night last night and went on a mission with the hunting team during the day. She was obviously not energetic enough. After watching over Chen Yang at night, less than an hour had passed when she began to yawn continuously and fell asleep on the warm quilt, drowsy. Chen Yang, who had been noisy all the time, gradually quieted down. After Cen Yue fell asleep, he gently wrapped the slender girl in his warm quilt. I wanted to get closer, but I was afraid of waking her. In the end, I could only restrain myself and step back a little, allowing her to sleep more soundly. When Fang Yuan got up at night, he saw that the night light was still on. He tiptoed towards the large iron cage bed and saw that Chen Yang and his son Chen Xiaodao were both asleep with their foreheads touching. She didn't think much about it and tiptoed back to the utility room. Because in her eyes, the relationship between father and son has always been good. After the door of the utility room was closed, Chen Yang opened his eyes instantly, his eyes clear and bright. He stared at the little sleeping face in front of him with fascination, moving closer and closer, with his lips slightly closer. Next second, "Be good, don't be afraid, Daddy is here." The warm palm landed precisely on Chun Yang's forehead, like the five-finger mountain, gently suppressing all of Chun Yang's movements. Cen Yue kept her eyes closed and whispered softly as if she was talking in her sleep. Chun Yang was stunned and stopped all his movements. The warm palm seemed to have magical power, instantly sealing the demon in Chun Yang's heart. Slowly, he also closed his eyes, and with a low hum, he fell into a beautiful dream filled with the fragrance of flowers. Cen Yue had a dream. She dreamed that she did not escape from Linjiang City, but was drowned under the water along with the entire city. Gurgle, gurgle. Cen Yue was suddenly awakened by the too realistic feeling of suffocation. But the next second, she found that her home was actually flooded. "Chen Yang, Fang Yuan, wake up quickly. Our house is flooded." Cen Yue immediately stood up and went straight to the kitchen. All she could think of right now was that the kitchen pipe had burst. But when she walked into the kitchen, she found that the water pipes in the kitchen were fine, and the water pipes in the bathroom were also fine. "Oh my God, what happened?" When Fang Yuan opened the door, he saw that the living room was flooded and was very scared. Although the water level was just above the ankles, the sofas and other items in the living room were damaged by the water. And the water level is still rising visibly. Cen Yue soon discovered that the water seemed to be rising from the iron cage, and immediately strode towards Chun Yang, who was still unconscious. "Cen Yang? Well," Chun Yang had no response to Cen Yue's call. But when Cen Yue stepped forward to pull Chun Yang, she found that Chun Yang's 10 fingers were like water pipes, with water constantly oozing out. "Oh my God, what happened to Yang Yang?" Fang Yuan was shocked on the spot. Cen Yue was relatively calm. It must be that he just awakened his water ability and lost control. As Cen Yue spoke, she swung her arms, then slapped the unconscious Chun Yang. Ouch! Chun Yang, who was slapped on the butt by Cen Yueluan's round arm, finally woke up in pain. "Daddy." Chun Yang's eyes were instantly blurred with tears, and he looked at Cen Yue with a look full of confusion and grievance. But at this moment, Cen Yue didn't buy his trick and pointed at his hands. "Hurry up and take back your supernatural powers. If the house collapses due to the flood, you will have to sleep on the street." Chun Yang panicked instantly, but the more panicked he became, the more he didn't know how to take back his supernatural powers. Cen Yue looked at the water column, which was getting bigger instead of smaller, and felt angry and helpless. "Come on, look me in the eyes." Cen Yue grabbed Chun Yang's hands, which were waving water jets, and looked straight into his eyes. "Follow me and recite the formula silently." A minute later, Chun Yang finally retracted his supernatural power, and the water level in the room stopped rising. Cen Yue looked at the sky outside, which was still dark, yawned, pointed at the water in the room, and looked at Chun Yang. "Memorize the formula for me and clean up all the water in the house. If you haven't done it by the time I wake up, you'll get beaten." After saying that, he closed the bedroom door. Just as Fang Yuan silently picked up the bucket and was about to help clean up, Chun Yang suddenly spoke up to stop her. "No, I can do it myself." Fang Yuan was stunned. "There is so much water. How long will it take you to clean it up by yourself? I can't sleep anyway, so I will help you." But the next second, Fang Yuan watched Chun Yang reach out and suck back all the water in the room. Inhale? That's right. All the water in the room rushed towards Chun Yang's 10 fingers and then disappeared. In just 2 minutes, the room was clean without a drop of water, and even the sofa was dried. Fang Yuan looked at everything in front of him with some disbelief. "Is this your water ability? Did it just awaken tonight?" Chun Yang nodded silently. Fang Yuan said nothing, then closed the door and went to reflect on himself. "Speaking of which, Yang Yang and I are related by blood, so why is there such a big gap between people? The first time I awakened my superpowers, it was difficult for me to transform into 2 flowers. But when Chun Yang awakened his supernatural powers for the first time, not only did he almost flood the house, but he also took back the water he released. This is clearly much more powerful than me. Of course, the most powerful one should be the knife." Showdown seemed to know everything, even the formula for water-related supernatural powers. Showdown is so outstanding that the others look like trash. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep, so he just sat on the bed and started practicing his special abilities. She felt that if one wanted to be strong, one couldn't just think about it or talk about it. The most important thing was to take action. Moreover, She believes that hard work can make up for lack of talent, and she will definitely become very outstanding. I will definitely become someone who is qualified to stand beside Xiao and fight alongside him. Chapter 66, The Secret Being Spied On. Cen Yue had a good night's sleep and was awakened by the aroma of delicious food. You don't have to guess to know that Fang Yuan has already prepared breakfast. Cen Yue dazedly picked up her watch and looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. After getting dressed and packing, I came out of the bedroom. It was indeed very quiet outside. Fang Yuan had already gone to work at this time. The prepared breakfast was placed on the dining table, still steaming. When Cen Yang heard Cen Yue opening the door, he also crawled out from under the quilt. "Daddy." He tilted his head to look at Cen Yue, then pointed to the clean surroundings, as if to explain to Cen Yue that he had cleaned the house obediently. Cen Yue patted the small stool beside her. "Come, it's time for breakfast." Upon hearing this, Cen Yang immediately sat on the small stool and started eating breakfast with Cen Yue. While eating the delicious breakfast, Cen Yue couldn't help but sigh in her heart that no wonder so many people wanted to get married. Cen Yue now also feels that having a hardworking wife at home is a blessing that one has accumulated for 8 lifetimes. If she lived alone, she would just have to eat whatever she wanted every day and wouldn't have to clean the house much, as long as it was livable. But it's different with Fang Yuan at home. He makes sure we have 3 meals a day and takes good care of the house and outside. As a woman, Cen Yue had to admit that she was indeed not as diligent as Fang Yuan. Cen Yue thought about taking a day off today and not reporting to the hunting team. But just after she had breakfast, someone knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. When she heard the knock on the door, Cen Yue's mood suddenly became not so good. "Who is it?" After opening the iron gate inside, Cen Yue saw the bald man whom she hadn't seen for a long time through the iron bars. Her expression instantly relaxed. "Bald, why are you here?" The bald man smiled, as usual, carrying a large bag of things in his hands. "I missed you, so I came to see you." Cen Yue immediately opened the iron fence and took the initiative to invite. "Come in. Have you had breakfast?" Cen Yue welcomed the bald man into the house and found that he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Cen Yang was eating a bun and looked at the bald man with a wary look. The bald man didn't mind Cen Yang's unfriendly look and sat aside. "I ate it. I was just passing by and wanted to see you. How have you been lately?" Cen Yue poured a cup of hot water next to the bald man. "I'm fine. How about you?" The temperature outside was already below 0, and a cup of hot water was extremely warm. The bald man carefully held the cup of hot water in front of him and blew gently. As the hot air rose, the bald man's eyes flickered slightly. "I'm fine too." Cen Yue caught the subtle change in his expression and turned to look at the back of his hand, which was covered with bruises. "He looks like he's injured, not doing well." Cen Yue considered it and slowly said, "You haven't been active in the base recently?" The bald man smiled bitterly. "No, I recently followed the boss out of the base and just returned to the base last night." Cen Yue asked again, "Is everything going well recently? Have you encountered any difficult problems?" The bald man's face changed, and he stood up immediately. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Such a reaction further proves that something bad has indeed happened. Cen Yue immediately stopped the bald man and asked, "Do you need my help?" Cen Yue was not the one who offered to help, but Guantou treated her sincerely, so she didn't want to let him down. The bald man shook his head. "It's really okay." He didn't want to involve Cen Yue because the matter was too dangerous. Just as he turned to leave, Cen Yue grabbed his arm. "Ah!" The bald man cried out in pain and subconsciously tried to break free from Cen Yue's hand. But when he realized that it was Xiao holding his arm, he finally gave up struggling. Cen Yue pulled open his sleeves, only to see that they were covered with wounds. What happened? Who beat him? Cen Yue carefully observed the wounds and felt relieved only after confirming that they were not caused by zombie or alien bites. The bald man took advantage of Cen Yue's loosening of his hand and immediately put down his sleeves and withdrew his hand. No one is fighting, just brothers sparring with each other. Cen Yue narrowed her eyes when she heard this. Sparring with each other? Is it necessary to fight to the death when sparring with each other? Are you covered in wounds as well? He pretended to pull off the bald man's clothes to verify his guess, but the bald man immediately crossed his arms across his chest and held his clothes tightly. No, not hurt. But this very covering action pulled his wound, causing big drops of cold sweat to begin to appear on his forehead. Seeing this, how could Cen Yue not be sure? The bald man must be covered in wounds. "Tell me, who hit you? I'll help you beat him back." Baldy always comes to the house empty-handed. and Cen Yue can't just come in and not leave without supporting him. When the bald man saw Xiao trying to stand up for him, his confused heart gradually calmed down. He smiled silently. Thank you, Xiao, but it's really not a big deal. Seeing that the bald man was really unwilling to take action himself, Cen Yue could only respect his choice. Okay, this is medicine for injuries. Apply some to the injured area when you get home. Cen Yue took out a medicine bottle from her pocket. This kind of medicine for bruises and injuries was very common before the end of the world, but at the end of the world it has become extremely precious and worth a fortune. The bald man did not refuse. He took it and said sincerely, "Thank you." Cen Yue waved her hand. Okay, don't say thank you. Is there anything else? It's so corny to keep thanking her. If everything is fine, she will go into the space to study the reagents in a while. The bald man knew that Xiao hated being pretentious, but he hesitated to speak before leaving. Seeing that the bald man was about to leave, Cen Yue hesitated at the door for a long time and finally asked, "Anything else?" The bald man spoke with a serious expression. "Xiao, why don't you come with me to meet our boss?" Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. "What happened to your boss?" The bald man hesitated to speak. Hey. Cen Yue lowered her eyes. "Are all the injuries on your body caused by him?" The bald man did not deny it. Cen Yue clenched her fists and waved them. "Do you want me to help you get revenge and beat up your boss? Do you want to betray your boss?" The bald man shook his head quickly. No, it's hard to explain in a few words. You will know when you go to see the boss." "Cen Yue, forget it. I'm not interested in your boss's affairs." The bald man quickly explained. "It's about the aliens." "Are you really not going to go?" Cen Yue was stunned by the question. "Bald? What do you mean? Why do you think I'll pay special attention to anything related to aliens?" The bald man scratched his bald head hard in anxiety. Anyway, just go meet the boss first. I'll explain the rest to you later." Cen Yue looked at the bald man suspiciously and finally decided to go there in person. She also wanted to know how many secrets Cui and the others knew about her. Chapter 67, I Really Can't. Daddy. Chunyang grabbed the corner of Cen Yue's clothes and wanted to follow her out. Taking into consideration that Chunyang's newly awakened supernatural powers were not very stable and needed her to keep an eye on him at all times, Cen Yue did not refuse him from following her out. Soon, the bald man led Cen Yue and Chunyang downstairs. The bald man led Cen Yue directly into the inner city and finally stopped outside an independent small courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. The bald man knocked on the gate, and soon a questioning voice came from inside. "Who is it?" The bald man outside responded. "It's me." After he finished speaking, the fat man opened the door from the inside and saw the bald man who was about to make fun of him. But then he saw Chen Xiaodao and his son standing next to him, and his face immediately changed. "How did you bring them here?" The bald man immediately explained. "Let Xiaodao meet the boss. Maybe he can persuade the boss." The fat man felt as if he had heard a huge joke when he heard this. "Bald, are you stupid? We don't dare to persuade the boss, and you want Chen Xiaodao to persuade him? Aren't you asking him to seek death?" The bald man looked worried when he heard this. "But you can't do that, boss. Maybe Xiaodao can really persuade him. After all." The bald man looked at Chen Xiaodao, but suddenly stopped talking. No one knew what he was about to say. The fat man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes slowly fell on Chen Xiaodao. "Can you really?" Cen Yue, who was questioned, looked confused. What is possible? There was something behind their words, but Cen Yue really couldn't tell what they were saying. Cen Yue pulled the bald man's arm and asked in a low voice, "What happened to your boss?" Before the bald man had the time to explain, he heard a roar from the yard. Roar! This roar does not belong to a human. It sounds more like a zombie or an alien. Chunyang was very familiar with this, and Cen Yue was no stranger to it either. She raised her eyes and looked into the yard. There are zombies in the yard. The bald man looked at the fat man in shock. "It's broken." The fat man had already run into the yard in panic, without even having time to explain. The bald man also quickly entered the yard, and Cen Yue and Chunyang naturally followed him in. Inside the main house in the courtyard, a level 2 rat alien mutated and upgraded to a level 3 alien on the spot. With a roar, level 3 evolved into level 4 on the spot. The iron cage that originally held the alien had already been torn apart by the alien's claws. In the eyes of the aliens, the humans holding weapons at this moment are like ants. Roar! There was another roar, and the alien turned around and swung its tail, and everything in the house fell to the ground. At that time, a group of people also came outside the yard. This group of people, wearing the official uniform of the base, surrounded the yard in 3 layers. "Captain, what should we do next?" The subordinate immediately asked the team leader Ling Panghui. Ling Panghui also received the order at the last minute. At first, he thought it was just the transfer of escorting ordinary prisoners. However, when he heard the noise in the yard, he guessed that they were not normal humans. He was immediately frightened and didn't dare to go into the yard. He even took a few steps back, standing far away from the gate of the yard, and gave orders to his men. "Fence the yard, and don't let a fly out without my order." Roar! There was another roar in the house. The base personnel outside with guns in hand could not tell what was going on inside, and their legs were weak and they dared not look into the yard. Cen Yue remained calm throughout. When he saw Cen Yue standing at the door through the alien, his expression paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Cen Yue also noticed that there were unknown reagent tubes scattered around the alien and frowned slightly. "You injected the alien with drugs? What potion is that?" Cen Yue observed carefully, and the bald man could no longer hide it. The boss reached an agreement with the base and brought back a level 4 alien from outside for research. But level 4 aliens are not easy to capture. During this period, every one of us was exhausted and failed to successfully capture a level 4 alien. Then the boss thought that he could first capture a low-level alien and then use reagents to stimulate the alien to upgrade quickly. But upgrading the reagents is very dangerous and has never been tested before, so we don't agree with this approach. But the boss has made his decision, and we can't change his decision. The bald man originally wanted to bring Showdown to persuade the boss, but he didn't expect that the boss would use the potion on the alien so quickly. The aliens were indeed successfully upgraded as they had imagined, but they clearly underestimated the combat effectiveness of the 4th-level aliens. Or maybe Cen Yue overestimated his fighting ability. Roar! The alien rushed straight towards the direction where Cen Yue was standing. "Boss!" Fatty and a few others immediately aimed their fire at the alien. At the same time, Cen Yue's system also completed the scan of the alien in front of him. Just like the level 4 alien rat defeated in the east of the city last time, it could be expanded to 10,000 tons after a successful hunt. But this time, Cen Yue did not take action immediately. Instead, she crossed her arms and prepared to watch from the sidelines. Cen Yue looked down on aliens and even secretly researched alien upgrading potions, which Cen Yue could not tolerate. He should have to deal with the consequences of his own actions. The alien mutations have long been beyond the controllable range, and Cen Yue is still researching drugs to accelerate upgrades, which is undoubtedly exacerbating the disaster. Although Cen Yue is not a good person, she cannot just watch some people do such cruel things in order to achieve their ulterior motives. Alien upgrade potion. This potion should not exist in the first place. Her intuition told her that the potion that Cen Yue was researching was not just because the base needed a level 4 alien. Was the level 4 alien rat encountered in the east of the city also the work of Cen Yue? What is his purpose in doing this? Showdown, hurry up and do it! When the bald man saw that his boss was trapped in a corner by the alien, he immediately asked Chen Xiaodao for help. They had all witnessed Chen Xiaodao's skills in hunting aliens, and among those present, only Chen Xiaodao could successfully kill this level 4 alien. Cen Yue watched coldly as Cen Yue and his group were forced into a corner by the aliens before she slowly spoke. "If I take action, this level 4 alien will be killed immediately, and then all the efforts made by your boss before will be in vain. There will be no way to hand over a level 4 alien to the base. Are you sure you want me to take action?" Cen Yue's voice suddenly became heavier, determined that Cen Yue himself would hear it. Cen Yue was being pressed closely by the alien, but he remained calm and composed. "Showdown, don't you have any other way, such as controlling the alien instead of killing it?" Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this, as if she had heard a joke. "Mr. C, you think too highly of me." Cen Yue narrowed his eyes slightly, with a look of scrutiny. "Is it really not possible?" Cen Yue was very sure. "No." The next second, the 4th-level alien suddenly launched an attack. Chapter 68. Winning or losing determines strength, and the strong make the rules. Roar! The alien's huge body blocked out all light, and its sharp fangs crushed the weapons of resistance. "Boss!" The bald man wanted to go forward to help, but Cen Yue grabbed his arm. "Cen Yue, what are you going to do?" The bald man broke free and said, "I'm going to save the boss and the others." Although Baldy didn't expect Cen Yue to help him, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The boss has been very kind to him and saved his life. Even if he dies, he will protect the boss. Cen Yue never let go, stared coldly at the corner, and spoke loudly. Mr. C, stop acting. Your acting skills are not particularly good. The bald man was stunned when he heard this. Shout out, what do you mean? The next second, something strange happened. The level 4 alien actually shrank into a level 1 alien. The scarred man standing next to Cen Yue reacted quickly, stepped forward and smashed its head with a hammer. In a few seconds, the danger was over. Cen Yue took off his gloves with regret, wiped his fingers and sighed. I was still seen through. The bald man continued to be confused. Boss, what's going on? Cen Yue strode towards Cen Yue. It's okay, the experiment just failed. He looked towards Cen Yue with a smile on his face, but his eyes were still full of scrutiny. The bald man was puzzled. Didn't the alien upgrade and mutate successfully? How can it be considered a failure? Cen Yue spoke slowly. Because Mr. C's experimental subject is not the alien, but me. Cen Yue just realized that the real purpose of Cen Yue's experiment this time was not to use chemicals to trigger the alien upgrade, but to verify whether he had the ability to control the alien. If he really wanted to experiment with the drug, he could do it outside the base where there are countless aliens and it wouldn't arouse suspicion from others. But in order to force himself to take action, he deliberately made an alien mutate in front of him and deliberately put himself in danger. After Cen Yue figured everything out, she slowly raised her eyes and looked at the bald man beside her, who had a look of astonishment on his face. The bald man may be aware of it, or he may not be, but it cannot be denied that Baldy played a key role in all of this. Cen Yue took advantage of her trust in Baldy to lure her over and stage this drama. Sure enough, in the last days, one cannot trust anyone easily, even if that person approaches you with sincerity. The bald man finally realized that the boss had taken advantage of Xiaodao's trust in him, and hurriedly explained to Xiaodao. I'm sorry, Xiaodao, I didn't know. If I had known this, I wouldn't have brought you here. Cen Yue waved her hands, but looked at Cen Yue with a very cold expression. Mr. C, can you please tell me whether you were responsible for the level 4 alien in the east of the city? Cen Yue spread his hands and said calmly, I really didn't do that time. Cen Yue, then what is your purpose in secretly studying me? I'm just an ordinary person with decent skills. Cen Yue suddenly laughed, as if he heard a joke. Ordinary people? You are not ordinary people. If you are unwilling to admit it, then I can only take the initiative to study and uncover your secrets. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue slowly clenched her fists. You have no right to pry into my secrets, nor do you have the right to pry into anyone else's secrets. Cen Yue, you have no right to interfere with my behavior unless you are stronger than me. Only the strong can make the rules, and the weak can only roar helplessly. Chen Xiaodao, are you a strong man or a weak man? Listening to these words, it undoubtedly sounded like dancing on Cen Yue's head. Can Cen Yue endure it? If she could endure this, she wouldn't be called Cen Yue. Ha! Cen Yue, you were just trying to provoke me. Cen Yue smiled and said, Did you fall into the trap? Cen Yue's eyes darkened. How can I compare to prove that I am the stronger one, and you have no right to pry into my privacy? Cen Yue strode towards the open space in front of the yard and turned to look at Cen Yue. Defeat me. As long as you defeat me, I will admit that you are the real strong one. Cen Yue had no choice but to retreat at this moment, even though Cen Yue was indeed a very strong opponent. But Cen Yue also has her own secrets, and those secrets will never be allowed to be snooped by anyone. Even Cen Yue can't do it. Good. But I have one request. The area within 100 meters is cleared and no one is allowed to watch our fight to avoid accidental injuries. As for you and me, life and death are determined by fate. Cen Yue began to get ready. In fact, she had wanted to beat Cen Yue up for a long time. Who made him so irritating? Life and death are determined by fate. Don't worry about life and death. The other people heard the murderous intent in the conversation between the two people, and they were all shocked and wanted to stop it. Boss, don't be impulsive. Xiaodao, don't be impulsive. We are all friends. Why do we have to be so targeted? Upon hearing this, Cen Yue sneered and looked at Cen Yue who had already started warming up. Mr. C has never regarded me as a friend. Instead, he has challenged my bottom line again and again. The bald man wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally took a few steps back silently. Xiaodao, protect yourself. Cen Yue raised her eyebrows. You should say this to your boss. Cen Yue laughed when he heard this. You are so arrogant, it's not a good thing. Cen Yue, being too curious is not a good thing. Daddy. Chen Yang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up and gently tugged at Cen Yue's sleeve, with some excitement in his eyes. Come on. Cen Yue smiled and patted Chun Yang's shoulder. No one knows a father better than his son. Do you also think that Daddy will win this time? Chun Yang nodded vigorously. Yeah. Cen Yue pulled back her sleeves and said, Be good. Find a corner and squat there. When Daddy wins, I'll take you home to eat chicken legs. When Chun Yang heard the word chicken leg, his eyes lit up instantly. He turned and walked to the corner muttering, Chicken leg, chicken leg. Cen Yue's gaze suddenly fell on Chun Yang. Cen Yue's eyes turned cold. Our affairs have nothing to do with him. Let's get past me first. If I don't beat Cen Yue so hard that his parents disown him today, I won't be called Cen. Ling Penghui had been squatting outside the yard and listened to what happened. It seemed that there was a dispute between Cen Yue and Chen Xiaodao, and the two signed a life-and-death agreement to decide the winner. How could we miss such an exciting event so easily? And suddenly he remembered that Chen Xiaodao was a member of the hunting team, so he pretended to send someone to pass the message to Ling Xiaoran. Although Chen Xiaodao is very powerful, Cen Yue is no pushover either. It is even said that he has awakened some mysterious power. Ling Penghui even felt a little gloating. This time, Chen Xiaodao is in trouble. When Ling Xiaoran arrived, the courtyard had already been cleared. Li Chang jumped to see what was going on inside the yard, but unfortunately the wall was too high and he could not see anything. Captain, do you think Xiaodao can win? Why did he fall out with Cen Yue and the others? Could it be that Cen Yue is bullying and threatening him again? Li Chang immediately looked angry. Cen Yue simply doesn't take our hunting team seriously. Ling Penghui, who was sitting next to him, spat in disdain. Tisk, what's the big deal about the wilderness hunting team? Did you know that Cen Yue has successfully developed a mysterious potion that can allow ordinary humans to awaken mysterious powers? After saying this, Li Chang and Ling Xiaoran looked at each other, becoming more and more shocked. Could it be that the mysterious potion last time was given by Cen Yue and the others? If Cen Yue has already injected the potion and awakened the mysterious power, will Xiaodao be unable to defeat him? I suddenly lost my confidence and started to feel anxious. Chapter 69, My future is in your hands. In the hospital, Cen Yue suddenly gave himself a shot in the arm. Cen Yue frowned. What are you doing? Cen Yue pulled out the test needle with a smile. Of course, it's the secret weapon to defeat you. Seeing this, Cen Yue became cautious. Cen Yue was not a reckless person. He must have been fully confident when he provoked her like that before. But Cen Yue was not a coward. Even if she knew that Cen Yue had a backup plan, she could not be defeated without a fight and lose her confidence beforehand. Come on, let's get started. The two men had agreed beforehand that they would not use weapons in this fight, so it would all depend on their physical strength. Cen Yue is indeed a martial artist, but Cen Yue is not bad either. During the fight between the two men, even though no weapons were used, the courtyard was already filled with flying sand and rocks. Cen Yue was more flexible, and his speed was so fast that Cen Yue could hardly see clearly. After the fight, he quickly went behind him and pinned him down with one move. Are you convinced? Cen Yue pressed Cen Yue hard and asked loudly. I thought Cen Yue was so great after getting an injection, but it turns out he's still garbage? Cen Yue, who was pressed to the ground with a mouthful of mud, had a strange smile on his face. The next second, silver liquid metal quietly covered Cen Yue's hands. When Cen Yue realized that her hands were covered with fluid, she immediately struggled to shake them off. But those metals seemed to have life consciousness and began to attack Cen Yue. While dodging the metal attacks, Cen Yue discovered that it was Cen Yue who was controlling the metals. You have awakened the gold power? After Cen Yue exclaimed, Cen Yue suddenly stopped his attack and looked at Cen Yue with excitement. You really do know about the awakening of superpowers. Cen Yue realized it later. It is not yet the time for the awakening of superpowers, so normally no one would have awareness of superpowers, and it is even more impossible for anyone to recognize the superpower attributes at a glance. But he spoke too quickly just now, not only revealing the fact that he knew about superpowers, but also exposing the fact that he understood the properties of superpowers. What did you say? I don't know. Are we going to fight or not? Don't cheat if you have the ability. Cen Yue's hand slowly reached into her pocket. Since Cen Yue had cheated first, it would not be against the rules for her to take out a weapon from her pocket. Just when Cen Yue was ready and decided to let Cen Yue understand why the flowers were so red, Cen Yue spoke again. No more fighting. In order to show his attitude, Cen Yue raised his hands in surrender. You win. Cen Yue won inexplicably and was full of questions. No. Why don't you fight? Keep going. I just pinned Cen to the ground and haven't even thrown a few punches yet. I haven't even satisfied my desire to fight. So why is he stopping? Cen looked helpless. I admit that you won. You are a strong man, and I will not offend you again. Is there anything wrong with this? Cen Yue shook her head. There were so many things wrong. What do you want? You just shouted so fiercely, and now you just admit defeat. You are Cen. How can you admit defeat so easily? At least you have to have a big fight with yourself and get beaten black and blue to make it seem reasonable. Cen seemed to have guessed what Cen Yue was thinking and burst into laughter. Because I want to please you, and I know that if I don't test you step by step, you won't admit it. Cen Yue continued to be confused. Cen Yue, who was standing in the corner, walked forward silently and looked at Cen with a wary look. His intuition told him that someone was trying to steal his father from him. Cen Yue was puzzled. Why do you want to please me? What do I need to admit? Cen bent down and picked up the reagent needle on the ground. Only you can develop the perfect reagent, and the reagents I just injected are just inferior products. Whether it's the alien upgrade potion or the ability awakening potion, they are all inferior products. Cen slowly stretched out his hand, gathering strength to display his supernatural powers. But no matter how he gathered his strength, there was nothing on his palm. Obviously, the inferior reagent only gave him superpowers for a short period of time, and once the effect of the drug wore off, the superpowers disappeared. Look, the effect of the drug is worn off. I can't beat you anymore. Cen Yue still couldn't understand. So, you're acting and fighting with me early this morning. What are you trying to do? Cen walked slowly closer, looked directly into Cen Yue's eyes with his deep eyes, and opened his mouth silently. As his lips opened and closed, Cen Yue's eyes gradually widened, because she clearly saw the two words that Cen said. Cen Yue. How did he guess his true identity? Or did he always believe that he was Cen Yue from the beginning to the end? Cen took in Cen Yue's expression and stopped playing dumb. I know your parents. I don't really have any ill will towards you. Maybe we have the same goal from the beginning to the end. Want to cooperate with me? Cen Yue lowered her eyes and did not answer immediately. Cen Yue had been standing silently beside Cen Yue, blocking Cen burning gaze towards Cen Yue. However, Cen Yue took the initiative to look up at Cen Yue. Her eyes were particularly firm. No, I won't cooperate with anyone. I hope you will keep your mouth shut about what happened today. If you leak these things out, I will think you are planning to become my enemy. I hate being calculated. I can just be straightforward in the future. I can choose to consider non-principal issues. Although we can't be friends, I don't want us to be enemies either. Cen could actually foresee the failure of the cooperation, but he still felt unwilling to accept it. Can you sell me a potion? I'll pay a high price. There is something I must personally resolve as soon as possible. Before that, I must improve my strength. The fastest way to improve your strength is to use potions. Don't say you don't. I believe you do. This is exactly Cen Yue's ultimate goal, a perfect potion. Cen Yue sneered and no longer denied it. Yes, but there are side effects. Do you still insist on it? Cen Yue gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. Cen Yue, aren't you curious about the side effects? Cen Yue, as long as I can become stronger, I can tolerate side effects. Cen Yue raised her foot and slowly walked towards Cen Yue. The side effect is that I will be the only one in power from now on. Do you still want it? Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? Cen Yue, who was gradually taking control of the situation, looked at Cen Yue. Cen Yue, come on, show me a water spray. The next second, water began to emerge from Cen Yue's 5 fingers like a fountain. Cen Yue gave another order. Okay, collect. After he finished speaking, Cen Yue immediately retracted his supernatural power. Cen Yue turned to look at Cen Yue. This is a water-based ability, awakened after taking the potion. As for the I am the Supreme, it means literally because of the potion dependence, I will be your boss in the future. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. I told you to chase a dog, but you can't chase a chicken. In that case, do you still want to insist on using the medicine I gave you? Cen Yue was silent for a moment, and just when Cen Yue thought he had given up, he finally spoke. After taking the potion, I will go out to do something. After that, my future will be in your hands. Chapter 70. Thinking too good, reassuring too early. My future is in your control. This promise is too absolute. But Cen Yue could see from this that Cen Yue was determined to become stronger. What on earth is it that's worth giving up your freedom? Cen Yue was a little puzzled. In her opinion, Cen is not the kind of weak person who would allow himself to be manipulated by others and is willing to give up his freedom. Cen, it's something very important to me. If I can complete it, I won't have any regrets in my life. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue recalled the rumors about Cen in her previous life, but found no relevant clues. However, Cen Yue is not the kind of person who likes to pry into other people's secrets. This is a potion. You won't regret it after drinking it. Are you sure? Cen Yue took out a potion from her pocket. Before she could finish her words, Cen stepped forward and took the potion. No regrets, thank you. When he was about to drink it, Cen Yue raised her hand to stop him. Wait, what about the reward? Didn't they say they would buy it at a high price? Cen paused and said, my future is all yours? Isn't that a high price? Cen Yue pursed her lips when she heard that, and spoke as if she really wanted his future. Let's put it this way. The high price is a high price. Who knows what your future will be like? If you can't come back, who can I ask for my future? Besides, once you drink the medicine, I will be your boss from now on, and I will have the final say on everything. Think carefully before you take the medicine. Do you want to spend a lot of money on the medicine and lose your freedom, or just give up the idea? Cen lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl in front of him who was seriously scaring people, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As long as I can become stronger, I can bear other consequences. This is a black card. You can use it however you want. Is that high enough? Cen pulled out a black card from his pocket that was familiar to Cen Yue. Cen Yue was not polite this time and took the black card and put it in her arms. Okay, since you were so determined, I won't stop you. Drink it. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have a high fever in the next few days. After the high fever, your superpowers will be awakened randomly. Do you have any antipyretic medicine? Prepare some in advance to avoid getting a fever all at once. While Cen Yue was talking, Cen raised his head and drank all the medicine. Seeing his smooth movements, Cen Yue finally shut up. The fact that Chen Xiaodao defeated Cen was not particularly shocking, except to Ling Pengwei. After learning that Chen Xiaodao had won, he immediately ran away in shame with his men. Ling Xiaoran greeted Chen Xiaodao with pride, as if he had defeated Cen himself. Li Chang also praised and gave a thumbs up. Great. Only Chen Yang remained silent, with a gloomy face, and didn't say a word. The matter was quickly over, but Ling Xiaoran thought that Chen Xiaodao and Cen had fallen out, and he was secretly delighted. After all, talents like Xiaodao are very rare, and I wouldn't be stupid enough to push him away. You don't have to worry about Cen and the hunting team snatching people from you anymore. But the facts proved that Ling Xiaoran was indeed overthinking and felt relieved too early. After all, he would never have thought that someone as arrogant as Cen had secretly handed over his future completely to another person. When Cen Yue took Xinyang home, Fang Yuan had already prepared lunch. But as soon as the three of them sat down around the table, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Why? Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. What's wrong? Fang Yuan looked at the table full of food and found it hard to swallow. The base is running out of food. Several groups of refugees came to cause trouble today. Although my family has no worries about food and clothing, I still feel very upset. Cen Yue was carefree, and Xinyang was also carefree. They picked up the dishes and ate in silence. Don't worry, we are just ordinary people. We just need to take care of our own little piece of land. After saying this, Cen Yue used the serving chopsticks to put a piece of meat into Fang Yuan's bowl. Fang Yuan nodded when he heard this, and then started eating in silence. After dinner, Fang Yuan was about to go to work. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Xiaodao, you said my ability is related to plants, so can it promote plant growth? Cen Yue, who was packing up her weapons, looked up at Fang Yuan. What are you going to do? Fang Yuan explained excitedly. Using superpowers to grow food may help solve the food problem at the base. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue paused, stood up, and walked to the window. Come and take a look. Fang Yuan didn't understand what was going on, so he followed Cen Yue's instructions and came to the window. Cen Yue pointed to the distance and said, You are a staff member of the management office. I believe you know better than me how big the base is and how many residents there are, right? Fang Yuan nodded. It covers an area of more than 10 square kilometers and has a population of about 100,000. Cen Yue understood. Calculate it yourself. Do you have enough suitable land for planting? Also, is the food you grow enough for the people in the base to share? Fang Yuan, I understand your good intentions, but I hope you won't give up on preparing for the worst just because our family is doing well. I don't want you to try to be a hero. As the saying goes, a little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. If you can't solve everyone's problems in the long run, then you will become everyone's enemy, not a benefactor. Feng Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Then he came to his senses. I was really confused. As an insignificant staff member, I actually wanted to solve such a big problem as lack of food in the base. As the saying goes, do things within your capabilities. I almost overestimated my own capabilities. Seeing that Feng Yuan's expression was serious and he stopped talking, Cen Yue did not continue talking either. After Feng Yuan figured it out, she took the initiative to explain, it's true that I was too idealistic. Moreover, many people don't think about how to save themselves, but instead rely on the base to give them permanent shelter. These people are like older babies who haven't been weaned. They don't deserve pity or help. Cen Yue nodded when she heard this. Fortunately, Feng Yuan was very clear-headed and did not have a sanctimonious heart. Let's go. I'll go to work with you today. I want to see who dares to cause trouble for you. When Feng Yuan saw Xiao Dao put the portable weapon into his pocket, he immediately stepped forward to stop him. No need, I can handle it. Cen Yue picked up another portable weapon and stuffed it into Feng Yuan's pocket. I might be very busy later, but I just happen to be free today, so I'll just accompany you to work. Feng Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Then his cheeks felt slightly hot, and he was too shy to look directly into Xiao Dao's eyes. Why does Xiao Dao's words make it feel like a husband going to his workplace to support his wife who is being bullied? It's reassuring and sweet. Of course, Feng Yuan was reluctant to refuse, so she immediately went into the storage room to tidy up a bit, took out the lipstick she had treasured for a long time, and solemnly applied it around her lips. The originally fair cheeks are brightened up by the lipstick, making them look even more delicate. Chapter 71. Gratitude for a little help, hatred for a little help, stealing the limelight halfway. When Feng Yuan took Chen Xiaodao to work at the management office, the colleagues on duty joked with the two of them. Hey, Feng Yuan, who is the handsome guy standing next to you? What good day is today? Why are you wearing lipstick? Feng Yuan looked at Xiaodao shyly, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he spoke with a blushing face. Just good friends. Cen Yue found a seat in the corner and sat down quietly. Just go take care of your own business, and don't worry about me. After Cen Yue finished speaking, she pulled out a book from the bookshelf beside her and flipped through it casually. It was a flyer used to promote the sale of a house. Feng Yuan also had work to do, and when he saw Xiao Dao had already sat down, he turned around and went into the duty room. As soon as she sat down, someone came hurriedly from outside the door. It was a middle-aged couple, holding an empty pocket in their hands. As soon as he arrived, he knocked hard on the window. It's been a long time since the base distributed supplies. Do they want to starve us to death? Feng Yuan was sitting in the duty room. Even though he had encountered several such situations today, he still felt a little overwhelmed. Because she couldn't produce any supplies, nor could she say anything to refute. Even if she explained that the base was out of supplies, no one would listen to her. Cen Yue frowned slightly when she saw this, and when she saw the couple started to curse at the window, she stood up and walked towards them. Just talk. Why are you spewing shit out of your mouth? Cen Yue's scolding instantly interrupted the two people swearing. He looked up at Cen Yue, who was approaching, and seeing that she was young and thin, he thought she was easy to bully, so he immediately turned his attention and started scolding her. What the hell is this to you? You are so protective of this woman. Are you having an affair with her? Are you still thinking that if you get along well with her, you will get supplies? I tell you, if you don't give us supplies today, we won't leave. After saying that, he just sat down on the ground, as if he would not leave unless he was given supplies. As a result, as soon as the two men sat down, another person came in carrying an empty bag. Seeing that some people were already making a fuss, he didn't say anything and just sat down next to the middle-aged couple. Yes, there's no food left at home. If the base doesn't care about us, we won't leave. Let us die of starvation. Let us die of starvation right here. In less than 10 minutes, the hall of the management office, which had been empty just now, was now crowded with people holding empty bags asking for supplies. Cen Yue's ears were already hurt by the noise from these people. If Feng Yuan hadn't stopped her, she might have really kicked one away. Just when Cen Yue couldn't bear it anymore and was about to explode, the sound of uniformed footsteps was heard outside the door. Stand at attention. Accompanied by the familiar command voice, Cen Yue saw who was coming. It's the hunting team. Why are the hunting team here? Exclamations broke out in the crowd. The members of the hunting team all wore the same uniform, and their badges were deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone in the base. When Ling Xiaoran stepped into the hall, he saw Chen Xiaodao, at first sight. His expression was stunned for a moment. Then he regained his expressionless look and strode towards the crowd of troublemakers. Are you guys gathering to cause trouble? According to the base's regulations, anyone who gathers to cause trouble will be arrested. After these words were spoken, all the people who had just been clamoring for supplies became timid and did not dare to meet Ling Xiaoran's sharp gaze. Seeing that everyone was getting scared, Ling Xiaoran shouted again, "Hurry up and disperse." But who would have thought that these people who caused trouble did not leave, but instead began to talk about the faults of the hunting team to their faces. The hunting team isn't that powerful. They didn't bring back much supplies during these missions. Yes, if the hunting team hadn't done a bad job, would we have nothing to eat? Yes, yes, yes. Now you only dare to be ruthless to us. If you have the guts, you can be so ruthless outside the base as well. Bring back more supplies. Ah! Along with screams, the young man who was talking the most was kicked to the ground by Cen Yue. Cen Yue retracted her foot and glanced at the troublemakers with disdain. If you have the ability, go out and find food for yourselves. It's easy to talk while standing. The base is giving you supplies for free. That's a favor, not a duty. Have you all forgotten the rule of equal exchange? You want supplies? Sure, use the points you have to buy them. No points? Is no points an excuse for you to cheat? Even before the end of the world, you still have to pay for the things you buy. Your money is earned, not picked up from the ground. Also, don't say there are no points. There are plenty of ways to earn points in the base. If you want to get supplies, go earn points and use the points to buy them. Don't be complacent and live like a giant baby just because the base has given out free supplies a few times out of kindness, thinking about eating and waiting to die all day long, and getting something for nothing. You have no right to blame the hunting team. As I said before, go find supplies on your own if you have the ability. If you don't have the ability to find supplies yourself, then go earn points and use the points to buy them. After Cen Yue finished speaking, she continued to scan the crowd. This time, no one could raise their heads at all. Because what Cen Yue said was very true, because the hunting teams brought back supplies every now and then, they began to think about getting something for nothing and forgot to earn points by building bases and forgot that they could use the points to buy supplies. Pa, pa, pa. There was crisp applause from outside. A man in a white uniform with gold edges walked into the hall, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. The speech just now was very exciting. Hello, everyone. I am Cen Yue from the Gene Group. We, the Gene Foundation, have learned that the residents of the base are short of supplies and have urgently allocated a batch of supplies to the management office. Residents, don't worry about supplies. As long as you have points, you can continue to buy supplies at the management office. At this moment, Cen Yue was like a savior in everyone's eyes. Some people even knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, President Gene. You are the reincarnation of a god. Thank you very much. Cen Yue appeared with supplies and took away all the credit that the hunting team had given to the residents in the early stages, making the Gene Group's reputation instantly famous among the people. Li Chong stood beside Ling Xiaoran and clenched his fists. Captain, the guy named Gene did it on purpose. Ling Xiaoran looked at the people who regarded Cen Yue as a god, and his eyes gradually filled with disappointment. Forget it, don't worry about these empty things. Just as Ling Xiaoran turned around to leave, the sound of a knife came from behind him. Are you willing? Cen Yue had been a female CEO before, and had seen a lot of twists and turns in the business world. Cen Yue's methods of winning the hearts of the people were not bright, but the funny thing is that these people really fell for his tricks. Ling Xiaoran slowly clenched his fists, but eventually released them. A gentleman does not do the things of a mean man. I don't like these methods. Cen Yue smiled when she heard that, and walked forward and gently patted Ling Xiaoran on the shoulder. Captain Ling, this is the end of the world. Don't be too gentlemanly. After all, not everyone is willing to talk to you like a gentleman. However, since you, as the captain of the hunting team, don't care about these things, there is no need for me to care either. Chapter 72, C. Yu Huai's Secret. Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this, because what Chen Xiaodao said was not unreasonable. It's just that he can't change his mind right now. Being too rigid will easily break. The rules of survival in the end times are changing rapidly, and only the fittest will survive. Okay, thank you. Because of the emergence of the Gene Group, the hunting team withdrew sadly. Cen Yue was not interested in joining in the fun, and when she was about to leave, she was stopped by two bodyguards. Mr. Chun, our president wants to see you. Not far away, Cen Yue nodded silently at Cen Yue. Cen Yue had no good feelings towards Cen Yue, so she refused directly. I'm sorry, I don't think there is anything to talk about with your president. But the bodyguard did not move away and insisted that Cen Yue go to see Cen Yue. During the stalemate, Cen Yue was approached by other bodyguards. Mr. Chen Xiaodao, is it convenient for us to chat? Although they were seeking advice, the bodyguards had already surrounded Cen Yue, appearing to be forcing her. Although Cen Yue did not take these bodyguards seriously, it was not convenient to make too much noise at Fang Yuan's workplace. Okay, let's go. After saying this, Cen Yue glanced at Fang Yuan and didn't say anything. Fang Yuan, who was standing in the duty room, met Xiaodao's eyes from afar and finally sat back at his workstation. Since Xiaodao didn't let her follow, she naturally wouldn't follow and hold him back. Cen Yue stood beside Cen Yue and walked out of the management office, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. While walking, Cen Yue spoke first. Mr. Xiaodao, I think our consortium really needs an all-round talent like you. His fighting strength and IQ are far beyond those of ordinary people. If he is recruited into the consortium, he will surely be able to contribute to the consortium's grand plan. Cen Yue had naturally guessed Cen Yue's intention a long time ago, and it was the same as before. Sorry, I'm not interested. Besides, I'm already a member of the wilderness hunting team and will not join any other organization. Cen Yue laughed when he heard this, and his smile showed disdain for the hunting team. The hunting team? You've seen that the future of the base cannot be separated from the support of the consortium. As for the hunting team, if it doesn't make any further achievements, it will be abolished sooner or later. A man of insight is a wise man. I suggest you consider my suggestions seriously. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in, and I don't want a talent like you to be wasted. Cen Yue stopped and did not move forward. People with different ideals cannot work together. Mr. Jean and I are not on the same path. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jean, but I am really unworthy of it. That's all we have to do for now. I won't be accompanying Mr. Jean on the road ahead. It was the first time that Cen Yue took the initiative to invite someone, but was ruthlessly rejected by the other party. Although he still looked warm and smiling, his hands had already clenched in a fist under his sleeves. Can you please tell me why you chose the hunting team, which has a bleak future, but repeatedly rejected my invitation? Cen Yue didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiaoran. Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked towards the foggy front. No reason, just follow my heart. Others may not know, but Cen Yue is very clear that in the next few years the hunting team will quickly become stronger and become a powerful team known in all bases. Seeing that Chen Xiaodao was stubborn, Cen Yue finally lost all his patience. Okay, let's wait and see. After saying that, he left quickly without looking back. Seeing the team moving away, Cen Yue realized that she had probably narrowed the road. But she has no regrets. Since she follows her heart, she must follow the choice of her heart. Cen Yue was just about to go back when she saw a bald man with an anxious look on his face from afar. The bald man was about to go towards where Cen Yue lived. He saw Cen Yue from afar, and his face was filled with joy. Knife! After saying that, he walked towards her quickly. Cen Yue was still a little bothered by what happened in the morning and was about to turn around and leave when the bald man quickly ran up to her. Xiaodao, are you still angry? Although the bald man was also the one being used, Cen Yue still minded that someone was taking advantage of her sincerity. Seeing that Xiaodao still had a gloomy face, the bald man knew that she was still angry. He scratched his head anxiously and muttered to himself. Then how can you not be angry? Can you tell me? What should I do so that you won't be angry? At that time, Guanto was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, circling around Cen Yue. Cen Yue felt a little dizzy after being turned around by the bald head. Okay, stop spinning. Did you come to me just to let me watch you spin around? Cen Yue's words immediately brought the bald man back to his senses, and he slapped his bald head hard. Hey, I almost forgot something. Come with me right now. The boss is in trouble. Cen Yue was stunned. Why are you looking for me when your boss is in trouble? The bald man continued to scratch his head. It was the boss who asked me to come to you. His fever has now reached 42 degrees. He is talking nonsense, saying sorry to Uncle Cen, sorry to Aunt Bai, and also muttering about Sister Xiaoye. We don't know who the uncle, aunt, or sister is, but after the eldest brother woke up a little, he immediately asked me to come find you. Cen Yue was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then she grabbed the bald man's collar and pulled him closer, wanting to confirm with him what she had just heard. Are you sure it's Uncle Cen, Aunt Bai, and Sister Xiaoye? How could it be possible? How could Cen Yue know his parents? Oh, By the way, he did reveal in the morning that he knew his parents and recognized himself as Cen Yue. But why does it feel like his relationship with his parents is more than just acquaintance? Without waiting for the bald man to answer, Cen Yue loosened his collar. Come on, take me to see your boss. Cen Yue couldn't wait to confirm some guesses with Cen Yue. Some truths that she had guessed for a long time, but had never had the chance to confirm. When the bald man heard that Xiaodao agreed to go with him to see the boss, he felt relieved and immediately led her to walk quickly. Soon, the two returned to the courtyard. The fat man was standing outside the courtyard gate. He saw the bald man and Qin Xiaodao from afar and immediately welcomed them in. As soon as Cen Yue entered the yard, she saw Scarface coming out with a basin of water. Here we come, the boss is saved. When Scarface saw Xiaodao, he immediately put down the basin and opened the door. Hurry, hurry, hurry in. These people were very enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that Cen Yue began to suspect whether it was a trap. As soon as Cen Yue stepped into the house, she heard Cen Yue's hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Cen Yue, who was standing at the door, stopped and turned to look at the bald man. You don't sound sick. You're full of energy. The fat man immediately stepped forward and dragged Cen Yue into the inner room. I was so confused from the fever that I called everyone my sister. Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked at the fat man. Do you think I look like a sister? If you have a fever, take antipyretics. I'm not an antipyretic. Chapter 73, Where did you go a year ago? Cen Yue was originally a woman disguised as a man, and Cen Yue knew her real identity. She was afraid that Cen Yue, who was confused, would let the secret slip when he saw her. But Cen Yue has already arrived. So how could Fatty and the others be willing to let her go? The boss said he wants to see you, so go meet him. Maybe it will help. The fat guy was also worried. He took several antipyretic pills, but the temperature didn't go down at all. If you burn at this high temperature for another hour or so, you will be ruined. Cen Yue is their backbone. If something happens to him, they don't know what to do in the future. Cen Yue was pushed into the inner room. Before he could take a step, Cen Yue, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. He stared at Cen Yue blankly. Xiaoye. Sure enough, as soon as he saw Cen Yue, he started to let things slip. Cen Yue was afraid that he would reveal all his secrets at once, so she immediately stepped forward and covered his mouth. What's the meaning of the month? Are you confused? Cen Yue gently placed his hot palm on the back of Cen Yue's hand and looked at her with tender eyes. Cen Yue had never seen Cen Yue look at people like that before. She felt a chill on her back and immediately pulled her hand back. Have you taken your medicine? Cen Yue asked aloud, but put her hand silently into her pocket. Cen Yue answered the question irrelevantly. Xiaoye, why do you look different? The bald man, the fat man, and others were standing at the door. They were confused when they saw the interaction between the boss and Xiaodao. Why does it feel like the boss and Xiaodao are old acquaintances? Cen Yue took out a special antipyretic medicine from her pocket and stuffed it directly into Cen Yue's mouth while he was stunned. Take the medicine quickly, and the fever will go down after you take it. The special antipyretic medicine tasted very bitter. Cen Yue frowned and pretended to spit it out. As a result, before he could even start to move, Cen Yue poured a sip of hot water into his mouth. Come on, drink more hot water. Cen Yue's actions were extremely rough, and more than half of the cup of hot water leaked out, flowing down Cen Yue's neck into his clothes. Cen Yue's appearance was outstanding. After he had a fever, his lips turned red, the corners of his eyes were also red, and his whole body exuded a decadent beauty. Water droplets dripped down his neck, adding an inexplicable feeling of wet temptation. Before Cen Yue could react, the people standing at the door looked stunned. Xiaodao treated the boss like this. When the boss wakes up, will he eat her alive? Cough, cough, cough. Cen Yue was choked by the hot water, but swallowed the medicine successfully. Only then did Cen Yue put down the cup of water and wiped her hands on the clean sheets. Okay, the fever should go away if you sleep a little longer. When everyone saw Xiaodao wiping his hands with the boss's bed sheet, they were shocked again. The boss is a misophobe, so wouldn't this completely piss him off? But Cen Yue said nothing. Instead, when Cen Yue was about to turn around and leave, he grabbed the corner of her clothes. Don't go. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue turned around with a confused look on her face. The people at the door were also very confused. Is this still their mighty and domineering boss? But before they could continue to wonder, they met the boss's cold gaze. What are you still standing here for? Get out. Seeing that the boss seemed to have recovered a little, the people waiting at the door left immediately. The bald man was the last one to leave. He looked at Xiaodao with some concern, And when he was about to give him some instructions, he met the boss's fierce gaze again. In the end, he said nothing and could only quietly leave the room. Soon, Cen Yue and Cen Yue were the only ones left in the room. Seeing that Cen Yue had no intention of leaving immediately, Cen Yue let go of the corner of her clothes. The side effects of the medicine have appeared. Cen Yue's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. He didn't expect the side effects of the medicine to be so strong that as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with thoughts of Cen Yue. Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. What side effects? Cen Yue accepted his fate and said, "You are my only lord. I'm afraid I really can't live without you in the future." Cen Yue was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? I just made up that side effect to scare you. Cen Yue swore to heaven that what she said about drug dependence was just nonsense. Although the person taking the medicine may develop a certain fondness for himself due to blood attraction, it will never reach the point of being inseparable from the medicine. Cen Yue sighed. Before, I thought you were trying to scare me, but the facts prove that it seems to be true. Yeah, from now on, we are really grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue immediately stood up with a gesture of refusal. No, we're not that familiar with each other yet. You can't just rely on me like this, right? Also, I'm Chin Showdown now, don't ruin my business. Cen Yue could clearly feel that after taking Cen Yue's medicine, his body temperature began to drop and his mind gradually became clear. How could he be willing to have no contact with Cen Yue like this? Aren't you curious about where I'm going? Aren't you curious about why I know your parents? Aren't you curious why I saw through your disguise at first sight? Cen Yue. Curiosity kills the cat. Cen Yue was stunned, then smiled helplessly. You are really stubborn. Cen Yue. I'll take this as a compliment. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But the next second, Cen Yue's voice came from behind. Your parents may not be dead. Cen Yue paused and tried hard to suppress her inner excitement. This was what she had always guessed. I had this guess in my previous life, but Wu Tong had been drugging me for a long time, so I lived in a daze and didn't know the truth until I died. Now that she has everything to start over again in this life, and she finally has the ability to find out the truth, Cen Yue will certainly not give up. Cen Yue pretended not to believe it and asked back, Why do you feel that way? My parents died in a plane crash a long time ago. Cen Yue immediately explained, because a year ago, I received a message from Aunt Bai, and she asked me to protect you well. At that time, major media had already reported the plane crash. Also, I forgot to tell you that I am an orphan sponsored by your parents. Bald, fatty, skinny, and Scar are all orphans your parents sponsored more than 10 years ago. But none of them knew the details of the funding. Only I knew. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue slowly clenched her fists and turned to look at Cen Yue. A year ago? Why are you telling me now? Since you have received the favor of my parents, why didn't you come to protect me a year ago? Cen Yue couldn't help but feel sad and angry. I had such a hard life in my previous life, but now I realized that it didn't have to be that hard at all. In her previous life, she had seen Cen Yue and Wu Tong doing business many times, and she didn't believe that Cen Yue didn't recognize her at that time. But what did he do? He did nothing. Chapter 74. Preface to Farewell. This person is like a rainbow. You only know his existence when you meet him. Cen Yue didn't understand why Cen Yue suddenly became emotional and hurried to explain. Because I was seriously injured a year ago and didn't recover until a few months ago. After I recovered, I went to Linjiang City to find you. I knew you already had a fiancé, so I didn't have the heart to disturb you. I'm sorry to tell you all this only now, but I have never forgotten the kindness your parents have shown me, and I have never given up looking for news about them. Cen Yue smiled, but her smile was mostly cold. Cen Yue, tell me the truth. If I were just a little girl who was ignorant of the world and could be manipulated by others, would you really save me? No, you don't. You just watch from a distance and do nothing. Now that you have seen my ability, you have taken the initiative to confess all this. People, human hearts, are so hard to predict. Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this, because he didn't expect Cen Yue to be so insightful and could completely see through his true thoughts. When he raised his eyes and met Cen Yue's scrutinizing gaze, his heart suddenly trembled. Why do I see endless sadness and desolation in her eyes? He was clearly trying his best to mend a relationship between them. So why did he feel inexplicably guilty? Feeling guilty for having stood aside and watched in the early stages? Feeling guilty about hiding the truth from her? Cen Yue slowly spoke. See you why. The most we have is a relationship where we know each other's identities. We can't be friends, and we don't want to be enemies either. Also, if you have any information about my parents, I'm willing to pay a high price for it. I cured you today. I don't need any reward, but you have to share with me all the information about my parents. See you why listened to Cen Yue's serious words and knew how much she rejected him. Good. Although he was unwilling, he could no longer stand idly by as he had done before. It was almost dark when Cen Yue returned home. Fang Yuan prepared the meal and walked to the door to look around from time to time. Cen Yang, who had been sitting on the sofa in a bad mood, suddenly stood up and rushed to the door. Daddy! Following Cen Yang's call, Cen Yue opened the door. Fang Yuan also came forward immediately. Are you back? Cen Yue nodded and let Cen Yang hold her arm and walk into the house. As soon as Cen Yue came back, the family finally had dinner. As usual, Fang Yuan was about to clear the table after dinner, but Cen Yue did not return to the bedroom immediately and stopped Fang Yuan from clearing the table. Fang Yuan, come here for a moment. I want to discuss something with you. Cen Yue sat on the sofa and patted the seat beside her. When Fang Yuan saw Cen Yue motioning her to sit next to her, her face turned red instantly. This was the first time that Showdown took the initiative to let me sit next to him. What happened? Fang Yuan sat aside with a red face and did not touch the corner of Xiaodao's clothes. Cen Yang, come sit here too. Cen Yue waved at Cen Yang and patted the other side of the sofa. Cen Yang still remembered that Cen Yue went out this afternoon without taking him with her, and he was feeling upset. At this moment, Cen Yue took the initiative to invite him. He was no longer angry and immediately ran to sit next to Cen Yue. Seeing Xiaodao's serious face, Fang Yuan thought of the scene in the afternoon when the chairman of the Jin group called Xiaodao away. He thought that Xiaodao had encountered some difficulties and his heart was instantly lifted. Xiaodao, are you in any trouble? Cen Yue shook her head, took a deep breath, and then spoke slowly. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving the base. Fang Yuan was stunned when he heard this and thought he had heard it wrong. What? Leave? Where to? Why do you want to leave suddenly? Isn't it nice to live in the base? Cen Yue didn't plan to say too much. She just looked at the panicked Fang Yuan and comforted him softly. You and Cen Yang should stay at the base. There is a hunting team at the base. I will say hello to Captain Ling and the others. They will help me take care of you too. Fang Yuan's expression was shocked from beginning to end. When he heard Xiaodao's words that sounded like an entrustment, he immediately shook his head. No, Xiaodao, we'll go wherever you go. Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this, and then rejected Fang Yuan's proposal. It's too dangerous. You will only suffer if you follow me. Just stay in the base. There is food and drink, and it is safe. Fang Yuan's eyes immediately turned red, and he suppressed his tears and spoke in a low voice. Xiaodao, you actually think we are not strong enough. Following you will hold you back, right? After she finished speaking, she looked up at Xiaodao. Tears slid down her cheeks, dripped onto the sofa, and disappeared. Cen Yue opened her mouth silently, wanting to explain, but ended up saying nothing. Such silence seemed to confirm Fang Yuan's guess. Fang Yuan raised his hand and wiped away his tears vigorously, then stood up and walked towards the messy dining table. Okay, stop talking, I get it. Thank you for taking care of me and Yang during this period. We will take good care of ourselves in the future. You should take good care of yourself in the future. After saying this, Fang Yuan hurriedly carried the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen, afraid of revealing too much sadness and reluctance. Cen Yang, who was sitting on the other side of Cen Yue, seemed really unaware of the separation. He held Cen Yue's arm tightly and gently poked Cen Yue's fingers. While Cen Yue was staring at the kitchen in a daze, Cen Yang's slender fingers slowly squeezed into Cen Yue's 5 fingers through the gap between her palms. Then close it up little by little, palms facing each other. Put your fingers together. It seemed as if I could hear her heartbeat. Or maybe it's the sound of my own heartbeat that shouldn't exist. Boom, boom, boom. Cen Yang, who had been keeping his head down, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. How could I bear to leave my father? Holding hands means a lifetime. Daddy will always be Yang's daddy. Wherever Daddy goes, Yang will go. Cen Yue came back to her senses and realized that Cen Yang and her were tightly intertwined with each other's fingers, so she immediately shook his hand off. Cen Yang, you must listen to your aunt from now on, understand? When Cen Yang raised his eyes, he had returned to his usual innocent and naive self. Listen to Daddy. Cen Yue shook her head and pointed to the kitchen. Listen to Aunt Fang Yuan. Daddy has to go out for a while and won't be back for a long, long time. Just be obedient. Cen Yue stubbornly grasped Cen Yue's hand again. Listen to Daddy. Seeing his childish stubbornness, Cen Yue could only give in slightly. Okay. Daddy is ordering you now, so you should listen to your aunt from now on. If you dare not obey, I will beat your ass into pieces. After saying that, he waved his hand in a threatening gesture. Cen Yue looked frightened and just nodded obediently. Okay. Cen Yue raised her hand and gently touched Cen Yue's head. You're so good. Wait until Daddy comes back, and I'll bring you delicious food. Lots and lots of delicious food. At that time, Feng Yuan, who was trying to cover up her crying with the sound of washing dishes, clenched her teeth tightly, but her tears could not stop dripping onto the ground. All good things must come to an end. I am lucky to be able to walk a distance with Showdown, and I shouldn't expect too much. This person is like a rainbow. You only know he exists when you meet him. I met the person who amazed me in my life at an inappropriate time. Although I feel regretful, I have no regrets. Chapter 75 Showdown. You are my god. The night was peaceful, and Feng Yuan prepared breakfast as usual early the next morning. After breakfast, Feng Yuan stopped hesitantly before going out for work. Turning around to look at Cen Yue, her back was straight, but her red and swollen eyes showed her fragility and insomnia last night. When are you leaving? Will you say goodbye to us when you leave? Cen Yue, let's wait and see. I'll tell you in advance when I leave. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. She was really afraid that Showdown would leave quietly without even having the chance to say goodbye properly. Although Showdown always says that he will come back to take a look, everyone knows that the end of the world is difficult. No one knows whether they can live safely until the day they can be reunited. Cen Yue took the initiative to sign in at the hunting team early in the morning. What? You're leaving the base? When Ling Xiaoran learned that Chen Xiaodao was planning to leave the base, he was shocked. Li Chong was also surprised. Xiaodao, why did you leave the base? Don't you know how dangerous it is outside the base? Or is someone in the base giving you trouble? Don't worry. With our hunting team backing you up, who would dare to cause trouble for you? When Cen Yue informed them of her decision to leave the base, she had already guessed that they would have such a reaction. No one dares to bully me. I live well in the base. But I also have reasons why I have to leave. Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked into the distance with a determined look in her eyes. In this life, I will definitely save my parents. When she learned that her parents might not be dead, Cen Yue seemed to have found her goal in life in an instant. So after coming out of Cuy's yard, Cen Yue immediately made a decision that she would go and save her parents. In her previous life, Cen Yue was not capable enough and never knew that her parents were still alive. In this life, she has enough ability and hope, so she will never give up. Ling Xiaoran saw her determination to leave, and his heart suddenly ached and felt empty in an instant. Really, do you have to leave? Cen Yue nodded. Yeah. Ling Xiaoran's face turned pale in an instant. Will you come back? Cen Yue did not answer. In the silence, Ling Xiaoran seemed to have gotten the answer, and his smile was a little forced. It's okay. When you're settled, remember to send a message back, and we'll come visit you. Cen Yue smiled, then took out a large box of reagents from her pocket. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift. Seeing the familiar test kit, Ling Xiaoran's eyes suddenly widened. This special medicine, how did you get it? Isn't this the magic medicine that brought Xiaowu back to life? Li Chong also saw the potion and suddenly remembered that Ling Penghui once said that Cui had researched a mysterious potion, and he couldn't help but think too much. Xiaodao, is this what Cui and the others gave you? Did he use these medicines to threaten you? Is that why you are in such a hurry to leave? After Li Chong said this, Ling Xiaoran seemed to suddenly figure something out. He, who was usually calm, became a little impulsive. He picked up his weapon and went to find Cui. Cui, he and I cannot coexist. But he was soon stopped by Cen Yue. My leaving has nothing to do with Cui. This medicine has nothing to do with him. You can use it with confidence. These medicines have passed the test. Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this and asked uncertainly. Xiaodao, don't tell me that it was you who gave Xiao with the medicine last time? You actually developed these medicines too? Cen Yue thought that she was leaving anyway, so she gave the hunting team some benefits in exchange for the hunting team's protection for Feng Yuan and Qin Yang. Yes. Ling Xiaoran looked at the young man in front of him in shock. You, who are you? He suddenly couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was really Chen Xiaodao, who had followed him and his group through life and death. I originally thought that his incredible skills were the limit, but I didn't expect that he could also research potions. How can this be an ordinary person? This is simply a superhuman. Ling Xiaoran still couldn't believe that a person could be so incredible. Xiaodao, tell me the truth. Are these medicines developed by the mysterious organization behind you? You are giving us the potion now. Is it actually to expand the sample for experiments? It's okay, Xiaodao. If you are short of experimental samples, we are happy to help you with the experiments. You really don't have to feel guilty about it, and don't leave the base because of it. Ling Xiaoran actually supports the research on the potion because he witnessed with his own eyes how the potion prevented Xiaowu from turning into a zombie. In the end times, for ordinary humans, such medicine is simply a life-saving medicine. Seeing that Ling Xiaoran had already imagined a big drama in his mind, Cen Yue quickly spoke out to stop him. In fact, there has never been any mysterious organization. The Flying Knife Uncle and the Hummer Aunt you met before are actually me. As soon as he finished speaking, there were one or two sounds of benches being kicked over. Li Chong and Ling Xiaoran were both so shocked that they staggered back and kicked over the bench behind them, almost falling down. Fortunately, the two reacted in time and pulled each other to avoid falling to the ground. Li Chong looked at Ling Xiaoran hesitantly and said, "Captain, I think I may not be awake yet, and I am hallucinating." Ling Xiaoran also nodded hesitantly. "I don't think I got enough rest. I had hallucinations early in the morning." Xiaodao is usually still sleeping at this time. How could he be here? Cen Yue, who was standing in front of the two men, was speechless. I say, is it really necessary for both of you to react so exaggeratedly? Do you want to have a fight? If it hurts, it will prove that you two are not hallucinating. The next second, Li Chong let out a cry of pain. "Captain, it hurts, it's not an illusion." Only then did Ling Xiaoran let go of the hand that was holding Li Chong's arm, with a melancholy look on his face. "Isn't this an illusion? Why is there such a big gap between people?" He was presumptuous enough to be the captain of the hunting team. Compared with Xiaodao, the gap in strength was huge. I originally thought that by continuously improving my strength, I could narrow the gap between myself and Xiaodao. Now think about it. This is not just a gap. This is clearly a chasm. Even if I run till my legs break, I can't catch up. Ling Xiaoran didn't know why he was so persistent in wanting to narrow the gap between himself and Xiaodao. But after learning that the gap could not be narrowed, he inexplicably developed an endless sense of loss and powerlessness. Xiaodao is so powerful that he is fully capable of surviving outside the base. My worries just now seemed completely unnecessary. But it was such a pity that Xiaodao never got to see with his own eyes how powerful he really was and how powerful the hunting team really was. Seeing Ling Xiaoran remaining silent with a look of loss on his face, Cen Yue finally spoke up to break the silence. "Do you want more medicine? If not, I'll take it back." Anyway, the opportunity was given to them, but they failed to grasp it. Yes. Li Chong spoke up immediately, and even took the initiative to step forward and spread out his hands, carefully taking a large box of medicine. "Xiaodao, you are my god." Chapter 76. Don't forget your original intention, great dream. Seeing Li Chong about to half-kneel with the medicine in his hands, Cen Yue immediately kicked a bench over to stop his movement. "Okay, stop being naughty and have everyone drink the potion quickly. I still have time to help you recover while I'm still in the base." Li Chong quickly put down the potion and ran out to gather all the members of the hunting team. Ling Xiaoran did not move at all and just stared at Xiaodao blankly. "Why did you do that? These potions should be very rare. Are you just giving them to us like this? Won't you save some for yourself? Xiaodao, didn't you say that we shouldn't be good people and gentlemen in the end times? Aren't you afraid that we will betray you?" Cen Yue smiled and looked directly at Ling Xiaoran with her sharp eyes. "Will you betray me? Although I don't know about other people, I know that there is not a single coward in the hunting team, and there is not a single coward who escapes from the battlefield. You are actually ordinary people, but you go into danger time and time again just to bring back supplies. Every time they were accused and questioned, no one in the hunting team ever complained or treated the people as worthless. Although I am neither a gentleman nor a good person, humanity cannot perish. The hunting team always shoulders the responsibility of protecting life. Captain Ling, you and the hunting team need this batch of medicine more than anyone else. I believe that after giving you these potions, you will definitely maximize their effects. I also look forward to hearing good news about the wilderness hunting team in the near future. Of course, I am not doing this without a purpose. I just hope that you can help me take good care of Fang Yuan and Xinyang after I leave the base." Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this. "Aren't they leaving with you?" Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked towards the dark sky. "No, I won't take risks with them. The potions that Cen Yue took were just enough for each member of the hunting team. After watching them finish the potions, Cen Yue also recycled the potion box to avoid the trouble of subsequent leakage. Of course, only Li Chong and Ling Xiaoran knew the truth about Cen Yue taking out the medicine. The others just thought that it was a physical enhancement potion distributed by the higher-ups, so when they saw the captain drink it, they naturally drank it all in one breath. The effect of the medicine on each person was different at different times. Cen Yue waited for most of the day, but only Ling Xiaoran and Li Chong developed a high fever first. It was impossible for Cen Yue to watch over everyone's fever. So she took the opportunity to share her experience with Ling Xiaoran and Li Chong when they had an attack, and also left a box of special fever-reducing medicine. After Ling Xiaoran and Li Chong's condition stabilized, Cen Yue packed up and went home. Looking at Cen Yue's leaving back, Ling Xiaoran took off the fever-reducing towel on his forehead and slowly walked to the door. Captain, are you okay? Li Chong came forward with a cup of hot water. Even though he was still running a fever, he did not forget to care about Ling Xiaoran's condition. Ling Xiaoran only felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. The fire grew hotter as the figure moved away. Gradually, the anger began to spread from the chest to the limbs. Captain, there's a fire. There's a fire. Li Chong saw a ball of fire coming out of Ling Xiaoran's palm and immediately poured all the water in the cup into Ling Xiaoran's palm. As a result, the fire not only did not go out, but became stronger and stronger. Ling Xiaoran stared at the flame on his palm, and Xiao Dao's instructions before he left echoed in his mind. This potion will randomly activate your superpowers. Your awakened superpowers will also be the foundation for the hunting team to gain a strong foothold in the future. Make good use of these superpowers and make them play their full role. Ling Xiaoran, don't forget your original intention. You will definitely become an extraordinary person in the future. Those words were as heavy as a mountain, weighing down Ling Xiaoran to the point where he could hardly breathe. Will I become a great person? If I fail to do it, wouldn't I be letting Xiao Dao down? You must become a great person. Cen Yue was not sure whether the decision she made would really change the fate of others. But in the near future, everything proved that her decision not only changed the fate of many people, but also changed the fate of all mankind. As she approached her home, Cen Yue met an unexpected person. What are you doing here? Cen Yue's attitude towards Si Yuhuai could be said to be very unfriendly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was obviously wary. However, Si Yuhuai was not angry about her attitude. Instead, he spread his palms in front of her. Just like Xiao Bao, he gestured to Cen Yue to look at his palm. Look quickly. Cen Yue glanced at his large palm, then opened the door and prepared to enter. The next second, the door was blocked by a metal door that suddenly appeared. Cen Yue was shocked inside, but appeared calm and even made some comments. The metal isn't dense enough. After saying that, he took out a small alloy knife from his pocket and cut the metal door directly in the middle. Cen Yue was not very surprised that Si Yuhuai awakened his metal ability. But what was a bit surprising was that Si Yuhuai was able to master the supernatural powers so skillfully just after awakening. With time and practice, he will surely become a master of supernatural powers. However, Cen Yue did not intend to give Si Yuhuai any affirmation. She cut open the metal door with a cold face and went straight into the house. Bang! The door closed right in front of Si Yuhuai, leaving him no chance to continue his performance. However, Si Yuhuai did not give up and continued speaking while standing outside the door. Are you interested in mechas? Some time ago, I did a business deal with Cen Yue, and he promised to give me a mecha. Cen Yue, who was standing behind the door, paused. Mecha? Although the mechas produced by Jean need a lot of improvement, it cannot be denied that they are indeed good things. Cen Yue had long wanted to build a mecha to study on her own, but Cen Yue was not a good person, so Cen Yue gave up the idea of dealing with him. Now hearing Si Yuhuai say that there was a ready-made mecha, Cen Yue was actually a little tempted. Generally, people who sincerely want to give something away will just give it to you directly without asking if you want it or not. Cen Yue's voice was not low, ensuring that Si Yuhuai outside the door could hear it clearly. But there was no response from outside. Cen Yue was not surprised by this, and she didn't even have any hope that Si Yuhuai would give her a mecha. Cen Yue took off her boots and was about to enter the bedroom when a faint voice came from behind her. Why did he give you a mecha? Cen Yue turned around, met Chen Yang's resentful eyes, and smiled. Little brat, stay out of adult matters. Why hasn't your aunt come home today? Chen Yang seemed to be obsessed with the fact that someone else gave Cen Yue a gift and refused to let Cen Yue enter the bedroom. Don't accept gifts from bad people. Cen Yue thought that she had done a good job in educating Xinjiang. She touched his head and expressed her approval. Yes, Yang Yang. Remember not to accept gifts from others casually in the future. If you see a bad guy, stay away from him. You are a big boy now, a man. You must remember to protect your aunt in the future. Do you understand? As Chun Yang listened to Cen Yue's instructions, his already resentful look became even more resentful, and he turned around abruptly. Daddy is a bad guy too. Cen Yue became unhappy when she heard this and slapped Chun Yang on the butt. Your father taught you the rules, so how did you become a bad person? Unexpectedly, this slap made Chun Yang feel even more aggrieved, and he angrily hid in the iron cage. He even took the initiative to lock the iron cage from the inside, looking aggrieved, as if saying, I'm locking myself up, and I'm never going to talk to you again. Chapter 77. Oh no, the secret of my daughter's body has been discovered. It was already dark when Feng Yuan came back. Without her to cook at home, Cen Yue was already growling with hunger. But Cen Yue no longer has to worry about Feng Yuan's safety, because she knew that Feng Yuan's supernatural powers had improved greatly recently, and she also prepared portable self-defense weapons for Feng Yuan, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. The most important thing is that Feng Yuan needs to adapt to the life after he leaves in advance. Because of Feng Yuan's care during this period, Cen Yue almost forgot that there was so much food in her space that she could not finish it in several lifetimes. Unable to bear the hunger, Cen Yue took out a 5-star lunchbox from the space. Just as she was about to enjoy her meal, there was a knock on the door. Xiaodao, are you asleep? Feng Yuan's tentative voice came from outside the door. Cen Yue silently put the lunchbox back into the space, opened the window to let the smell of delicious food in the air dissipate, and then put some things in the bedroom into the space before opening the bedroom door. Why did you come home so late today? Is the management office very busy? Cen Yue didn't blame Feng Yuan for not going home to cook. She was just worried out of habit. Feng Yuan deliberately came home late because she had recently learned a lot of experience in how to get along with couples from her older colleague. My colleague's older sister is married with 2 kids. She and her husband have been married for 20 years, and they are still as loving as ever. Feng Yuan envied the elder sister and her husband for how they had managed to remain in love for decades. When the elder sister learned that Feng Yuan was still unable to get his crush back after living together, she immediately helped him with a lot of advice. I didn't cook when I got home late tonight just to try it out. The eldest sister said that it was because Feng Yuan was so virtuous that the men in the family were used to her kindness. She has to strike from time to time to let the man see that the family cannot do without her as the mistress. Standing outside the bedroom door, Feng Yuan was very nervous because she was about to take the most crucial step. Take a few deep breaths and keep encouraging yourself. Okay, Feng Yuan, you can do it. Soon, the bedroom door opened from the inside. Without waiting for Cen Yue to speak, Feng Yuan hurried into the bedroom and closed the door. This was the first time Feng Yuan took the initiative to enter Xiaodao's bedroom. She stood in front of Xiaodao at a loss, not daring to look up and look Xiaodao in the eye. Seeing Feng Yuan's panicked expression, Cen Yue thought something had happened to her and immediately stepped forward to ask, Feng Yuan, what's wrong? Feng Yuan clenched his collar tightly and kept encouraging himself in his heart. Be brave just once. Be brave just this once in your life, and you won't regret it later. Seeing Feng Yuan looking embarrassed, Cen Yue thought even more that something had happened to her. Feng Yuan, tell me, did something happen to you? Or did someone bully you? Feng Yuan didn't answer, but grabbed Xiaodao's hand tightly. The next second, she used her other hand to forcefully pull open her collar, revealing the sexy red dress underneath. Feng Yuan's face turned red immediately. He held Xiaodao's hand tightly and refused to let go, not daring to look directly into Xiaodao's eyes. Xiaodao. Feng Yuan mustered up his courage and tried to speak his mind in one breath, but the words were on the tip of his tongue and he couldn't say them. She even regretted it the next second. I regretted taking the initiative, wondering if Xiaodao would think I was cheap and shameless. Cen Yue was indeed stunned on the spot. Such a development was too explosive for her. Feng Yuan, don't do this. Didn't I say it a long time ago? There's no chance between us. As soon as Cen Yue finished saying this, Feng Yuan slowly raised his eyes. Tears kept dripping down her cheeks. She bit her red lips, stared at the boy in front of her, without saying a word. Seeing Feng Yuan so sad, Cen Yue was at a loss and didn't know how to comfort her. Feng Yuan looked straight at Xiaodao. Why? Is there something wrong with me? Why can't I achieve a satisfactory result, even though I have taken such initiative? Cen Yue looked at Feng Yuan in front of her and sighed heavily. Then he held Fang Yuan's hand and placed it on his chest. Fang Yuan, can you feel anything? Fang Yuan cried with tears in her eyes, and she was too sad and upset to concentrate for a while. After several seconds, he slowly spoke. Xiaodao, your heartbeat is so fast. Cen Yue was confused. Are her feminine features no longer obvious? After all, he is one. It seems that I really can't wrap myself up often in the future. I'm afraid this will be the wrong way to go. Feel it carefully again. Do you really feel nothing? After hearing this, Fang Yuan calmed down a little and focused his attention. Xiaodao, your muscles are quite... When Fang Yuan was about to shyly exclaim that his muscles were quite strong, he suddenly felt something wrong with the touch of his hand. She squeezed it hard. Cen Yue's face instantly turned red, and she clenched her fist to resist the urge to slap Fang Yuan. Ah! Fang Yuan suddenly withdrew his hand, then looked up and down at the boy in front of him with a horrified expression. You. Fang Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. How is it possible? How could Xiaodao be a girl? Xiaodao is obviously a cool and handsome boy. A boy who fascinates girls with his every move. When Cen Yue saw Fang Yuan's shocked expression, she knew that she should have guessed it. She nodded heavily at Fang Yuan's shocked eyes. You guessed it right. I'm the same as you. So, it's absolutely impossible for the two of us. When Fang Yuan heard Xiaodao admit his guess in person, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Now thinking back on Xiaodao's attitude towards Yu Ming and towards himself, some details that Fang Yuan had been unable to figure out suddenly became clear. I'll calm down first. Fang Yuan wrapped his clothes tightly and left the bedroom as if he was fleeing. Cen Yue was not worried that Fang Yuan would reveal the secret after knowing that she was a girl, because based on the time they had spent together, Cen Yue already knew Fang Yuan very well. Next, Fang Yuan just needs to digest it on his own. Cen Yue thought to herself that maybe after Fang Yuan knew that she was a girl, he would be happy to accept her departure. Thinking of this, Cen Yue locked the bedroom door and took out a full-length mirror from the space. Looking at herself in the mirror, Cen Yue sighed softly. Damn, it seems to have really become smaller. In fact, Cen Yue herself felt quite uncomfortable wrapping herself up tightly every day, and sometimes she even felt like she had trouble breathing smoothly. The most relaxing moment of the day is when I take off my chest wrap to sleep. I feel like I'm a little more relaxed, as if I am floating on clouds. Thinking so, Cen Yue easily changed into her warm, furry pajamas. Worry about the future later. Now it's time to go to bed, so you should have a good sleep. Good night, world. Sweet dreams. Chapter 78, Alien Attack. Is there a bug in the system calculation? Early the next morning, Fang Yuan made breakfast as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. It also seemed as if she had never known that the boy she liked was actually a girl. Morning Xiaodao. Fang Yuan even took the initiative to greet Cen Yue good morning. Cen Yue nodded and sat down at the table hesitantly. Morning. Fang Yuan set the breakfast and sat down next to Cen Yue casually, a distance that she had never been too embarrassed to approach before. Then he offered, Is there anything you want to eat? I'll make you lunch. Cen Yue looked confused, took a sip of hot water, and spoke hesitantly. Do you mind what happened last night? Fang Yuan took advantage of the situation and grabbed Cen Yue's arm. What do you mind? I'm so happy. Before, because of the difference between men and women, I didn't dare to get too close to you. Now that I know you are the same as me, I suddenly feel good. Not only can we hold hands, we can also hold hands. If you are sick, I can take care of you. If you can't sleep well at night, we can sleep together. Cen Yue listened to Fang Yuan's increasingly outrageous words and immediately said, Stop. He took the opportunity to pull his arm back from Fang Yuan's arm. I still don't like getting too close. Let's just keep the same distance as before. Fang Yuan pursed his lips slightly when he heard that and pointed at Qinyang, who was sitting next to Cen Yue. Isn't Qinyang always very clingy to you? He hugs you with his arms and legs. But he is a man. We are obviously the same, so why can't I hug him? Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. She opened her mouth and pointed at Qinyang, who was standing beside her with his mouth and hands dirty from eating. He's a big fool, aren't you? Don't you always say Qinyang is still a child? Don't be too picky with him. Why are you still picking on a child now? Fang Yuan shook his head solemnly. That's different. Xiaodao, listen to me. We are the same. We are good sisters, the kind that can sleep in the same bed together. Although Qinyang is a big fool, he is an adult and his body is mature. He is completely different from us. Qinyang, who was concentrating on eating, clenched his back teeth tightly. Someone is trying to sow discord between me and my father. But that person is my own aunt. I was very angry, but there was nothing I could do. In the end, I could only eat my meal in silence and didn't plan to save breakfast for the two people who were plotting loudly. Cen Yue was brainwashed by Feng Yuan's theory sisters are the most important. The world is big early in the morning. She was so annoyed that she found an excuse and went out. As soon as I went downstairs, I met a bald man who was carrying something and was about to come to my door. Showdown, where are you going? The bald man immediately turned around and kept pace with Showdown, following her with the things in his hands. Cen Yue now has complicated feelings towards Baldy, but when she thinks that she will be leaving soon and may never see him again, she lets her emotion prevail and temporarily puts aside the estrangement. Just wander around. Where are you going? When the bald man saw that Showdown finally paid attention to him, he touched his bald head happily again. I came to find you. Here are some snacks for you. The bald man shook the black bag in his hand and smiled foolishly. It was a rare sun-kissed time at the base, and the sunlight shining through the foggy sky didn't seem that real. Cen Yue looked at the bald man standing in the sun and felt that it was a little unreal. Why had I never seen the bald man next to Cen Yue in my previous life? If I had met Baldy in my previous life, would he have saved me from danger? But Cen Yue called out softly. The bald man immediately responded, yes. For some reason, the bald man saw endless sadness and desolation in Xiaodao's eyes. A sudden surge of heartache came over him, and he immediately thought of how he had been used to deceive Xiaodao. I'm so sorry, I really didn't know what the boss and the others were planning. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have come to you. Cen Yue smiled and shook her head. Be smarter in the future, protect yourself first, and then protect others. When the bald man heard Xiaodao's words, he seemed to be concerned, and a suspicious blush immediately appeared on his face. He smiled silly and said, of course. Besides the boss and you, I will definitely protect myself first. Cen Yue just smiled and said nothing. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of explosion from a certain direction. Cen Yue and the bald man both looked in the direction where the explosion came from. They looked at each other, then ran towards the source of the sound in tacit understanding. Screams were heard everywhere in the smoke and dust. Ah! The base's protective wall was damaged. Ah! Monster! From a distance, Cen Yue saw a huge group of aliens pouring into the base through the gap in the protective wall. Ling Xiaoran also rushed to the scene immediately and led the hunting team to hunt down the aliens that broke into the base. Cen Yue was not afraid when she saw the alien group, and there was even a flash of excitement on her face. This is not a group of aliens. This is space capacity to be slaughtered. Before the bald head could say anything, she had already picked up the weapon and ran over. Xiaodao, why are you here? Ling Xiaoran and others were a little happy when they saw Chun Xiaodao's appearance. Because everyone knew Chun Xiaodao's strength, her appearance instantly put everyone at ease. Of course, you can't expect a knife to kill aliens by yourself. Everyone in the hunting team clearly senses an inexplicable power in their bodies, and they move forward more and more bravely. Cen Yue looked at the aliens pouring in from the gap, and the sound of system scanning kept ringing in her mind. Level 1 mutant rat can expand capacity to 10 tons. Level 2 mutant bird can expand capacity to 100 tons. Level 4 mutant eagle can expand capacity by 10,000 tons. While Cen Yue was secretly rejoicing, several level 4 bird aliens had already broken through the defense network above the base and entered the base. Oh my god, they're flying in. The people who didn't have time to run away rolled on the ground and screamed. Cen Yue, who was standing at the front, remained calm and aimed at the aliens' fatal weaknesses according to the system's prompts, hitting them accurately with every hit. Hit their ears. Their ears are their Achilles heel. Cen Yue was somewhat surprised that the fatal weaknesses of this group of aliens were their ears, and she immediately informed the other team members about the existence of the aliens' weaknesses. With Cen Yue's guidance, the hunting team successfully blocked the alien attack and protected the personal safety of the people in the base. Less than half an hour later, Cen Yue stood upright in front of the mountain of alien corpses, listening to the system prompts in her mind. Ding! The capacity has been successfully expanded by 199,880 tons. The current remaining capacity of the space is 249,880 tons. The production volume increased by nearly 200,000 tons in one go, and the target of 1 million tons was only 500,000 tons away. This was something Cen Yue had never dared to imagine. Was I that awesome just now? On the other side, Xiaowu, who had completed the inventory work, reported the situation to Ling Xiaoran. Report to the captain. We have successfully hunted down 5,714 aliens. Cen Yue stood aside, still somewhat confused. It seemed that she had only killed half of the aliens. Moreover, according to her own observation, there were only 6 level 4 aliens, about 40 level 3 aliens, and only about 70 to 80 level 2 aliens. Even if he hunted down all the high-level aliens by himself, there would still be some distance to go before the total expansion could be achieved. In fact, the members of the hunting team also worked together to kill many high-level aliens. Could it be that system calculation has appeared? Chapter 79. Potions, Hiring, and Space Explosion. When Cen Yue was puzzled, the people who were repairing the base's protective wall suddenly screamed again. Ah! The alien is coming again. Looking up, there were just a few level 2 aliens. This time, she didn't plan to take action, but stood aside and watched the hunting team take action. The hunting team did not disappoint her. The potions stimulated their special abilities, and their combat effectiveness increased several times. In less than 2 minutes, all the aliens were killed. The next second, the system prompt sounded again in Cen Yue's mind. Ding! The capacity has been successfully expanded by 800 tons. The current remaining capacity of the space is 250,580 tons. Cen Yue, who was about to raise her foot, froze in place. She was not surprised that 100 tons of space disappeared in just a few minutes. But how did her capacity suddenly expand by 800 tons? What's going on? I didn't do anything just now. How come the capacity expanded inexplicably? Is the system really out of order? The next second, Xiaowu's excited voice was heard. Captain, all 8 aliens have been dealt with. Ling Xiaoran nodded. Hurry up and repair the protective wall to prevent the aliens from counterattacking again. Ling Xiaoran looked at the gap with a serious expression and was very confused. Because the outside of the base was covered with electric fences, the aliens and zombies would stay away from the base. The base has never suffered such a serious attack from aliens before. Why did the aliens go crazy and attack the base this time? And the ones who came were aliens. The zombies still didn't appear. Cen Yue didn't worry much about the aliens attacking the base, but looked at the aliens killed by the hunting team. 8 level 2 aliens corresponded to exactly 800 tons. Why would the aliens killed by the hunting team also be counted as my own? At the same time, the system voice sounded again in her mind. Ding! The capacity has been successfully expanded by 1,000 tons. The current remaining capacity of the space is 251,500 tons. Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked around in confusion. Who was helping her kill the alien? The next second, several familiar figures approached, and the fat man and the scarred man were each dragging an alien behind them. Cen Yue walked in front, with his hands in his pockets and an extremely cold expression. There was an indescribable emotion in his indifference, and his eyes occasionally glanced in the direction where Cen Yue was standing. Ling Xiaoran frowned and stepped forward. What's going on? There are still fish that slipped through the net. The fat man said proudly. Yes. If our boss hadn't discovered them in time, these 2 aliens would have run into the inner city. Cen Yue looked at the alien behind Scarface and asked, Who killed this one? It was a level 3 alien, covered in metal all over. In fact, Cen Yue had already guessed who did it. Cen Yue raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and motioned for Scarface to speak. Scarface also looked proud. Our boss killed it. He just moved his hands a little bit and killed the alien. Cen Yue understood and walked towards the fat man again. Who killed this one? It is a level 2 alien, and its combat capability is obviously not on the same level as level 3. Although Fatty and others could not tell the level of the aliens, they could tell their strengths from their combat power. Although I don't want to admit the gap between myself and the boss, I have to admit it. Scar and I killed him together. After hearing this, Cen Yue also had a definite guess. Scar and Fatty did not take the potion she gave them, so the aliens they hunted did not count as hers. However, Cen Yue and all the members of the hunting team had consumed his potion, so the aliens they hunted were all theirs. No wonder the space suddenly expanded. This is the reason. Cen Yue almost couldn't contain her inner joy. It was really an unexpected success. Who could have thought that her potion could not only help others awaken their superpowers, but also allow them to help her kill aliens and expand her size? It feels like I have accidentally hired a group of people to work for me. Even if I don't have to do anything in the future and don't have to continue to pay costs, I can feel the space system constantly expanding just by sitting at home all day. It's like lying at home and counting money before the end of the world. This feeling is more than just a pleasant one. Cen Yue discovered that Cen Yue's eyes seemed to be shining when she looked at him, and he thought that she had finally changed her mind about him. She was no longer indifferent, and there was a little more smile on her face. Why? Do you think my abilities have improved a lot? Cen Yue withdrew her gaze, walked straight past him, and walked towards Ling Xiaoran, who was wary of Cen Yue. Captain Ling, you guys performed really well today. After saying this, Cen Yue gave Ling Xiaoran a thumbs up. Ling Xiaoran was stunned for a moment. It was his first time receiving compliments, and he was a little overwhelmed. Cen Yue continued to pat Ling Xiaoran on the shoulder. Keep going, keep working hard. The future will get better and better. As long as they continue to hunt aliens, their space will continue to expand and upgrade quickly. Ling Xiaoran was so flattered by the praise that he nodded repeatedly. Okay. Cen Yue, who was ignored the entire time, watched Cen Yue praising another man. He slowly clenched his fists, and his expression became increasingly uglier. Even after Cen Yue had walked away, Ling Xiaoran had not yet recovered from the praise and affirmation he had just received. Cen Yue, who had been ignored from beginning to end, quickly caught up with Cen Yue. Why are you ignoring me? Cen Yue's tone sounded somewhat unwilling and a little angry. Cen Yue chose to continue to ignore it and move forward. Cen Yue had never been ignored like this before. The more he was ignored, the more his competitive spirit was stimulated. He stopped directly in front of Cen Yue. I'm sorry again for what happened before, but why do you hate me so much? Cen Yue believed that he was not mistaken. He saw an emotion similar to hate in Cen Yue's eyes. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't figure out why Cen Yue hated him. Is it because I came to her a year late? Isn't she fine now? Why should I hate myself for this? Cen Yue finally stopped and looked up at Cen Yue. I don't hate you, but I don't want to see you either. If you have nothing to do, go kill a few more aliens. Maybe if the space is expanded, Cen Yue will be more favorable to Cen Yue. Cen Yue was rejected by Cen Yue many times. He was also a proud man and would not do anything to pester her. Finally, I stopped. Seeing the bald man chasing after him with a bag of things in his hand, Cen Yue suddenly felt that the bald man's bald head was very annoying, like a light bulb in the sun. Bald, come back! Cen Yue shouted at the bald man. The bald man had to stop when he heard that, but after a slight hesitation, he immediately caught up with Cen Yue and handed the bag to her. Take these snacks back. After saying that, without waiting for Cen Yue's reply, he turned around and walked quickly in the direction of Cen Yue. Cen Yue watched the bald man go away. After he was completely gone, she slowly turned around and headed home with the bag in her hand. I'll send the medicine to the bald guy next time. Cen Yue was really curious about what kind of superpowers the bald man would awaken. Chapter 81 Million Tons Achieved. Earthquake, kill. When she got home, Cen Yue saw a red upside-down Fu pasted on the door and was stunned for a few seconds. Fang Yuan, who was fiddling with something behind the door, heard footsteps outside and immediately opened the door. Showdown. Happy New Year. May good fortune and luck be with you. Cen Yue was stunned and didn't react for a moment. She had been in the apocalypse for 3 years and had almost forgotten that before the apocalypse, people also gathered with their families on New Year's Eve to have reunion dinners. Isn't it still a few days before the new year? Cen Yue asked after coming back to her senses. Fang Yuan smiled and pulled Cen Yue into the house. Yes, there are still a few days left, but that doesn't stop us from preparing in advance, right? During the Chinese New Year in the past, we always prepared early. The atmosphere was already full of festive atmosphere before the Chinese New Year even arrived. Every household was decorated with lanterns and colorful lights. It was so lively. Cen Yue didn't say anything because her memory of the New Year before the apocalypse had been a little vague after 3 years. When Fang Yuan mentioned him, I suddenly felt nostalgic. I miss the days when my parents cared for me without worries. I also miss waking up on the first day of the new year to find a big red envelope hidden under my pillow, full of love. Fang Yuan took the opportunity to suggest, Xiao Dao, why don't you leave after the new year? It's Chinese New Year. Why don't we get together as a family and have a lively reunion dinner? Fang Yuan said this while blinking his eyes, looking pitiful. Cen Yue hesitated when she heard this. She couldn't stay too long as her parents might be looking forward to her reuniting with them. When Fang Yuan saw Cen Yue hesitating, his expression froze slightly. Xiao Dao, if it really doesn't work, can you tell me in advance? We can have the reunion dinner earlier. In fact, the Chinese New Year is not particularly important. What is important is the people and the reunion. Cen Yue was slightly stunned, but finally nodded. Good. After hearing Cen Yue's answer, Fong Yuan's expression finally eased a lot. Great. Then I must prepare well and prepare a sumptuous reunion dinner. Fong Yuan talked to himself and then walked briskly into the kitchen. Cen Yue recalled that there were a lot of candies and nuts in her space, which were perfect for New Year's goods. She could find an excuse to take some out tomorrow. Although Fong Yuan was on vacation today, she didn't get much rest the whole day. After dinner, Fong Yuan went into the kitchen and fiddled with rice, saying that he was grinding rice flour to make glutinous rice balls. Cen Yue did not mention that she could bring some dumplings home tomorrow because she did not want to spoil Fong Yuan's anticipation for the new year. Qinyang seemed to have no energy the whole day, and even when he heard Fong Yuan muttering about making delicious food, he didn't respond. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Fong Yuan had washed up and was ready to go back to his room to sleep, but Qinyang was still walking back and forth anxiously in the living room. Fong Yuan stepped forward and asked, Yang, what's wrong? Why aren't you going to bed so late? Qinyang looked out the window with an uneasy expression. After looking for a while, he walked towards Cen Yue's bedroom. When Fong Yuan saw Qinyang was about to knock on Xiaodao's bedroom door, he immediately stepped forward to stop him. What are you doing? Your father is asleep. If you wake him up, you'll get beaten. Qinyang became more and more anxious, but at this moment, a crisp sound interrupted the struggle between the two. Crack! Fong Yuan saw the cup that was originally on the table fall to the ground and broke, thinking that Qinyang accidentally hit the table, and immediately said, This is your father's favorite water cup. The next second, the other cups on the table also rolled to the ground and broke into pieces. Fong Yuan only realized then that it was not the table that was hit, but an earthquake. Quick, there's an earthquake! At the same time, Cen Yue, who was dressed, came out of the bedroom, took Fong Yuan and Qinyang's hands and walked out of the door quickly. The moment she closed the door, she took the entire room into the space. After being pulled by Cen Yue, Fong Yuan and Qinyang reacted quickly and cooperated very well. The three of them went downstairs quickly. Even when Cen Yue jumped down from the building while holding them in her arms, they did not struggle at all. Even at the critical moment, Fong Yuan used his wood ability to conjure up vines and tied them around the waist of the three people as a safety rope, while Qinyang used his water ability to release a column of water to cushion the damage from landing. Soon, the three of them landed safely, and behind them, a building with more than 10 floors collapsed with a loud bang. Amid the ruins, no one would notice that the building was inexplicably missing its top floor. Whoa! There's an earthquake! Help! Crying, screaming, and cries for help came one after another. In the darkness, there are occasional flickering lights. The base, which was once a peaceful place, is now in ruins. Cen Yue took Qinyang and Fong Yuan to an open and safe area. But the next second, in addition to the screams of humans, the roars of aliens could be heard. The aliens are coming! Help! The aliens are coming! Because the earthquake destroyed the protective wall, the aliens outside the wall began to pour into the base and massacre the ordinary humans in the base. You two protect yourselves? Cen Yue turned around, took out weapons from the space, and stuffed them into Fong Yuan and Qinyang's hands. I'm going to go hunt aliens now. I may not have the energy to take good care of you two. You better protect yourselves. Cen Yue believes in the strength of Qinyang and Fong Yuan, and they should be able to deal with the aliens with the help of weapons. But those ordinary residents who are powerless have no ability to protect themselves. Whether it is because the aliens can expand their capacity or because of human conscience, Cen Yue is urged not to sit idly by. That night, screams were heard throughout the base. At first it was the screams of humans, then gradually they turned into the screams of aliens. One after another, without stopping. Cen Yue had already gone bloodthirsty and completely blocked out the system's capacity notifications. Facing the endless stream of aliens, there was only one word in her mind: kill. An hour later, the hunting team that had been hunting aliens on the other side rushed to the largest gap in the protective wall and were shocked to see the mountains of alien corpses. Slowly, a slender figure walked down from the pile of corpses. Knife! Ling Xiaoran looked up at the figure and felt that in the darkness, her whole body was glowing with a dazzling light that could not be ignored. Cen Yue walked steadily to the ground. The system sound in her mind had become stuck due to 2 frequent expansion prompts. After a while, the system finally returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the 1 million ton target, and the system space has been successfully upgraded to the 2nd level space. The current space margin is 600,000 tons. You can set up space balance reminders on your own. There is also a hidden mysterious space that will be opened after the space is upgraded to level 3. Warm reminder. You need to reach the 10 million ton target before upgrading to level 3 space. Cen Yue was not very excited when she heard the system upgrade prompt in her mind. Sure enough, with the help of others, the system expansion speed was accelerated. But the speed at which space was swallowed became faster, as if urging her to upgrade to the 3rd level space as soon as possible and open that mysterious hidden space as soon as possible. Chapter 81. Volcanic Eruption? Take the opportunity to make a big profit. Showdown. Ling Xiaoran called out worriedly when he saw Chen Showdown motionless. Cen Yue came back to her senses instantly. Let's go. Where else are there aliens that need to be hunted? Ling Xiaoran sensed that something was wrong with Xiaodao's condition, as if he had gone bloodthirsty. Xiaodao, you need to calm down and rest now. We will handle the rest. After he finished speaking, Qin Yang and Fang Yuan also walked over quickly. Knife! Although the two looked a little embarrassed, they were not injured. Seeing that Qin Xiaodao was in a bad condition, they immediately stepped forward and held her arms. Are you okay? Fang Yuan was very worried, especially after knowing that Xiaodao was a girl. Fang Yuan was no longer as reassured as before. I always worry that it's too dangerous for Xiaodao, a girl, to fight outside and she might get hurt. Cen Yue shook her head and looked towards the dark night. The base is not safe anymore. Will you follow me or stay in the base? Fang Yuan was a little surprised. After all, Xiaodao had not planned to take them away at the beginning. Xiaodao actually offered to take them away. So why are you still hesitating? Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan and Qin Yang spoke at the same time. I'll go with you. Daddy, let's go. Cen Yue was somewhat relieved that the two of them had chosen her unwaveringly, and turned to look at Ling Xiaoran, who was in a daze behind her. Are there any records of volcanic eruptions nearby? Ling Xiaoran came back to his senses and was puzzled. Volcano? There were indeed records of volcanic eruptions in Linjiang City hundreds of years ago, but there have been no signs of volcanic activity for hundreds of years. Cen Yue raised her eyes and looked into the unknown night. Today, the aliens attacked the base crazily, contrary to their usual behavior. There was an earthquake at night. The most important thing is that there was a smell of volcanic ash in the air. It should be a volcanic eruption. Fire. Volcanic eruption? Ling Xiaoran was completely shocked when he heard this. Apart from the aliens and the earthquake, he didn't smell any strange smell at all. But he knew that the aliens were mutated animals. Even before the end of the world, animals were more sensitive than humans and could sense the existence of infrasound. Today, the aliens abnormally attacked the base. Maybe they sensed something. Cen Yue, if you trust my judgment, please inform the base leaders immediately and organize the people to evacuate as soon as possible. The aliens attacked the base not because there were humans in the base, nor because the base was safe, but because they wanted to escape to the safer north, and the base happened to be in their way to escape to the north. The ears of the aliens during the day were very sensitive, so they can hear earthquake infrasound waves below 20 Hz. Now it has been several hours since the alien attack during the day, and a major earthquake has occurred. Next is the rain of rock debris. In 8 hours at most, there will be a magma eruption, and the whole city will be completely submerged in volcanic ash. Hurry, it's too late. Ling Xiaoran certainly believed what Xiaodao said, and he also had common sense to judge that if the volcano really erupted, the entire base would be destroyed. He immediately took out the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to the liaison officer in the base office. Shortly after I hung up the intercom, someone called back. Ling Xiaoran thought he would get a satisfactory answer, but after listening to the words on the intercom, his expression gradually became uglier. What? Who gave the order? President Jean? President Jean is nothing. I'll ask for permission to communicate directly with the base commander. However, the response from the intercom was obviously not satisfactory, and the connection was even cut off directly. Ling Xiao was so angry that he wanted to throw the walkie-talkie in his hand. Cen Yue frowned. What's wrong? Ling Xiaoran slowly clenched his palms. No one believes that there will be a volcanic eruption, and Cen Yue also asked the hunting team to cooperate with the consortium to carry out post-earthquake reconstruction work as soon as possible. Cen Yue laughed when she heard this, mostly out of sarcasm. The next second, it really started raining. Cen Yue spread out her palms, and a small handful of water soon filled up in her palms. Smell it. Cen Yue gestured to Ling Xiaoran to smell the rain on her palm. Maybe the density of volcanic ash in the air is not high enough, so humans cannot smell the strange smell. But mixed with the rain, the water became a little turbid. Ling Xiaoran smelled a slightly pungent smell, and his face changed immediately. It really has a stimulating rock chip taste. The volcano is really about to erupt. I'm going to find the base commander right now. The base must be evacuated immediately. When Ling Xiaoran turned around and was about to leave, Cen Yue called out to him, "I'll go with you." Ling Xiaoran paused. "No, hurry up and leave. The longer you stay, the more dangerous it will be." Ling Xiaoran was of course doing this for Xiao Dao's own good. Although Xiao Dao estimated it would take 8 hours, it would be safer to leave early. It doesn't matter that they are alone, but Xiao Dao has a woman who needs to be taken care of and a stupid son at home, and these are situations that cannot be ignored. Even though Xiao Dao is also a member of the hunting team, Ling Xiaoran never regards her as a team member, but as a friend who is trustworthy and whom he wants to cherish. Cen Yue roughly guessed Ling Xiaoran's concerns, and her expression was exceptionally calm. "Captain Ling, you underestimate me. 8 hours is enough. Do you know why the consortium disagrees to evacuate? Because the Gene Consortium has been here for a long time, and many things cannot be moved away just like that. It's not just the consortium. The leadership of the base must have these concerns as well. Once you evacuate, it's like abandoning this base, giving up everything you can't move, and starting over somewhere else. For some people, they would rather stay here with the base forever than face the unknown risks outside." Ling Xiaoran nodded in agreement. "Yes, so it is simply a fantasy to evacuate the entire base. You should leave quickly and don't delay any longer." Cen Yue, 2 hours. If the base still refuses to evacuate within 2 hours, then my efforts will not be in vain. Withdraw immediately. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. If some people are unwilling to leave, don't force them. Protect yourself. As long as the hunting team is here, there will be others." Ling Xiaoran nodded vigorously upon hearing this, and paused before turning around. "Are you going north?" Cen Yue, "Yes, after the volcanic eruption, it is safer to go north. It will definitely be chaotic later, so don't worry if you get separated. Take care of yourself, and remember to go north. Remember, no one from the hunting team can be left behind." Hearing this, Ling Xiaoran looked at Cen Yue deeply. "Xiao Dao, you are actually more humane than I thought or than you thought." Cen Yue was stunned when she heard this. Then she smiled again. "Perhaps. I can't just tell the truth. I want to take advantage of this evacuation to make some money, right? After all, there is now a full 600,000 tons of space left. With such a large space, wouldn't it be a shame not to put some things in it? For example, the mecha of the Gene Group? For example, the supplies of the Kim Foundation? As for escaping from the poison, I have never lost." Chapter 82. A veteran in the apocalypse. He will take action to solve problems instead of talking too much. Fang Yuan and Qin Yang had no objection to Cen Yue's decision to follow Ling Xiaoran into the inner city to meet the base commander, and they always followed Cen Yue silently. Now both the inner and outer cities are in chaos, and the streets are filled with people with disheveled faces. The crying and wailing never stopped. The old buildings were reduced to ruins by the earthquake, and the rain was getting heavier, making the already dreary night even more desolate. The group arrived at the office building unhindered, but found it in ruins. Huh? The office building was also destroyed by the earthquake. Ling Xiaoran immediately took out the walkie-talkie and contacted the liaison officer in the base office. "I'm Ling Xiaoran. The office building has been destroyed. Is the base commander okay?" Ling Xiaoran's expression was calm, but his slightly trembling fingers revealed a hint of nervousness. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I heard the liaison officer reply that the base commander was fine. We also learned that the base office had been evacuated half an hour before the earthquake and was currently housed in the Gene Foundation's Research Institute. Half an hour? Why didn't the base and the consortium notify the people to evacuate half an hour before the earthquake? Ling Xiaoran was a little excited, but the liaison officer on the other end knew that he had gotten into trouble by talking too much, so he hung up the intercom immediately. Cen Yue stood aside and listened to Ling Xiaoran's words and basically guessed what was going on. It was nothing more than that the base and the consortium predicted the earthquake half an hour in advance and evacuated to a safe place as soon as possible. But during this half hour, the base and the consortium never made any earthquake warnings to the public. It is obvious that the lives of ordinary people are nothing more than ants in the eyes of some people. In fact, it is not as good as any of their private property. Ling Xiaoran didn't dare to delay and immediately took Xiao Dao and the other two to the Gene Group's Research Institute. At the entrance of the institute, he was stopped by armed guards. This is a sensitive area of the research institute. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Ling Xiaoran pointed to the hunting team badge on his chest. I am Ling Xiaoran, the captain of the hunting team. I want to see the base commander. The guard obviously knew the name of the hunting team. He hesitated for a moment, but still did not give way. I'm sorry, Captain Ling. The institute is a confidential place, and you can't enter without an appointment. Ling Xiaoran was furious. I want to report to the base commander about the important news about the survival of the entire base. The base is gone. Can you bear this responsibility? Do you think you can still survive? Upon hearing this, the guard felt that Ling Xiaoran was talking nonsense. How could the base just disappear like that? Cen Yue remained silent and raised an eyebrow at Feng Yuan. Perhaps because they had developed a certain tacit understanding after living together for a long time. Feng Yuan understood it instantly and looked at the guard on the other side. When Cen Yue saw that Feng Yuan understood her gesture, she stepped forward and patted Ling Xiaoran on the shoulder. Take a deep breath and don't get so excited. It's fine if you're not allowed in. It's not easy for everyone. How could Ling Xiaoran not be excited? Are we going to watch tens of thousands of people being buried with the base? He is not one of those hypocrites who are only interested in profit. He cares more about precious life. Seeing that the people traveling with Ling Xiaoran were relatively calm and were offering to help persuade them, the guard was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next second he caught a glimpse of something flashing by in his peripheral vision. He had no time to react and fainted on the ground. Cen Yue calmly withdrew her hand that was about to chop at the back of the guard's neck. The guard on the other side was knocked unconscious by Feng Yuan and Qin Yang. The two armed guards on the left and right were dealt with by silent rationalization. Cen Yue, who stepped into the research institute, waved to Ling Xiaoran. Come in. Ling Xiaoran's thinking is obviously still limited to the period before the end of the world, and he still cares about rules and regulations. I was stunned when I saw Showdown behaving so unconventionally. After realizing what was happening, he immediately followed with big strides. Cen Yue could understand why Ling Xiaoran was still strictly abiding by the rules. After all, he was not like her who had experienced the apocalypse for several years and was already a veteran of the apocalypse. Remember, if you can solve the problem yourself, don't talk too much. Time is running out, and there's not much time for you to reason. Ling Xiaoran responded softly. Yeah, although it is not what a gentleman would do, it is worth learning from the special measures taken in special times. So, when passing through the other levels next time, I didn't even waste time arguing. I just attacked and knocked them out directly. An emergency meeting is being held in the Institute's conference room. Although the theme was the progress of post-earthquake reconstruction work, there was an endless stream of praise for Chairman Kim. Today, we are really grateful to President Jean for notifying us in advance. Otherwise, we would all be buried under the office building. Yes. Thanks to President Jin's foresight and his commitment to technological innovation, the latest machine he developed predicted the earthquake in advance. Cen Yue, who was meticulously dressed, tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Thank you for your compliments, everyone." The slightly upturned corners of his mouth revealed that he was in a good mood at the moment. Who hates being praised? But soon, he lowered the corners of his mouth and put on a heavy look. But I didn't do a good enough job. There was no way to restore communications to the entire base and notify the people to evacuate in time. Everyone expressed disagreement with Cen Yue's reflection. How can you be blamed for this? It will take a lot of time and effort to restore communications. It will take several years to do it. Besides, even if they are notified to evacuate, where can they go? There are aliens and zombies outside the base. Only inside the base is safe. Based on the data reported so far, the death toll does not even account for a quarter of the total population of the base. The consortium and the base have been using supplies to support a bunch of idle people. Now that supplies are limited and there are fewer people, the supplies can last a little longer. They didn't dare to leave the base to look for supplies and could only sit back and enjoy the supplies they had before. So for them, the fewer people who are alive to share supplies, the better. Cen Yue looked at the empty base director's seat in the middle with a serious expression. It just so happens that the base commander fell ill and fell into a coma at this time, so there is no way to consult him on many things. I make all the decisions, big or small, by myself. I am a junior and lack experience, so it is inevitable that I may not think things through. I just hope that when the base commander wakes up, he won't blame me for not doing a good enough job. Others immediately agreed. The president has done a great job. Besides, the base commander is your uncle. How could he embarrass you? Jin Sunyu lowered his eyes to hide the cruelty that flashed across his eyes. That's not necessarily true. After all, Lingshan's true love is not his aunt. She usually pretends to be a good person, is very strict with her illegitimate son Ling Xiaoran, and dotes on Ling Penghui. But sometimes, strictness does not mean not loving, and doting does not mean really caring. Ling Shan didn't even think about it. If he hadn't had the support of the Jin family, would he have been able to climb to his current position? Want to secretly train Ling Xiaoran to be the successor and completely get rid of the Jin family? Hee. The Jin family can let him climb up, but they can also make him fall down hard. Chapter 83. Politeness, Early Communication in Nuclear Transactions. Just as Jin Sunyu was enjoying the atmosphere of being surrounded by praises, the door of the conference room was kicked open. Good evening, everyone. Cen Yue retracted her long legs that were about to kick the door, shouldered a bloody Tang's sword, and sat lazily on the empty main seat in the middle. The origin of the blood on the Tang sword is certainly not as violent as imagined, but it is enough to scare people. Who are you? Where's the security guard? Where's the doorman? Where's the bodyguard? Where did they all go? Everyone in the office was frightened when they saw a stranger who looked like a murderer break into the meeting room. Unfortunately, they were searched before entering the institute, and all their weapons were temporarily confiscated. They had no protective weapons, and they trembled even more when they saw the bloody Tang swords. Only Jin Sunyu was calm, and he was sitting closest to the main seat. Why are you here? Jin Sunyu's tone was very familiar, as if he had seen an old acquaintance. But there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. The institute is heavily guarded, and one needs to pass through layers of checkpoints to enter from the outside. And that bloody Tang sword has already explained Chun Xiaodao's method of passing the customs. Cen Yue pulled the tablecloth off the table and wiped the blood off the Tang sword. Of course, I'm here to discuss a deal with President Jin. Jin Sunyu's eyes gradually darkened. Mr. Chun, don't you think it's very rude of you to come here uninvited? Crack! The next second, the Tang sword split the desk directly into two halves. Madman! Murder! Everyone else was so scared that they wanted to run away. As a result, I saw two people, a man and a woman, standing on the left and right of the door, carrying sniper rifles. Fang Yuan changed his usual gentleness, and his eyes were sharp as a knife. Go back. Just now, she heard from outside the door that the people in the conference room were extremely indifferent to life, treating human life as worthless, and they wanted to shoot everyone. Qinyang did not say anything, but his eyes were empty and gloomy. He just moved the tip of the gun slightly, and all the people who wanted to escape shrank back in fear. Cen Yue raised her eyes to look at Jin Sunyu and smiled sarcastically. Polite? Then may I ask, President Jin knew that an earthquake would occur half an hour in advance, but he concealed this news, resulting in over 10,000 casualties in the base. Are you polite? Jin Sunyu spread his hands, with an expression of matter-of-factness and helplessness. Only the fittest survive. It's the end of the world now. Although everyone calls me the savior, I'm not really the savior. I have the right to choose whether to announce the news of the earthquake. He undoubtedly admitted that he wanted to use this earthquake to control the number of people consuming supplies. He also anticipated that Ling Shan would not agree with his extreme approach, so he put Ling Shan into a coma in advance. Cen Yue didn't want to waste time debating this issue too much. Then do you know that in 8 hours, Lijiang City will have a volcanic eruption and the entire base will be submerged in magma? You, including everything you rely on, will be reduced to ashes. A look of surprise flashed across Jin Sunyu's originally calm face, and then he pretended to be calm. Impossible! The alarm never predicted any signs of an eruption. He is very confident in the alarm equipment that the consortium had invested a lot of money in developing in the early stages. Cen Yue noticed the subtle expression on his face and raised her eyebrows slightly. Did you not go out to take a look after the earthquake? Do you want to be washed by the debris rain? Jin Sunyu had indeed not left the research institute for most of the day. After hearing Cen Yue's words, his expression changed slightly and he stood up and opened the window behind him. He reached out his hand to catch the rain, but when he saw that the rain in his palm was turbid and mixed with a pungent smell, Jin Sunyu lost his composure and strode towards Chen Xiaodao. How do you know the volcano will erupt in 8 hours? Cen Yue looked down at the watch on her wrist, shook her head, and wiggled her index finger. President Jin is so smart. I believe he also knows some common sense about volcanic eruptions. Besides, there are still 7 hours left. Half an hour ago, Ling Xiaoran informed the base liaison officer that the volcano was about to erupt. But he was rejected and ignored. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue suddenly remembered that in order to get rid of the useless Ling Penghui, he had transferred him to the liaison group, which did not require much technical skills. You can guess it with your toes. Who has such courage and such a useless brain? Chapter 84, If they are all killed, won't there be any witnesses? Cen Yue is not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have become the chairman of the consortium. When he learned that the volcano was about to erupt, he immediately took out an upgraded communicator and began contacting his subordinates to arrange retreat. And those self-important superiors hiding in the corner are still completely out of state. But after hearing words like volcanic eruption and looking at Cen Yue's anxious expression, he could guess what it was. President Cen, you must find a way to save us. Yes, yes, yes. You must have a way. Please don't give up on us. At that time, everyone was afraid of being abandoned by Cen Yue. But at the moment, Cen Yue was busy taking care of himself. So how could he care about them? In Cen Yue's eyes, these people were simply a burden on the escape, and it would be better for them to take more supplies and equipment with them when they leave. A few minutes later, Cen Yue raised his foot to walk out, but was blocked by Cen Yue's Tang sword. President Cen, where are you going? Cen Yue's hand slowly fell to his waist, behind which he hid a portable pistol. At this time, he just felt that Chen Xiaodao was particularly annoying. But Cen Yue discovered Cen Yue's little movement at the first moment, and with the back of the knife, the pistol fell to the ground with a clang. Before Cen Yue could react, Cen Yue kicked the pistol out of the window. Cen Yue touched nothing, and then realized why he forgot to call for support when he contacted his subordinates just now. But he didn't know that Cen Yue, who was standing beside him, was always watching his movements, and would take action as long as he did anything unfavorable. So when his hand slowly reached for the communicator, the tip of the knife flicked again, and the only communicator in the conference room fell into Cen Yue's hands. President Cen, are you planning to find someone to help? Cen Yue had never been so passive before. Looking at the arrogant young man in front of him, he almost couldn't control his emotions. Chen Xiaodao, I used to think you were quite capable, and I cherished you as a talent. I am the chairman of the consortium. Do you think that by killing me you, a murderer, can safely leave the institute and the base? Cen Yue raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of disdain. Since I can get in, I can get out. And now, among the people who have seen me in the institute, you are the only one still alive. I will just get rid of you all. Isn't that enough? Of course, she couldn't really do that. Especially Cen Yue. He cannot die now. If he died, he would not be able to find the consortium's secret base in a short period of time and successfully take away equipment and supplies. But Cen Yue's words plunged the entire conference room into silence, because they all felt that what the boy said was not a joke, but he would really do it. After a moment's silence, cries for mercy began to emanate. Young man, don't be impulsive. I have money. I have lots and lots of money. If you let me out, I will give you all the money. Money is useless. I have points and supplies. If you just let me out, I will give you all the points and supplies, and I will never reveal anything that happened in the meeting room today to anyone else. Cen Yue glanced around coldly, then looked at her watch, and finally raised her eyes to look at Cen Yue. Another 10 minutes have passed. President Cen, time is precious. Haven't you made a decision yet? I don't have to do anything. As long as you agree to the deal, we can achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. After Cen Yue finished speaking, the group of people huddled in the corner actually boldly put pressure on Cen Yue. President Cen, please agree to him immediately. Only if we agree to his request can we get out alive. Cen Yue slowly loosened his clenched fists and finally spoke. What deal? Upon hearing this, Cen Yue retracted his Tang sword and immediately put on a kind smile on his face, as if the intimidation just now was just an illusion. I have a way to preserve all the equipment and supplies at the base and move them to a safe place. Cen Yue was somewhat shocked when he heard this, because he knew very well that even if he arranged for people to work hard for 3 days and 3 nights, they might not be able to transport all the equipment and materials safely, let alone within a few hours. Chen Xiaodao, now is not the time to brag. If you really have a way to transport all the equipment and supplies, then I agree to cooperate with you. Cen Yue turned and walked out the door. Come with me. Cen Yue was very puzzled, but still followed Chen Xiaodao out of the meeting room with a puzzled look on his face. The person in the corner, seeing that the young man and President Cen had both gone out, began to make moves to slip away, but the next second, he saw 2 black sniper rifles and quickly shrank back in fear. Cen Yue led Cen Yue into the meeting room next door. There were only two of them in the meeting room at that time. Cen Yue was puzzled. Showdown. What on earth are you keeping in suspense? Cen Yue did not answer, but placed her hand on the office chair beside her, stroking the gold and jade ring on her thumb. The next second, the desk that occupied most of the conference room disappeared out of thin air. This? Cen Yue stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time, and even forgot to breathe. Cen Yue took a few steps forward, then turned the gold and jade ring on her thumb. The next second, the table appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. President Jean, as you can see, I can make things disappear or appear out of thin air. Cen Yue nodded to indicate that he saw it, but his eyes kept looking at the gold and jade ring that Cen Yue had been stroking. You've also awakened your powers, right? Cen Yue pretended to be surprised. Could it be that President Jean has also awakened? Cen Yue's face changed when he heard this, and he almost couldn't suppress the jealousy in his heart. Why did everyone else awaken their powers, but I didn't? He longed to become stronger, and he had always been a strong man who could bully others. But not long ago, he discovered that he was no longer a strong man. Even Ling Xiaoran, who had always been inferior to him, had awakened a kind of alien that should not belong to normal humans. Ironically, not only Ling Xiaoran awakened, but the entire hunting team awakened strange supernatural powers. He asked someone to investigate and found out there are 5 kinds of supernatural powers: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but he had never seen this kind of power that can make objects disappear and reappear at any time. But he found that Showdown had been stroking the gold and jade ring on his thumb, and suddenly thought of a rumor he had heard before. Could it be that this is the legendary space jade ring? So, what Showdown awakened was not supernatural powers, but the blessing of the jade ring? Cen Yue's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he tried hard to hide the greed for the jade ring in his eyes. Cen Yue took in all of Cen Yue's reactions, and seeing that he was really interested in her gold and jade ring, she raised her eyebrows slightly. It's a good thing to know what's good, but I'm afraid Cen Yue doesn't know what's good and won't fall for it. If he didn't fall for it, how could Cen Yue willingly hand over all the supplies and equipment? Chapter 85. The first person to draw cakes. Any conditions can be proposed. This gold and jade ring is indeed a real gold and jade ring, but it is not a real gold and jade ring. The real jade ring had already merged with Cen Yue and was no longer physically present, making it impossible for anyone to take it away. But Cen Yue didn't know all this. He looked at the gold and jade ring many times, and his expression eased a lot. How much supplies and equipment can you carry? Cen Yue hesitated, because he knew very well that if he relied solely on his own manpower, he would not be able to take away even 1/5. Moreover, unexpected events may happen during the escape, and you may lose everything by then. If you can use a space jade ring, it will be light and safe. Thinking of this, his eyes uncontrollably looked at Cen Yue's hand again. Cen Yue's inner thoughts. It would be great if this space jade ring was mine. Cen Yue seemed to have finally noticed Cen Yue's gaze and put her hands behind her back. Of course, all of them. So, President Jean, what's your response? Cen Yue frowned. What are your conditions? Cen Yue, I want half of all the supplies and equipment, including your mecha. Cen Yue actually planned to take them all. After all, the hunting team was short of supplies and equipment. People like Cen Yue are not suitable to be the leader of the base. If he really becomes the base chief, I am afraid that in the end there will be no civilians left. However, in order to lure Cen Yue to take her to the consortium's secret base and successfully take away equipment and supplies, Cen Yue didn't mind making empty promises. Cen Yue was indeed moved after hearing this. After all, his worst plan was that Showdown would ask for a large portion of the supplies. But on second thought, his people could not keep 1/5 of the supplies even if they tried their best, so it was good enough to be able to keep half of them now. However, as a businessman, Cen Yue is still greedy and wants to continue to maximize his own profits. Mr. Chen, do you know how much half of the supplies and equipment are worth? Can an ordinary person like you eat them? I can consider giving you 1/10. Cen Yue nonchalantly turned the gold and jade ring on her thumb and smiled sarcastically. President Jean, another 10 minutes have passed. Have you forgotten that I am the one holding the initiative now? 1/5. Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this, and then pretended to be embarrassed. You want 1/5? Isn't that too much? Cen Yue shook her head. No, what I mean is you get 1/5 and I get 4/5, understand? Cen Yue suddenly shouted. What? 1/5 of me? Are you dreaming? Bang! The next second, the desk was split in half by the Tang sword. Cen Yue turned the handle of the sword and gently blew away the wood chips on the Tang sword. Now 1/6. If you delay for one more minute, I'll raise your rank by 1 point. Cen Yue knew that the boy was not lying, and he did not miss the murderous intent in the other's eyes. When has he ever been so embarrassed? In my heart, I wanted to tear the boy in front of me into pieces, but looking at the clock on the wall ticking, I had to lower my head. Okay, half and half, Cen Yue said coldly. President Jean, I just said 1/6. Do you have such a bad memory at such a young age? 1 minute is almost up. Do I need to keep emphasizing it? Cen Yue was afraid that the other party would say 1/7, so he immediately said, Okay, I promise you. I'll take you there right away. Cen Yue nodded, and then put the Tang sword back into the scabbard. President Jean, lead the way. Cen Yue did not move forward. In an instant, he suddenly understood why the young man wanted to negotiate with him. They were so panicked that they lost their composure and forgot that not everyone could find the supplies and secret equipment stockpiled by the consortium. If I didn't lead the way, would Chen Xiaodao be able to find supplies and equipment? Cen Yue thought he had finally regained the initiative, and his attitude calmed down a little. Chen Xiaodao, I don't believe what you say now. You are likely to get the supplies and equipment and run away. Who should I turn to then? Cen Yue paused and looked at Cen Yue, who was in a slightly relaxed posture. Then how can you trust me to fulfill the terms of the deal? Cen Yue raised his eyebrows. First, you have to ensure my personal safety. Cen Yue nodded. Okay. Cen Yue continued. I will keep your space ring. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue immediately pretended to be panicked as her secret was discovered. You, how do you know about the space jade ring? Seeing the other party so flustered, Cen Yue thought that he was right and became more confident. I also know that the space jade ring will be connected to the spirit of the holder. In other words, even if I get the jade ring, I can't take out the things inside. The space jade ring that has recognized its owner is just an ordinary ring to me. But for you, it is a very important space ring. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue looked at Cen Yue coldly. But you forgot to mention one thing. As long as the owner dies, the space jade ring can recognize a new owner. Will you try to kill me after you get the jade ring? Cen Yue smiled when he heard that. His bright peach blossom eyes contained a variety of emotions, which was very confusing. What? Chen Xiaodao, who is fearless, is afraid of death? Do you think there is anyone in the base who is stronger than you? I dare say that if you admit that strength is first, no one will dare to admit that strength is second. If I don't have someone to rely on, I'm afraid that when you take the supplies and equipment, it will be the day of my death. Since I know I will die, I will definitely be buried with the supplies and equipment, as well as the people of the entire base. Cen Yue seemed really frightened by Cen Yue's determination, and a hesitant expression appeared on her face. Except for the ring, all other conditions are acceptable. Cen Yue was very persistent. Except for the ring, I won't consider any other conditions. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue took a deep breath and turned the gold and jade ring on her thumb again. Okay, since the jade ring can give you a sense of security after I collect the supplies and equipment, I can consider temporarily handing the jade ring to you for safekeeping. But I also have a condition. Please keep the matter about the jade ring space a secret. Cen Yue immediately agreed. Sure. Of course he would keep the matter of the jade ring space a secret because the more people knew about the existence of the jade ring space, the more people would covet it, and the danger would become greater when he became the holder of the jade ring. He still understood the principle that it is a crime to possess a treasure. Although Cen Yue is arrogant, he is not completely irrational. Especially now that a person with superpowers has appeared and he has not awakened his superpowers. He must remain low-key and not let the jade ring bring him fatal disaster. Suddenly I felt that Chen Xiaodao was a little naive, actually exposing the space jade ring in front of others. Does Chen Xiaodao really believe in his own strength so much that no one can shake him? However, Cen Yue just turned the jade ring on her thumb from time to time and lowered her eyes to hide the emotions in her eyes. A real gold and jade ring is a bit of a waste. How about exchanging it for a similar one that's only 9.9 yuan and has free shipping and is thrown in a corner of your space? Chapter 86, The Secrets of a Laboratory. Pack them all up and take them all away. 7 hours left. Cen Yue led Cen Yue all the way inside and finally arrived at an alloy door. Cen Yue had already put away the Tang sword, but Cen Yue still didn't dare to move at all. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that Cen Yue kicked over a mecha with one kick. As an ordinary human being, he had no ability to resist the mecha and did not have any weapons to defend himself. Cen Yue turned on the display screen and performed facial, pupil, and fingerprint verification, and the door slowly opened. Cen Yue saw a technological path that was too avant-garde and did not belong to the end of the world. The passage is brightly lit and is made entirely of alloy to prevent shock and explosion. If it were an earthquake, there would be no need to move. However, after a volcanic eruption, magma fluid will seep into the underground, and the high temperature will melt the alloy, which means that the Research Institute is not a real shelter. Come in. Cen Yue is a rare gentleman. Especially after seeing the slightly surprised expression on Chen Xiaodao's face, he felt a little proud inside. Look, this is your secret laboratory leading to the future world. The laboratory is very large, but it is divided into separate laboratories by soundproof glass. Each experimental group conducts experimental research in a separate laboratory. Some are researching potions, some are researching mechas, and so on. The staff inside were all famous scientists and inventors before the end of the world. They all wore work badges and uniforms and were carrying out their research work in an orderly manner. Even when he saw Cen Yue, he just raised his eyelids and continued with the work in his hands. It was as if Cen Yue was just a stranger to them. They are only obsessed with their own scientific research. Therefore, they were not worried at all about the earthquake outside, and they did not know that a volcano would erupt in 7 hours. Cen Yue took everything in, and suddenly a new plan came to her mind. Will they evacuate as well? Cen Yue, who was walking in front, stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed slightly when he heard this. Resources are limited in the apocalypse. I may not be able to provide enough experimental research resources in the future. There are no extra personnel to spread out to protect them. The main targets of this transfer are supplies and completed equipment. These words undoubtedly have the meaning of killing the donkey after it has done its work. Cen Yue frowned when she heard this. You mean you want to give up on them? Cen Yue quickly denied. I didn't say I would give up on them. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. I will notify them to evacuate as soon as possible later. Cen Yue's brows furrowed further and further as she glanced around the laboratory. It was discovered that except for the guard standing guard with weapons, most of the researchers who were working were thin and pale. How long has it been since they left this lab? Cen Yue didn't understand Chen Xiaodao's intention of asking this, but he still answered. More than a year. Cen Yue was even more surprised when she heard this. You started secretly building a research institute a year ago. You knew that the apocalypse was going to happen. Cen Yue smiled, as if laughing at Chen Xiaodao's naivety. Do you think the outbreak of the apocalypse was accidental? No, the apocalypse is inevitable. It's just that I'm not sure when the end of the world will come, so I'm preparing in advance. Cen Yue slowly clenched her palms. Do you know something? President Jean, we are partners now. I hope you can share as much information as possible with me. This way I can ensure the complete transfer of materials and equipment. Don't you think it's too inhumane to keep them trapped in a laboratory for a year? Perhaps many of them did not have the time to say goodbye to their families. Cen Yue suddenly raised his finger and made a hush sound. Keep your voice down. They don't even know it yet. It's the end of the world outside. Only then did Cen Yue understand why she had been feeling strange since she came in. These staff members are like working machines without emotions. His eyes were empty and his expression was numb. And those guards with weapons don't seem to be protecting people's safety, but more like supervisors supervising these staff. Cen Yue continued. Even if I tell them the truth now and let them go, do you think they can accept the fact that the apocalypse has happened? Can they accept the fact that all their relatives have passed away? Besides, they voluntarily signed the 5-year, high-paying, fully closed, and confidential contract. Besides, the Gene Group is not the only consortium that does this. Have you heard of the Chu Group and the Bai Group? Their research was even earlier, and it is said that the earliest batch was more than 10 years ago. Upon hearing this, Cen Yue clenched her fists even tighter. Why had she never heard of the existence of these consortiums in her previous life? In addition, I don't know if I was overthinking, but when I heard the Bai Group, Cen Yue immediately thought of her mother's surname Bai. In order to prevent Cen Yue from noticing anything unusual, Cen Yue continued to remain calm and went with him to the warehouse where supplies and equipment were stored. I originally thought that Cen Yue would continue to talk about the consortium, but he didn't say anything afterwards, as if he was testing whether Cen Yue was interested in the consortium or whether Cen Yue knew about the consortium. Finally, Cen Yue couldn't hold back her curiosity about the Bai group and spoke up. I'm just a nobody, and I really don't understand the power of the consortium. President Jean, can you explain it to me? For example, where will the various consortiums be located after the end of the world? In order to prevent Jean Cen Yue from noticing her attention to the Bai family, she did not show any particular interest in any particular consortium. Jean Cen Yue shook his head. Before the end of the world, the secret bases of each consortium were all hidden trump cards, and it was absolutely impossible for other consortiums to know about them. After the apocalypse, the consortiums stopped communicating with each other, so it was naturally impossible for them to understand each other. Why? Are you interested in the Chu family or the Bai family? Sure enough, Cen Yue's question still made Jean Cen Yue suspicious. Cen Yue denied it without hesitation. No, I'm just curious. I really want to see what kind of person would have started planning these things more than 10 years ago. Jean Cen Yue felt more and more that Chen Xiaodao was a little naive. Anyway, he won't be an ordinary person, nor will he be a good person. Compared to them, I am already a very good person. The two arrived in front of an alloy door. This alloy door was extremely tall, comparable to a wall. As in previous operations, Jean Cen Yue performed facial, pupil, and fingerprint verification. The door slowly opened, and what came into view was a huge warehouse, the kind that you couldn't see the bottom of at a glance. The warehouse is divided into two areas, a material area and an equipment area. The warehouse has two doors, a front door and a back door. The front door is the entrance to the laboratory, and it can only be opened with Jean Cen Yue's face, pupil, and fingerprint verification. The back door is the entrance to the base's supplies, and only specific base staff can enter on weekdays. The supply area and the equipment area are also separated by an alloy wall, which requires specific personnel to unlock. Jean Cen Yue turned around and looked at Chen Xiaodao behind him. Can you take all of these away? Cen Yue only asked. Is everything here? Jean Cen Yue nodded. Yes, for the convenience of management, they are all stored here. Cen Yue tilted her head slightly and looked in the direction she came from. Not only that, in addition to the supplies and equipment, I also want to take the entire institute away. Cen Yue realized that the research institute was built with special materials, which is why it remained unscathed in the earthquake. Especially the laboratory, which contains many high-end instruments, which are scarce resources in the end times. Upon hearing this, Jean Cen Yue was so shocked that he opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow an egg raw. Are you serious? Chapter 87. So big, it disappeared in a flash. Jean Cen Yue originally thought that taking away all the supplies and equipment was shocking enough. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaodao actually wanted to move the entire institute away. Yes, I'll give you half an hour now. Evacuate all the people in the institute. No one should be left behind. You should know that only dead things can enter the Jade Ring space. Living things cannot enter. Jean Cen Yue hesitated. Isn't half an hour too fast? Cen Yue raised her hand and looked at her watch. 29 minutes. President Jean, if you delay me for one more minute, you will have one less minute to act on your own. 29 minutes later, I opened the Jade Ring space on time to store the entire research institute. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and act. At Cen Yue's command, Jean Cen Yue trembled all over and then subconsciously ran out of the warehouse. 20 minutes later, after everything was arranged and everyone was evacuated from the research institute, Jean Cen Yue, who was blown by the cold wind, shuddered all over, as if he had come back to his senses. What did you just do? Why would I listen to the instructions of a young boy? When I looked up, I saw a familiar figure walking out. Why did you come out so soon? Have you packed your things? Jean Cen Yue's gaze once again fell on the gold and jade ring on Chen Xiaodao's thumb. Cen Yue nodded. It's ready. Has everyone evacuated? Jean Cen Yue nodded immediately. Everyone else is evacuated, except for the two people in the conference room who followed you here. They don't listen to my orders, but only to you. Cen Yue immediately guessed that it should be Fang Yuan and Chen Yang, and strode towards the meeting room. Seeing this, Jean Cen Yue immediately followed. Fang Yuan and Chen Yang, who were guarding the meeting room, immediately looked over with caution when they heard the footsteps. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Xiaodao, he immediately put on a smile. Xiaodao, you're back. Although he was smiling, the muzzle of the gun pointed at the conference room did not move at all, and he was still looking vigilantly at Jean Cen Yue, who was following Xiaodao. Cen Yue strode closer. Put away the gun first, let's go. Fang Yuan and Chen Yang were particularly obedient to Xiaodao's words. They didn't even ask the reason. They immediately put their guns behind their backs and stood on her left and right. When Cen Yue saw Cen Yue preparing to leave, he immediately asked, "What should we do with these people?" Cen Yue paused. "It's up to you. You can handle it however you want. I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'll start taking action." Cen Yue knew what Chen Xiaodao meant by action, and immediately made a gesture to the bodyguard following behind him. Cen Yue led Fang Yuan and Chen Yang to the gate of the research institute and heard gunshots coming from the direction of the conference room. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Did he kill them all? Although Fang Yuan looked fierce when he used the gun to scare people, he was just pretending and he didn't intend to really kill those people. But these gunshots are definitely not meant to scare people. Cen Yue was not surprised by this. Cen Yue is not a good person. Besides, those people are all good-for-nothings. Even if they are not abandoned this time, they will be thrown away again later. Fang Yuan nodded as if he understood, and when he saw that Xiaodao was not surprised, he slowly calmed down. She felt that she still had a lot to learn, and that she must not embarrass Xiaodao when she stayed with him in the future. Chen Yang, who was standing on the other side, smelled the bloody smell in the air and felt a little anxious. The night after the earthquake was not friendly to the zombie Chen Yang. In addition to the smell of rock chips, there was also the tempting scent of blood in the air. He had been suppressing his emotions for a long time, and now a strong scent of blood hit his nose, making him feel uncomfortable all over. "What's wrong?" Cen Yue turned her head slightly and looked at Chen Yang, who was gently pulling her sleeve. Chen Yang lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Cen Yue with his slightly red eyes. "Hungry." He uttered a word in a low voice with a sullen tone. Cen Yue frowned and put her hands in her pockets. When I took it out again, it turned out to be a green apple-flavored lollipop. "Want to eat?" Chen Yang saw that it was a sour green apple and whispered, "I want strawberry flavor." The strawberry flavor is sweet. Perhaps it can suppress the sweet smell of blood. Cen Yue handed the lollipop in her hand to Fang Yuan. "Do you want to eat it?" Fang Yuan was a little flattered. Although he didn't usually eat such children's toys, he still reached out to take it. "Thank you, Xiaodao." Cen Yue put her hand in her pocket again and took out 2 lollipops. She had one, and Chen Yang had one. When Cen Yue came out with his bodyguards and the corpse, he saw 3 people at the door, each of them holding a lollipop in his mouth. The leisurely attitude forms a sharp contrast with the weeping in the distance of the ruins behind him. Cen Yue. "Everything has been dealt with. You can start now." Cen Yue nodded. "You can take your people and evacuate first." At that time, the debris rain became heavier and the signs of a volcanic eruption became more obvious. But Cen Yue had no intention of leaving because he decided to follow Chen Xiaodao. Whether it was Chen Xiaodao's incredible strength or the jade ring space on her body, he felt that following Chen Xiaodao was the best choice. Cen Yue, "You start. I will evacuate with you." Upon hearing this, Cen Yue looked at the group of bodyguards behind Cen Yue and asked, "Are you sure?" Cen Yue's meaning was very clear. Is Cen Yue sure to let these bodyguards know about the existence of the jade ring space? Cen Yue nodded. "They have followed me since they were young, no problem." Cen Yue didn't care about these things, as long as Cen Yue was not afraid of getting into trouble. Everyone moved 10 meters away from the gate. As soon as those words fell, everyone immediately strode towards the road in front of the institute and stopped only after they were 10 meters away. Cen Yue was seen squatting with her knees bent, her hands with gold and jade rings pressed tightly against the ground, muttering something, as if she was chanting an ancient spell. Everyone else was puzzled when they saw her actions, except Cen Yue, whose eyes were full of excitement. "Let's get started. You can see the space storage process of the jade ring with your own eyes." "Ah, where's the research institute?" In just a moment, the research institute disappeared out of thin air, and screams were heard from 10 meters away. How is it possible? How could such a large research institute suddenly disappear? The bodyguards looked at the president and saw that Cen Yue's face had an expression of shock and excitement, slightly distorted and weird, and they didn't dare to speak. Cen Yue stood up, clapped her hands, then took out a wet wipe from her pocket and wiped her dusty palms. "Let's go." Fang Yuan was in a state of shock the entire time. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it was true. Is it a magic trick? Or is it a sleight of hand? But then I thought that the knife could do everything, so it seemed like nothing was impossible. Chen Yang still looked dazed and stupid, but the look he gave Cen Yue was extremely complicated and contained admiration. "He is worthy of being my father, so awesome." But when he glanced at Cen Yue, The suppressed blood color in his eyes spread again. Chapter 88. Worship the strong. You are dreaming. Are you worthy? After Cen Yue finished collecting everything, she was ready to leave. Fang Yuan and Cen Yang followed her immediately without her saying anything. Cen Yue tried hard to calm down and immediately followed Cen Yue. However, because Fang Yuan and Cen Yang were standing on the left and right of Cen Yue, he could not get close to her and could only ask her questions from a distance. Mr. Chun, do you still remember the conditions we discussed at the beginning? As he spoke, his eyes would occasionally glance at the jade ring on Cen Yue's thumb. Of course, Cen Yue remembered. She took off the ring casually and threw it to Cen Yue casually. Here you go. Keep it safe. Remember to return it to me when you feel better. Cen Yue threw it casually, but Cen Yue was extremely nervous when receiving it, with an extremely solemn expression, and he almost lost the hold because of his shaking hands. After catching the ring, he still didn't dare to lose heart. He looked at the ring from left to right, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that it was the one he had been observing. Besides, he watched helplessly as Chun Xiaodao put the Research Institute into the jade ring, and there was no further action taken afterwards, so he had no time to exchange it for the ring. Thinking of this, Cen Yue finally felt relieved. Cen Yang felt even more depressed when he saw Cen Yue following him closely, happily playing with the ring his father had thrown to him. I want one too. Cen Yang angrily pulled Cen Yue's sleeve and pointed at the jade ring that Cen Yue was playing with. Cen Yue's face turned cold. Do you want to slap? Cen Yang immediately became intimidated upon hearing this and shook his head timidly. No. Fang Yuan was a little confused, but never asked, because she felt that Xiaodao must have his reasons for doing this. However, his eyes uncontrollably turned to the ring that Cen Yue was playing with in his hand. It's probably a common problem among women. Even if they don't have money, they still like shiny pearls and gems. Fang Yuan vaguely felt that the quality of the jade ring was not particularly good. Logically speaking, as the chairman of a consortium like Cen Yue, he would have seen all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry, right? Why would you care so much about a jade ring that is not of the best quality? Of course, Cen Yue recognized that the quality of the jade ring was average, but he did not doubt it and even thought that it might be made of an extremely rare and special material. If it is really the same as ordinary jewelry in jade, then why don't other jewelry in jade have space? Of course, Cen Yue didn't know that Cen Yue had such rich thoughts in his mind. However, we also have to thank Cen Yue for playing with real high-end goods on a daily basis. Otherwise, how could he not recognize the polymethyl methacrylate that costs 9.9 yuan and includes shipping? The Research Institute is quite remote, and it took a while to reach the main road. Knife here. Ling Xiaoran, who was directing the people to evacuate, saw Chun Xiaodao from afar, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. It was previously agreed that he would rescue the base commander and then organize the evacuation of the people. Xiaodao went to Cen Yue to negotiate terms. After being separated for nearly an hour, there was still no sign of Xiaodao, and Ling Xiaoran couldn't help but become worried. Now that I see the knife is intact, I feel relieved, and with Xiaodao around to help me, I feel inexplicably more confident. However, when Ling Xiaoran saw that Cen Yue was also traveling with them, his expression immediately froze. Why haven't you left yet? According to his understanding of Cen Yue, he usually runs faster than a rabbit at this time. Why hasn't he left yet? Why are you still following Xiaodao? Cen Yue carefully put away the jade ring, looked up at Ling Xiaoran, who looked unhappy, and raised his eyebrows. Mr. Chun will protect my personal safety from behind, so I will naturally evacuate with Mr. Chun. After these words were spoken, everyone present, except Cen Yue, Cen Yue, and his bodyguards, all looked at Cen Yue. There was a clear sentence flashing in their eyes. You are dreaming. Do you deserve it? They all admired Xiaodao very much and wanted to follow him. But only Cen Yue made such a bold statement that he wanted Xiaodao to protect his life. Did the earthquake damage your brain? Cen Yue was not a fool. He could see some doubt in the eyes of these people. He turned the jade ring hanging around his neck unconvincedly and looked at Cen Xiaodao. Mr. Chun, am I wrong? Cen Yue was full of confidence at that time. He turned the jade ring to remind Cen Xiaodao. The jade ring is in my hand. Don't forget the conditions you promised me. Cen Yue looked at the rotating jade ring, then moved her gaze upwards to meet Cen Yue's confident gaze. Cen Yue had a blank expression on her face, but in fact she was thinking, I really want to see if Cen Yue would be so angry that he would cry if he knew that the jade ring he cherished so much was only 9.9 yuan with free shipping. But on second thought, Cen Yue is not Yang, so he probably won't cry. He will probably be so angry that he goes crazy. Life is a bit boring, and sometimes having some fun can help to relieve fatigue. Cen Yue. Yes, President Jean is an important figure in the base, and his personal safety must be guaranteed. Cen Yue had just finished speaking when she remembered something and looked at the smug Cen Yue again. President Jean, where are the staff in the laboratory? Based on past experience, these staff members have been out of touch with worldly affairs for so long. If they had known that the end of the world was coming and their loved ones had passed away, they would not have cooperated so well in the evacuation. But Cen Yue only took 20 minutes to solve the problem. Wouldn't it be the same solution as before? Cen Yue. They have all withdrawn. They have all been drugged. They have to cooperate even if they don't want to. Ling Xiaoran was stunned when he heard this and subconsciously looked at Xiaodao. Because he suddenly remembered what Xiaodao said. If you can solve the problem by yourself, don't talk too much. Did Xiaodao also teach Cen Yue this solution? I don't know why, but my heart feels blocked. Of course, Cen Yue did not teach Cen Yue this method, but this method is most efficient at this time, as expected of President Jean. If Cen Yue encountered this situation, she would most likely adopt this method. The wisdom possessed by these scientists is also a scarce wealth of knowledge. If we need to rebuild a new world in the future, civilization and knowledge will be indispensable. Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this, because this was the first time he heard Chun Xiaodao express his affirmation sincerely. Don't think he can't hear it. What he said in the past was a mixture of truth and falsehood and can't be taken seriously at all. It's not like Cen Yue hasn't heard words of affirmation before, and he was even hailed as a savior at one point. But for some reason, all the praise and affirmation seemed to be inferior to Chun Xiaodao's affirmation. Could this be the worship of the strong? Cen Yue even breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, at the last second, he chose to evacuate his troops. Although Chun Xiaodao does not seem to be a soft-hearted person, he must care about these scientists. Otherwise, he would not have paid special attention to their evacuation from the laboratory. Cen Yue looked at Chun Xiaodao with inquiring eyes, and always felt that the young man in front of him was full of mysteries. It's like a fog, impossible to see clearly or understand. Chapter 89, Jade Ring equals Life-Saving Talisman? Cen Yue's scrutinizing gaze was quickly blocked by Ling Xiaoran. President Jean, if you dare to harm Xiaodao, I will not be polite to you. Cen Yue was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he saw Ling Xiaoran protecting someone like this. Although Ling Xiaoran protected everyone in the hunting team, it was fundamentally different from the protection he was experiencing now. Ling Xiaoran feels a responsibility to the hunting team, but his feelings towards Chun Xiaodao are more like a sincere admiration. If Cen Yue saw Ling Xiaoran admiring others so much, he might even laugh at him. But the other party was Chun Xiaodao, and Cen Yue's pride was shaken. Chun Xiaodao is indeed amazing. This is an undeniable fact. But Cen Yue, who has always refused to bow his head, certainly does not want to lose to Ling Xiaoran in momentum. Captain Ling, you really think too much. Mr. Xiaodao and I are now partners and friends. How could I do anything bad to him? Who knew that the next second, Ling Xiaoran said coldly, You are not worthy of being Xiaodao's friend. Selfish and vicious, he even poisoned the base commander. If it weren't for the overall situation and the smooth evacuation of the base, I would have tied you up and put you on trial. Cen Yue is still the chairman of the consortium, and he has a large number of available personnel under his command who can help escort the people and maintain order. Cen Yue knew that Ling Xiaoran would not tell lies and might really be capable of kidnapping someone. If it were in the past, Cen Yue would not be afraid. But now everyone in the hunting team has awakened their special powers, which makes Cen Yue have to be afraid. Any member of the hunting team could kill him and his bodyguards. Subconsciously, she hid behind Chun Xiaodao and reached out to tear off her clothes. Xiaodao, you heard it, Captain Ling wants to tie me up. Cen Yue still has not changed his inherent mean nature and deliberately shows off in front of Ling Xiaoran that Chun Xiaodao is now on his side. After all, I still have the jade ring in my hand. But before Chun Xiaodao could say anything, he saw something flying out from behind him. Cen Yue, who was thrown into the ruins, let out a scream. Master! The bodyguards came to their senses and immediately ran towards the dark ruins to rescue Cen Yue. Chun Yang, who had thrown the person, withdrew his hand with an innocent look on his face, as if he was not the one who had just thrown the person. When Ling Xiaoran saw Cen Yue being thrown, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The original resentment towards Cen Yue also dissipated a little. Well done. Cen Yue didn't react at all to Ling Xiaoran's compliment. He just turned his head to look at Cen Yue. Daddy. He tilted his head, as if to confirm with Cen Yue whether he had just done the right thing. His eyes were sparkling and seemed to be seeking praise. Cen Yue took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her pocket. Good. Cen Yue happily took the lollipop and bit the one in his mouth, which he was reluctant to finish, into pieces with a crunch. Cen Yue, who was helped up by the bodyguards, no longer looked clean and tidy as before. He was covered in dust and dirt. His white clothes with gold thread were also dusty and covered with mud, making him look extremely disheveled. His first reaction was to touch the jade ring on his neck. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was still there. He raised his eyes and looked at Cen Yue and his group, who had already walked away, with a complicated expression. The bodyguard made a gesture of cutting his neck. Master, do you want to do it? This was the first time they saw someone dare to attack the young master. If it were in the past, these people would have died several times already. Cen Yue was so angry that he kicked the bodyguard who was talking. Don't move. Can you beat them? I really didn't expect that the people around Chen Xiaodao are not simple either. How come you are so strong? Could it be that he is also a supernatural being? Fortunately, the jade ring is in my hands. Ling Xiaoran was not sure what kind of deal Xiaodao and Cen Yue had made, but he believed that Xiaodao was capable of handling it. Xiaodao, you should also evacuate with the main force. Cen Yue lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then raised her eyes to look at Ling Xiaoran. Captain Ling, do you know about the Chu group and the Bai group? Cen Yue doesn't believe Cen Yue. Not only will Cen Yue's suspicion of her increase, but more importantly, he may not tell the truth. But Ling Xiaoran is different. They're also friends. He is an upright person and will not tell lies. Ling Xiaoran stopped in his tracks when he heard this. I don't know much about the consortium, but the base commander told me not long ago that when the army evacuated, some people went to Linjiang City. It is not ruled out that a consortium had established a secret experimental base in Linjiang City in the early days. After the military moves in, they will build a base together with the consortium. The base commander originally planned to send a team to Linjiang City to establish contact with this base and work together to face the apocalyptic crisis. Alas, who could have thought that the incident would happen so suddenly and disrupt all plans? So, it is not clear at the moment whether the consortium behind this is the Chu Consortium, the Bai Consortium, or another consortium. Before the end of the world, the consortium would not place the secret experimental base and the headquarters in the same place, and would try to avoid suspicion and avoid attracting attention. The Jin family also moved to the secret experimental base in Linjiang City in an emergency after the end of the world. Cen Yue frowned slightly when she heard this. Linjiang City? I remember it was in the north before the end of the world. It seems that Cen Yue is going to Linjiang City. Ling Xiaoran nodded. Yes, go north. What's wrong? Cen Yue shook her head slightly. Nothing. Let's go together. Looking down at the ground, Cen Yue's eyes gradually became darker. Sure enough, Cen Yue always had reservations. All he said was that he had to go out for something important, but he never revealed the existence of a consortium in Linjiang City. If the consortium behind Linjiang City is the Bai group, can it be verified whether my mother has any relationship with the Bai family? Although in Cen Yue's memory, her mother was an orphan. But I vaguely remember that I heard my mother crying while I was half asleep one day, and I vaguely heard her say that she hated the Bai family and everyone in the Bai family. Cen Yue was young at that time and didn't take it seriously. She even thought it was just a dream. Thinking back now, could the plane crash my parents were on have anything to do with the Bai family? Ling Xiaoran was a little surprised. Xiaodao actually agreed to go with the main group? I originally thought that Xiaodao was in a hurry and would leave alone. However, if Xiaodao is willing to go with the main force, Ling Xiaoran will feel more confident. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Ling Xiaoran could not deny that his strength was indeed not as good as Xiaodao's, and he still had a lot of areas to grow in. Okay, let's go together. Let's go together. Ling Xiaoran's tone was filled with unconcealable joy. Cen Yue, who had been following Cen Yue, looked up at Ling Xiaoran with cold eyes. It turns out that none of the people with the surname Ling are good people. Or find an opportunity and kill him? Ling Xiaoran, who was walking a little ahead, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Chapter 90 Zombies Run Away. An hour later, everyone in the base set out on the journey north. The night was dark, but the smell in the air became more pungent. Cen Yue accepted Ling Xiaoran's invitation and got on the hunting team's transport vehicle. Cen Yue also wanted to sit up shamelessly, but the members of the hunting team were staring at him, which made him nervous. In the end, he had no choice but to let his bodyguard drive the car and follow the hunting team at a close distance. Leaving the base is a brand new beginning and the beginning of adventure. Ling Xiaoran kept his eyes on both sides of the team and spoke on the walkie-talkie. All vehicles, please be alert and be on guard against sneak attacks by aliens and zombies. The aliens headed north to seek refuge, and the convoy also headed north, so it was inevitable that they would meet. What's more, you may encounter zombies and aliens outside the base at any time and anywhere. Cen Yue didn't care. To her, aliens were just falling from the sky, so no matter how many came, it wouldn't be too few. On the contrary, she felt somewhat disgusted with the zombie horde. Fighting zombies was a thankless task, and there was no way to expand the capacity. It was a waste of time, but fortunately, we didn't encounter any zombies along the way. Even if they occasionally encountered zombies, they would run away from them, as if there was something among humans that they were extremely afraid of. Li Chong couldn't help but tease. Xiaodao, do you think those zombies were scared by you? He was not making this joke casually. For example, an hour ago, when he was passing by a farm, a large group of zombies suddenly jumped out. How could the ordinary people who have always been protected by the base have ever seen the dangers outside the base? After traveling for most of the night, they encountered zombies again. Everyone was so scared that they cried and wanted to go back. Some people even said that they would rather be buried in the volcanic lava along with the base than become a zombie or be eaten by zombies or aliens. The team was forced to stop moving forward. But when Ling Xiaoran, Cen Yue, and others arrived, the zombies that were about to attack humans suddenly ran away quickly, dragging their festering bodies, as if they had seen a ghost. Soon it disappeared into the night and was out of sight. The speed of their escape was so fast that the members of the hunting team began to wonder if the zombies had been upgraded again. At the same time, everyone in the hunting team subconsciously looked at Xiaodao without saying anything. Even Cen Yue, who came along to join in the fun, looked at Chin Xiaodao with a scrutinizing look. Needless to say, we know what they are thinking. They suspect that this group of zombies are afraid of Chin Xiaodao. Otherwise, why did all the zombies run away when Xiaodao came? This little episode passed quickly, but it also gave the people some hope. It turns out that the zombies outside the base are also afraid of something. Although they didn't know what the zombies were afraid of, they ran away after the hunting team appeared. So people unanimously believe that what zombies are afraid of is the hunting team. Later, they encountered a group of aliens, but the hunting team killed them all in a rush. As a result, people's confidence grew stronger. As long as the hunting team is there, there is hope. After all the members of the hunting team got on the car, no one spoke, but they looked in the direction of Xiaodao from time to time. Cen Yue seemed not to notice these gazes from beginning to end. When she met Fang Yuan's worried gaze, she smiled slightly to comfort him. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and Li Chong was feeling sleepy. In order to liven up the atmosphere and dispel his sleepiness, he brought up this topic. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the car no longer felt sleepy and looked at Xiaodao with wide eyes. They were also very curious about how Xiaodao did it. No, it should be that Xiaodao has some other surprise that I don't know about. Cen Yue was very calm and cleared her throat lightly. Everyone became more excited. Here it comes. Find out the answer now. Cen Yue. I don't know either. It might be a coincidence. When everyone didn't hear the answers they were expecting, their expressions were visibly disappointed. How could it be a coincidence? Zombies have no brains and will pounce on living people. The residents of the base have never fought zombies, so they may not know. But the members of the hunting team are all veterans. Have they ever seen zombies running away when they saw humans? No, never. However, Xiaodao was unwilling to say, and everyone was too embarrassed to continue asking. Anyway, all you need to know is that Xiaodao is very powerful, and even zombies are afraid of him. After everyone's attention was diverted, Fang Yuan gently tugged at Cen Yue's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Is it Yang Yang?" Fang Yuan didn't say anything, but Cen Yue understood what she wanted to say. Cen Yue was a little surprised. Fang Yuan actually realized that these zombies were not afraid of her. But Qin Yang? Cen Yue never thought of hiding this fact from Fang Yuan. He responded softly, "Yeah." Fang Yuan's expression didn't change when he heard this, and he didn't ask any more questions. He just looked ahead with a blank gaze. Don't be fooled by her calm appearance. She is actually very panicked. Qin Yang has become even more powerful. Among the three of them, he is the worst. The next second, Cen Yue, who was originally sleeping on Cen Yue's shoulder, seemed to sense something. He hugged her arms slightly tightly and rubbed his head against her shoulder gently. Daddy. Cen Yue slightly side-glanced at the little fool who was sleeping soundly against her. Sometimes I really envy Cen Yue. He can eat when he wants to eat and sleep when he wants to sleep. He doesn't have to think about anything and has no worries every day. Cen Yue had already determined earlier that Cen Yue was a zombie and suspected that he was very unusual. Thinking back to when I first found Cen Yue, he was the only one in the entire mall clean and tidy. Plus, today the zombies ran away when they saw him. So how could he not confirm it? This little guy is such a treasure. No matter where you go from now on, the zombies will just retreat. Cen Yue couldn't help herself and reached out to pinch Cen Yue's cheek. Cen Yue was sleeping soundly. He woke up slowly after his face was pinched, but the blood color in his eyes had not completely faded. But after seeing clearly that it was his father, he immediately returned to his innocent little white rabbit appearance. Daddy, I'm hungry. He was either sleepy or hungry that day. Cen Yue had long been accustomed to it. He took out a lollipop from his pocket and even took the trouble to tear off the wrapping paper and put it in Cen Yue's mouth. Eat it. Once you're settled, ask your aunt to make you something delicious. Cen Yue nodded obediently and continued to lean on Cen Yue's shoulder. This scene of fatherly love and son's affection moved and envious everyone. You know what? I suddenly really want to have a dad like Xiaodao. He is capable and competent, and he is also gentle and patient. Who wouldn't praise him as a good father in the apocalypse? Only Ling Xiaoran, who was sitting opposite him, looked at Cen Yue with a serious look as he acted like a spoiled child. Did I just have an illusion again? Why did I see that little fool Cen Yue seem to be showing off to me? What's so great about eating a lollipop? Eliminate. This guy is not showing off his lollipop. He is clearly showing off his ability to stick with a knife. Ling Xiaoran didn't know why, but his palms suddenly felt hot. The next second, Li Chong, who was sitting next to Ling Xiaoran, suddenly jumped up and put out the flames on his clothes with his hands. Ah, Captain, your palms are on fire.